becoming a member of the Transcendents, an honor sought after by countless beings across the multiverse. Yet, for those under the Transcendent scrutiny, this so-called privilege often felt more like a curse. Now, with the mission so clear, destroy Yi Bai, it seemed that failure would bring dire consequences. For Mephisto, a cunning yet desperate manipulator, things had spiraled far beyond his control.
He had failed.
Worse, his failures had brought the wrath of the Transcendent upon him. "You're pathetic," the Transcendent said coldly, their tone carrying an edge sharper than any blade. "Do you wish for death so badly?" The words cut through Mephisto's bravado like a dagger. His schemes and silver tongue, which had saved him countless times, now seemed useless. Yet, he clung to one last hope.
"Lord Transcendent."
Mephisto's voice cracked, his usual confidence replaced by desperation.
"Please spare me.
I'll do anything, anything to make this right." The Transcendent's eyes narrowed, their expression one of disdain. #### Mephisto's plea. Mephisto, groveling, continued, "You sent us after Yi Bai. You gave us this mission, knowing the risks. How can you blame me for failing when you knew what we were up against?" The Transcendent's gaze hardened. Their presence radiated an overwhelming pressure, making Mephisto feel as though he would be crushed under its weight. "You dare to place blame on me," the Transcendent said, their voice rising. "I gave you information. I gave you a chance. It was your ambition, your greed, that led you to act. Your incompetence sealed your fate." Each word struck like a hammer, leaving Mephisto reeling. He tried to argue but found himself stammering. But Lord Transcendent, you must understand. I only wanted to serve you, to fulfill your will. If you spare me, I swear I'll bring Yi Bai to his knees." The Transcendent scoffed. "Do you honestly believe in your current state, that you have any chance of defeating Yi Bai? Look at you, groveling like a worm. You're not worthy of my time, let alone my mercy." #### A lesson in power. Mephisto's crimson face burned with shame. His cunning mind raced for a way to salvage the situation.
"Please, my lord.
If you save me now, I can still be of use to you. I'll dedicate myself entirely to your cause." The Transcendent tilted their head, their expression unreadable. For a moment, silence fell over the room, broken only by Mephisto's labored breaths. Finally, the Transcendent spoke, their voice as cold as the void. "Use to me? You? You've done nothing but waste my time. Your failures are your own, and your incompetence has cost us valuable opportunities." Mephisto flinched, the Transcendent's words cutting deeper than any physical blow. "You multiversal gods," the Transcendent continued, "are nothing but arrogant fools, quick to grasp at power yet incapable of wielding it. Your ambitions outstrip your abilities, and when you fail, you look for someone else to blame." Mephisto's head hung low. He had no defense against such damning accusations. #### The Transcendent's verdict. "Why should I save you?" the Transcendent asked, their tone mocking. "You've proven yourself useless. If you die, it will spare me the annoyance of listening to your pitiful excuses."
Mephisto trembled.
Desperation clawed at him, driving him to try one last gambit. "If not for me, then for your own plans, my lord. You need allies, tools, to defeat Yi Bai. Spare me, and I'll become the weapon you need." The Transcendent's laughter echoed through the chamber, cold and merciless.
"A weapon?
You flatter yourself.
At best, you are a pawn.
And pawns are meant to be sacrificed." For a moment, the weight of those words hung in the air. Then, with a wave of their hand, the Transcendent turned away, their interest in Mephisto completely spent. "Your survival is of no consequence to me," they said. "Die, if that is your fate.
Or prove your worth if you can.
Either way, it matters little." Mephisto fell to his knees, the realization of his insignificance crashing down on him. The Transcendent's indifference stung more than outright condemnation, leaving him with a stark choice: rise from the ashes of his failure or perish alone and forgotten. #### A pawn in the game. As the Transcendent disappeared, their final words echoed in Mephisto's mind. "You were never more than a means to an end. Remember that." Mephisto sat in the silence that followed, his mind racing. He had no allies, no hope, only the knowledge that survival demanded he outwit forces far greater than himself. His schemes had led him here, and only another scheme could save him now. The Transcendent, a being far beyond mortal comprehension, observed the unfolding events with a dispassionate gaze. Despite the chaos surrounding him, he remained unperturbed. The squabbles of lesser beings, Mephisto included, were no more than fleeting amusements to him. For the Transcendent, the entire multiverse was a script, and he its masterful author. He seldom relied on others, preferring instead to manipulate gods and mortals alike for his own entertainment. His detachment was not arrogance, it was the assuredness of a being whose power rendered all others irrelevant. He smiled faintly to himself. The unpredictability of Yi Bai, the man who defied all odds, had intrigued him. For the first time in eons, the Transcendent found himself challenged, not by power but by the novelty of Yi Bai's unyielding spirit. Fascinating, the Transcendent murmured, his thoughts lingering on the human who now wielded the heart of the universe. Mephisto's desperation. Meanwhile, Mephisto, trapped within an illusory prison of Yi Bai's creation, clawed at his dwindling hopes. The heart of the universe had proven to be a weapon far beyond his comprehension. Its mere presence had rendered him powerless, leaving him to grovel before the one entity who might save him, the Transcendent.
Master Transcendent.
Mephisto's voice trembled as he spoke, desperation evident in every word.
Please help me.
I was careless, I underestimated Yi Bai. But if you free me, I swear I'll find a way to defeat him. The Transcendent's gaze shifted, his expression unreadable.
You? Defeat Yi Bai?
He spoke with a voice as sharp as a blade, each word laced with disdain. You couldn't even resist a simple illusion. You dare call yourself a god?
Mephisto flinched but pressed on.
Master, it was a mistake, an oversight. With your guidance, I can correct it. I can bring you the heart of the universe. The Transcendent regarded him with cold amusement. And why should I believe you? Your ambition outpaces your competence. Tell me, Mephisto, what have you truly accomplished?
Mephisto swallowed hard.
He knew he had no real answer, but he couldn't afford to let the Transcendent dismiss him. Because I have no choice but to succeed, he said, forcing confidence into his voice. If I fail, I lose everything.
Let me prove myself.
The illusion of hope. The Transcendent's silence stretched, and Mephisto dared to hope. He had seen the Transcendent's unpredictable nature turn the tides before. Perhaps, just perhaps, he could manipulate that unpredictability to his advantage. Master, if you leave me here, my power will weaken. If I fall, Yi Bai will grow stronger. Do you want to risk that? Mephisto asked, his tone pleading. The Transcendent tilted his head, as though considering the plea. But the faint smirk on his lips betrayed his true thoughts. Do you think you can teach me how to manage my affairs, Mephisto?
Mephisto froze.
The weight of the Transcendent's words bore down on him like a mountain. A puppet's fate. Do not mistake my silence for indecision, the Transcendent continued, his tone colder now. You exist because I allow it. You fail because you lack the vision to see beyond your greed. Mephisto's mind raced. Every word from the Transcendent brought him closer to despair. But he refused to give up. Master, I can still be of use. Yi Bai's power is immense, but he is not invincible.
Let me prove myself.
The Transcendent laughed softly, the sound devoid of warmth.
Prove yourself? Very well.
But know this, you will live or die at my whim. Your failure will not inconvenience me in the slightest. The game continues. With a flick of his hand, the Transcendent dispelled Yi Bai's illusion, freeing Mephisto. The Demon Lord collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath as the weight of his predicament settled over him.
Go, the Transcendent commanded. Amuse me.
But remember, Mephisto, if you fail again, there will be no redemption. You are nothing more than a pawn, and I am not in the habit of saving pieces that no longer serve their purpose. Mephisto rose unsteadily, nodding fervently.
Thank you, Master.
I won't fail you again. The Transcendent turned away, already disinterested. His thoughts were not on Mephisto but on Yi Bai. A fascinating actor, the Transcendent mused to himself. Let us see how far you can go, Yi Bai. For the Transcendent, the outcome of the game mattered little. What intrigued him was the journey, the unpredictable twists and turns that only a truly worthy opponent could provide. And so, the script continued. Hey, welcome to another audiobook on Quantum Audiobooks. Sorry to disturb you, but if you enjoy it, please make sure to subscribe, it motivates me to create more audiobooks like this. Also, don't forget to like the video and share your thoughts about this novel audiobook in the comments below.
Abomination and Dr. Lizard looked at Jean, who was slowly flying out of the base, looked at each other, and then formed a fragile alliance with each other. Even if they wanted to destroy each other, they had to destroy the most threatening person in front of them now. After that, fighting with each other. After Dr. Lizard snorted heavily, the whole person began to disappear. This is a unique ability of the chameleon, which can change the color of its body according to the surrounding environment, so as to achieve the purpose of visual invisibility. The one who hates the heavy will watch this. The white smoke keeps spewing out of his nostrils, and his blood-red eyes look at the black devil standing quietly in front of him. Not only was Abomination looking at Jean was looking at him as well, and Jean wanted to understand why Abomination had suddenly grown so powerful. Creator, according to the results of the eradication, 70% of the energy in Colonel Brinsky's body comes from the same type of gamma rays as Hulk, but there is still 30% of the energy. After comparison, it is found that the energy characteristics are very close to the energy of the Asgard god King Odin. The voice of the Red Queen sounded in Jean's neural network. Odin. There was some doubt in Jean's voice. How could Odin suddenly want to get involved in Midgard? But now is not the time to think, because Abomination has rushed up with his huge amounts of fists, and the ground is shaking slightly because of his running. Although Abomination has completely lost his mind now, but Bransky was in the army before the learned fighting skills have been imprinted in his body, and when he loses his mind, it does not affect his use of his own fighting skills. Bransky was worthy of being a genius in the army before. He used his fighting skills to perfection. Every move and every style was the most deadly move. The fighting skills in the army were originally aimed at killing people, but these are far from enough in Jean's eyes. The super high-speed neural network instantly understands all the tricks of the Abomination. The blue energy beam keeps blooming on the body of the Abomination, and the attack of the Abomination is just like the old ladies. Did not touch a shred of Jean at all. Suddenly, the palm cannon in Jean's hand lit up, and the azure blue energy beam hit an open space directly. Painful roars came out, and Dr. Lizard removed the prototype from the spot, staring at Jean with blood-red eyes, his eyes full of hatred. The two monsters united and launched a fierce attack on Jean. Dr. Lizard used huge amounts of his tail and sharp claws together, and smashed it on Jean's body. The claws scratched on Jean's body except for some fine fragments. Sparks, and nothing else happens. However, his tail was grabbed by Jean and hit the ground like a mallet, and then a palm cannon hit his head, knocking him out instantly. Creator, the Sky Sword is ready. In Jean's neural network, Skynet's excited voice sounded. Very good. After Jean shot the Abomination casually, he said indifferently, anyway, I am tired of this meaningless battle, lock the target, and enter the launch procedure. Cedarak's scarlet bond wrapped around Abomination and Dr. Lizard, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't escape the bondage. Compared with nuclear weapons, the biggest advantage of Heaven's Sword is its controllability. It has the highest controllability and accuracy. Heaven's Sword can adjust the energy and power it outputs through complex adjustment arrays. The most precise control, the degree of accuracy even reached the joule level. The Sword of Heaven can accurately concentrate the highly concentrated energy to a point, and carry out precise strikes on specific targets. This is the nuclear weapons currently manufactured by mankind. The Tianjian was originally placed on the mothership of the Tianjian Bureau floating in the Earth's low Earth orbit. By adjusting the orientation of the mothership on the orbit and the angle of the mothership, the Tianjian can strike at any time, to any place on Earth. As the name suggests, the Heavenly Sword is an extremely sharp blade, made of vibranium and Kree alloy. The energy released by the Heavenly Sword released with full power exceeds the power of any nuclear weapon can destroy a city in an instant. And very honored, after the Sword of Heaven was reconnected to the system, Did Zhao, Dr. Abomination, and Dr. Lizard were selected as the first experimental subjects, and they were very honored to experience the power of Sword of Heaven. Now everything is ready, just wait for Jean's order. When Jean fought against Abomination and Dr. Lizard just now, Heavenly Sword had already adjusted its posture, and after a series of self-check procedures, Heavenly Sword had entered a state of preparation, and the thick barrel had been locked. The area where Jean is located, and he also temporarily requisitioned a large number of satellites from various countries to assist in the calculation of parameters. In addition, this weapon also contains the most cutting-edge scientific and technological achievements of Tianjian scientists, as well as the weapon ideas that the Kree people are unwilling to send from thousands of miles. In the end, everything condensed into this super weapon. Heavenly Sword, a weapon that can be said to have reached the highest level of human science and technology. The fact that it adopts the same name as the Heavenly Sword Bureau is enough to prove the status of this weapon. Jean personally led the design of this weapon, and the super genius Victor Von Doom also made very important achievements when he didn't go to find his own destiny. In the end, all the data were gathered in Skynet and the Red Queen. The two super artificial intelligences conducted the final demonstration and final accounts, and adjusted the posture of the Sword of Heaven according to the data to ensure absolute accuracy. The Abomination struggled frantically, and the Scarlet Chain had a faint sign of being broken free under the Abomination's struggle. Although in order to save energy, Jean only borrowed a small amount of energy from Sidorak in the Crimson Universe, but even so, in theory, the Crimson Chain can't be broken free, and now Abomination can use its pure brute force. Shaking the Crimson Chains shows that the Abomination is somehow strong enough to resist the existence of certain rules. But this cannot change some things, because the Heavenly Sword has come. It was a pure white light, as if the sword of God's punishment descended from the sky. The blade ripped apart the atmosphere, and pierced all the way to the surface. The white light was like a world-destroying God's punishment that fell from the sky. Hate and Dr. Lizard, huge amounts of the body, under such a mighty force, is nothing but an ant facing the desert. Under this level of attack, even the hatred is not bound by the scarlet chains, and there is no way to escape. The moment the white light came, the eyes of hatred had been blinded, and the snow-white blade had pierced through him and Dr. Lizard's body. They were invincible and seemed to be able to resist any attack. At the moment, it was like a rotten skin. It is easily torn like a rag. The flesh of the two of them was melted, the bones exploded, and huge amounts of impact carried the two of them from the ground to the mantle, until their bodies were completely melted. The impact was over, the white light gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of Jean was a huge hole with a diameter of tens of meters. At the moment, there was still a slight white smoke in the hole on the ground, and the surrounding ground was melted and condensed into something similar to the one. The glass-like thing seems to be telling everything that just happened. Obviously, the two of them are already dead and can't die anymore. Creator, the test results look good, Skynet said. Yeah. Jean looked at the huge amounts of holes, the armor's life detection device was activated, and after confirming that there was no sign of life, he said lightly, let's be so-so. If there is a military expert standing in front of Jean and hearing Jean say this, he will definitely stare his eyes out, and point at Jean and curse, this weapon is just a so-so thing in his mouth, Kte, so what's not so-so? If this kind of thing is controlled by every country in the world, then the leader of that country will definitely wake up from a dream. Jean returned to the base, the chapter progressed very smoothly without the addition of Abomination and Dr. Lizard. Baron Zemo had been subdued, the imitation master was persuaded to surrender because Jean gave too much, and the laser man happened to go into outer space, the hatred, and Dr. Lizard became ashes after a few blows from the heavenly sword. So far, Baron Zemo's plans have all been aborted. It seems that his plans will have to be realized in the next life. But what is surprising is that the enchanting witch Amora and the executioner have disappeared. I'm sorry, boss. Wanda at the moment, like a child who did something wrong, walked up to Jean with her head lowered. Amora and the executioner escaped, and when I was about to tie them up, suddenly a huge blue energy descended on the base, and then the witch and his men disappeared together with the blue light. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flashed. Blue light, do you mean magic? I think so, boss. Wanda said, it's a very powerful magic, it's weird, but it gives people a very domineering and decent feeling, and it's completely the same as the magic that witches used before. Different. Jean pondered for a moment, as if things were getting more and more fun. He could feel that the enchantment he had set up had been damaged. Although there were more or less problems with the enchantment, a magic master could discover the problems in the enchantment and come up with spells or moves to break the enchantment. But the current situation is completely different. He can feel that his enchantment is directly broken by someone with a powerful force from the outside. There are only a handful of magicians on Earth who can do this, or doesn't exist at all. It's possible that Ancient One could have done this while it was still alive, and Dormammu could have done it too, but it's obviously impossible for the two of them to appear at this time. There are uncontrollable factors. Jean patted Wanda on the shoulder. You have done a good job, don't blame yourself for this. Now, Baron Zemo. Jean squatted on the ground, looked at Baron Zemo who was lying on the ground and was bound, and said, I think we can talk. Helmut Zemo inherited his father Heinrich Zemo's last wish, to become the ruler of the entire Hydra, but when they were just preparing to act, a guy codenamed Black Devil suddenly appeared. Baron Zemo tried his best to accumulate strength and prepare to take Hydra slowly, but was taken by the Black Devil with lightning speed, and he didn't even leave any leftovers for him. How can this be tolerated? Baron Zemo has a very proud family tradition. His ancestors can follow back to World War II. His father once played against Captain America, and brought huge amounts of trouble to the Roaring Commando led by Captain America. So he had to change his plan. He felt that he should recruit some villains with extraordinary ability to form his own group, so that he could use this group to defeat the Black Devil, retake Hydra, and reach the pinnacle of life. In fact, he did the same. Until now, he has been guided by his own series of careful arrangements to such a field, and now he can do anything other than raise his head and glare at the Black Devil in front of him. Can't do it. Then let's start with the villain superhero team you formed. Jean looked at Baron Zemo and said, you recruited Master Mimic, Laser Man, and Dr. Lizard. Their abilities are all very powerful, and their abilities are among the best in the world. Jean said calmly, but I don't understand why the witches from God's domain will it join forces with you. Because we have the same ideal. Baron Zemo glared at Jean. Conquer the world or rule Hydra. Jean chuckled, I don't think the witches of God's domain are that interested in Earth. Speaking of which, a scepter flashing blue light appeared out of thin air in Jean's hand, which was the scepter he snatched from Baron Zemo before. Do you know what this is? Jean asked. Baron Zemo looked at the scepter in Jean's hand and snorted without speaking, but the meaning in his eyes was probably I definitely know what this is. The scepter dexterously turned around in Jean's hands, and the blue scepter showed a breathtaking aura. Then Jean's hands pressed hard, and immediately broke the scepter into two halves, just like destroying a toy. Light blue energy smoke floated out from the damaged part of the scepter, and the blue light that flashed on the scepter immediately disappeared, just like a toy with a removed battery. How is this possible? Baron Zemo asked and answered in shock as he looked at the scepter like a cheap toy. Obviously you have been deceived. Jean said, the witch of God's domain is not obeying you. Obviously there is someone else behind her. She may just come here to have some fun. Thinking about it this way, the experience of Baron Zemo is indeed tragic enough. He tried his best to set up such a villain hero group, but the imitator became a fool because he took other people's money. Aruze, and the only contribution of the witch Amora from God's domain is probably to rescue the hatred from the island prison, and then rebel. Venom, and it turns out that Venom turned out to be Aruze of the Aruze. As for the Lizard Master and the Laser Man, it was even more tragic. One fell to the ground before the battle began, paddling all the way, and the other was even more tragic, and was launched directly to the outside of the solar system. Amora, I will never spare her, Baron Zemo said through gritted teeth. You don't need to worry about the rest. Jean threw the fake scepter in his hand on the ground. You have no chance. Venom is yours now, Jean said nonchalantly. Venom's face was full of joy, and Pityiner ran to Jean's body. He stuck out his long tongue, revealing the fine and dense teeth in his mouth, like a pug. Finally, it's time for dinner. Venom grinned. I'm going to eat his head. No, no, no. Baron Zemo's screams echoed throughout the base, and then stopped abruptly. Tell me what's the use of this stinky thing. I really should have exiled you to the universe at that time. Amora's eyebrows stood upright, and she slapped the executioner's head desperately with both hands, as if to change the temper in her heart. All vented out. What's the use of you growing up so big, except for the power that can't hit people at all? You are simply a piece of trash. By chance, Amora escaped. At the moment, Amora was about to explode. This time his encounter was even worse than the last time. First, his proud charm, ability, was eaten by Venom. Know why they failed, and then they, led by Baron Zemo, rushed into the trap of hunters like lambs that had lost their way. For flowers. Okay. Amora's anger seemed to subside, and she waved her hand. You should do something, and I will come to you if you need anything. Definitely the executioner would not dare to fight back at Amora. He could only bow his head and be scolded like a child who did something wrong. An evil and charming man is sitting on the throne. Maybe Midgard's humans still have potential to be discovered? But Amora doesn't bother to care about that now. The executioner's helmet and the axe were probably lost during the battle because they were too impatient to rescue Amora. She also met a little witch from Midgard. He had met the Black Devil from Midgard before, and the Black Devil was nothing more. She did not expect that there was such a powerful magician in the middle of Midgard. It was completely different from what she imagined, especially that little witch's ability to fight hand to hand almost made her suffer a big loss. Where did your axe and helmet go? Amora couldn't help but look at the bare appearance on the cabinet. But she didn't seem to realize that her strength this time had nothing to do with the executioner. If it weren't for the fact that she and the little girl's house in Midgard were disrupted by a few tricks during the fight, the executioner would be in danger. He wouldn't rush to come and save her just because he was so impatient. Generally speaking, it should be the time for the executioner to leave. The executioner bowed his head very wisely and withdrew. Amora folded her arms and drew an arc from her chest. The green magic seemed to cut through. The space was opened, revealing the bright starry world on the opposite side. Looks like you didn't have a great time working with that stupid Midgard, the man on the throne said with a chuckle. That guy, Baron Zemo, has just been proven to be another idiot. Amora's face was a little ugly. His plan is extremely stupid. It doesn't matter. The man sitting on the throne said wickedly, it's just for them to have some fun. When 99 said this, he seemed to think of something. Get ready, that time is coming soon. Amora's expression froze. Is it coming? The man nodded. Yes, so you must be prepared and wait for that moment to come. I see. 35 Amora 263 nodded. When that time comes, I will complete my revenge with my own hands. In the deserted suburbs, in a dilapidated restaurant, Dr. Bruce Banner was eating fast food alone. Since that incident, he left the bustling city and came to the wilderness. The store was very deserted, with only 2s and 3s gathering together to eat cheap fast food. It is reported that Hulk has been missing since he left the Big Apple. Tony Stark refused to comment on what happened some time ago, but there is news that the Avenger named Hulk is about to be expelled from the Avengers team. Besides, the military has. In Dr. Banner's ears, the sound of the report on the television lingered. Hey, boss, can I turn off the TV? Banner, who was upset by the TV report, couldn't help but said. But others have to see it. The boss said casually while wiping the plate in his hand. After eating a suffocated Banner, he can only lower his head and destroy the fast food on his plate. Do you mind? Suddenly, a voice sounded behind his head, and a middle-aged man came over with a plate. It's okay. Banner silently packed his belongings to make room for the middle-aged man. Don't you like the news, or do you not like the Avengers, or are you a fan of the Avengers? The middle-aged man asked after taking a look at the TV report. No, Hulk said dryly. I'm not an Avengers fan, but I used to be an Avenger, used to. Says Banner in the belly. Ha ha ha, it's a coincidence, neither am I, and I haven't always liked these superhero very much. The middle-aged man opened his own chatterbox. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of those superheroes, our current life might not be so bad. 95. The middle-aged man opened his chat box, as if he and Banner had been close friends for many years. He talked about himself from the news, saying that he was a truck driver, and he had a batch of goods to be transported in a hurry, so he gathered here. Live a bite and say that his son is a huge Avengers fan. At first, Banner responded politely, but then he simply ignored this familiar person, because he was in a very irritable mood, so he didn't want to talk that much. The middle-aged man looked at his watch, then got up and stood up. It's easy to talk to you, but I have to. Dr. Banner. 35. Banner suddenly felt that something was wrong. Why did this person know his name? And then he felt a chill on his neck, and the cold liquid was injected into his body. This is not a good idea. Banner stood up and looked at the man in front of him coldly. Green emerged from his body, and a sliver of green flashed in his pupils, but his body quickly returned to its original state. The fiery energy seemed to suddenly disappear from his body, and Hulk was gone. Then he felt his eyelids begin to get heavy, his legs also glanced at the lead, he staggered a step, and then his hands floated on the table. What happened? Who the hell are you? Banner gritted his teeth and said 3.4 with difficulty. Everything around started to swirl, the middle-aged man's voice seemed to drift away. Dr. Banner raised his head with difficulty, and found that all the people in the entire restaurant were standing at Chi Alley, the kissing young couple, who had been watching before. The old man with the newspaper, and the bar owner. They all stood up at the moment. This is a trap. Someone has laid a net of heaven and earth, waiting for him to throw himself into the net. Thanks to the fact that you sent your blood sample to Dr. Samuel Stern, his Hulk inhibitor has proven to be a failed product, but it works, and then we purified the serum he provided, upgraded the formula, and successfully found a way to suppress Hulk. Now unless you are under a well-known threat, the green guy will never come out. 99. With a bang, the door of the restaurant was pushed open, and the cold autumn wind was accustomed to roars inward from the opened door, and a pair of leather boots first appeared in Hulk's eyes, wearing a military uniform. His face seemed to wear the person who never changed ice walked in. Long time no see, Banner. General Ross looked at Banner coldly. This time you fell into my hands, and no one can save you. 35. He was holding a pipe in his mouth, and the bleak autumn wind blew into his pipe, and the tobacco inside was burning violently, emitting a scarlet light. He looked at Hulk, who was almost in a coma, and a sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was General Thaddeus E. Ross. Hulk's nemesis. Ultron is conscientiously completing its assigned tasks every day and monitoring the entire Earth. Now, with the technology of Tianjian, it has been able to monitor 90% of the communication and video on the Earth, but during this time Ultron seems to be in trouble. The anomalies that appeared at the beginning were only abnormal fluctuations in the astronomical data found by the Tianjian satellite and the Starlink satellite, and there were phase fluctuations, but these were all very normal phenomena. Using conventional scientific and technological means to observe the universe and the Earth, some at times, it will receive interference from various ion currents, thus showing a wide range of data fluctuations. This is originally understandable. It is only necessary to continue to monitor and collect follow-up data, so as to eliminate the data with low confidence. But things quickly exceeded people's expectations. There were 5 abnormal phase fluctuations in a week, which made the relevant departments of the Tianjian Bureau increase their attention. Then, there are a lot of weird rumors on the Earth, and there seems to be no connection between them. For example, someone reported on the Earth that a car was driving smoothly on the road, but suddenly disappeared, and then from another road opened. For example, in an apartment somewhere, someone said that there was an abnormal gravity there, and he could reach the 4-meter-high ceiling with just a slight jump, although this Xiansheng quickly considered grandstanding, because the anomaly disappeared by the time the reporter arrived. Similar phenomena have also occurred in many places, as if the physical rules of the whole world have suddenly changed, but these changes cannot last for a long time, and often disappear when the reporter arrives. Also considered by many to be grandstanding rumors. However, these incidents still caught the attention of the Tianjian Bureau. Regarding the wonderful rumors circulating on the Earth, Tianjian agents will rush to the scene to conduct an investigation as soon as possible, except that some people who really want to be famous are rubbing the heat and making grandstanding. In addition to the rumors made up, the Tianjian agent who went to investigate also insisted that he had indeed discovered an unusual phenomenon, and in time they disappeared as a child. This attracted Jean's high attention, and all the signs indicated one thing, or the beginning of one thing: Juxing Lianzu. Asgard, Vaner, Vanerheim, Elfland, Midgard, Giants, Jotunheim, Dwarf, Helheim, Mist, Fulheim, the last is the flame country Muspelheim. These major kingdoms are attached to the Norse mythology world tree system. According to records, these 9 kingdoms will converge every 5,000 years and form a straight line. The barriers between dimensions will be weakened. The light and physical laws between them will collide with each other, and a very strange time will occur. If it is not handled well, it may directly destroy the 9 kingdoms. These are the records left by Sorcerer Supreme. Jean knew it a long time ago, but in fact, these records are not needed at all, and Jean also knows exactly what the events corresponding to Juxin Grenzu are. This is the beginning of the Thor 2 movie, and it also means that TIE Particles is about to hit the stage. Reality Gems Carrier. The Dark Elf Malekith who appeared in Thor 2 is not a particularly tricky role, but the existence of the Reality Gem has raised the level of things abruptly by several levels, especially the Dark Elves have the ability to control the method of TIE Particles. TIE Particles, just like Eye of Agamotto, has a whole set of control precautions, allowing users to exert more than 80% of the power of Reality Gem. After the 9-star series, the dimensional barriers between the 9 kingdoms will be weakened. If you use the dimensional shuttle, you can directly break the dimensional barriers and appear in the 9 kingdoms. Reality gem is undoubtedly the biggest variable in Thor 2, so Jean decided that this time the most critical part will be handled by himself, but the matter of celestial bodies gathering 9 stars in a row is also a very dangerous thing and cannot be ignored. Fortunately, Jean already has a candidate of his own. According to the British police, we came to Stonehenge in the United Kingdom. A seemingly normal tourist suddenly went crazy while visiting Stonehenge. He took off his clothes and held an antenna-like thing in his hand, streaking around Stonehenge, saying something like, "I'm saving you, when I say this." The news host couldn't help laughing. According to the latest news, the man who ran streaking has been confirmed to be the famous astrophysicist Professor Eric Selvig. In the picture on the holographic screen, there is an old white man with white flowers, holding a metal antenna, and running naked around Stonehenge. Behind him are several police officers 263 chasing him. It is very thoughtful to put a thick mosaic on the key parts of Professor Selvig, and the overall picture is like the police are chasing a fat pig. In the lounge, Wanda and Daisy looked at the picture on the holographic screen. "It's really pitiful, isn't it?" Daisy looked at the picture, her eyes crooked with laughter. "Yes, poor people need help," Wanda began. "No, we need his help." Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind them, and Jean came. "Where are the others?" "I don't know, maybe it's a vacation," Daisy responded. "Then you two go to England and bring Selvig back safely," Jean said calmly. "Protect him and bring him back, and then I will tell you how to save the world." 5. "Wait, are you serious?" Wanda raised her eyebrows and asked. Jean's face was blank. "Well, you're really serious. Guaranteed to complete the mission," Jean emphasized before leaving. "It's better not to make any mistakes while I'm away." Jane Foster didn't listen to what the handsome man was doing in front of her at all, and she didn't even taste the fish and chips in front of her. Apologetically expressed her intentions and cancelled this appointment. Until she got into the car, she even forgot the name of the man she had just had dinner with. In fact, thinking about it this way, she is indeed a little sorry for the gentleman just now. Since that incident, she has also tried to date many times. Those dating objects have different occupations and hobbies. For some reason, these dates were not very successful. The longest one so far was just 3 meals with a man. There are even a few men who are very much to her taste, but she just can't. She can't focus on it. Well, actually she seems to be stuck on that thing. What happened in New Mexico above? Sounds old-fashioned, doesn't it? A god from Norse mythology, lost his power and fell into the mortal world, and then had a relationship with a female physicist, and then everything that was supposed to happen happened, and finally that the goddess said that he would come back to see her, but after waiting for a year, he did not see the god coming back to her to visit her. On the contrary, Jane Foster had seen the god on TV before, and saw him in the Big Apple and those who were called Avengers to fight against aliens, but after that, they met by chance, and then after that, after she returned to the Earth, she did not keep her previous promise to come and visit her. After that incident, she had no news of her again. Sometimes she wondered if she was wishful thinking. The god originally had a playful attitude. How could a god marry an ordinary mortal woman? And in those days in New Mexico, Jane Foster felt unforgettable, but who could be sure that it was just a blip in the god's long years? This god is the eldest prince of the Asgard domain, His Royal Highness Thor. But now things seem to have taken a turn for the better. Some time ago, someone reported that an unusual physical phenomenon was found in a building. Jane Foster immediately brought her own intern, and the intern of the intern rushed to the abnormality place to investigate physical parameters. The three-dimensional space of that place seems to be broken, just like the bottom of the cola can was hollowed out by someone, and then connected to another space. Put a coin in it and you will find that the coin is sitting in the can and reciprocating. Movement is like entering a cycle. If this phenomenon just made her feel amazing sigh, then the experimental data that followed was like a bolt of lightning, hitting her already silent heart. Phase fluctuations. Exactly the same conditions as previously found in New Mexico. The readings when Thor arrived in New Mexico. Jane Foster couldn't explain the feeling in her body, but she felt as if she was reborn. She felt that every cell in her body was screaming, and adrenaline was flowing in her blood vessels. There was a raging fire in her eyes, and she seemed to have found the direction of her life again. At the moment, Jane Foster was holding a detector similar to that of Professor Selvig, and was carefully exploring the building. The uncleaned corridor looked a little eerie, and suddenly the detector in her hand sent out a harsh alarm sounded, and then she felt as if an invisible force bound all her limbs. She wanted to shout out, but found that she couldn't transmit the sound at all. It seemed that this space blocked the transmission of the sound. Then she felt an overwhelming force pull her closer to an unfamiliar space, and everything returned to normal. No, this is not normal at all. Jane Foster looked at the desolate world in front of her eyes and the faint roar in her ears. Her eyes were full of panic. She turned her head back. Her jaw almost dropped in surprise. There was still some dilapidated corridor behind her, and behind him was a lonely and dark land. The place where she is now is fierce. It seems to be on the edge of a cliff, and beside her is a bulge superimposed by 2 stones. In the gap between the superimposed stones, she can see a mass of red material jumping on. Somehow, she put her hand into the gap of the stone, and she didn't know why she did it. Shouldn't she just stay where she was and wait for rescue? The red substance seemed to have found someone's contact, and immediately adhered to Jane Foster's hand like a lump of ooze. She was taken aback by this general situation and hurriedly pulled her hand out of the gap. It's strange to say, as if she touched some mechanism, after her hand left the gap suddenly disappeared, and then she felt a sense of dizziness flooding her head, making her faint on the stone. After Jane Foster disappeared from the corridor for less than a fifth, a golden light appeared from the corridor, and the black armor appeared here, and the scarlet V-shaped a strange light flashed on the eyepiece. Give me enhanced vision and magic analysis. Jean began. In an instant, a large amount of data appeared in Jean's armor. After the calculation and judgment of the neural network, Jean's eyepiece flashed. The phase space here fluctuates violently, the dimensional barrier is very weak, and the end of the channel is connected to a different space. It seems that someone has come here before. Jean looked at the calculations in augmented vision and said softly, according to the calculation results, it should have been an adult woman who walked across to the winter just now. This is an ancient legend from the Asgard realm. Before history was created, the 9 realms were a place of dark chaos, where their unique people dark elves were bred. It is said that they were born in the initial darkness of the universe. It is said that they formed because they lived underground all the year round. A snow-white appearance. This legend is so old that it is only circulated in the records of Asgard, so that Odin, the all-powerful father, can't remember some of it. At that time, Odin had not yet sat on the throne of the Asgard domain. The ruler of the domain was Odin's father, King Bauer. At that time, the domain was far less powerful than it is now. According to the records in the book, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, tried to turn the 9 realms into a dark realm and return the world to chaos. In order to achieve this goal, they needed an ultimate weapon, TIE particles. The reason why TIE particles can help Malekith to complete his grand ideal is because TIE particles are the carrier of the 6 infinite primitive reality stones, which have the ability to easily change the reality and material structure, and in the Dark Elves. Among them, there is a method of manipulating TIE particles. As long as the TIE particles are used, Malekith can easily drag the 9 realms into the darkness and turn into chaos darkness, just like the Dark Elves were just born. Looks like. Fortunately, Malekith's conspiracy was foiled by King Bauer. King Bauer personally led the warriors of Asgard and the Dark Elves to fight to the death. After both sides paid a very heavy price, King Bauer personally the Asgard domain of the brush-collared Asgard got lucky and eliminated most of the Dark Elves. Malekith took the rest of his body and drove the spaceship to the depths of the universe. TIE particles were also captured by King Bauer. Originally, King Bauer wanted to completely destroy TIE particles, but because TIE particles were too powerful to be destroyed at all, King Bauer ordered to place TIE particles in a place where no one would find them, to ensure no one will find out that he exists. But the most interesting thing in the world is, but anything that is not sealed, abandoned, or sinked into the sea will one day be discovered by others and add a little excitement to the peaceful world. In the depths of the universe, a scarlet light suddenly lit up, and as time went on, the scarlet light became more and more face, and finally formed the shape of a cross. Through the scarlet light can be seen shining outside the metal light. This turned out to be an interstellar battleship. More and more scarlet lights lit up, as if an ancient giant that had been sleeping for tens of thousands of years had woken up. Finally, the core position of the battleship lit up, and the scarlet rays of light in other positions of the battleship seemed to be as for why things function the same. They all converge at the core of the battleship, the top cover is opened, and the light of an unknown fixed star in the distance shines into the spaceship. In the darkness, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The Dark Elf, Malekith, finally woke up after 5,000 years of slumber. The long sleep made him forget how to control his body. He disengaged the hibernation device, and staggered to sit up from the hibernation chamber. On the wall, through the huge amounts of portholes, you can see the rows of dormant bins in the battleship, which light up under the illumination of the fixed star, and the Dark Elves wake up from their dormancy. TIE particles awakened us. Malekith turned on the light of the whole ship, find TIE particles and gather with the help of celestial bodies, and our era will finally come. 39. Malekith's pale blue eyes shone with light, his voice was low and powerful. TIE particles appeared again, and their chance came. Creator, the energy that detected the phase fluctuation is weakening, and now the channel only allows a small amount of light and energy to penetrate, and it no longer has the ability to pass through matter. 35. In Jean's neural network, Skynet's voice sounded. I know. Jean received it calmly. The golden light lit up from his hand, and he inserted his hand into the space out of thin air, as if it was expanding the opening of a cave. A circular magic circle was slowly expanding with his movements, forcibly opened the entrance of the passage that is about to disappear. The passage is expected to last for 3 minutes, Creator. Skynet said, if you haven't come out in 3 minutes, you need to find another way out. I know. Jean stepped into the tunnel. The first thing that caught my eye was a desolate and lonely world. Jean saw at a glance the female doctor who had passed out on the ground. Jean walked to Jane Foster's side and turned on the scanning device. All of Jane Foster's materials appear. How's she doing? Jean asked. Creator, her body is a little weak, and her life force is rapidly draining. In her body, a very strange energy can be detected, which cannot match any known energy, and the life detection device in the armor cannot distinguish it. What kind of energy is this? The Red Queen's voice sounded. Ho, reality gem. Jean snorted lightly, looking at the red liquid that appeared in Jane Foster's body under the scan. Creator, what should we do now? The Red Queen asked. Take her back first. Jean carried Jane Foster back to Earth from the twisted space. When he left, it was clear that the sky was clear, but when he came back, the sky was already overcast, with lightning flashing in the sky, and the heavy rain fell on Jean's body. Skynet, does the UK weather forecast say rain today? Jean asked. Creator, to get news of any rain from the UK's official weather station, this rain is sudden and possibly unnatural. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered once or twice. The figure wrapped in the thunder descended unexpectedly, and when it landed, it caused a huge splash of water, and the red cloak soaked up the rain hung on the ground. The man appeared in front of Jean half-squatting. The person is the great Prince Thor of the Asgard domain. Thor stood up, his eyes locked on Jean, or Jane Foster, who was carried by Jean on his shoulders. He remembered who this person was, and he had seen this guy before him when he had just been exiled to Midgard by Odin. He was actually able to pick up his Mjolnir, and even fought a reckless move with his omnipotent father, who was in his mind. The most important thing is that he once stole his Mjolnir, and his father gave him another weapon. Suppressing the thoughts in his heart, Thor looked at Jane Foster who was carried by Jean on his shoulders. How is she? I can't die yet, but there are not many more worlds. Jean said. She was chosen to be the host by the TIE particles, and the TIE particles are consuming her vitality all the time. I need to take Jane back to Asgard. Thor stretched out his hand. Give her to me. There are means in the domain to cure him. Actually, you can't. Jean coldly refused. In Thor 2, Father Odin has clearly explained that only the purpose and function of TIE particles are recorded in the records of God's domain, but how to extract TIE particles from a person's body is not mentioned at all. So even Odin can't do anything about the TIE particles in Jane Foster's body. And according to the movie, Jane Foster came to the realm of the gods, attracted the attention of Malekith, the Dark Elves would attack Asgard, and Thor's mother Frigga would die because of it. And this should have been avoided. If you are really good for her, don't stop here. You can't save him, but I can. Jean's hand has already appeared golden light, ready to start the teleportation spell. Thor originally still carried the pride and arrogance of the Asgard people, or almost every Asgard person carried this kind of pride to a greater or lesser extent. The guy in front of him codenamed Black Devil showed a very strong side, but Thor was not idle these days. Thor's inflated Thor, coupled with his concern for Jane Foster, made him involuntarily smash his first-rate hammer on Jean. Jean turned slightly sideways, and the magic disc in his hand appeared, resisting Thor's attack. Are you serious? Jean looked at Thor, a scarlet light flashing in the V-shaped eyepieces. Jean put Jane Foster on the ground and looked at the excited Asgard man. Calm down, Asgard. Jean said nonchalantly, I don't want to fight you. I don't know if it's because Thor usually likes to use force to solve problems, or because of his girlfriend's presence for a few days, he is particularly unable to listen. The meteor hammer in his hand swung, and Roar whistled with thunder and lightning to Jean. Thor knew the true strength of the Black Devil in front of him, so this time he didn't hold back at all. The previous scene of the Black Devil fighting Odin was still lingering in his mind. For flowers. The next thing that made Thor's eyes widen happened. The meteor hammer that he threw out was easily picked up by the opponent's hand, and the black palm clasped the meteor hammer he threw out as if it was made of steel. Asgard people, there is no need for us to fight. Jean threw the meteor hammer on the ground like a garbage. Asgard can't save Dr. Foster, and walking with me is her best chance to be saved. When he said this, Jean after a pause, he continued, at the same time, it is also the best result for everyone. Then don't blame me for being rude, just teach you a lesson for Odin. Jean said indifferently. Although Jean can't be 100% sure, if Thor takes Jane Foster, then the plot will probably go the same way as in the movie. The result is that Thor loses his mother and Odin takes Jane Foster. Thor is imprisoned and waits for Malekith to come to the door. In order to save Jane Foster, Thor will release Loki from prison behind his own father, and then kill the Dark Elf who killed his mother with his own hands. Although they may have prevented the Dark Elves' plot, Odin also lost all of his divine powers under Loki's tricks and went to Earth, leading to the death of Odin in Thor, Ragnarok and the destruction of Asgard. Jean palmed the mana, and in Thor's horrified eyes, tiny cracks began to spread on his meteor hammer. But even if Jean wanted to say it, Thor, a person with strong limbs and a simple mind, would not believe it, and the battle just now had completely inspired Thor's nature, so this battle was unavoidable. By the way, after such a story is over, Asgard will send TIE particles to a funny person named Collector in the universe for safekeeping, and then finally get TIE particles, which is reality gem, easily by Thanos. Boom. The nursing home seemed to be in pieces like Lego bricks, with large pieces of debris flying around, causing a lot of smoke and dust. At this time, the calm old people before the scene finally woke up and started running around, and the guards finally reacted. Some people took out their guns and shot at the big guy in the smoke. But before a few shots were fired they were thrown like straw. Daisy was rolling on the ground, covered with dust. She and Wanda had just dealt with the poisonous snake released by Amora. Just when they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, they didn't expect this kind of change to happen again. The tall shadow came out from the thick smoke and dust, like an ancient general. The man had a big shoulder and a round waist, wearing a retro 280 armor, and a helmet on top of his head. Daisy was half squatting on the ground, only able to reach the other's knees. She felt that even if she stood up and straightened her waist, whether one's head can reach the other's stomach is still a question. The executioner, Amora's faithful servant, Lick, man, dog, arrived at the scene. Because of the tragic experience of being trapped by Aruse last time, the executioner's weapon, the guillotine, was unfortunately lost, and now he is holding 2 huge amounts of muskets, but the muskets in his hands and the firearms of modern countries are all not the same. It seems to be an old guy stolen from a certain studio. Definitely, these 2 muskets are definitely not common goods. These are the weapons that Amora carefully selected for the executioner. Not as good, but the power is also very great. It is worth mentioning that when the executioner received the gift that Amora carefully selected for him, his tears of excitement were about to fall. In Amora's view, this was just to enhance his own strength. The executioner raised the musket in his hand. Huge amounts of magical flames shot out from the muzzle of the musket, and every shot fired projectiles the size of artillery shells from the muzzle of the musket. Huge amounts of cannonballs smashed to the ground, making a deafening sound. Daisy deftly avoided the executioner's attack, and a powerful shock wave was released, smashing a nearby projectile into powder. Big man, I think your training muscles and your brain is full of muscles. Daisy sneered, and then flew forward, condensing a huge amount of shock energy beam in her hand, shrouding the executioner's body. Huge amounts of shock shattered all the armor on the executioner's body and the weapons in his hands, leaving only a small pair of pants for the executioner. Wow, it doesn't look like you are as burly as you are, Daisy said with a pun. When Daisy and the executioner were fighting fiercely, the 2 magicians also had an earth-shattering battle. The green and red energies were intertwined, and the explosive power directly destroyed everything around them. The human attack was shattered, and the roof trembled as if it was about to collapse. Little sister, you don't play magic like that. Today I will let you know how magic should be played. Amora looked at Wanda in front of her and said indifferently. The previous experience of fighting against Wanda was a shame in her life. She had already forgotten about Jean. In her opinion, Jean's strength is not something that Midgard people can achieve, and she was forced to scream by a Midgard magician. This is simply unmanageable. Several slender long swords were condensed from her magic power, and floated quietly beside her. The surrounding space seemed to be overwhelmed by the power released by those long swords, and began to twist, and then she gestured with a release. Gesture, those green long swords immediately pierced the air and shot towards Wanda's direction. 2 scarlet whips appeared in Wanda's hands, and the red whips hit the long sword, immediately turning the long sword into the most basic magic. Amora looked at Wanda in front of her with a dignified expression. The difficulty of this Midgard witch was far beyond her imagination. This Midgard witch was not only highly accomplished in hand-to-hand combat, but also showed that she was on par with herself. The magic air ability. How can that be? The crumbling roof finally couldn't resist the huge impact of the battle. It collapsed with a bang, and the executioner's hard head pierced the ceiling, but he was the only one who used such a brutal method, because the 4 people at the scene except for him, the other 3 have the ability to deal with the collapsed ceiling. In the smoke and dust, only red and green rays of light can be seen wanton intertwined, bursting out huge amounts of energy fluctuations, and the surrounding stones and broken tables and chairs are like the sharpest blades under the aftermath of the fight between the 2, flying all over the place. The steel pipe of a chair was inserted directly into the ear of the owner of a supermarket opposite, making his face turn pale with fright. Taking this opportunity, Amora withdrew from the battle. Executioner, let's go, Amora shouted. After the executioner who was still fighting against Daisy heard his master's roar call, he immediately abandoned Daisy and ran towards Amora. Amora raised her hands ready to cast spells. Green energy permeated them. She looked at Wanda with an inexplicable smile. Little witch, I look forward to meeting you next time. 3.4. And many more. Wanda's scarlet whip swept past, but it was a step too late. Amora and the executioner had disappeared in the dark green light. Well, we didn't catch him, but we kept Professor Selvig, didn't we? Daisy came over and said. Professor. Wanda was startled, and immediately ran to the room where the professor stayed. Looking at the empty room, the 2 glanced at each other a little dully. Well, it looks like we screwed up, right? Daisy asked. It seems, that's it. Then what shall we do? How would I know? Wanda said weakly. At the moment, renowned astrophysicist Professor Eric Selvig is standing in front of a blackboard full of strange symbols, holding a book in his left hand and a stolen one in his right. Leather shoes, spitting up and explaining his scientific ideas to people. Our world experiences a 9-star rendezvous every 5,000 years. Dr. Selvig gestured, and he picked up the book and leather shoes in his hand. Look, the meaning of the 9-star rendezvous is as simple as that. 9A world is arranged in a column in which very terrifying things can happen. 35. Saying that, Dr. Selvig patted the leather shoe in his hand on the book, leaving a dark shoe print on it, and the suspicious substance stuck on the sole of the shoe also stood on the book. Imagine what would happen if these 9 worlds collided with each other, as I just demonstrated. Dr. Selvig said excitedly, the collision of world and world is not the book and the book in my hand. The collision of leather shoes, when the 9 worlds collide, all the light, gravity, and even matter in the world will be squeezed into the other world, which will be a devastating blow to the other world. Shaking his head, he threw the leather shoes and books in his hands on the ground, then took out 2 markers from nowhere and began to gesture. However, if I use my gravity stabilizer to stabilize our world, then the misfortune of Juxing Lianzo will pass us by. It's really a good idea, isn't it? 35. The old men in the audience should play cards, and they should walk around, and there is even an old man standing in the corner of the wall, watering the flowers with a comfortable face. However, some people actually applauded for his wonderful speech. Professor Selvig looked at the lady who seemed to have suddenly appeared in the room with some surprise. Her slender and amazing legs were casually placed on the table, showing an amazing degree of extension, and her beautiful long hair was playful. On her shoulders, there was a face that seemed to make Angel feel ashamed, and Dr. Selvig blushed. This posture alone made Professor Selvig unbearable. Who are you? Professor Selvig raised his eyebrows and asked. Amora, just call me Amora. The woman stood up from the chair, and then walked towards Selvig without anyone else. The professor was surprised to find that it seemed that no one else could see the woman at all. The guards around were still chatting happily there. I haven't seen this woman. The woman stood in front of Professor Selvig, and at the moment he could smell the mailbox on the woman opposite him. Professor Selvig, you are welcome to join us. The woman smiled tenderly, and a green light flashed from her hand. This feeling made Professor Selvig feel very bad. He seemed to sound something. He had been invited to study Tesseract by Shield. The scepter directly controlled him. Although the woman in front of him didn't have a scepter, the feeling it gave him was exactly the same. You. Who are you? What do you want to do? Professor Selvig asked in a panic. Ha ha ha, Professor, I just want to ask you to do me a favor. The 35-year-old woman said with a smile. I believe you must like this job very much. 35. The green rays of light flooded towards Professor Selvig, and he felt that he had nowhere to escape in front of this green. Those green rays of light poured into Professor Selvig's facial features as if consciously. Professor Selvig took a few steps forward sluggishly, and the light in his eyes dissipated. Suddenly, an invisible shock wave interrupted Amora's spellcasting, and Professor Selvig shook his head and returned to normal. It's really shameful to think of a bad woman like you, fooling others by scratching your head. Daisy didn't know when she appeared in the room, and she looked at Amora with contempt in her eyes. It's you? Amora looked at Daisy who suddenly appeared, her face almost freezing to ice. Not only her, but also me? Wanda appeared at the door of the room, with amazing origin magic power brewing in her hands, which seemed to be able to be released at any time. It's you? Amora gritted her teeth and said, she still can't forget the scene when she was designed to plot against the Midgard witch in front of her. How could there be such a strange magician in this world, relying on hand-to-hand combat almost cut himself off his horse? Yes, it's me, do you miss me? A bright smile appeared on Wanda's face. You are courting death. A huge wave of magic power erupted from Amora's body, old and new hatred mixed together. She could not wait to throw these two people who always interfered with her into the Nepalese and Davali's stinking dwarf furnaces. Then see if you have the ability. Daisy said defiantly. The shock wave erupted from her body, and the sawdust and paper scraps swept the ground to form a tornado that rushed towards Amora. Amora's body lightly avoided Daisy's attack, and at the same time, the green magic power that appeared on her body formed small snakes, which quickly attacked in the direction of Wanda and Daisy. The little green snake has cold eyes and spit out cold cores, and no one wants to be bitten by them. Wanda slowly opened the communication interface, and her finger stayed on the connected button for a while. At the end, she thought about how to explain this matter to the boss, and then she gritted her teeth and drove herself. The on button was pressed. The signal was sent, the communication was connected, and Jean quickly appeared on the other end of the communicator. Did Professor Selvig bring it back? Jean asked. No. Wanda said a little dejectedly, we screwed things up. Wanda briefly described her encounter with Daisy, including the intervention of Amora and her servant, the executioner, and finally the disappearance of the professor. It's all my fault, I'm sorry. Wanda lowered her head, like a primary school student who had done something wrong. If we could be more careful and pay more attention, we could have brought Professor Selvig to the comeback. Wanda said apologetically. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered after listening, not out of anger at the two's failure in their mission, but out of curiosity. Amora and the executioner are also eyeing Professor Selvig. Could it be that the two of them are also very interested in Juxing Grenzu? Or it was the person standing behind them who was interested in Juxing Lianzu? Ever since Amora ran away from the barrier she set up, or that the barrier has residual energy very similar to Odin, Jean has been very concerned about the person behind her, and it is very likely that what Amora is doing now everything is directed by the man behind the scenes. And it is conceivable that the arrogant witch from the Asgard domain joined Baron Zema's small group, and after the small group failed, it seemed as if it disappeared from the earth. This kind of thing is very arrogant. The Asgard people of her are absolutely unreasonable, so there is only one reasonable explanation, that is, Amora has been hiding in the dark to find opportunities under the signal of the person behind her. Now, the time should have come, and Professor Selvig should be one of the key figures in this 9-star Ranjo. I see. I don't blame you for this. I didn't expect Amora to interfere. It seems to be more complicated than I expected. These are not your faults. Jean calmed down, said. Indeed, the progress of things was a bit unexpected. He sent Wanda and Daisy to protect Professor Selvig, in order to protect them from being attacked by dark elves. In terms of their strength, it should be more than enough to deal with those dark elves. However, the appearance of Amora was a variable that directly thwarted Jean's plan. But what needs to be done is still to be done. Wanda, assemble the team. Jean said flatly, let those who are on vacation come back, and then you are the leader of this operation. You can find a way to find the Witch of God's domain for me, and then take Professor Selvig. Rescued. Okay, wait. Wanda's face was full of surprise, and then she pointed to herself. You said, let me be the commander of this operation? She originally thought that for things like this, it should be the boss who would go out in person. Usually, things like this that involve the safety of the world were usually done by the boss in person. Yes, I'm right. Jean's eyes seemed to be able to see through the bottom of Wanda's heart. This time the task is very arduous. The 9-star series or the gathering of the 9 kingdoms is not such a simple thing. To put it simply, if we ignore it, our world will perish. After listening to Jean's words, Wanda felt the importance of this matter. Since the boss asked them to bring Professor Selvig back, she should have thought of it. I say this to let you know the importance of this matter. Jean paused and continued, I believe in you, little witch, you have the ability to handle this matter well. 39. Wanda was a little suffocated. She didn't know if she could handle this matter well. Boss, I mean, since the matter is so critical, isn't it? It would be better for you to handle it yourself. Wanda said hesitantly. No, I have other things to do and may be away from Earth for a while. Jean said calmly. Oh, then, well, Wanda said. Wanda never felt that she trusted Jean so much, as if she could feel at ease as long as Jean was by her side. It felt like no matter what she was doing, she knew that somewhere in the air, there will always be someone watching you quietly. No matter what kind of trouble you cause or what kind of powerful enemy you encounter, Jean always has a way to solve it. Because he is omnipotent, he can do anything well, solve any problem, and even if God comes, he can clearly arrange God. This is why Wanda was surprised when she heard that Jean was going to leave the Earth for a while, but she quickly suppressed the surprise in her heart, because she was in the Tianjian game, just to sharing the pressure for Jean and handling the crisis. I am no longer the chick waiting to be fed. After the communication was over, Jean put her eyes on Dr. Jane Foster lying flat on the bed, and the complex and sophisticated instruments were constantly scanning her body. What's the news? Jean asked. TIE particles has been completely integrated with Miss Jane Foster's body. Any strong separation method may lead to a strong counterattack of TIE particles. The Red Queen's voice sounded. Oh, is it? Well, I have a method here that doesn't count as a method, and I know who can separate it. 35. Skynet, call up the manufacturing drawings of the dimensional shuttle. We have work to do. Wait. Jessica interrupted Wanda's words, and then asked with a look of confusion, what did you just say? All the people present turned their eyes to Wanda's side, and the meaning in their eyes seemed to be saying, you are teasing me. It's like this. Wanda recounted all the conversations between Jean and himself. Simply put, we are now facing a spectacle called Juxin Grenzo. Originally, there is no fuss about these, but the world we live in, it's not that simple. In Norse mythology, the 9 stars are the 9 kingdoms in Norse mythology. When they are close to each other, many strange phenomena will occur, including but not limited to gravity anomalies, objects, squeeze, light penetration, etc. So, you mean our world is about to end? Mandarin asked, frowning. Yes, that's right. Wanda nodded. Only then did everyone suddenly realize the 280 expression, revealing a pair of is it just the destruction of the world? You can just say no earlier. Daisy put her hand on the table and said, then do we have any plans? With a wave of Wanda's hand, a holographic screen appeared in front of everyone, showing the images of 3 people, Amora, the Executioner, and Professor Selvig. The 3 of them are Amora, the Executioner, and Professor Selvig, and Professor Selvig is the target of our mission this time. When Daisy and I went to perform the mission, the witch from God's domain Mora and her servant the Executioner took the lead and kidnapped Dr. Selvig, and our mission is to bring Professor Selvig back, and then save the planet as he says. 39. Eddie Brooke saw the image of Amora on the screen, let out a long sigh, and then turned his head over, making himself appear not to be tempted by the witch at all. Today, hey buddy, you're having an arrhythmia, Eddie's buddy Venom said ill-timed. To shut up. Our first task now is to rescue Professor Selvig, so we must first find the traces of Amora or the Executioner, if any of you have any good ideas to come up with. Wanda continued. Mr. Mason should have a solution, Spider-Man said. He's not on Earth these days, so it's all up to us, Wanda said. After Spider-Man heard it, he called out and the reaction was exactly the same as that of Wanda at the beginning. Then let's use Ultron and let him find their traces from the global network. Captain Umbrella raised his eyebrows and asked. Witches will definitely not be discovered by human surveillance. Captain Umbrella's proposal was immediately rejected by his good brother Mandarin. I think we should start with the witch's purpose and see what purpose she has. If we knew what the purpose of her abduction of Dr. Selvig was, we would not be discussing it here now, Lua Winter Soldier said succinctly. Suddenly, Wanda seemed to have thought of something, and she said calmly in the midst of everyone's discussion, wait, everyone, I seem to have a solution. Everyone stopped their discussions and looked at Wanda eagerly. So many people looked at him at once. Wanda was still a little uncomfortable. When I played against Amora, she had the remnants of my mixed magic on her body. We can follow origin magic powers. The breath finds traces of Amora. 99. Daisy jumped up, as if she had solved some century problem by herself. We can ask Skynet, the Red Queen or Ultron to write a program for us to use the magic amplifier in space to search for chaos on Earth except Wanda. The trail of magic, and then we can just follow the breadcrumbs to the two old witches. Yes, that's right. Wanda and Roar jumped for joy. Then what are we waiting for? When Stark saw the Avenger who was wearing a meteor hammer, wearing a wind-pulling armor and a red cape on his back, landing lightly on the floor-to-ceiling window, he couldn't believe his eyes, because it was him. When I first discovered that this powerful Avenger was coming, there was no rain or thunder in the sky. Thor fluttered in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, and even knocked on the window very politely. He didn't look like himself. Stark opened the floor-to-ceiling windows and let Thor in, then he looked suspiciously at the Asgard man with a somewhat lost expression. You know, there is an identification system in the Avengers building. As long as you walk through the main door, you can enter. Thor didn't answer, which made Stark's heart even more suspicious. Now Thor's performance doesn't look like himself. According to his impression, every time Thor's appearance, he will pull the wind to the extreme. There is no rain or thunder in the air. To set off Thor's ability, according to his previous performance, even if he fell near the floor-to-ceiling window, he should kick the expensive floor-to-ceiling window with a bold kick, and then boldly say something like, "Long time no see, Tony. What the hell are you doing, man?" Stark asked. Thor shook his head with a wry smile. He failed to protect his girlfriend, and at the same time made the powerful Midgard man unable to find the north, and now his meteor hammer is still covered with cracks. But all of this, compared with the problems he is facing now, is simply not worth mentioning, which is why he came to the Avengers building. "Tony, I need your help. I find that I don't seem to go back to Asgard." Stark looked at Thor's depressed face with a "you're teasing me" expression, and he didn't seem to be joking when he looked at Thor's face, and with Thor's abnormal performance today, he already believed this statement in his heart. "Wait, you mean, you can't go home? It's like you're lost, don't you?" Thor nodded sullenly. It stands to reason that Asgard people enter and leave the realm of the gods by relying on a device called Bifrost to achieve shuttle in the universe. From Stark's point of view, this is a very advanced space-jumping technology. When Bifrost was activated, the barriers of this world will be weakened, and Bifrost will use his unique energy to bring passengers to that place. However, Thor has always believed that this is a kind of magic, which is fundamentally different from the technology on Earth. Heimdall, the guardian of Bifrost in the divine domain, holds the divine sword that can open Bifrost. Anyone who wants to enter or leave Asgard must obtain her consent. He is originally loyal to the royal family of Asgard, and at the same time has a very good personal relationship with Thor, because he has the ability to penetrate the eyes of the perception of all things in the 9 realms. Heimdall can hear Roar calling his name from any person in the 9 realms, then screen them out, and finally turn on Bifrost. Sounds a lot like an AI with a monitoring function, doesn't it? Definitely, this system has its own drawbacks. That is, Heimdall is not omnipotent, at least his force value is not so superb, and sometimes he will be blocked by the enemy. In that case the passage to and from Asgard will fail, just like now. So, this system looks not working anymore. Heimdall paid special attention to my roar call. 27 Thor said, but Heimdall did not respond to my roar call during this time, so there is only one possibility, that something happened in the realm of the gods. Stark took a step back slightly, because only in this way can he talk to Thor more naturally, because Thor is really too tall. Couldn't it be that he is too short? "So, you want me to help you go back?" Stark asked. Thor nodded heavily. "Oh, it's really a new thing. When we communicated last time, you were still so disdainful of Earth's technology. How have you changed your mind now?" Thor's face was a little ugly. He instinctively felt that something had happened in God's domain. Now he can only ask for the help of his teammates, the Avengers on Earth, but he really doesn't like the technology on Earth. Maybe because it must be dealing with a bizarre thing that came out of the laboratory. Looking at Thor's expression, Stark smiled and patted his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, okay, I'm joking with you. Now let me show you a big baby." Then Stark took Thor to his laboratory walk among them. Thor felt that he had descended 50 meters, but still didn't see what Stark called the laboratory, but he could see that the surrounding walls were getting thicker and thicker. "Ha ha ha, how is it? Does this place look solid?" Stark asked with a smile. "After learning from Hulk's lessons before, I fully upgraded the Avengers building, and now the building can withstand the power of 3 Hulks, then my lab won't suffer 5. Thor smiled politely. He didn't want to listen to Stark's useless life now, he just wanted to know if Stark could help him return to the realm of the gods. "I was very interested in this technology after you showed us how Bifrost works, so I researched him." Stark waved his hand, and a holographic screen rose in front of the two of them. Above it shows the symbol that makes Thor's head bigger, so I scanned Bifrost's energy fluctuations, and then used Bifrost's energy to locate Asgard, and I found that Asgard originally had a certain connection with the Earth, or the 9 realms as you say are related to each other. There is a connection between them 9. ###pound. The 9 kingdoms were originally in the world tree. "Okay, I think I've read a lot." Stark interrupted Thor, waving his hand. "Those unfounded myths don't work for me. Only clear evidence works for me, just like what I'm doing now. According to the analysis I found that there is a connection point between the 9 worlds, and the Earth we are in is the center of this connection point, which gave me an idea that one can cross the dimensional barriers, the way to come to another world." With that said, Stark's hand tapped on the holographic screen, and then the ground in front of the two of them began to slowly shapeshift, revealing the huge and hideous machine inside. "Thank you very much, my friend," Thor said heavily. Stark smugly introduces Thor to his latest invention, as if he's holding another launch now. Thor looked at the machine in front of him with disbelief on his face. He looked at it carefully, as if he wanted to see if the big guy had such strength. Okay, don't stare. I'll scan the weakest part of the barrier with satellites during this time, and then you can go home. It won't take a few days. Stark said with a shrug. However, the only audience at the press conference looked suspiciously at the huge amounts of machine underneath, with a distrustful expression on his face. You mean, this big steel guy can play the same role as the Rainbow Door? Point 0. Now, let me introduce to you. Hey, old man, don't look at me like this. Stark said unhappily. Trust me, this machine will definitely be able to penetrate the dimensional barrier. He just needs enough energy, and at the same time I have to find one of the weakest places where the Earth and Asgard overlap, and then you go in from one side and come out from the other side. To stand on the land of Asgard. According to the design drawings of the dimensional shuttle left by Victor von Doom, under the action of a large number of mechanical arms, a brand new dimensional shuttle has been produced in just 2 hours. After a short test run, the Dimension Shuttle worked fine and was ready to start at any time. Dr. Jane Foster's current physical condition is very bad. TIE particles are constantly absorbing her vitality and sending certain fluctuations to the outside world. Jean judges that there is a connection between the Dark Elves and TIE particles. Otherwise, in the movie, the beginning of TIE particles will not wake up those Dark Elves that have been sleeping for 5,000 years after the activation of TIE particles. Jean judged that those Dark Elves could determine the location of TIE particles through the 280 waves emitted by TIE particles, and it turned out that his inference was correct, because he traced the location of those Dark Elves through reverse engineering. The dimensional shuttle began to start, and the huge energy was transported into it for the first time, and the space above the dimensional shuttle began to gradually distort, and finally a black crack was formed, and the cold and bone-chilling breath came out from it. Dark World. Creator, I suggest you to be on the safe side. 35. Skynet's voice of concern sounded. At least you need to do a few more sets of tests. 35. The test is enough, Skynet, Jean said quietly. Sometimes you need to be bold and take your steps. Jean picked up the fainted female doctor and walked towards the black crack step by step. Skynet, help me guard this crack. If I don't come back after 3 days, destroy the circle and I will use other methods to come back. 35. Jean said flatly, as if what he was about to face was not in control. The Dark Elves of TIE particles, but went out on vacation. Dr. Foster, it's time to wake up. 9. Jane Foster was awakened by Jean's voice. She opened her eyes in a drowsy state. Her consciousness was confused, as if she had slept for a full 100 years. Seeing the dark armor above her head and the scarlet V-shaped eyepiece, she took a step back subconsciously while sitting on the ground. The surrounding area is full of desolate and strange stones, and the surrounding is dark, and it seems that I have come to a dark world. Dr. Foster, if I were you, I would be closer, because this place is not as safe as you think. Jean said coldly. Who are you? Where is this now? Jane Foster wanted to stand up and question the person in front of her, but when her buttocks just hit the ground, the powerlessness of her body made her sit back again, as if her whole body's strength is being hollowed out, and she has no strength at all. TIE particles are in your body, which is one of the most dangerous substances in the universe, and now it is devouring your life force all the time, so you feel so weak. Jean said flatly, consider when it comes to our next thing, I advise you best. Who the hell are you, and where are we? Before Jane Foster could finish speaking, she could hear a sound that seemed to be a weapon recharging, and then a blue beam of light brushed against her. The hair rushed to the back of her head, and then she heard a miserable howl. She hugged her head subconsciously and let out a scream. She could feel her hair as if it was burnt. This is Vathium, the home of the Dark Elves, and the old enemy of Asgard. We are here to help you get the TIE particles out of your body, Jean said indifferently. I killed a Dark Elf just now, so I told you to be careful. Jean paused, then the V-shaped eyepiece flickered. Otherwise you won't end up better than the Dark Elf just now. Go. Jane Foster looked around and found that the two of them were about to be surrounded by the Dark Elves in the mouth of the Dark Guy. Those Dark Elves were thin and pale, and they seemed to be vampires in ancient mythology. Their faces wearing a hideous mask, the blood-red eyes flashed a killing light behind the mask. Some people are still holding creatures like giant wolves. Those giant waves are also thin, mottled fur randomly covers their bodies, and viscous liquid drips from their sharp teeth, as if they have not eaten for a long time. There was a low growl in their throats. After Jane Foster understood her situation, she hurriedly ran to Jean's feet. Compared with those strange alien creatures, this person by her side was obviously more able to bring people a sense of security. Apart from that weird armor, at least he looks like a 3.4 Earthling, doesn't he? Jean's body shone with blue light, the palm cannon in his hand lit up slightly, and the golden-yellow magic disc in his right hand appeared. His V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, watching him and Foster those dark elves surrounded by doctors. A azure blue light emanated from Jean's palm, and a dark elf eager to try disappeared to the ground without even letting out a scream. So, who on earth would you like to be next? The Dark Elves surrounding Jean looked at each other, and immediately roared at Jean and Dr. Foster. Professor Selvig has adjusted his phase device, and connected the device with the huge coffin-like thing placed in the center of the courtyard with thick pipes. Endless ice energy emanated from the phase device, as if Roar could freeze in one breath. That coffin-like thing is the ancient ice coffin, the artifact of the giants of Jotunheim family. This divine artifact contains huge amounts of energy, and under the control of the holder, it can emit a large amount of ice, and its power is even enough to trigger an ice age in an area. In 965 AD, the Jotunheim giants of Jotunheim tried to invade other worlds, fought a decisive battle with the Asgard army led by Odin on Earth, and used the ancient winter coffin to plunge the Earth into an ice age. This disaster was not recorded in human history, but was spread in the form of myths. In the decisive battle on Earth, Odin easily slaughtered a large number of giants of Jotunheim, but he was also blinded in the right eye by a sneak attack by 23 giants of Jotunheim Wang Leo Fi. In the end, although Asgard paid a terrible price, Odin was victorious, Luffy was defeated, and the ancient winter coffin, the source of energy for the giants of Jotunheim, was taken by Asgard. And at the moment, the ancient ice coffin that once caused the ice age on the Earth appeared on the Earth again, and it still looked malicious. The semicircular shield wraps the phase device and the ancient ice coffin inside it, so that the icy energy inside will not leak too much, but even so, Professor Selvig has to wear thick clothes. After operating it on a simple console, he raised his head and said, "It's basically done, and there are still 3 minutes to go. Then just press this switch and you can complete the rest of the task." Amora laughed softly, her charm skills are still so powerful. Professor Selvig has completely become her own person under her own charm, and the whole person seems to have changed into a person. Yes, willingly doing things for Amora. At the moment they hid in a dilapidated castle, which seems to have been abandoned for a long time. The city walls have begun to fall off on a large scale, and the mottled ground tells the glory of the castle once. The executioner jumped down from a high wall not far away, and made a gesture to Amora. "These damned people are here again." Amora frowned displeasedly. "Just this time, we can get rid of them all at once." Huge amounts of eagle fighters slowly landed on an open space in the castle, and Wanda led the members of the Blade Squad and jumped out of the plane. Ultron wrote a tracking program for Wanda and the others, allowing them to track the chaos breath on Amora. They followed all the way and finally came here. In a dilapidated castle, they saw Amora and her most faithful servant, Licking Dog, Executioner. Amora looked at Wanda flatly, and asked with a smile, "Are you following people? You just want to see me, but unfortunately I'm not interested in you." "Oh, you're not interested in us, but I can dream of you every day," Wanda responded. Amora's eyes swept over Wanda and the other members of the Blade Squad, and then laughed. "It seems that this time your powerful leader is not here." Her eyes narrowed. "Oh, this can be it's really unfortunate news for you." "That's not the case from my point of view, because we have 8 people and you only have 2. Wanda gestured to Amora with a shooting gesture. "So now, General, you have lost." After Thor repeated similar words for the 800th time, Stark finally got impatient. He put down his work. "Hey, I said old man, can you just stay quiet for a while? This is very advanced technology. No as simple as smashing a few people's heads with a meteor hammer. 39. They are now in a wilderness. According to the scanning results of Stark's industrial satellites and Stark's calculations, he has roughly positioned Asgard and the intersection of the Earth and the weakest coordinates in this place, and now he is carrying out the coordinate position. The final fix, if nothing else, Thor will be back in Asgard in 3 minutes. Thor carried his meteor hammer irritably around a wasteland, like an old father waiting for his child to be born outside the operating room. "Now, there are more people who are me." The witch giggled. "Absolutely no problem." Stark's steel battlesuit stood beside the 2 of them in a vigilant state, while the owner of the steel battlesuit was busy beside a huge machine, answering Thor from time to time, such as "Is it okay?" For a long time, "Is it okay?" and Stark responded very perfunctorily, "It's coming soon and immediately." 293. The witch giggled, she raised her hand, and a huge amount of beasts came out from nowhere, and behind her was a dense array of beasts, like an army surrounding them. To Stark's surprise, Thor actually sat down on a large rock beside him, and then began to study his meteor hammer, as if there were some mysterious secrets in it. The next few minutes. Among them, Thor's whole body is like a head, and Roar doesn't dare to make a sound, for fear of disturbing Stark, who is assembling the machine. As the spectacle of the convergence of 9-star celestial bodies is about to happen, the barriers between Asgard and the Earth have reached the weakest point in 5,000 years. The trip is very much looking forward to. If the plan goes well, today will definitely be a big day to remember. Tony. Thor finally spoke up after being silent for a long time. "I said, it's not here yet." Stark said impatiently. No, I'm not urging you, but When he said this, Thor subconsciously looked at his meteor hammer, as if something interesting was happening on it. "I just wanted to say, feel sorry." Stark froze for a moment, then stopped what he was doing. "Don't tell me that you broke something in the Avengers building." "God, I shouldn't have put that limited edition sports car in the Avengers building." Stark said desperately. No, old man, I just want to express my sincerity. I was indeed a little too arrogant before, which may be the reason why I have been fascinated by my ears and eyes since I was a child. In the depths of my heart, I have always thought that people from God's domain are more arrogant than others. Midgard people are more powerful, and this prejudice has led me to be self-centered and not listening to other people's advice, which is not right," Thor said in a low voice. Stark looked at Thor, who confessed his heart like a stranger. He even wanted to touch the forehead of the eldest prince of the Asgard domain to see if he had a fever, and burned his head. What happened to him today? Since he landed on his floor-to-ceiling window and knocked on the window politely, there was a strange aura, and then Thor's actions verified his conjecture. He was wrong today. His usual domineering aura suddenly disappeared, as if, being beaten up by someone stinky. Glad, you can recognize the problem. Stark said after a long time. Especially to you, Tony. I've always thought that technology on Earth is not worthy of comparison with magic, but the truth is that technology and magic stone can be compared. You are a wise person. Thank you very much for providing help. Stop it. Stark hurriedly stopped Thor's behavior. Although he usually doesn't mind others praising him, it always feels weird to say such words from Thor's mouth. Thor continues to say this. He might doubt life. After one last fiddle next to the huge amounts of machines, Stark looked at his masterpiece and nodded. It should be all right now. Now we need huge amounts of energy. Saying that, Stark pointed to the two huge amounts of slots in the back together. It's up to you now, buddy. Thor raised the meteor hammer in his hand high. The huge power of the thunder and lightning immediately condensed from the sky, and then gathered on the meteor hammer in Thor's hand. Then he shouted. The huge power of the thunder and lightning immediately poured down the meteor hammer to the one that Stark had just completed. It worked. The machine started up. The huge machine started up, and created a huge amount of black hole in front of the two of them. Through the black hole, Thor could vaguely see the spire of Asgard, and then colorful rays of light came from it. Gushing out, huge amounts of suction emerged from the black hole, as if there was a huge amount of giants sucking desperately on the other side of the black hole. And Wanda, on the other hand, was against his old rival, Amora. Because of the 9 stars, the barriers between dimensions and worlds have become very weak, so Amora can easily summon monsters in various worlds. Daisy released her own shock energy and kept destroying the monsters that rushed towards her. After those monsters touched Daisy's shock energy, they immediately began to smash under the powerful shock, and they didn't even know it happened. Whatever, your body disappears. Captain Umbrella and Mandarin have become a battlefield reaper. Mandarin has exerted the power of the 10 commandments to the limit. With a wave of his hand, a large number of monsters will be frozen, burned, and crushed by gravity. He alone is a reaper on the battlefield. And the Umbrella captain relied on his physical quality to be able to tough Hulk through the battlefield recklessly. Any route he passed, no monsters could survive, and the shield in his hand became the deadliest weapon for civilians. A fierce battle broke out in the dilapidated castle, and Wanda led the Blade Squad to fight against the monsters summoned by Amora. Strange to say, Jessica and Venom, who are obviously the worst to deal with, are so tacit when they cooperate on the battlefield. Quicksilver quickly shuttled in the center of the monster, holding a dagger condensed by energy in his hand. With the powerful speed, the dagger easily broke through the flesh of those monsters and directly into their bodies. Winter Soldier relied on his superb physical skills and advanced rifle in his hand. Scarlet energy beams were continuously ejected from the rifle, and every time he fired, he would take away a large number of monsters. Jessica and Venom are very good to cooperate in the battlefield. Our detective Jessica relies on his own strange power, and there are back and forth with those monsters who can only rely on power. Venom is backed by Jessica. With his strong body, Liao Nyohao, and his terrifying and disgusting moves, he easily eliminated the monsters that rushed towards him. Not only was it successful, but the power of the instrument was far beyond Stark's imagination. The huge amounts of black hole sucked him and Thor directly into it, and then the black hole disappeared, leaving only the smoking machine. Little witch from Midgard, you won't have such good luck this time. Amora looked at Wanda opposite and giggled. Interesting. Wanda said with a cold expression, I just think so too. Strictly speaking, this is the 3rd time that Wanda and Amora have fought each other. In the first fight, Wanda won an overwhelming victory, and the witch finally fled, and it was precisely because of that defeat. Lost, Amora has been brooding about this matter and wants to find a way back. When they fought for the 2nd time, the battle between the two mainly revolved around Professor Selvig. Although it seemed that Wanda had the upper hand, Professor Selvig was taken away by Amora in the end. Amora had the upper hand. So this time, both sides can't help taking it as the last time they confront each other. It is destined that this time either you will die or I will die. In the first 2 confrontations, Wanda already knew that there was still a big gap between the meticulousness of the magic competition and the old witch who didn't know how many years she had lived, so Wanda turned her chaos magic into a weapon, and then quickly approaching Amora. In the first battle, Amora had already suffered a loss from 293 Wanda, and was overwhelmed by Wanda's close magician routine. If there was no help from the executioner at that time, she might have suffered a big loss, so she was very early, just in case of Wanda's close attack. This time, she has learned to be smart. She cautiously maintains a distance from Wanda. As soon as she sees a tendency to come over, she immediately pulls away. At the same time, she releases various spells to block Wanda's attack and organize Wanda's close attack. Desire. The two witches chased each other. They hit the sky from the ground. Green and red light intertwined and flashed in the air. Amora used her most profound magic to attack Wanda, but Wanda used origin magic power cleverly resolved, but the distance between the two people is too far away, and Wanda's long-range attack method is beyond the reach of the whip, and Wanda really can't help her for a while. The green and red rays of light turned into 2 bands of light, and they shuttled freely over the castle. Then they landed on the ground and returned to the castle. Wanda found an opportunity and the chaos magic in her hand condensed. It became a long knife, and then slashed at Amora's lower abdomen. But there was no blood, no screams, and the feeling in his hand let Wanda know that he was fooled. After the vivid Amora in front of him was attacked by Wanda, he immediately turned into a thick green smoke and rushed towards Wanda. Wanda's pupils shrank, and the chaos magic on his body burst out immediately, forming a circular eggshell shield to wrap himself in it, and the green smoke hit Wanda's shield, smashing the shield into a big hole. Amora, who didn't know when to move behind Wanda, looked at the intact Wanda, and couldn't help but pouted. It's really a difficult little girl. To each other. Wanda turned around and looked at Amora and said. Suddenly, everyone present couldn't help but stop the battle in their hands, because they felt a powerful energy fluctuation, and when they looked back, a blue beam of light was launched from the castle, shot straight into the sky, and pierced the sky. I don't know if it was an illusion or what, everyone felt that the sky seemed to be pierced, and a large number of cracks were produced. The cold air began to spread around, the temperature of the surrounding air was dropping rapidly, and the Umbrella captain found that the air from roar had turned into frost. Day, what do you want to do? Wanda asked loudly, frowning at the blue beam of light soaring into the sky. That's why you took Professor Selvig away. Since you want to know so much, I may as well tell you. Amora stuck her waist, and said with a charming smile, you know, long ago, time was older than Midgard. Asgard has a long history. This world is a dark piece of chaos. There is no light in the 9 kingdoms, and it is a completely dark world. Then the 9 realms were separated, stretched by the tree of life, and gave birth to their own life forms. In this process, we call Midgard, or the land under your feet. Mora pointed to his feet. He is at the center of the entire world tree. In other words, it is the position of the heart when the 9 kingdoms have not yet separated. And what I want to do today. Amora curled her long golden hair with her fingers. What I want to do today is to restore the world to the way it was before, to the time when the 9 kingdoms were not separated. Look like, let them regroup, synthesis a new continent. This makes it easier to govern. 39. The 9 realms are in one. Are you serious? Wanda flew into the air, exuding a powerful breath of origin magic power. You are very similar to an idiot I knew before, and his mind is still stuck in the last century. What to rule the earth as your dream, and I think your thinking is still stuck in the Stone Age. Ha ha ha, little girl. Amora laughed and said, I think the real naive person is you. As she spoke, a green magic was sent from Amora's hand, and she rushed straight into the air. Wanda easily dispelled Amora's energy shock, then continued, let me guess, are you going to be the ruler of the 9 realms in the end? It's really a good idea. The guess is close, but the last person sitting on the throne is someone else. You are still too naive. Amora smiled charmingly, and her body quickly turned into 7 figures, and then locked Wanda firmly. In the center. I'm very smart, smarter than most of you, but I know that I'm not the one who can rule the world. Amora's 7 figures said at the same time, like a high power surround the speaker sounded in Wanda's ear. There are many people who are more suitable than me to be the king of the new world. He has power that you can never imagine, even if it is to deal with your head, the guy code-named Black Devil. Also it's just a matter of his mind. The voice fell, and the 7 Amora shot at the same time. 7 green magical energy gathered in the center of the encirclement and hit Wanda in the center. Wanda was desperately resisting the attack from Amora, but she didn't know the which of the gods. Exactly what method was used. The 7 phantoms had the same abilities as myself, and the protective shield composed of origin magic power began to be slowly compressed under the impact of the opponent's energy. But unfortunately, it's really not easy to have a magician like you in Midgard. Amora said slowly, it's a pity that you can't see the grand occasion of the unity of the 9 realms and the new world, because you are about to die in my hands. Wanda gritted her teeth and insisted. The protective shield composed of origin magic power became smaller and narrower under the erosion of Amora's magic. Wanda had used all her strength. Her face was flushed, and her body was flushed. Chaos magic power is nearly exhausted. Amora is right. The last time he gained the upper hand in the battle with Amora was that he caught the opponent by surprise with his melee attack. Normally speaking, once Amora does not give him a melee attack chance there's nothing she can do about it. She lost. But in the face of death so close at hand, Wanda felt that she should be afraid, but now she is not afraid of death, but afraid of failure. Yes, that's right, the fear of failure. When Wanda realized what she was thinking, she felt a little incredible, and what she was most afraid of was failure. When he comes back, he will be very disappointed when he sees this situation. Wanda found that the more nervous she became, the less able to concentrate her thoughts. The loss of her body's magic power made her eyes a little blurry, her vision was a little dark, her legs and feet began to become semi-soft, and the strength of her legs seemed to be unable to support it. Between her body, she saw a person, a dark armor. I'm sorry. Wanda murmured softly. She's sorry for betraying Jean's trust in herself, she's sorry for Jean's expectations of herself, she's sorry for causing an accident on Earth, and she's sorry for not being honest with Jean. As if it was an illusion, the dark armor turned around, and the V-shaped eyepieces flashed red light, as if the other party was staring at him. It's not time yet, Wanda. The other party's strong voice appeared in Wanda's ear. Stand up, have you forgotten what I said to you? Wanda's expression was a little stunned. The origin magic power contained in your body is a very powerful and unlimited magic. 99. You learn very fast, and I teach you everything, and one day you will become a better magician than me. You said no one believed you, but you have to remember that I will always believe you. 39. Wanda's ears were all what Jean had said to her before. She remembered it. She completely remembered it. Perhaps this battle has already been defeated, but the battle is not over yet. If they give up so easily, the opponent will definitely be disappointed. Amora was thrown to the ground in embarrassment. She ignored the pain on her body, widened her eyes and looked at the center of the red storm with an unbelievable look, the petite Midgard magician, in her eyes, Wanda at the moment like a queen giving orders to magic. The power returned to her body again. She stood up, her arms opened, she opened her heart, the valve that controlled the energy in her body was twisted to the maximum by her. She felt that she had never been like chaos magic power. Approaching, the huge chaos magic power was injected into her body from the void, and Wanda's eyes had turned red. She didn't have any reservations, and the endless origin magic power began to erupt with her as the center. The magic shield around her was instantly destroyed by the powerful magic that erupted in her body, and then the magic released by Amora was swept back like a destructive force. The 7 duplications were instantly submerged by magic. Amora let out a scream and hurriedly opened her magic shield, but the green shield was like an eggshell hitting a stone, and it shattered instantly. Amora screamed loudly, her hands quickly released all kinds of magic, but in front of Wanda, her magic was like a stream meeting a river, and she was instantly surrounded by the magic vortex composed of chaos magic around Wanda. Devour, without causing any damage to Wanda. No, it's impossible. For flowers. Wanda looked at Amora who was lying on the ground with cold eyes, and her index finger lightly pointed in her direction. Chaos magic power immediately rushed towards Amora's direction like the subjects instructed by the Emperor. Amora tried to defend, but all in vain. Even if it is, you must do your best and then die heroically, so that even if you die, you will not regret it. The boundless energy swallowed her instantly, and even her voice was drowned in it. Jane Foster felt that her brain was about to freeze, or since she accidentally walked into an abnormal space from the corridor of the rundown apartment, her brain had begun to be insufficient, and now her brain was rattling, trying to figure out the current situation. She has never experienced such an outrageous thing in her life. Even she has a boyfriend who claims to be a god. Nothing outrageous happened to her during this period of time. The substance entered her body, and her life was like getting on a high-speed train with no brakes, and it began to rampage. Now the train seems to have reached the end 310. Although I don't know whether this endpoint is good or bad, but it's really reached the endpoint, right? She can get off the bus immediately. The high-tech weirdo in front of you now seems to be the gentle-looking waiter at the terminal of the train station, helping her out-of-control passenger to get off the train, the high-tech weirdo. At the moment, the whole body is full of blue light of color, the V-shaped eyepieces flashed scarlet, and the dark elves were fighting. At least that's what the high-tech geek called Roar and them. What Jane Foster has to admit is that this high-tech weirdo in front of him is indeed very powerful. The palm cannon in his hand is constantly, and each cannon can accurately hit those fast-moving dark elves, no matter what. How do the dark elves dodge? If they block, if they dodge, huge amounts of palm run can always block all their space, and then make them seem to bump into them. Those dark elves don't even scream out. Ashes. Jane Foster suddenly felt that her Thor boyfriend was not worth mentioning compared to this high-tech weirdo. The brilliant blue light illuminated her face, which reminded her of the sentence "I am alone, it's an army." After falling down with 70-80 powers, the Dark Elves were finally able to rush to Jean's side, holding sharp weapons in their hands and slashing at Jean. Huge amounts of power rolled up a lot of dust on the ground, and the dustwood Jean is shrouded in it. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, the enhanced vision turned on, the dust no longer existed in Jean's eyes, the golden magic disc appeared in his hand, and he raised his right hand to block the darkness directly. The elf's deadly weapon, the sharp long knife slashed on Jean's arm without causing any damage. The magic disc in Jean's left hand blocked the attack of another dark elf. The disc seemed to be a vortex, directly shattered the dark elf's weapon to pieces. Unfortunately, our Dr. Jane Foster happened to be in the middle of a dark elf and Jean, and she could already feel the icy, biting sensation brought by the long knife above her head. Jean dragged her by the arm and pulled her up from the ground, then lifted her foot and kicked the dark elf heavily. The dark elf flew horizontally and became a moving target in the air. Jean aimed at the dark elf with his palm. And then a blue light beam swept through the air, directly vaporizing his whole person. The dark elves who were still charging behind roared towards Jean. Jean put Dr. Foster on the ground, and said, "Stand around me, don't go there, or you won't end up better than those dark elves. Go there." 99. Hearing Jean's warning, Dr. Foster immediately sat trembling at Jean's feet. She had fully realized the strength of the person in front of her. Under such conditions, she would not survive for 3 seconds without his protection. Jean's hands quickly formed the seal, and a dark void circle appeared in front of Jean, and then pale flames poured out from the void, the fire of hell from the hell dimension of Mephisto. Suddenly, a wind from nowhere interrupted Dr. Foster's thoughts. The strong wind ruffled her hair and made her clothes rattle. She looked up at the sky, her pupils couldn't help it. Live contractions. The pale fire of hell covered the ground like hot oil, and swept away to the sky in the distance like a white carpet. After the dark elves touched the fire of hell, they immediately seemed to have encountered the most terrifying thing. The same thing happened. They knelt on the ground and howled frantically, letting the fire of hell lick their bodies, scorch their skin, melt their bones, and finally they turned into fly ash and floated in the air. Mephisto almost choked to death by Jean, and when he was about to say something, Jean had closed the hole. The black cross broke through the gloomy sky, the dark shadow covered the sky, an ancient alien spaceship came into view, and the scarlet light gathered from the surrounding of the spaceship to the center of the spaceship, as if sucking roar, glittering scarlet light. A dark elf team disembarked from the spaceship. The leader of the team showed half of his face as pale as dead man, while the other half was painted black. He had long silver-white hair, which was tied into a back braid. He stepped on the ground steadily and confidently, as if a king was inspecting his territory. Dr. Foster stared blankly at everything in front of her. She was stunned. What about those dark elves? Was it all burned to death by the pale flames? 3.4. Malekith, Spicy Chicken Silk, the leader of the dark elves, the main lord has appeared. Boy, how dare you? Before Mephisto could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Jean coldly. Shut up, Mephisto. The huge alien spaceship, the strange-looking aliens, and the battle between Jean and the dark elves just now made Dr. Foster's mind a little hard to turn, so she was seeing Malekith and others. When the time came, he couldn't help shrinking in the direction of Jean, because it seemed that only this high-tech geek could be his support here. But she didn't expect that the reliance she was relying on would actually sell herself like this. Jean picked up the clothes behind Dr. Foster with one hand, and said calmly, "She is yours now. There are TIE particles hidden in her body. You can take out the TIE particles in her body." What do you want?" asked the poor doctor, but Jean ignored her. Malekith's icy gaze swept across Dr. Foster's body, and the poor Dr. 23 immediately felt as if he had been seen through. The other's gaze seemed to carry an icy chill, which made Dr. Foster shiver. The dark elf began to stretch out his hand and raised it to the sky, as if he was praying to someone, and as if a devout believer was doing a ritual. The TIE particles buried deep in Jane Foster's body seemed to be pulled by something. Instantly emerged from her body, and red matter emerged from every pore in her forehead, eyes, nose, ears, and even body, and then formed a floating shape in the air. Jean suddenly raised his hand and shot at the unsuspecting Malekith. TIE particles immediately turned into a shield-like thing, resisting Jean's attack, and the blue light hit him. Nothing happened on TIE particles. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, and it was exactly as he expected. TIE particles have some kind of connection with Malekith. It will protect Malekith, who has had a connection with himself, and what he has just been is just a temptation. It seems that if you want to solve this matter, you still have to follow the process, and a battle seems to be unavoidable. After the TIE particles in Jane Foster's body were taken away, her body immediately softened, and then she sat on the ground tiredly, and the TIE particles who lost their host received the traction of Malekith, and immediately became like a bird. Pounced on Malekith like entering a nest, and integrated with him. The dark red TIE particles penetrated into Malekith's body, and the dark elf that absorbed the TIE particles seemed to have sublimated his whole life level. His eyes turned dark black, and he let out a long breath, then looked at Jean and Jane Foster with cold eyes. "Curse the warriors, solve the two of them," Malekith said coldly. In his eyes, the two men in front of him were nothing more than ants, and he still had the entire 9 realms waiting to be swallowed up. It was already the glory of the two of them to use the cursed warrior to solve them. The cursed warrior is the trump card of the dark elves except for TIE particles. This is a powerful warrior who gave up his life to accept the curse and live. 5,000 years ago, when facing the most elite warriors in the Asgard domain, every cursed warrior all can exert the strength of one enemy against 100. In the movie Thor 2, the cursed warrior also has a very good performance. He can directly attack Thor's Mjolnir, and completely crush Thor in terms of strength, which is why Malekith is so determined. To deal with those two ants, you only need to curse the soldiers. It's like fighting mosquitoes with cannons. After instructing the cursed warrior to solve the two people, Malekith turned around and prepared to go back to the spaceship. His time was very precious and would not be wasted on these things that had no suspense at all. But just after he stepped out, he heard a sound similar to the collision of blunt weapons, the unwilling roar of the cursed warrior, and the sound of energy charging, and then the burly body of the cursed warrior was like a swarthy cannonball. It flew out with a swoosh from his side, directly smashing a mountain in the distance, and burying him in huge amounts of rocks. Obviously it was impossible to survive. Malekith turned his body with a jerk, and faced the V-shaped eyepiece that shone with scarlet light. "Why, you want to leave so soon, are you not playing?" Jean said coldly. Jean's palm gently drew a mysterious pattern in the void, and the golden magic was gradually drawn in the air. After the troubles on her body, she will be teleported to the Earth, and the Skynet and the Red Queen who are prepared over there will heal Jane Foster and erase her memory from the past 24 hours, preventing these what mental disorder is the future causing to our poor Dr. Jane Foster was gradually enveloped by the golden light, and then disappeared in place as if it had disappeared out of thin air. "Now, we can have a good time," Jean said calmly. "You are special, from the Midgard creature." Malekith looked at Jean expressionlessly and said, "But now you have made a very wrong decision. Challenging me is the worst mistake you have made in your own small life." "Decision? I've heard these words too much," Jean said calmly. "The person who said that last time was beaten by me long ago and dared not devour the earth, and you. I think your strength is similar to his." "Then far Crystal. After listening to Jean's words, Malekith's eyes became gloomy. No one had ever said anything similar to him. He raised his arms and dark red TIE particles spurted out of his body, turned into the sharpest thorn in the world, and then shot towards Jean's direction. This is the energy that can pierce everything, and the energy of the reality gem is attached to it, giving the spikes unparalleled penetrating power, as well as the powerful energy fluctuations contained on it. The Gena-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, a golden light emerged from the base of his palm, the sharp sword tip stretched out from his palm, and a golden long sword seemed to be carried by him. The sacred sword of Wiashandi. Jean stepped forward with his left leg and held a sword in his right hand. The golden sword glow collided with the dark red aether spikes, the golden energy dissipated, and the dark red spikes formed by TIE particles also shattered. Malekith frowned. The eccentric Midgard had 2 brushes. He was not sure that he could block the move he just released. Even the Asgard people, who are known for their magic and martial arts, would probably be instantly killed when facing the move he just released, and the person in front of him would be killed instantly. It can be easily resolved. But this is also normal. If the person in front of him does not have strong strength, it will not be so easy to solve when facing the cursed warrior. You must know that the cursed warrior is more arm wrestling than Thor. Thinking of this, Malekith took a deep breath, his eyes turned pure black, and a torrent of dark red energy spurted out of his body, hitting Jean on the opposite side. Jean looked at the torrent of energy blazing towards him, and a layer of faint blue light condensed on the outside of his armor. Those rays of light seemed fragile, but the energy contained in them made people shudder. Dark red. The energy torrent hit Jean's armor, pushing his body back a distance, the metal boots plowing deep marks on the ground. But, that's all. The dark elf's face twitched involuntarily. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered. Now, it's my turn. The metal boots kicked fiercely on the ground, and the powerful power of the mecha jumped out. Jean's palm lit up with a blue light, and the beam of powerful energy shot towards Malekith. Lucky's dodged dexterously, but at the place where he settled, he saw several lightning flashes with golden light like sharp arrows shrouding him, as if he had hit it. Thunder of Sabo, high-level spell. When Jean released the palm cannon, the neural network had already analyzed all of Malekith's coping strategies. This position was the most likely place Malekith to dodge, so when the palm cannon was released, Jean would have already thought about my next move. With a loud bang, Malekith was blasted 7 or 8 meters away by Sabo's thunder. Although he had TIE particles as a bodyguard, he was not killed on the spot, but even so, he stood up in disgrace. A face became distorted because of anger. He looked at the Midgard person in front of him angrily, and the thought of this person must die rose in his heart. The strength of this person in front of him was really too tyrannical. If he just didn't have TIE particles to protect himself, then he would have been being killed on the spot. This person is definitely a major threat in the process of devouring the 9 realms. Objects and physical laws collide, causing huge amounts of chaos. Juxing began. Huge amounts of holes kept appearing in the sky. Asgard, Jotunheim. The 9 kingdoms appeared in the sky one after another, and then a more exciting scene appeared. Human cars drove into the realm, giants of Jotunheim was stunned. Came to Earth, the whole world was in chaos. After dozens of rounds, TIE particles formed a dark red field around the 2 of them. This is the field of Aether. Except for his host, no creature can survive in this field, but today there is an exception. Okay, Zhao, he is not the host of TIE particles and can still survive in the field. Malekith smiled coldly, relying on the protection of TIE particles. He began to attack Jean frantically. A dark red light enveloped his whole body. His punches and kicks contained huge amounts of energy, and the surrounding the space seemed to be overwhelmed by the power of TIE particles and began to shatter, producing tiny cracks. I don't know if it was because the power of TIE particles was too strong, or because of other reasons. The sky was suddenly torn apart. A human city appeared in the huge amounts of the void, and familiar landmark buildings appeared in front of Jean. Is Big Ben? The city is London. Malekith stood up. Dark red energy shrouded him, as if he was wearing an armor. He moved forward quickly. TIE particles combined with his body, giving him a strong physical quality. Like lightning, it appeared in front of Jean in an instant, volleyed a punch, and the TIE particles in his body were pulled and condensed into a thick beam of energy that went straight to Jean's face. The magic disc in Jean's hand opened, and mysterious and complicated patterns emerged from it. Malekith's blow collided with the disc, and the 2 immediately annihilated each other. The golden longsword in Jean's hand slashed at Malekith's wrist at an angle that a normal person would never expect, but in the process of touching his wrist, it was immediately subjected to strong resistance, and TIE particles turned into darkness. The red membrane is protecting its host. The celestial bodies began to converge, and the 9 kingdoms began to attract each other according to their own established trajectories, and they were about to line up in a straight line. No, not only that, the 9 countries seem to be integrating into a new continent. But now Jean doesn't have time to pay attention to those things. He believes that Wanda can handle these things perfectly on Earth. What he has to deal with now is the Dark Elf, who is already a little crazy in front of him. TIE particles are just the carrier of reality gem and cannot exert 100% of reality gem's power, but even so, TIE particles are a powerful weapon. After swallowing TIE particles, Malekith's body gets the great enhancement, both in strength and speed, is unreasonably strong. Even Jean should be careful to deal with it. Jean wasn't completely unprepared, though. A azure blue light flashed from his armor, and then his whole body suddenly appeared behind him under the condition that Malekith could not understand at all. The same space directly slashed towards Malekith's head and neck. TIE Particles 327 felt that his master was under a well-known threat, and formed a thick barrier around Malekith's head and neck, and the dark red energy boiled to resist Jean's fatal blow. But Jean was invincible. A blue palm cannon in his free hand released unparalleled energy. The energy hidden in the space gem in Jean's armor was pulled away and turned into this attack. Yes, that's right, the space gem. Before the start of the 9 stars, Jean knew that he was going to fight with Malekith, and he also knew that Malekith would definitely pull the TIE Particles out of Jane Foster's body in the end, all of which were calculated by Jean of. In order to be safe, to prevent the 9 kingdoms from finally converging into one continent, in fact, to be able to safely take the reality gem in the bag, Jean put on his latest space armor. This iteration of space armor has passed after the improvement. It is no longer armor that overheats when facing the planet Eater. The azure blue palm cannon that contained the energy of the space gem directly hit the unsuspecting Malekith. TIE Particles could not guard against Jean's long sword, but could not guard against Jean's palm cannon, being able to do his best to form a thin shield on Malekith's body. With a loud bang, the palm cannon hit Malekith's back, and the crisp sound of broken bones entered Jean's ears, and the position where Malekith was hit by Jean's palm cannon was unnaturally dented. Going down, a large stream of dark red blood spurted out of his mouth. Malekith roared, and the TIE Particles on the surface of his body boiled, instantly repairing the injury on his body, and then he punched in the direction of Jean. A dark red light enveloped his fist, surrounding the air was slightly twisted by the powerful power, which was the strongest power that Malekith erupted. The surrounding soldiers have long been hiding behind various bunkers and waiting for the final result of the battle. This kind of energy level battle is not something they can participate in. Can destroy them in an instant. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, and he was ready for Malekith's counterattack. Sictor's scarlet chain suddenly appeared from the void, and then made Malekith feel comfortable. He roared and wanted to break free from the scarlet chain. But under the chain of the Crimson Universe Master, everything is but in vain. The light of the long sword in Jean's hand increased further. At the moment, the sacred sword of Wiashandi had turned into a giant sword. Jean held the golden long sword tightly with both hands, and then faced the scarlet chain. The bound immobile dark elf slashed over, and TIE Particles blocked in front of the Ape and his host in vain, as if doing so could prevent his host's death. The golden Ape seemed to be splitting the light of darkness, and with unparalleled power, it slashed directly from the top of Malekith's head to his feet. The blocking of TIE Particles was just in vain. Keith's body emerged. The tiny cracks happened to appear from the middle line of Malekith's black and white face. Endless dark red substances spewed out from the cracks in his body. The dark elves were roaring loudly, and dark red TIE Particles formed up. A double helix shape similar to human DNA shot straight into the sky. The dark red light penetrated the space, and also penetrated the other 9 kingdoms through the 9-star series. After Malekith was split in half by Jean's Ape, he didn't die, or he was dead, but under the influence of TIE Particles, he was resurrected again, and his eyes had completely turned into in black. The crack that appeared in the center of his body was repaired by TIE Particles. It is not so much that Malekith is the host of TIE Particles, but obviously he has become the puppet of TIE Particles, the puppet of the dark energy in the universe. Malekith has lost his will, or TIE Particles have broken free from their shackles, and their power has become stronger. Interesting. Jean looked at the abnormality and said coldly. He can feel that the energy released by TIE Particles is constantly eroding his armor. The reality gem's ability is displayed, but that's the end of it. It is true that TIE Particles are one of the most dangerous substances in the world, but his use, that's what the player is like. Even if there are variables in this battle, it will end here. Vishanti's holy sword swung out, and Psykratos' scarlet chain bound Malekith, who had been controlled by TIE Particles, in front of Jean, and Jean completely poured the power of the space gem hidden in the armor into his own hands. On the sacred sword of Wiashandi, the golden long sword at the moment was stained with a layer of blue light. The golden blue and the dark red of TIE Particles corresponded to each other. TIE Particles seemed to have sensed something and manipulated it. Malekith's body twisted wildly, but everything was in vain. The golden blue Ape was raised high by Jean, and then fell quickly, as if it was a light that could pierce the darkness. The golden blue light directly broke through the blocking of TIE Particles. It slashed directly on Malekith's body, and the dazzling rays of light burned Malekith's retinas and devoured the dark elf's body at the same time. After the light dissipated, Malekith, who originally existed in this world, has disappeared. Malekith has been vaporized into the most primitive particle molecules, and the TIE Particles that had been hidden in his body before lost him. The host of is floating in the air without rule, and is slowly churning. The sacred sword of Wiashandi in Jean's hand dissipated. His V-shaped eyepiece looked at the TIE Particles that were slowly churning in the air. His hands stretched out. A strange magic circle shone in his hands. TIE Particles seemed to be released for Jean. The magic circle that came out felt something. He stopped rolling, and then began to shrink slowly. The high-energy ion current was all summed up in his body, and finally turned into a dark red sphere, which quietly floated towards Jean. It finally fell into his hands. Jean clenched his palm tightly, the magic circle on his hand disappeared, and at the same time the dark red ball representing TIE Particles also disappeared in his palm. TIE particles have been obtained, and now what needs to be solved is the problem of the convergence of the 9 kingdoms. Jean looked up at the sky and found that the voids that symbolized the other 8 kingdoms had not disappeared, which also meant that Wanda's mission on the Earth had not yet been completed. Malekith was already dead, but Jean felt that things might not be that simple this time, because Malekith's strength was indeed a bit unsightly, and basically it was comparable to Amora's strength. With their own understanding of the Asgard people will not easily surrender to people who are weaker than themselves, or that every intelligent race will not do so, because it is not reasonable, which means that in Amo the person behind law must not be Malekith, and that person has not appeared until now. Jean had a hunch that things weren't that simple. Suddenly, the neural network in Jean's mind jumped. The phase fluctuation is abnormal, and the displayed coordinates are exactly where you are. In an instant, Jean's figure disappeared from the spot, leaving only the dark-colored land. Professor Selvig, wake up. Dr. Selvig was woken up by Wanda's cry. He opened his eyes in confusion, and the first thing that caught his eye was half crouching on the ground. Wanda Maxime looked at himself with bright eyes. After Amora died, the control of Professor Selvig no longer existed, but the long-term control still caused some chaos in his brain. After the situation, origin magic power flowed into Professor Selvig's brain like a clear stream, helping him wake up. Professor Selvig frowned and reached the ground again, his eyes fixed on the machine that he made by himself, at the moment is creating endless disaster machines. Yes, we must stop all this. The old man tapped his head hard with his hands, as if his brain had become an outdated computer, and he needed to tap to make it run more smoothly. Human weapons are dealing with those monsters that fell from the sky, and the agents of Tianjian Bureau are also working hard to clean up those terrifying monsters. We need to reprogram the instrument. The energy of the ancient ice coffin can make the 9 worlds one, and at the same time it can return them to their original positions. Relax, Professor, Amora has been dealt with by us. Wanda said, but now, Professor, we have a more important thing to do, which is that we must stop the things Amora asked you to do before. Just as you said before, under the action of the machine you made, the 9 worlds are slowly merging. Our world is about to be destroyed, and only you can stop this from happening. So Professor, please think about how to stop this. 39. Professor Selvig looked solemnly at the large-scale machine that was continuously extracting the energy of the ancient ice coffin. 8 other kingdoms had already appeared in the sky, and groups of unknown monsters came to Earth from other countries. There are still some dazed people on Earth who appear in other countries in a daze. Professor Selvig stood up from the ground, first glanced at the heavenly sword agents in strange costumes around him in confusion, then he set his eyes on the giant one in the courtyard not far away. There is an ancient ice coffin connected together. The 9 kingdoms at the moment are all messed up with 3.4. After a while, Dr. Selvig struggled to stand up from the ground, and the umbrella captain beside him hurriedly helped him up. The professor was taken aback by the situation in front of him, as if thinking of when. He hurriedly asked around, where's the witch? He asked. Somewhere. 2 figures fell from the sky, and then hit the ground heavily. As Stark's first journey to the rest, this time is obviously a success in terms of results, but the process is not so perfect, and the journey along the way is not so satisfactory, nor so comfortable. The gravitational impulse summoned by the dimension-crossing device he designed was beyond his imagination. The chaotic energy during the crossing made his body keep rolling, and he almost vomited into his armor. Fortunately, they reached their destination in the end, but the final hard landing made people feel embarrassed. His head fell straight to the ground, knocking a big hole on the ground. His head was still groggy. Thor's situation is much better, at least he's standing beside Stark steadily. Well, it's not that comfortable on the road. Stark shook his head and stood up from the ground, but we're not here yet. This is Asgard, right, man? But Thor didn't answer his words, and now Thor was standing blankly, his eyes staring not far away. His expression remained inconceivable, as if he had seen the strangest thing. Stark also felt strange. He followed Thor's gaze, and there was a golden throne not far away. A young man was sitting on the throne, looking at the two of them with a sinister smile. The man was dressed in golden clothes and wore a helmet that looked like antlers on his head. This man is the god of tricks, Loki Odinson, Odin's adopted son, Thor's younger brother. Thor repeatedly confirmed that he was not dreaming, and even shook his head specially in order to make sure that he was not dreaming. It turned out that he was not dreaming, and everything presented in front of his eyes was real. There was no one in the Asgard palace, which was supposed to be full of people, not even the basic guards. In the huge palace, apart from Loki, who should be sitting on the throne of Odin, there are only 2 people left, including Stark. What makes people feel worse is that his younger brother Loki is still holding Odin's weapon, the eternal gun Gungnir, which should belong to Odin's weapon. The spear fell into Loki's hands, and it made him think about the worst. His own father had been killed. Look at this. Loki flaunted and twirled Gungnir in his hands. It's such a surprise to be able to see you here, brother. I thought you were trapped in Midgard again. I can't come back either. Loki said the word brother very seriously, and the contempt and ridicule in his words did not hide at all. Brother? So this guy is your brother? Stark asked. Yes, Loki is my younger brother, but he is indeed a complete traitor, and he is carried away by his own ambition. When he said this, Thor stared at Loki on the throne, as if in a blink of an eye. People will disappear. Thor sighed in his heart, and said in a low voice, Loki, it's too late to stop everything now, Father will forgive you. But Thor also forgot one thing, that his younger brother always has the ability to surprise him, and this time, Loki really lived up to his expectations and left his older brother stunned. Odin's sleep means that Odin will fall into sleep every once in a while. Generally, this cycle is a year, and it lasts for a week at a time. Odin's sleep will restore his divine power, that is, Odin's power will restore and prolong his own power. Life, if Odin hadn't entered it, his divine power would have weakened and he became vulnerable. During Odin's sleep, Odin is at his most vulnerable, and the only time Loki can possibly succeed. Oh, I'm impulsive. Brother, you're still as idiot as ever. Loki chuckled and shook his head. Father, he's in good shape, he's just temporarily asleep. Loki leaned over staring at Thor. He whispered, it's just that I understand some hands and feet, and he will never wake up again. Loki laughed as if he had heard a joke, then looked at Thor with a wicked smile and said, Brother, please don't act like such an idiot, okay? What else is there to talk about now? 35. It is precisely because of this that the power of the meteor hammer cannot be resisted even by 10 Loki. The meteor hammer in Thor's hand swung, and it flew directly to Loki sitting on the throne with the power of a huge thunder. Okay, Zhao, Ting. They grew up together since childhood. Thor knew Loki very well. Loki, unlike him, he is not a natural warrior, or it is not an exaggeration to say that his body is weak. From a young age, Loki has never been an opponent of Thor in terms of powerlessness or skill. Even if Loki can win once or twice, it is because of his strength. His own intrigues or incantations are endless, rather than relying on his own force. No, brother, I'm just taking back everything that should be mine. Loki was in a good mood, not irritated by Thor's words. Today is a good day, isn't it? What the hell happened to your father? Thor roared as he looked at the figure on the throne, his muscles flaring up, as if Loki would kill him on the spot if he said anything outrageous. The meteor hammer that swirled towards Loki was caught by Loki's light hand, without using any tricks, and caught it literally. He tilted his head slightly and looked at his brother with a smile on his face, as if his actions just now were effortless. Thor stood there sluggishly, for a long time without regaining his senses. It's impossible. Stark twisted his head quietly, and then said in a low voice, you didn't say before, whoever can pick up your meteor hammer will be able to rule the entire Asgard. Thor, 66. Loki laughed like he heard the funniest joke in the world. He raised his hand, and the meteor hammer in his hand began to return to the same way Thor threw his trick, Thor's body on one side. He wanted to hold his own meteor hammer, but when his hand touched the meteor hammer, he felt a huge force, or an irresistible force transmitted to his body from above, and his entire the person immediately flew out under the action of the meteor hammer, and 327 hit the ground heavily. Seeing this, Stark shot the palm cannon directly at Loki sitting on the throne. The palm cannon quickly approached Loki, but suddenly disappeared when it was only a hair away from the tip of his nose, and then he disappeared in his armor. The early warning equipment began to alarm frantically. Before he could react, once the golden light flashed out, it directly hit his left rib, knocking him over suddenly, and the one who knocked him over was just fired by himself out of the palm run. Thor stood up from the ground and recalled the domineering energy just now. He couldn't help widening his eyes, then looked at Loki in horror. Loki, did you stole your father's divine power? An uncontrollable smile appeared on the corner of Loki's mouth. It seemed that he was as happy as his trump card was finally known to others. He slowly stood up from the throne, and then walked down step by step, every step of the way. As if stepping on Thor's heart, Asgard even trembled slightly at Loki's footsteps. My stupid brother, I'm so embarrassed that it took so long for you to realize the current situation. Loki walked up to Thor, holding the Gungnir gun that belonged to Odin lightly in his hand. Yes, I have now obtained the power of the Father, which means, in Asgard, I am the omnipotent and omniscient God. With that said, Loki poked Gungnir in his hand gently on the ground, and a thunderstorm sounded in the air, causing the whole Asgard to tremble. Thor looked at Loki sadly. Loki, I tried to trust you, but you've crossed the line too much now. Shut up. Loki said impatiently, it's completely pointless to say these things. Odin, the old liar, will only pretend to be a so-called qualified father. If you want to stop me, then come on. Gungnir in Loki's hand spun gently in a circle, forming strong energy fluctuations around him. The spear in Loki's hand shook, and Thor, who was attacking him, flew into the air. Thor's huge body smashed onto Asgard's floor, creating a big hole on the floor. Loki always had a smile watching his brother attack him so hard. He didn't even use Gungnir in his hands. He had never felt this way, the feeling that he was superior to his brother in terms of strength. Come on, brother, give up resisting. Even your idiot's brain should know that you are not the opponent of Odin's power. Loki's face had a mocking smile. So what are you trying so hard to do? What's the point? Loki floated quietly in front of Thor, his golden clothes fluttering in the wind, and he held the Gungnir spear in his hand. If it wasn't for the evil smile on his face, it would have looked real like the king of Asgard. The severe pain caused Stark to bark his teeth, and the armor landed on the ground crookedly from the air. The automatic pain relief device of the armor injected painkillers, which made him feel a lot better, but the performance of the armor was further affected by the gun. After the gun of Nir was hit, the domineering energy scurried through the armor, and the function of the armor appeared abnormally disordered. Loki seems to have an eye on his back. At the position where Stark's palm cannon was about to hit, a magic shield appeared on Loki's body, and Thor's meteor hammer was thrown away by Loki's spear, but the matter did not end. The blue spear of the spear formed an arc, which hit Stark's waist and abdomen. The spear easily cut through Iron Man's armor, and then slashed on his body, drawing a huge amount of mouth. Thor roared, the meteor hammer in his hand was raised high, and the endless thunder and lightning energy penetrated the roof of Asgard from the air, and then penetrated into his body, and then the power of the thunder and lightning rushed to float on him like a dragon. Former Loki. Thor yelled, and the meteor hammer in his hand slammed into Loki's shoulder like a heavy plum. Loki twisted his body lightly to avoid Thor's attack, and Thor changed after failing to hit. Own attacker, Day, formula. Stark also flew to join the battle group. The armored propulsion device sprayed orange flames, brought his people behind Loki, and then the palm gun in his hand aimed at Loki and sprayed a strong energy beam. Loki just floated quietly in the air with a mocking smile on his face, watching all his brother's efforts. The huge power of the thunder and lightning swept over him. Huge amounts of energy tore his clothes, and that's it. Loki's smile doesn't change, as if Thor's attack was just a tickling for him. Brother, watching you work so hard. Having said this, Loki paused, then leaned down and stared at Thor in front of him. It's really interesting. After speaking, Gungnir in Loki's hand swept lightly. The huge power of the thunder and lightning was immediately attracted to the spear, and then he sent Thor gently, and the huge power of thunder immediately hit Thor's chest. Thor spat out a mouthful of blood and fell on his back to the ground. I'm sorry, I don't want to disturb your family drama, but you just made me angry. Behind Loki, Stark opened his arms, the reactor in his chest released a strong light, and then a dazzling light shot out from Stark's chest. Loki glanced at Stark lightly, and disappeared before the energy beam touched him. A bright blue light hit Stark's chest faster than before, instantly destroying the power core of the armor. The armor without the power core was dead, and Stark lay there with a lot of effort to turn his body with his face. This is the difference between the concept of Jean and Stark. In Jean's armor, the power core adopts a distributed design, and each power core is very well protected, while Stark's is purely a design of the bag. Where would it be? Someone exposed something as important as the power core directly to the outside? After getting the stupid Midgard man, Loki turned his attention to his brother again. I have lived in a lie since I was a child. You deceived me, deprived me of my birthright, and kept me in captivity. In Asgard, they didn't give me a corresponding place, they imprisoned me and put me in prison. At this point, Loki sneered. Fortunately, I found an ally, a powerful witch who is willing to help me make my dream come true. Thor roared, dragged his injured body and rushed towards Loki. The meteor hammer in his hand was spinning, hoping to defeat the person in front of him. Loki looked at Thor and chuckled lightly, and the Gungnir in his hand quickly moved, stabbed several times, leaving numerous wounds on Thor's body. Looking at Thor lying on the ground, Loki shook his head. You know, I was able to get out of prison a long time ago, but I've been waiting for an opportunity, waiting for the old man Odin to fall asleep. Detailed calculations and careful planning, and I finally lived up to the expectations and finally waited for that day. 99. The old man Odin fell asleep, and I got his divine power. In order to ensure that the old man would not wake up, I deliberately used some small means to keep him in that damned Odin's sleep. Thor looked at Loki, who was already a little crazy, and sighed. Then what is your purpose in doing this, my brother? To rule the whole of Asgard. Rule Asgard. Loki laughed as if he had heard a joke. Rule Asgard? My dear stupid brother, are your ambitions only so big? Loki leaned down and stared at Thor and said, I will not only rule Asgard, but also the entire 9 realms. I will reunite the 9 realms into one continent, and then I will make this world the only one. The king, and I will guarantee that you will definitely live to that time. When he said this, Loki's expression suddenly changed, as if thinking of something embarrassing. His face was filled with hatred and resentment. For flowers. But before that, I'm going to finish my revenge. The smile on Loki's face disappeared, replaced by a slow hatred and hatred. Someone from Midgard once defeated me, and humiliated me? In this before, I wanted to find him, I wanted to torture him bit by bit, and then when he collapsed on his knees and begged for mercy, I killed him bit by bit to let him know what he was provoking before. The presence. There was a murderous look on Loki's face. Overall, the mission this time was relatively successful. The celestial bodies were organized, the dark elves were defeated, and the most important thing was that he got the 4th infinite gems, reality gem. Jean looked at the environment around him. His connection with the Earth has been completely cut off, and the built-in map in the neural network has also failed. But even so, after looking at the surrounding situation, Jean also knows what he is in. Where? Now, it's time to go home. This man was Jean, who had fought fiercely with the dark elf Malekith before. Jotunheim, one of the 9 realms, the world of the giants of Jotunheim, the main enemy of the Asgard. In a world of ice and snow, a dark figure suddenly appeared. His V-shaped eyepieces flickered, as if he was looking at the world he was in. Obviously, I was traversed in Jotunheim because of the closeness of the 9 kingdoms to each other, and came to Jotunheim from Jotunheim, but according to the readings on the at-the-moment instrument, there is still a gradually decreasing hollow on the top of the head. Jean knew that the process of the 9 kingdoms approaching each other was coming to an end, and they were gradually separating. In other words, it was Wanda on Earth who succeeded and lived up to his promise. When Jean used the dimensional shuttle to come to Jotunheim before, he left an anchor point on the Earth. The anchor point used to send Dr. Foster back to the Earth, and he can also pass through this anchor point back to Earth again. But now there have been some minor accidents. He was traversed into Jotunheim, but the anchor point left in the Earth did not fail. Now he only needs to calibrate the navigation device inside his armor, and then locate it through his anchor point. Where the Earth is, you can go home by yourself. The wind and snow seems to have become bigger, and the entire Jotunheim has become a land of ice and snow, which seems to confirm the characteristics of the ethnic groups living here. Giants of Jotunheim, and 327 only has giants of Jotunheim rough skin and thick flesh to survive in such harsh conditions. 7 huge amounts of figures slowly emerged from the ice and snow. Their bodies were covered with a layer of snow-white fluff, their muscles were as solid and powerful as granite, and their blood-red eyes shone with malicious light. Giants of Jotunheim, the natives of Jotunheim, the old enemy of the Asgards. Odin's eyes were blinded by Lauf, the leader of the giants of Jotunheim. A long time ago, the giants of Jotunheim had a shocking war with the Asgards. The 7 giants came over and surrounded Jean among them. They held all kinds of crude weapons in their hands, and they snorted with white eyes. Obviously, they had already set their sights on their prey. I didn't mean to have a good talk, but as it happens, Jean doesn't want that either. A azure blue light bloomed from his armor, followed by the sound of ion charging, and after a brilliant blue light, the 2 giants of Jotunheim had disappeared from the world, where they stood before curling up. The white smoke seems to be proving what happened here before. The remaining 5 giants of Jotunheim looked at each other and did not speak, but they retreated very tacitly, and then disappeared into the wind and snow. At least the brain is not so stupid. Jean put down his arm and was about to do the work that had just been interrupted, calibrating the positioning device in the armor, but when he was just about to resume work, the armor's life detection device once again detected the surrounding life activities. Sign. He turned on the enhanced vision, and the infrared detection in the enhanced vision detected 4 active signals not far away. Judging from the radiation they emit and their body size, they are obviously not giants of Jotunheim, but similar to humans. Biology. Jean stopped the work in his hand, raised his head, and shot a sharp realization from the V-shaped eyepiece, directly penetrating the snow, and found the 4 people. He recognized at a glance who these 4 people were. Vorstag, Hogun, Fandral, and Sif. The first 3 are known as Asgard 3 warriors. They are the most brave warriors in God's domain, and the 3 of them have a very good relationship with Thor. Once with Thor, born into death, the last Sif, who is also the only woman among the 4, has an inexplicable relationship with Thor, our eldest prince of Asgard. The 4 of them are Thor's strongest backing. In the movie Thor 1, because Thor disobeyed Odin's orders, went to the giants of Jotunheim for trouble, and was finally demoted to Midgard by Odin. These 4 people have been with Thor all the time. Beside, you're very sharp. Sif looked at Jean's dark armor. Obviously you're not the giants of Jotunheim, and you're not from God's domain, so where are you from? Earth people. Jean responded lightly, it's just passing by. Midgard. Several people looked at each other after hearing Jean's answer. They had never seen such a powerful Midgard person, who directly vaporized a giants of Jotunheim with just one move. Your strength is very strong, respected Midgard warrior. Fandral said, it happens that we are in short supply, you can join us. Thank you, Jean said calmly, I still have my own business to do. If you mean giants, I've met them before, and I don't think they're any threat to me. Jean's V-shaped eyepieces flickered. Suddenly, Vorstag's voice stopped. Not only him, but the other 3 also turned their heads, and through the violent snowstorm 3.4, they could see a huge amount of shadows moving towards there as the direction approached. Heavy footsteps struck their hearts like a giant hammer hitting a glacier. I guess, this person is the terrifying guy in your mouth. Gee, in Jotunheim, all by yourself. Hogun raised his thick eyebrows. You are a Midgard, you don't know the horrors of Jotunheim. This is a place of ice and extreme cold, and there are giants. Existence, I think we should get out of here now. Jean shifted his gaze from the giant to the 4, and said. The footsteps slowly stopped at the face paint of Jean and the 5 of them. Standing in front of them was an indomitable giant, holding a machete that seemed to be made of frost. The crystal-clear blade seemed to be transparent. From above, you can smell the strong bloody smell, and the 4 heroic Asgard warriors are facing the enemy, as if the giant in front of him is the most dangerous person in the 9 realms. Hey, buddy. Vorstag stepped forward. The giants in our mouths are not the same kind of giants. There is a very terrifying existence here, an existence beyond your imagination, if he finds out. Sif looked at the giant in front of him and couldn't help clenching the long sword in his hand. This guy is different from other giants of Jotunheim. His name is the Ancestor Giant. He is the ancestor of those giants of Jotunheim. Believe me, you wouldn't want to see him go mad because everyone who's seen it is already dead. At the moment, Vorstag came up and stood in front of Jean. Midgard, this is no longer your battle. His power is beyond your imagination, so I suggest you stay away. The 4 Asgard warriors each drew their own weapons and stood in front of Jean and the Ancestor Giant. In their opinion, although this Midgard person is a bit special, he can come to Jotunheim alone, but he is definitely not the opponent of the Ancestor Giant. Besides, the Asgard people originally, they were enemies with the Asgards, so it was their duty to fight the giants. Although sometimes Asgard people are arrogant and look down on other excessive creatures, but they have a strong sense of responsibility, although this sense of responsibility often causes some misunderstandings and bad things. The four of them know their own. The four should not be the opponents of the ancestor giant, 23, but they still insist on fighting each other. At the same time protect the unremarkable Midgard man behind him. Jean also didn't know whether it was because the Asgard people's practice was simple, or simply because the brain was full of muscles. The scarlet eyes of the ancestor giant slowly swept across the four of them. Asgard people, you should not appear in Jotunheim. He said in a low voice, if you dare to enter Jotunheim, you will pay the corresponding price. I think you should have a corresponding consciousness. Sif pointed his sharp long sword at the ancestor giant, and said provocatively, you will be beaten to the ground by us. As soon as Sif's voice fell, Fondrel dragged his sledgehammer and smashed it in the direction of the primordial giant. The shape of the hammer was unusually exaggerated, and there were sharp spikes on it. Anyone could imagine being smashed. What will it be like after high school? The primordial giant snorted heavily, and two strong white smoke sprayed out from his nostrils. The hammer collided, making huge amounts of noise. Fondrel was knocked flying by huge amounts of impact, and the ancestral giant shook slightly, from which it could be seen who had the upper hand. Sif and Hogon took advantage of the war between the ancestor giant and Fondrel. The two touched the ancestor giant's side. The long sword in Sif's hand stabbed out, and the mace in Hogan's hand also hit the ancestor giant's knee. The ancestor giant roared, and the huge transparent axe swirled and swung, and the targets were Sif and Hogon. If the two of them didn't want to be split in half by the giant axe, they had to stop their attacks immediately. The two held back their attacking posture, and at the same time tried their best to protect their weapons in front of them. A strange force came from the weapons in their hands. A long distance. The warrior of God's domain, Vorstage, let out a loud roar, and a beautiful red beard floated uncontrollably in the air under the baptism of the gust of wind. Vorstage's body was huge and rough in appearance, although his agility was not so reliable. However, his divine power can also be ranked first in the entire Asgard. In the entire Asgard, he believes that he is inferior to Thor only by virtue of his power. Definitely, Odin is an existence that he has never dared to think about. He held huge amounts of hammer and stick in both hands, and moved roar in the direction of the ancestor giant, but obviously even if Vorstag was so strong, he was not the opponent of the ancestor giant. After a few moves, it showed a downward trend. The ancestor giant slashed down with an axe, causing him to stumble, and then a second axe. Vorstag could only cross the hammer and stick to protect his head, transparent. The huge axe slashed down heavily. The huge amount of force made his knees unsteady and knelt directly in the snow. The huge amount of impact force made him spit out a mouthful of blood. Fondrel, Sif, and Hogon slowed down and hurriedly came to Vorstag to help. The four elite Asgard warriors stood at the corner of the ancestor giant, and then watched the ancestor giant with vigilance. The weapons in their hands releases a cold light. The ancestor giant roared, and the transparent giant axe in his hand swayed fiercely, which became the beginning of this battle. With the loud noise, the battle became more and more fierce, but the strength of the two sides was simply too disparate. The four of them were almost exhausted. The first one who couldn't hold it was Sif. He was picked up by the ancestral giant with an axe, and then fell to the ground and started coughing blood. Hogon wanted to rescue Sif, but he was punched by the ancestral giant and hit his armor. When he got up, Horn 327 was immediately blown away like a black cannonball, with hot blood spitting out of his mouth. Fondrel looked at the ancestral giant who was about to walk towards the two of them and killed the killer. In desperation, he threw the weapon in his hand directly on the ancestral giant, but the sharp weapon only left a shallow surface on the body of the ancestral giant. Scratches, but it also succeeded in attracting the attention of the primordial giant. He began to abandon the two Asgards, who had already lost their fighting power, and began to attack the remaining two with all his might. Fondrel and Vorstage resisted strongly, but everyone knew that they would soon be out of support. Come on, people of Midgard, we won't be able to support you for long, run away, we can still buy you a little more time. After speaking, Vorstag raised his weapon and performed another fearless attack on the primordial giant's charge. But they all know that they have no chance of winning. The azure blue light hit the ancestor giant like a sharp sword, so that he staggered and almost didn't stand his body. The remaining two looked back together and found a dark figure walking forward with steady steps. The four Asgard were struggling under the attack of the ancestral giant. Now two of them were injured and lay on the ground and could not stand up. The remaining two who were able to stand up were also covered in scars, all relying on their astonishing willpower. Fighting, now that the ancestor giant was repelled, the remaining two people only felt that the pressure on their bodies disappeared instantly, and the breath in their hearts had disappeared, and they felt that the weapons in their hands were extremely close. Their own can't lift it anymore. What are you doing, people of Midgard? Vorstag looked at Jean, and shouted loudly, roar, the primordial giant is too strong, this is not a battle you can participate in, you should run away. Jean ignored Vorstag's words, and still walked through them at a leisurely pace, moving slowly in the direction of the ancestral giant. The ancestor giant looked at the Midgard person in front of him with a sarcastic expression. He seemed to be a little too ignorant. It's really rare to see the Midgard person in Jotunheim. The ancestor giant said, why, you two want to challenge me? Instead of Jean's answer, a azure blue palm cannon directly hit the ancestor giant's body. The palm cannon burned a black mark on the ancestor giant's body. The severe pain made him roar, scarlet red. His eyes looked at the Midgard man in front of him angrily. Then I will make it happen to you. 99. The ancestral giant's voice was filled with great anger, and he charged towards Jean with a shocking movement. The wind and snow in the sky seemed to be a little stagnant because of his actions. Jean looked at the ancestor giant rushing towards him. The V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, and 2 blue energy beams hit the ancestor giant directly. The ancestor giant split an energy beam with the transparent giant axe in his hand, but the other one couldn't be avoided no matter what. After taking a palm shot, he was finally able to come to Jean. He raised the giant axe in his hand and slashed at the Midgard man in front of him. Going down, at the moment, he has been able to see the scene of blood flowing, and no one has ever been able to stop the ancestor giant. The mechanical device at the base of Jean's thigh rapidly shapeshifted, emitting a blue light, pushing Jean to avoid the deadly blow of the ancestor giant. Jean's hands were raised, and the energy pulse cannon in his hand began to release terrifying energy waves, and then a blue light beam burst from his hand, not a regular shockwave like a palm cannon, but a constant shockwave. The ancestor giant's body was submerged in shockwave. Huge amounts of energy pushed the ancestor giant's body to fly a few hundred meters away, and then crashed heavily into a snowy mountain not far away. The shock on the snowy mountain immediately caused huge amounts of avalanche. Countless white snow began to rush down from the mountain peak, instantly burying the body of the ancestor giant in it. The huge amounts of avalanche brought a powerful shockwave, but the shockwave stopped miraculously when it was still 1 meter away from Jean. It seemed that Snowflake was also overwhelmed by the powerful energy bursting out of Jean at the moment. The eyes of Vorstag and the others at the moment were almost staring out. The Midgard man in front of him seemed to be smashing the ancestor giant from all directions. In just a few tricks, the ancestor giant became so embarrassed. If it wasn't for the fact that he had just been tortured to death by the ancestor giant, he even felt that he had made a mistake before and mistaken a giants of Jotunheim miscellaneous soldier as the ancestor giant. If a Midgard person was able to suppress the ancestor giant, it would be incredible if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. A roar interrupted the thoughts of Asgard and the others. Snowflakes were flying in the distance, and huge amounts of explosions erupted from the snowdrifts. People, not only the Asgards, but even the ancestral giant himself could not believe that he would be suppressed by a Midgard. He let out a violent roar, his body swelled slightly due to the extreme degree of division, and his 2 nostrils were wearing thick air, and 2 white eyes were revealed from them. Jean didn't have a lot of BB with him, more than golden light, and a long sword was immediately nested in his hands by him. Jean was unreasonable. The long sword in his hand left a large file-size scar on the ancestor giant's body. The pain of the distance made the ancestor giant lose his sanity. He roared and wanted to kill the Midgard man in front of him. Jean glanced at them before turning to leave. Wait a minute. Sif was the first to react. She shouted loudly, please do us a favor. 35. Clean and tidy, the wind was light. The legendary ancestor giant was inexplicably beheaded by an inexplicable Midgard man. The 4 of Asgard God Domain didn't know whether it was because they were too surprised or what, and they didn't know what to say for a while, but they just stared at the dead ancestor giant who could no longer die, and the one who had just taken back his old age. The Midgard people of the sword, the 4 of them couldn't help but have the same thought in their hearts, is this dead? The golden edge flashed past, and the head of the ancestor giant flew high. When the head was separated from the body, there was still anger and a trace of puzzlement in his eyes. Well, Zhao, but it was of no use at all. The golden yellow sword tip slashed on his wrist like a poisonous snake, and powerful magic poured into his body from the wound, like boiling hot water pouring on top of the ice and snow. The magic caused huge amounts of destruction in the body of the proto-giant. The ancestor giant roared and rushed towards Jean. His heavy body slammed on the ground, making the ground tremble slightly. The giant axe in the hands of the ancestor giant smashed out, and after the last lesson, his tricks there is a lot of caution in it, and it is no longer as open and closed as before. But it doesn't matter now because he's dead. We need your help. Sif shouted loudly, now Loki is too strong, our manpower is insufficient, and the strength is far from his, we need more help. After hearing the word Loki, Jean stopped his steps, and tilted his head slightly, as if interested in the topic. Now Loki has stolen the power of Odin, and is absorbing a steady stream of energy from the world tree in Asgard. Asgard has fallen, and the strength of the 4 of them is absolutely impossible to stop Loki. This is simply more difficult than ascending to the sky. But they didn't expect to meet a Midgard man in a place like Jotunheim, and he was a really powerful Midgard man. In their eyes, the ancestor giant, who could not be defeated at all, was in front of this strange Midgard man. I haven't survived 10 moves. You must know that even when Thor faced the ancestor giant, he was only able to overwhelm the opponent, but this Midgard man is the ultimate ancestor giant who has cleaned up, and now the corpse of the ancestor giant is still lying 340 square not far away. Although they were not so willing to admit it, the strength of the person in front of him should be far above Thor. But despite this, they do not think that the Midgard person in front of them can defeat Loki who has stolen the power of Odin. In their eyes, Odin is the god of the entire 9 realms, the ceiling of the 9 realms' combat power, and the power of Odin that reaches the sky makes people don't dare to give birth to any resistance, and now Loki has stolen Odin's power, which means that Loki has become invincible. But in any case, if you can convince such a powerful warrior to join your team, it is not a bad thing. Briefly, Jean's V-shaped eyepieces flickered slightly, reminiscent of the name Loki. Midgard people, this is not just about Asgard. Sif said quickly, now Loki is unstoppable. He has taken control of the overall situation. Once he succeeds, the entire 9 realms will be under his rule. Today, even your hometown, Midgard, will be brought under his rule. 35. Go on. Jean said succinctly. Loki? It's Loki, said Vorstag in his loud voice. He is Asgard's god of tricks, Odin's appearance, and Thor's younger brother, and he is originally the giants of Jotunheim. The previous appearance was sealed by Odin with the power of the father, but his heart at the moment has been filled with ambition and lies. His ambitions and lies are starting to intensify. He's already. I know who Loki is. Jean waved, and the V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly. I need more details now. Everything is Loki's conspiracy. Hogun said angrily, the whole Asgard was tricked by him. He was imprisoned in Asgard's prison before, but he joined the charmer Amora, and waited until Odin fell into Odin's prison. While sleeping, he escaped from prison with Amora and stole the power of Odin. He used that power to easily control the entire Asgard, and then he began to march to other parts of the 9 realms. Now Jotunheim and other places it has become Loki's territory. 39. He also blocked Bifrost, and no one can return to Asgard without his permission, added Fandral. Jean calmed down. Did Loki steal the power of Odin? Although it was unexpected, everything before this can be explained. Among the traps set by Amora before, the enchantment he set up was used by someone with powerful power. It was blasted from the outside, and from the energy characteristics, the energy was very similar to Odin's power. At that time, Jean was still wondering why Odin wanted to intervene in this matter. Now, everything is clear. The person behind Amora is Loki, who stole the power of Odin. Vorstag said. The 4 Asgard warriors were overjoyed when they heard Jean's reassurance. That said, Loki stole Odin's power when Baron Zemo recruited a gang of men to form the Band of Criminal Men, and since then he's been busy wiping out Asgard, conquering other realms, and fighting others. The creatures formed alliances to expand their dominion, and then quietly waited for the arrival of the celestial bodies. After the celestial bodies converged, the 9 kingdoms became a continent, and he naturally became the king of the whole world. To be honest, Jean felt a little weird about Loki's forbearance. After Loki got Odin's power, he didn't come to Earth to find him trouble for the first time. He really could endure it. That's for sure, based on Jean's knowledge of Loki, when he got the scepter from Thanos, and ran to the Earth, just about to start his own great cause, but he didn't stand on his heels. He was beaten up by a Midgard man, but if it wasn't for the Ancient One magician, he would have hiccups. In the end, he fled the Earth like a bereaved dog. According to Loki's temperament, he didn't hold any grudges about this matter. What the hell? And his brainless brother Thor has been on Earth because of trivial matters, and has not returned to Asgard. He has no idea what happened in Asgard. When he wants to go back, Loki has completely controlled Bifrost. Only then did he realize that something might have happened in Asgard. Got it. I'll help you, Jean said calmly, but we need a plan now. We definitely have a plan. We want to go to Nidavellir, the home of Dwarf. But now that Loki is the ultimate mastermind, the story goes from a cliched villain rules the world to a personal feud. Jean definitely knows Nidavellir, the hometown of Dwarf among the 9 kingdoms, and Dwarf is a group of the most exquisite craftsmen no matter what myths and legends are in, and their weapons are definitely the best, in Norse mythology not excluded. Gungnir in the hands of Odin, and Mjolnir in the hands of Thor, also known as Mjolnir, are the proud works of the dwarf craftsmen. In Avengers 3, the Infinity Gauntlet in Thanos' hands was actually created by dwarfs, an artifact that can withstand the power of 6 infinite gems, and the Storm Axe, which is extremely popular in the movie, is also from Dwarf, the handwriting of a family. Jean became interested, and he thought of his armor. That's a good idea, but how do we get to Nidavellir? Jean asked. As you said, Bifrost has been blocked by Loki, so how do we get there? Sif smiled, then said mysteriously, Midgard people, Bifrost is not the only way we travel across the country. Then, Sif blew a whistle, and 4 elegant white Pegasus slowly landed in front of several people from the air. They sat meekly in the ice and snow, with gentle eyes in their moist eyes. So they finally plan to ride to Nidavellir, but they are very Asgard. The white-winged Pegasus is flying in the dark universe, and 4 Asgard people are riding on the back of the 4 Pegasus. This scene is very in line with the scene in myth and legend. It must be because of magic. The speed of Jean was very fast, and Jean's armor spurted out a blue light, pushing him to soar in the universe. He scanned the form of the 4 Pegasus with great interest, and sure enough, he detected the fluctuation of magic power on their bodies. The analysis results show that these 4 Pegasus are able to fly in the universe with the help of spells and magic. Definitely this is not an exception, and now they are in the universe. Just flapping their wings is not an exception. Able to power them in the universe. As creatures in the realm of the gods, these Pegasus have had huge amounts of magic in their bodies since they were born. The magic of flight has become their instinct, just like people want to eat when they are hungry, so they can use it from birth. The flight spell performs a flight. However, these Asgard people never thought about the mystery and mystery. In their eyes, Tianma has wings, and it is only natural that he can fly. To make a fuss, they didn't even think about something that profound. Maybe this is the essential difference between Midgard and Asgard. Tianma's flight was very fast, and it didn't take long before a huge amount of neutron star that was on the verge of death appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Although the red neutron star was close to death, this kind of death was for celestial bodies. Here soon could be tens of thousands or tens of millions of years. At the moment, the neutron star is releasing a red light. Huge amounts of turbulence are constantly pouring out of the neutron star's core, showing the most shocking side of nature. Jean's armor is constantly facing this star. The neutron star was detected, and the energy value of the neutron star erupted, constantly flashing in his line of sight. In the outer circle of the neutron star, there is a dark star ring, and this is the hometown of dwarf Nidoiler, where the dwarf family has lived for generations. Jean and others lowered their heights and descended on Nidovill. They saw the leader of the dwarf clan in front of the forge, the current dwarf leader Aether. This is a dwarf who looks a little arrogant. His hair always seems to be messy, and it seems that he has not washed it for a long time, as if the beard with a full mouth began to flutter as he walked, and he spoke with a buzzing voice. For flowers. Hogun took a step forward. Ikwi, now Loki has obtained absolute ability. I believe you have feelings for these, and now the 9 major kingdoms are facing a crisis. If we join forces, there may be a chance of life. After seeing Sif and others, Aikui didn't seem to be so happy, or he was simply dissatisfied with the Asgard people. He snorted coldly. It's like this again. The high-ranking Asgard people are always on their own. When in trouble, I think of the dwarf family. 0. Jean stepped forward and stood in the middle of Atri and Vorstage, who were arguing. After listening to Hogun's words, Atui sneered disdainfully. Pride and arrogant Asgard people. I think you should find out about your own affairs and come to us now. Asgardians like you really can't let them go. We are at ease. I think we may try to change our position. As you just said, Loki has achieved unlimited energy, so would it be better for us to take refuge in Loki? Atri first glanced at Jean disdainfully, and then seemed to have found something, and her eyes began to grow brighter and brighter. Atri. Vorstag couldn't hold back his violent temper at the time, and he couldn't help shouting loudly, "Are you trying to betray Asgard? I am loyal to Asgard, but now it seems that Loki has become the master of Asgard, and the object of my allegiance may also change." Atri looked at Vorstag and said coldly, "And you need to know now that this is Nidovill, is not your domain. You made this weapon, it's pretty good." Before Jean could speak, Atri started to circle around Jean as if he had seen a baby. "It's a genius-like idea, let me think of you. Where is the person from?" Atri began to think, then his eyes lit up, and he said to Jean, "You must be from Midgard, right? Only Midgard can create such a complex weapon." With a look of reminiscence, "I went to Midgard to practice for decades when I was young. The wisdom of Midgard people is really outstanding, and I have learned a lot from them." 39. Looking at 340. Atri with a look of memory, Jean said, "Thank you for your compliment on my armor, but I want to talk to you as a stranger about what you just said. In my opinion, it is indeed a choice for the dwarf family to join Loki, but that will not change the situation of the dwarf family in any way. Even under the leadership of Loki, an ambitious person, the situation of the dwarf family maybe would be worse." After a pause, Jean continued, "But if you help Asgard now and extend a generous hand to them, it will undoubtedly be a help in the snow for the current Asgard, and the whole Asgard will remember dwarf's kindness to them, even if it is Odin. Can't deny that kindness." Aikui clapped his hands. I finally met someone who understands, who is more likely to be robbed than those Asgard people whose brains are full of muscles." When he said this, Aikui deliberately turned his head to the side. Vorstag's expression moved, and he wanted to say something, but was blocked by Sif standing next to him. In fact, what Atri said just now was just talk. He still has some idea of what Loki is like. From his standpoint, he also doesn't want to see Loki in power. He is just because of those Asgard people. Only find them when they need weapons. "So, if we help you for a while today, Asgard owes us, isn't it?" Atri looked at Vorstage and asked. "Yes, that's right." Sif nodded. "All Asgard will remember this kindness, and the father of god Odin will also thank the dwarfs." 5. Aitri's face showed a smile. "Very good, come with us now." Along the way, Atui didn't talk too much with those Asgard people, but he and Jean were like old friends who hadn't seen him for many years, and opened the chat box. "Before this, no Midgard person could come to our forge. The dwarfs can create the most powerful weapons in the 9 realms. Are you interested in meeting the craftsmen from Midgard?" 9. Very good. Aitri's face was full of excitement, and the exchange with Jean just now benefited him a lot, and made him even have a better attitude towards those Asgard people. "You can go to the arsenal and see at a glance. There is still quite a lot of stock there, enough for you to arm yourself to your own teeth." After speaking, Atri turned his head sideways, looked at Jean walking beside him, and asked, "What about you, Midgard craftsman? Do you have any requirements for weapons?" Vorstage, Fondrel, Hogun, and Sif all quickly found their own weapons. Vorstage chose a huge amount of hammer as his main weapon according to his character, while his secondary weapon was a long knife. Fondrel and Hogon chose the axe as their weapon, and the only female Sif chose a bow and arrow as their weapon. With the blessing of these weapons, their combat effectiveness is the most. At least a 50% increase. In front of the forge, Jean stretched out his palm, and the armor blueprint he designed but never made in 3.4 was projected in front of Aether. AI Kui widened his eyes and looked at the specific parameters on the armor, as well as the technology contained in it. AI Kui was very quick to accept new technology, and he quickly understood this piece. What exactly is in the armor? This is not surprising to Jean, because as the king of dwarfs, Aether is definitely the best among dwarfs in weapon making. Dwarfs can design and create a kind of energy similar to Infinity Gauntlet that can easily control 6 infinite gems. Of course, their knowledge is very profound, but the development direction of their weapons is very different from that on Earth. All the weapons here can be described by cutting iron like mud. At least through Jean's scan of these weapons, he judged that most of the alloys on the Earth will be easily split when facing these weapons. In Dwarf's warehouse, Jean also saw a lot of weapons with powerful magic power attached, which is an excellent help for some medium-level magicians. After some conversations, Aether had regarded Jean as his counterpart, so there was more intimacy in his words. I don't know, have you ever built armor? Jean's V-shaped eyepiece shone with light. Niederweiler is indeed the arsenal of the entire 9 kingdoms. The weapons stored in it are simply countless. The dwarfs have stored enough weapons in their warehouse to arm a kingdom. Definitely most of them are traditional weapons. The cold weapon is mainly, while Aether was obsessed with looking at the design of the armor projected by Jean in front of him, he seemed to be staring at the armor on Jean with the same eyes as a beautiful woman. It was obvious that Aether had already designed the armor completely by Jean. Shocked. Beauty, it's so beautiful. While watching, Aether shook his head and said, as if Jean's armor was a piece of art in his eyes. I can feel the breath of various alloys on it. Powerful, very powerful. I have never seen such a perfect material. 35 Iqui said obsessively. Could it be that there is no such material in God's domain? Volstage couldn't help but asked. Iqui gave him a "are you an idiot" look, and then said, definitely not. After speaking, he thought again, maybe there is a material that can compete with him in terms of overall strength. 23 But this material, it's just breathtakingly beautiful. Several Asgard people looked at each other. When did Midgard have such a powerful material? Their concept of Midgard had been stuck at the time when they followed Thor to Midgard. At that time, Thor invaded Jotunheim without authorization and wanted to use Bifrost to destroy the entire Jotunheim. He was deprived of his divine power by the Heavenly Father Odin and was demoted to in the mortal world. As Thor's most loyal followers, they naturally followed Thor to Midgard, and then they saw the pistols in the hands of the S.H.I.E.L.D agent, and those metal objects with the file size of peanut grains hit them with no pain at all. So they probably have this impression of Midgard's weapons. No, today they met a powerful Midgard man. In their impression, this Midgard man was stronger than Thor. Now my equipment is not at its peak. The previous battle has caused some damage to my armor, and I can't use this armor to face Loki. Jean said. In fact, is there any damage to Jean's armor? It's not too much. Even if it is, it has been repaired by nanorobots. In addition, he has the space gem in his armor. Now his strength is enough to fight against the sky. Odin is the power of the father. After all, in New Mexico, Jean had already fought against Odin at a distance. At that time, the two could be said to be on the same level. Now Jean has the blessing of the space gem, and his strength is even higher. So in the face of Loki, who has already stolen the power of the Heavenly Father, it can be said that his odds of winning have exceeded 90%. So in the end, Jean is the cherished material in the hands of dwarfs, especially those Ulu alloys in their hands, that is, the material of Mauernir that was broken by Jean before. Jean used to add it to his armor before. A lot of Ulu alloys, mixed materials composed of Ulu alloys, Kree alloys, and vibranium showed super strong properties, which made Jean very envious of Ulu alloys. There is an opportunity now, and naturally, it is necessary to get more Ulu alloys from the hands of those dwarfs. Fortunately, now he has 4 good teammates. 0. After hearing what Jean said, Aether held his chin and said, Midgard, if you need it, I think I can make a brand new armor for you. I have forged a lot of armor before, but like yours. This kind of complex armor has never been forged, so I am very interested. It will be better if you can build it with me next to you. Sif hurriedly said, Midgard people, you should accept it. This is a good opportunity. All the weapons crafted by the Dwarf King Aether are the most outstanding. Only the highest level warriors in Asgard can be allowed to use the Dwarf King to craft the weapons that come out, and more importantly, every weapon forged by the King of Dwarf has the blessing of Odin on it, or in the forge of Nidavelli, has the blessing of Odin. So, before Jean could answer, Sif tried to persuade her. She was more active than forging weapons for herself, as if this hard-won opportunity was her own. But then he frowned. Now that Loki is so powerful, even if the newly forged armor has Odin's blessing on it, it may not be able to defeat Loki, so 340 can only. Vorstag is misfiring. It seems that Aether is very reasonable. Now it's really useless if you don't use it. Maybe after you use it, the probability of defeating Loki will be slightly higher by a hair's distance. Impossible. Volstage shouted loudly, that kind of thing is the most precious thing in the entire 9 realms. Even in Asgard, only a few people designated by Heavenly Father can use it, and now but to use him on an outsider, I don't think it's legal. Very good. Saying that, a proud smile appeared on Aether's face. Midgard craftsman, you have shown me Midgard's finest materials, now it's time to show you Nidavali's. Go, I'll take you to see Ulu alloy. Sif at the moment also persuaded, and finally the 4 Asgard agreed to Aether's proposal. After hearing this, Aether laughed heartily. His biggest hobby in his life was to learn from each other with craftsmen from other countries, and then to enhance his manufacturing skills. After seeing Jean's armor, his heart was long ago. It's starting to itch, and I can't wait to have some discussions and exchanges with Jean immediately. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, then he nodded. Definitely, you and I will work together to design and manufacture this armor. Humph. Ai snorted coldly, and then said dryly, no need now, and then in the face of Loki's failure, no matter how much precious materials are left, Loki will have it, and then you will find him to go. Nidavel, Arms Forge. A huge amount of the furnace was filled with red viscous liquid, and the hot red liquid like magma was poured out from a large bucket placed above, and poured into the huge amounts of the furnace. The hot red liquid was boiling, there was a golden light on it, and it seemed that endless heat was radiating from it. The entire weapon forge was like an oven that was about to be burned out. It was full of high temperature. Become slightly curly. This is our weapon forge. Aether proudly introduced it to Jean, and they stood at the moment in a narrow passage, next to the huge amounts of furnace they had just seen. I crafted it myself in this place. Mjolnir. Speaking of his masterpiece, Aether was like a child showing off his toys. Ulu alloy is the material used to make Mjolnir, and even Gungnir in Odin's hands is also made of Ulu alloy. Ulu alloy is also a specialty of Nidavali, or in other words, the entire universe is only Nidali. Dwarf is a place where Ulu alloy is produced. When it was just excavated, Ulu alloy was an unremarkable ore and did not show any special characteristics, but the hardness of this alloy was indestructible, surpassing any known dwarf before a material. After in-depth research on Ulu alloy, dwarf were surprised to find that this alloy has a very good phase for magic. But the forging of this total metal is very difficult, which requires the core of the dying neutron star in front of them to provide the corresponding energy for forging. Only the huge energy in the core of the neutron star can melt the Ulu alloy. Nidavali is the only source of Ulu alloy. The metal is very rare, and there is not a lot of stock in Nidaville. If it wasn't for the current emergency, and if it wasn't for the good relationship between Aether and Jean, otherwise, Jean would never get the Ulu alloy anyway. This also has to mention Jean's good team friend, the 4 Asgard warriors. If they hadn't tried their best to assist, it is estimated that Jean would not have gotten the Ulu alloy so easily. The group led by Ai went to the height of the factory. From here, they could see the whole picture of the huge furnace. It seemed that hot red molten iron was poured into the furnace from the vat above him all the time. We're going to keep the Ulu alloy in its state, when it's in a molten state, Aether explained to Jean. Ulu alloy can only be forged in this furnace, even if you know the method, but without this furnace blessed by Odin, you can't forge Ulu alloy at all. Aether continued, this furnace will heating the Ulu alloy to a suitable temperature. Odin left a spell in the furnace. When the temperature of the Ulu alloy reaches a certain value, the spell left by Odin will take effect, and he will extract the tree of life. Magic power is infused into these URU alloys. You have to believe me, that scene will definitely be unforgettable for a lifetime. What Ai said was quite exciting, spittle flying, and the strands of beard standing together were flying in the air because of his gestures, and he wished to directly show that exciting scene in front of everyone. After that, your weapon will be endowed with unparalleled magical power, and because your weapon is Ulu alloy, it can exert 5 or 6 times its strength. Speaking of this, Dwarf's face showed memories at that time. You should come and see the scene of Mjolnir's successful forging. Endless thunder shrouded the entire forging factory, and the forging factory turned into a vast expanse of white. The power of that thunder is really amazing. After listening to Aether's narration, Jean has a general understanding of the forging process of Ulu alloy. Basically, after the metal is heated to a certain temperature in the furnace, the spell that Odin left on the furnace will be activated. The role of the spell is to extract the almost endless magic power in the world tree, and then instill it into the Ulu alloy. Originally, Jean thought that Odin's blessing was only in a literal sense, but after Aether's description, Jean became interested in this blessing. Jean is still very interested in the world tree in Norse mythology. Before, he always wanted to study the world tree that supports the 9 kingdoms in Norse mythology. Now it seems that the myth should become a reality. But now Jean has a good idea. You said that Ulu alloy can only be heated to a suitable temperature in a furnace. Jean pondered for a moment, then you say, is there a possibility that the solid value can be poured onto another weapon in the Ulu alloy? Alright. After hearing this, Aether was stunned for a moment, and then asked, you mean, Ulu alloy molten iron is poured directly on top of other weapons? Jean nodded. No, it's impossible. Ai waved his hand to express his rejection. We have conducted similar experiments before, and there has never been a material that can withstand the erosion of Ulu alloy, even the best in God's domain. Before he could finish speaking, Ai set his eyes on Jean, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. No, maybe there is another possibility. Midgard's most outstanding material and Nidawyler the most outstanding materials are integrated together. It's really possible. On the Earth, amidst the explosion of huge amounts of frost, the energy of the sky is gradually subsiding, and the huge amounts of vortex above everyone's heads are slowly disappearing. Together with the various shadows seen from those vortices, it also disappeared with the disappearance of the vortex. Everything is back to normal, and the celestial convergence has disappeared. The 9 kingdoms have returned to their normal state. Wanda stood in front of the ancient ice coffin. Just now she was controlling the energy of the ancient ice coffin and cooperated with Professor Selvig to complete a seemingly impossible task, because of the consumption of mana and energy. So now Wanda's face looks pale, and with the joint efforts of her and Professor Selvig, a shocking crisis has been resolved by them. Wanda looked at Professor Selvig with a pale face. We succeeded. Professor Selvig looked at the data of the instrument in front of him motionless, before nodding after a long time. Yes, we succeeded. The parameters of the celestial body convergence have basically returned to normal. 55. The eyes of the old man became brighter and brighter, and his voice became louder and louder. After hearing the accurate confirmation, Wanda let out a long sigh of relief, and her tense nerves relaxed immediately. She jumped off the platform holding the ancient ice coffin, and when she touched the ground, her legs snapped. Soft almost fell to the ground. Daisy, who was still beside her, was greedy for Wanda. Good Wanda? Captain 35 Umbrella gave Wanda a thumbs up. You did it. 99. Yes, it worked. A weak smile appeared on Wanda's face. She now felt that she had just run 100,000 meters, and now she just wanted to throw herself on the bed and fall asleep. But she always felt that something was not right, as if something was wrong, but she didn't know where this feeling came from. Quicksilver saw that something was wrong with his sister, and he hurriedly asked, "What's the matter, sister?" "No, nothing, maybe I'm too tired." Nidavellir, the hometown of Dwarf, in front of the furnace, Jean and Aether have completed all the preparatory work for making an armor. If it is on Earth, according to Jean's design ideas, there are various complicated mechanisms in the armor. Expansion, even relying on the strong industrial strength of Mason Industry and Tianjian Bureau, it would take several weeks to build a suit of armor for oneself. And now Jean has a good solution. According to the plan he proposed, he only needs to pour the Ulu alloy that has been heated to the limit in the furnace on his at the moment, and there is no need to build a new armor from scratch. The ultra-high temperature Ulu alloy will be poured on his space armor, so the production time will be greatly reduced. Theoretically, the armor can be built in an hour. Now everything is ready. Huge amounts of hot Ulu alloy liquid flowing in the furnace. The extremely high dimension has reached the conditions to activate the spell. The huge magic power of the world tree is infused into the Ulu alloy, making the Ulu alloy become it was like boiling hot water, constantly releasing bubbles. It's almost time. Aether rubbed his palm excitedly. He couldn't wait to see the mysterious shape of the super alloy, vibranium, from the Earth, Gram, Pte, alloy, and the Asgard domain the most powerful metal, Ulu alloy, fused together in the great furnace of Nidawyler, will show what a result. For this result, AI Kui has been very much looking forward to it. Well, are you sure you want to jump like this? Aether turned his head and looked at Jean next to him. You know, the temperature inside the furnace is really amazing. I don't recommend you do this. Suddenly, there was an unnatural twist in the molten iron in the furnace, like a carp jumping over a dragon gate, and a black outline gradually flashed from under the liquid surface. Jean jumped and plunged into the scalding Ulu alloy liquid like the most decisive warrior. Tongues of flame licked the armor on Jean's body, knowing that his body was not submerged in the liquid at the end. Everyone covered their eyes with their palms, but all these actions were of no avail. The dazzling light shot into their retinas, but these white lights were not offensive at all, but instead gave people a sense of integrity and inviolability. A feeling of, "But I have to do it," Jean said calmly, as he stepped to the edge of the furnace. The temperature measuring device in the armor kept releasing the high temperature alarm, and the fiery red light illuminated the V on his head. Glyph eyepiece. Could it be that Midgard man? Sif glared back before Vorstag could finish his words. After the dwarf in the forge received the order, he immediately turned on the switch. The vat that had been above the furnace began to turn over, and a large amount of red molten iron began to tilt down. The moment the molten iron entered the furnace, it was like billions of suns. Light bloomed from it, and the forge turned into a white world. All four of Asgard looked at Jean, who was already standing on the edge of the cliff in confusion. They couldn't figure out why this Midgard man didn't come out of the armor. Wouldn't it be more secure? It's now. Aether waved his arms and shouted loudly. It's about time. The light gradually dissipated, and Ikui stared at the situation in the furnace. Logically, this should be over. The dark armor slowly rose from the furnace, and the fiery red molten iron slipped from the armor's face. The original scarlet V-shaped eyepiece was tempered by Ulu alloy, and a layer of frosted texture was formed on it. Then there was a tumbling in the furnace. The black armor climbed rapidly from the furnace. A large amount of molten iron flowed down from the armor. Trailing flames trailed behind him, flew out of the furnace directly, and then landed in the aisle not far away among them. After the original black armor was poured with Ulu alloy, it was given a layer of frosted gray color. The residual heat in the furnace allowed everyone present to feel how hot it was in the furnace. A huge momentum was released from the armor and thickened, making them feel the majesty of God. It's unbelievable. Aether looked at Jean and said in surprise. The armor that integrated vibranium, Kree alloy, and Ulu alloy became a peerless artifact. It wasn't just Atri who said that, but the 4 warriors of Asgard also thought so. Just from the residual heat of the furnace emitted from the armor, they could imagine how amazing the temperature in the furnace was, not to mention how to keep it at such a temperature. They have survived. If it was them, they might not have really entered the furnace. It has already turned into fly ash. They felt that Jean's power had become even more unfathomable. This is definitely the most perfect weapon I've ever seen in my life. AI Transcendent said ecstatically. Yes, that's right, he's perfect. Jean's V-shaped eyepieces flickered. The self-inspection program in the armor has just completed the self-inspection, and at the same time, a comprehensive inspection of the current performance of the armor has been carried out. It can be said that it is simply fantastic. Now this armor is fully capable of withstanding the damage caused by triggering the space jam, which means that the current Jean can trigger the power of the space jam at will. Asgard, the royal palace. Thor has been bound to the ground by Loki's mana belt. Under the influence of Loki's powerful mana, the power of the Heavenly Father exerted thousands of times the power on Thor's body. At the moment Thor is half kneeling on the ground, desperately trying to don't really get down on your knees, but across from him is his younger brother Loki. As for our Tony Stark, he is not treated as well as Loki's brother. In the previous battle, the reactor on Stark's chest has been destroyed by Loki. Now Stark can be said to be completely stuffed in himself among the steel battlesuits. Even the most basic moves will consume his energy, but fortunately, Loki doesn't seem to have any interest in him. He is now secretly repairing his steel battlesuits frantically. Take a look, is it possible to make this iron lump move? Loki at the moment sitting on the throne, from the throne that symbolized the supremacy of Asgard, looking down at his brother with a playful face. He had never felt the world was so wonderful, and he waved Gungnir in his hand as if it was wielding his power. He looked at Thor half kneeling with contempt in his eyes, and this feeling made him not feel tired no matter what. But suddenly, Loki seemed to sense something, and the expression on his face fluctuated slightly, but soon he returned to his original appearance. Okay, the celestial gathering is over. Loki stroked his chin. It seems that Amora's mission has failed, which is indeed a little disappointing. You're not going to win anyway, Loki. Thor roared loudly as he braced himself. No matter what your plots and tricks won't work. 35. Loki shrugged his shoulders after listening. My stupid brother. There was contempt in his tone. Why don't you always see reality? I've stolen the power of the Father now, and I'm the most powerful existence in the entire 9 worlds. The 9 worlds will succumb to my rule. How can this be a conspiracy? This is a dignified power. 99. Seeking flowers. With that said, Loki stabbed Gungnir in his hand fiercely on the ground, and Thor felt that the divine power exerted on him began to become more difficult to resist. Thor is silent, because Loki does seem to have some truth in what he says. Seeing his brother's legs twitching helplessly in the air, Loki's face showed a perverted smile. How does it feel to switch roles, brother? I said, I'm invincible. Gungnir swept away at will, and Stark flew out immediately, then fell heavily to the ground, and then Loki directly grabbed Thor's throat at a speed that was absolutely unstoppable. A palm cannon left Stark's palm and charged directly at Thor. The target he aimed at was not Loki, but the mana straps on Thor's body. Loki smiled as Thor and Stark rushed towards him, both of them acting as ridiculous as a mayfly shaking a tree in Loki's eyes. Although those straps restrained Thor's divine power, under Stark's palm cannon, those mana straps fell apart one after another, and the lost divine power returned to Thor's body again. He roared and stood up straight, and rushed directly to Loki who was sitting on the throne. I don't know anything else, Stark said loudly, but I know that a villain like you will not end well in the end. Stark stood up, then raised his arm. The repulsion cannon in his palm exuded powerful energy fluctuations. Stark, who has been forgotten in the corner for a long time, finally came to life. After a very hard work, his armor was finally back online, and after removing a large number of useless functions, his steel battlesuit was able to move again. Now, the weapon system has also been brought back online. Loki threw Thor a few dozen meters away, hitting the gate of Asgard heavily, and then Loki came to Thor in an instant, half squatted down with a winner on his face with a smile. He looked at Thor, who was tired on the ground. Since you're invincible, Thor struggled to get up, rubbed his throat, then glanced at Loki and asked, so, why haven't you been successful yet? Loki's smile froze on his face, and his expression turned cold. Just as he was about to teach his brother a lesson, Asgard's door was suddenly pushed open. A green-skinned orc walked in, saw Loki 357 and knelt down respectfully. Didn't I say, don't disturb me when it's not important? Loki had a displeased look on his face. Yes, my king. The green-skinned orc said respectfully, but now someone is attacking Asgard. 99. On Bifrost, when Jean, who had reforged Ulu alloy, led the 4 warriors of Asgard to Bifrost, he found that Loki's army was already here. Loki's ashamed of the Asgard's face. Vorstag looked at the strange creatures standing on Bifrost, a face flushed with anger. It seems that Loki has done a lot of work in order to snatch the throne and strengthen his rule over the 9 realms, and he has a lot of allies. On Bifrost, you can see giants of Jotunheim from Jotunheim, green-skinned orcs, and other strange creatures, but they all have one characteristic, that is, they don't look that bright. When Jean and the others stood in front of them, they could feel thousands of vicious gazes cast on them. Roar! I don't know who was the first to roar. Loki's army instantly boiled, and they began to charge bravely in the direction of Jean and the others like a wave. There was still a long way to go, but Sif and the others felt a rush. A powerful aura was forcing them towards them. I don't know if it was an illusion or because of some factors, they felt that the Bifrost under their feet began to tremble slightly. Even the 4 battle-hardened Asgard warriors were a little stunned when they saw such a huge army again. Hogun licked the corner of his mouth and said in a low voice, "Well, it seems that the opponent's forces are really strong. It's huge, not that I'm looking for objective reasons, but we might just stop there." Jean walked to the front without a word. A blue light emerged from his body. He raised his arms straight. When the energy reached the top, Jean released his palms and ran, and then an unmatched blue light beam, like a long spear, directly covered the entire Bifrost. Those strange-shaped troops running at the forefront were immediately evaporated by Jean's palm cannon. Yes, in the literal sense, the kind that didn't even have any bones left. The wall-like formation of the Loki army was torn to shreds. The army that was charging at full force stopped in place, and some high-level intelligent creatures looked at the black-gray armor not far away in confusion. The creatures, even those monsters without high-level thinking ability, felt threatened and stopped their steps. The blow from Jean just now integrates the energy of the Terrigen crystal, the energy of the space gem, and the magic power contained in the Ulu alloy. The power is amazing. Not only Loki's army stared at Jean in astonishment, but even the 4 warriors of Asgard stared at Jean in astonishment. They had just felt the huge energy of Jean's blow, and an idea emerged in their hearts, although this idea is very absurd and unrealistic, but the blow just now really gave them the feeling that this Midgard person already has the strength of Odin. Now Loki's army is only 10 meters away from Jean, but they stopped there strangely, as if time had frozen. They dared not move forward or retreat, they just stood there in a daze. There, it looked very funny. The giants of Jotunheim and the greenskin orcs look at me, I look at you, and there is a meaning in their eyes. Are we going to continue? However, this situation only lasted for a moment. Jean would not give them time to think. Like a black-gray cannonball, Jean rushed directly into the crowd, and the golden-yellow sword tip emerged from his 2 palms at the same time. At this moment, Weishandi's sacred sword became the sword of killing. Wherever Jean passed by, the 3.4 creatures on both sides of him would be cut in half by the sharp sword. At the same time, all the weapon systems on Jean's armor were activated. The brilliant fire and the golden longsword caused a devastating blow to Loki's army. It looks like Jean alone can kill Loki's army to pieces. As the only woman among the Foreskids, Sif drew his long sword with a swipe and said loudly, "What are we waiting for? This is our battle. How can a Midgard man be allowed to fighting alone on the front lines?" Only then did the other 3 react, grabbing their weapons and roaring into the battle group. Asgard. Loki is using his spell to form something similar to a mirror in front of him. The mirror is showing the battle on Bifrost. When he saw the grey-black armor in the mirror, his face changed. After a slight change, the V-shaped eyepiece shown with scarlet light seemed to pass through his spell and look directly at him. Loki froze in place for a moment, the expression on his face colorful. It's him, yes, it's definitely him. Although he changed his armor and looked different from before, Loki recognized him right away. It seemed that Loki had traveled through time and space and returned to the scene where he descended to the earth through Tesseract. The dark armor in front of him slammed him a few times, and then stepped on his cold and thick metal boots. On his body, the terrifying palm cannon was aimed at his face, and he sounded the moment when he was dominated by death. 23 Thinking of this, Loki clenched the Gungnir in his hand, and an emotion mixed with anger and excitement flooded his heart. Great, Loki's body is already shaking a little. He didn't have the time to go to the earth to find that Midgard person to settle accounts, but he didn't expect him to come to the door by himself, and indeed the goddess of fate was also on his side. Loki snorted, and an ice-blue horn appeared in his hand. Thor's face changed when he saw this. "Loki, are you crazy?" Loki ignored Thor, put the horn into his mouth, and seemed to have exhausted all his strength. Blowing the horn forcefully, the strange sound echoed throughout Asgard, as if seducing something to destroy the world. The presence. The whole Asgard shuddered. When the 4 warriors of Asgard who were fighting against Loki's army heard the sound of the horn, their expressions changed, and the attack in their hands could not help slowing down. In fact, there is no need for them to participate in the battle now, because most of the people have been solved by Jean, or the entire army formed by Loki was originally a loose alliance. When someone started to die, the other races start thinking about your own way back. At least in the army, the number of greenskin orcs and the giants of Jotunheim is dwindling rapidly, not because Jean cleans it up, but because they quietly left here. Vorstag looked in the direction of Asgard in disbelief. That is, could it be? Impossible. Hogun frowned. There's no way Loki is crazy like this. But he's just so crazy. Sif looked up at the sky, as if something was about to descend from the heavenly palace. He has sounded the horn, there will be nothing but that, and that thing will come right away. Coming soon. As if to fulfill what Sif said, a huge amount of figure penetrated through the layers of clouds, and then quickly fell in the direction of Bifrost. Jean's armor began to give an early warning, and the armor detected that a large creature was approaching fast. He floated in the air, raised his head, and saw a pair of blood-red eyes staring at him maliciously. The owner of the eyes was huge and seemed to be able to cover the sky. With a loud bang, huge amounts of monsters landed on Bifrost, killing an unknown number of soldiers. This is a wolf, an incomparably huge wolf. He has blue fur all over his body, sharp teeth, and a viscous liquid that is constantly flowing on it. The evil and the sacred should be contradictory at the same time. Appeared on the wolf. Ice wolf Fenrir? In Norse mythology, the giant wolf Fenrir is the giant wolf in Norse mythology, the first child of Loki, and the elder brother of Hela, the goddess of death. Legend has it that when the giant wolf Fenrir opened his mouth, his upper and lower jaws could withstand the heavens and the earth, but he was imprisoned by the gods because of his ferocious character, and he was imprisoned more than once. The first 2 times were easily freed by the giant wolf Fenrir, and the 3rd time was successfully captured by a magic chain made by a dwarf who is good at weapons. But in the MCU universe, Fenrir has become the mount of Hela, the goddess of death, which is much less forced. Then, a continuous blue light beam bloomed from Jean's left hand, constantly bombarding Fenrir on the ground, and at the same time his right hand began to seal quickly. The sky was instantly cloudy, as if it was Lagong's anger. Countless golden yellow the lightning strikes Fenrir's body. The azure blue energy beam was released from the palm of Jean's palm. The powerful energy fluctuation made the hairs on Sif's body stand up in an instant. The energy beam directly hit Fenrir's face, and the huge amount of impact directly made him sway. It flew out and smashed through an unknown number of buildings. Although Jean does not know which world view the Fenrir in front of him is a product of, he is not afraid of the monster in front of him. Fenrir roared into the air from the pile of rubble and rushed towards Jean's position. The hood of Jean's leg was opened, and the auxiliary special jet was ignited. The blue light pushed Jean to avoid Fenrir, and then his fist with a blue light directly hit Fenrir's chin, directly hitting Fenrir from the air to the ground. He roared, and shot out countless sharp rays of light from the huge amounts of Wolf's mouth, and these rays of light reached Jean in an instant. Fenrir dared to roar. No one has ever made him so embarrassed in so many years, even Odin. He must be treated with 12 points of care. According to legend, the appearance of Fenrir, the Ice Wolf, will be the beginning of Ragnarok. It can be seen from the expressions on the faces of the 4 warriors of Asgard. At the moment, they all looked at Fenrir, who fell on Bifrost with a dull and solemn expression. The voice said, Ragnarok, Ragnarok. Milky white light flashed from Jean's body, and the guardian of the high-level spell angel opened, resisting Fenrir's attack. Even Thor's presence would not compare to Jean's blow. The thunder light flickered, and the golden light made people unable to open their eyes at all. When the thunder light gradually disappeared, the 4 Asgard knew what had happened, only to see Fenrir lying motionless on the ground, originally blue. Their fur became charred black, and blood continued to ooze from it, and they even smelled the aroma of barbecue. Obviously, Fenrir was already dead and couldn't die any longer. The 4 looked at Fenrir, who was lying on the ground, and then at Jean, who was quietly floating in the air. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. The Midgard man in front of them was too powerful. The beginning character of Ragnarok just died. Jean ignored the horrified expressions of the 4, and the thruster started to enter Asgard. At the moment in Asgard was empty. Jean was not blocked by any means. He blasted the door of Asgard directly with 1 cannon, stepped through the door and walked into the hall. Loki and Thor were already here, but what he didn't expect was that Tony Stark was here, even though he didn't seem to be doing so well. From the moment Jean entered the door, Loki's eyes have been locked on him, and when Jean walked in, Loki said in surprise, "You actually made an armor with Ulu alloy." After Thor heard it, he couldn't help but cast a surprised look at Jean. "Nidaeller's dwarfs are really bold. These are my property," Loki said in a cold tone, but he quickly shook his head again. "But it doesn't matter now, there really is no difference. People who know that the sky is high and the earth come to you, and the Ulu alloy on you will soon return to the place where you should have been." Jean ignored Loki's self-talk, raised his arm, and instantly a blue energy beam shot straight towards Loki's face. Loki's figure dodged and avoided Jean's attack, while the spear in his hand spun, stabbed directly at Jean. Facing the legendary Odin's weapon, Jean didn't dodge or evade, and his right hand pressed the long spear that Loki stabbed directly, and then the palm of his left hand ran directly to the door of Loki's face. "I said, I'm your nightmare," Jean said coldly. This point did not change when we met again. Feeling the rapidly accumulating energy in the palm cannon, the temperature was transmitted from the air to his cheeks. Loki once again recalled the fear of being stepped on by the person in front of him and being touched by the palm cannon on the earth. It was as if Death God was lying on top of him, breathing coldly against his neck. At this time, Loki didn't even think about it. He hurriedly retracted his gun and leaned back to avoid the past. The scorching energy beam almost wiped his head and fired past. An unlucky pillar in the palace was hit by the energy beam and exploded instantly. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, and he didn't dodge or evade, and rushed directly to Loki's spear. At the same time, the golden longsword in his hand flashed and stabbed directly at Loki's body. He couldn't attack his own attack. He directly avoided Jean's attack sideways. The spear in his hand did not stab Jean's body because of his sideways dodging. The huge energy instantly poured out towards a wall in Asgard, directly. It pierced through the walls of Asgard, piercing a giant hole in it. Loki let out a strange cry and rushed towards Jean's direction with his Gungnir gun in hand. He felt ashamed of his actions just now. He clearly had obtained the power of the Heavenly Father. Why was he in the process of fighting? "Are you still so timid? Why didn't you dare to fight that mortal with that mortal?" Jean stood firm on both feet, and the golden longsword in his hand kept resisting Loki's attacks from various unexpected angles. Dang Dang's voice kept echoing throughout the hall. The huge amounts of energy fluctuations made Thor have to protect Stark, otherwise he was afraid that Stark would be shaken into flesh by the aftermath of the fight between the two. It's dangerous. It's dangerous. Loki has a lingering fear in his heart, but then he thought about it. No, I am now a person with the power of the Heavenly Father. How could I be afraid of a Midgard person? Why should I coax a simple energy cannon? Thinking of this, Loki was full of anger, thinking of the embarrassment he faced this mortal on Earth before, and now he can't wait to swallow the guy in front of him alive. Facts have proved that when a person who was full of intrigues before has gained the power of an unquestionable opponent, his tricks will not become open and upright, just like at the moment Loki and Jean played against each other. Loki, his moves are worthy of the title of the god of tricks. They are cunning and ever-changing. In his hands, Gungnir is like a poisonous snake waiting for an opportunity, looking for opportunities to strike anytime, anywhere. A strike is like a letter spit out by a poisonous snake, with a strange angle. Maybe it was because the last time the two of them met was too unpleasant. The strength of Jean before brought a certain psychological shadow to Loki. Mortal, I want you to know the consequences of blasphemy. Gungnir turned a circle in Loki's hand, then pointed in the direction of Jean. The energy on the spear fluctuated violently, indicating that Loki at the moment of restlessness. The spear in his hand trembled, and a huge amount of energy was immediately stimulated from the spear, and an ice-blue vortex energy swept towards Jean instantly, blocking all the directions he avoided. At the moment Jean and Loki are fighting more and more frequently, and the intensity of the fight is getting stronger and stronger. Under the aftermath of the fight between Asgard, the decorations inside have begun to become tattered. The whole Asgard also seemed to let out an overwhelmed cry and began to tremble. The mural on the dome was shattered by the aftermath of the energy they fought, revealing the real content inside. Before, the mural on the dome was a picture of the king of God Odin charitably ruling the 9 realms, but now, the content inside has completely changed. A woman Thor had never seen appeared on the frescoes of the dome. Under Odin's order, the woman brutally killed all those who disobeyed Asgard's rule in cold blood. Finally, she and Odin stood side by side, and the bottom was endless. Fighter. Don't tell me, you've never met this man. Stark glanced at Thor, who was puzzled, and said, Thor doesn't know what to say. He has never seen this woman, but the frescoes on the dome show that this woman should be very important. I don't know who this woman is. Who? Stark gave Thor a "your house is a mess" look, leaving Thor speechless for a while. At the moment, in the battlefield, Jean's long sword picked up, forcing Loki to fly. Jean's propulsion device also started to activate, and he followed Loki unhurriedly. Two figures staggered in the air. Powerful energy, the two of them shot out like a mine rising from the ground, bursting with steel needles that were hard to resist, piercing all the walls around the palace. The last two pierced through the top of Asgard and flew outside to continue the fight. The 4 Asgard warriors, who had been sneaking behind Jean, entered Asgard with lingering fears. The energy fluctuations that the two of them had just fought was too powerful, and it was not a battle level that they could blend in at all. I feel that if I go in rashly, I will be mashed into meat in an instant. But they were surprised by the power of the two of them fighting, but rather the 4 of them were surprised by how powerful Jean had, and could, be on a par with Loki, who had already captured the power of the Heavenly Father. Thor, how are you? Vorstag first saw Thor, who was protecting Stark there. The power of the battle between Jean and Loki just now was too strong, even though Thor was not in the middle of the battle between the two, but still embarrassed by the aftermath of the battle between the two. Stark, who was guarded by him, was even more embarrassed. The power supply of his armor had been completely destroyed. At the moment, he was leaning against a pillar to lay his corpse there. Guys, are you all right? Thor asked hastily. We have nothing to do. Sif calmed his roar inhalation, and then said, it's unbelievable that Midgard person can actually fight back and forth with Loki, who has already stolen the power of the Heavenly Father. Fondrel said dully, looking at the mess in the palace. That's right, it's incredible. Hogun said with the same exclamation. Odin is a character at the peak of his combat power in Asgard or in the entire 9 realms, and the Midgard man they met by chance in Jotunheim was able to toughen Heavenly Father. Power, the impact this brought to them is too huge. Is that the Black Devil? Stark asked at the moment. The Black Devil of the Earth. On his armor, I scanned the same material as your meteor hammer. Yes, it is Ulu alloy, the rarest and best material in the 9 realms. Thor nodded. My meteor hammer is made of this metal. Then Thor stood up and said, I still have things to do right now, and it's between me and Loki. I'm going to deal with it myself. Outside Asgard, azure blue energy and ice blue energy are intertwined. The sound of weapons colliding resounds throughout Asgard. 2 figures are looming under the cover of blue light. Huge amounts of energy shockwave keep impacting the town below. Thousands of meters were cracked due to the aftermath of the battle between the two. No, there is no such possibility at all. Loki shook his head, pushing the ridiculous thought out of his mind. Gee. There was a loud bang, louder than the sound of any weapon colliding before. The 2 intertwined figures separated. Jean's arm was raised, the blue palm cannon shot out, and then 2 blue energy shot in the air. Intertwined, rushed towards Loki not far away. It has been almost a quarter of an hour, but the more he fights, the more frightened Loki becomes. After stealing the power of the Heavenly Father, Loki has already swelled to the limit. In his opinion, it is not easy to deal with a mortal. No matter what, the person in front of him is only a mortal person. Relying on the power of his Heavenly Father, killing him is as simple as crushing an ant, but now he is horrified to find that he is wrong, and it is still a big deal. Wrong, although the other party has a blessing from the Ulu alloy armor, but the mortal in front of him has exceeded the definition of mortal. This person can actually stand against the power of the Heavenly Father. No, the other party seems to be stronger than the power of the Heavenly Father. From the point of view of an onlooker, the two seem to be on equal footing in the brilliantly lit battle, but only in person. Only when Loki participated in the battle did he know the horror of it, and in the battle just now, he was slightly at a disadvantage. Loki waved Gungnir in his hand and resisted the shockwave, but the figure also took a few steps back in the air. Could it be that this mortal is more powerful than Odin? Loki shook his head and threw the ridiculous thoughts out of his mind. How could a mortal man compare to himself with the power of a Heavenly Father? Just kidding? Although he thought so in his heart, the expression on Loki's face was not at all careless. He had already seen the horror of the mortal in front of him during the fight just now. Thinking of this, Gungnir in Loki's palm shook lightly, and 7 balls of icy blue magic energy were stimulated from Gungnir, and 4 of them rushed from unknown corners with Xian. Behind Jean, the remaining 3, one to the left of Jean, one to the right, and the other is rushing towards Jean's face, blocking all angles that Jean can avoid. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, and the holy sword of Wiashandi in his hand quickly slashed out, and the 4 magic energy balls that ran behind him were immediately chopped into icy blue smoke. One hand quickly released the palm cannon at the other 3 magic energy balls flying towards him. The azure blue energy collided with the ice blue magic energy ball, directly defeating the magic energy ball released by Loki. Unabated, he rushed to Loki's face. Loki blocked Jean's attack with the spear in his hand. It should be said that Gungnir is worthy of Odin's weapon. He showed great power in battle. If Loki does not have Gungnir's blessing, even if he is free with the power of the Heavenly Father, he may be defeated very quickly in the battle with Jean. Now, it's my turn, Jean said coldly. Jean's figure turned into a black-gray cannonball, rushing towards Loki not far away. Loki also shouted, and manipulated Gungnir and Jean in his hands to fight. The magic field was within the range of the battle between the two. It gradually opened, distorting the space around the two of them, and several black scars appeared around the two of them fighting. This is because the space around the two of them thought it could not bear such a level of fighting, and was torn apart. Dimensional cracks come out. The red cloak rose from the center of Asgard, and he shouted Loki's name. The whole person rushed into the battle group like a cannonball, and the meteor hammer waving in his hand smashed directly into Loki's head. Loki at the moment was fighting an inspiring battle with Jean, and he didn't realize until the air current of Thor's meteor hammer hit the back of his neck. Thor's roar exploded in his ear like thunder, then he felt a thunder force approaching him quickly. Loki was distracted, the movement in his hand was a little slower, and he was immediately forced by Jean to be in a hurry. The moment Thor's meteor hammer arrived again, and Loki could only scrambling to deal with the two men's pincers. In the panic, Loki's left fist slammed into Thor's meteor hammer and slapped the hammer aside. At the same time, Gungnir in his hand was lying across his chest, resisting Jean's attack, and then the domineering Heavenly Father's force poured out of his body, pushed away the long sword in Jean's hand, and at the same time his figure quickly retreated, so that he got a little time to breathe. Thor looked at Jean and seemed to want to say something. After hesitating for a long time, he said, although now is not the time, but... Before he could finish speaking, Jean interrupted him. Dr. Foster is doing well, the TIE particles have been removed from her body, and she is currently safe on Earth. That's fine, that's fine. Thor murmured, I'm sorry for what happened before. Jean waved his hand, we'll talk about these things later, and now let's finish the immediate things. Yeah, Loki? 35 Thor raised the meteor hammer in his hand and pointed at Loki from a distance. It's too late now, give up the power of the father. For flowers. Humph, stupid brother, it's already too late. Loki's eyes narrowed, and he said coldly with a spear in his hand. When facing two people attacking at the same time, Loki was completely at a disadvantage. When he fought against Jean before, he was already overwhelmed. That mortal from Midgard was able to directly attack the power of the Heavenly Father. It's incredible, and now with the addition of Thor, although Thor's power did not resist ability at all in the face of the power of the Heavenly Father, the additional paralyzing effect of thunder still made Loki feel upset. Thor's hammer attacked Loki, Loki shot him, but Jean at the moment also found an opportunity. The golden longsword in his hand quickly grew bigger, from a normal longsword to a digital 1 meters wide, tens of meters long giant sword, above the strong energy fluctuations that make people frightened. Jean's two-handed sword slashed hard at Loki. Because he had just been restrained by Thor, Loki could not dodge the blow, and could only hold Gungnir on his head with both hands, hoping to resist the blow. A loud bang! The giant sword and Gungnir collided fiercely. Gungnir seemed to let out a scream. Dense cracks appeared on the gun body of the long spear, and the logical body smashed directly into the ground like a cannonball. Jean and Thor descended to the ground, watching the disgraced god of tricks climb up from the ground. Give it up, Loki! Thor yelled, you've lost. Shut up! Loki shouted loudly, as if a child's prank had been pierced through. his hands open, and endless energy poured out of his body. At the moment Loki's eyes were covered with golden lines, the huge power of Odin traversed the entire 9 realms. Everyone in the 9 realms became shivering under the powerful power of the Heavenly Father. The huge power of the Heavenly Father, the force continued to spread and seemed to be shaking the world tree. Loki, what the hell are you trying to do? Thor shouted loudly, raising the meteor hammer in his hand. You've lost control, you'll cause Ragnarok. Ha ha ha, then come on. Loki's voice frantically, if that's the case, let's destroy it together. Loki began to intensify the power of the Father in his body. Ice blue energy emerged in his body, forming a giant 373 energy tornado on top of his head. The tornado seemed to be able to straight into the sky. The sky of Asgard was torn apart, huge amounts of cracks appeared in the sky, and the bright stars outside could be seen through the cracks. Everyone is going to die. Before Loki's words were finished, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, because the energy tornado above his head suddenly dissipated for no reason, and at the same time, a tyrannical Heavenly Father was in his body. The force also disappeared without a trace, and he looked at his hands in surprise. What's going on? Suddenly, he thought of something, and then turned his head to look. An old man in golden armor with snow-white hair was looking at him with one of his grey-white eyes. He woke up. The king of God Odin, awake. Odin raised his hand slightly, and Loki was suspended in front of Odin as if he was suspended by an invisible thread. Then Odin opened his palm, and Gungnir returned with a swish. In his hands. Loki raised his neck and looked at Odin unwillingly, but now he has no idea of resistance anymore. Odin has woken up, and the power of the Heavenly Father in his body that was like a sea of water flowed back into Odin's body instantly. Today's Loki has been beaten back to the prototype, and he can't beat any of these 3 people. What else do you want to say, Loki? Odin looked at Loki and asked, I ignored you before and ignored your pranks, but I didn't think that what you are doing now is not a prank anymore. It should be called evil originally. You adopted you, made you my son, gave you everything, and that's how you repaid me. Odin's voice resounded throughout Asgard, making Loki's eardrums hum, and he felt as if his lungs were being grasped by a big hand. The air inside was constantly squeezing out, and he was gasping for breath. But get angry. But he still raised his neck and looked at Odin unwillingly. What did you give me? The king of God of Asgard, Odin. Loki said coldly, my life is built on you. Above lies, my life is originally a lie. Do you think this is my revenge? No, you haven't seen my real revenge. Come on, imprison me and torture me. I'll find a way someday. Escaped, and then made a comeback. Odin gave Loki a cold look, and Loki suddenly felt bad. If you think being held in Asgard's prison is called torture, then I can only say that you are still too naive. After saying that, Odin waved his hand, a burst of blue light flashed, and Loki's figure disappeared immediately. In front of everyone, not a single hair was left. Thank you so much, my child. 35. In Asgard, Odin just used divine power to restore the broken things back to their original state. At the moment he sat on the throne and said charitably. All Asgard's subjects at the moment gathered around Asgard, listening to Odin's speech. It was you who stood up when Asgard was in danger and stopped Loki's conspiracy. Odin said kindly, if it wasn't for you, the entire 9 realms might be shrouded in Loki's conspiracy, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Thor said respectfully after listening, thanks father, but we only did some trivial work. It was a Midgard who stopped Loki's conspiracy, and when Loki gained divine power, he stood up to stop Loki. Odin took a deep look at the location of Jean just now. If his guess is correct, the person who blocked Loki is the one who once fought with him. Does 3.4 say? He remembered the man he was standing there with Thor when he was arresting Loki, and he was wearing armor made of ulu alloy, but Odin didn't care at first, because he knew his son was often with Midgard's bodyguards. People with supernatural abilities mingle. Odin was puzzled. Vorstag scratched his head, I'm sure he was there just now, did he get lost or something? After hearing Thor's explanation at this time, Odin couldn't help but think of a previous incident. When he demoted Thor to Midgard, he found an extremely tyrannical aura in Midgard, and he even fought with that person recklessly. In one move, he suffered some minor injuries. Where is that person now? Odin's tone was a little anxious, and everyone present had never heard Odin speak in such a tone. But Midgard people are Midgard people after all, and Odin didn't care too much after taking a look. He's right here. Vorstag turned his head and pointed to where Jean was just now, but found that there was no one there now, and there was no hair at all. While Thor and the other Asgards were busy meeting, Stark was standing on the balcony of Asgard fiddling with his steel battlesuit. Previously, his and Thor's ticket to Asgard was a one-way ticket, so he now needs to wait for Thor to open Bifrost before he can return to Earth. Before the reactor on his steel battlesuit was destroyed in the battle, it was Thor who helped him charge the battlesuit. Physical charge. Now Stark is fetching the battle log of the battle armor, browsing the previous information about the Black Devil scan data. It was an armor made of ulu alloy. It was the dream of countless technologists. Stark would not give up easily for this kind of thing. But in the process of restoring the battle log, the unexpected Stark discovers all very strange things, even 23 things that make him a little creepy. Just when he and Thor came out of the wormhole, saw Loki, and fought against him, there was an abnormal flow of information in his armor, which could never have come from the original data flow of the armor. You must know that this is not a small remote country on the Earth, and Stark is not on a business trip. In Asgard, no electromagnetic waves from the Earth can be emitted here, which is why since he came to Asgard, Stark and J.A.R.V.I.S lost contact. And in a place like Asgard, it doesn't look like he can own the internet. Even if there is a security hole in his armor, a hacker can hack into his armor, but even TMD is a hacker. The intrusion can only be carried out in a place with a network signal. There is no network signal here, how can it be possible to invade? Then there is only one remaining result, and that is this abnormal information flow, which was brought by Stark from the Earth. Thinking of this, Stark immediately conducted an all-round inspection of his armor without dead ends. He inspected every subsystem and every log file, but it had no effect. It turned out that the abnormal program was just he used his battle armor as a host, and immediately moved to another place after appearing, and his whereabouts were unknown. And this time the scans brought him another chilling conclusion. He knew the traces of those data. He knew the owners of those data. Ultron? Impossible? Totally impossible? This was the first thought in Stark's mind. He personally destroyed Ultron's body, and at the same time cleaned up any place that artificial intelligence might exist, cleaned up all Ultron's data and backups, and destroyed all carriers that once carried Ultron. In order to completely eliminate any threat, Stark destroyed all the servers in the Avengers building and replaced them with a new batch of new ones, just to prevent this haunted artificial intelligence from suddenly making a comeback. He also checked his armor, including those that had been controlled by Ultron and smashed to pieces by the Black Devil, to make sure that any place that might have been used by a dying artificial intelligence as a resting place was destroyed. But now the facts show that everything seems to backfire. In any case, the artificial intelligence Ultron, which was once thought to have been completely destroyed, is ready to make a comeback in a different form. It may be a backup, it may be a program fragment, and eventually it has evolved into Ultron, even in under Stark's eyelids, hidden in his armor, but probably impossible. Ultron did it. He fooled Stark's inspection of the armor, and also fooled J.A.R.V.I.S's control of the armor. Now in Asgard, Ultron may have found an opportunity to break away from Stark's armor and disappear. So now, our question is back to the original point. Where did Ultron go? This is Asgard, where there is no network signal. Where can he go? A burly Asgard hurriedly walked into the Asgard. He first saluted Odin respectfully, and then said with a respectful and anxious look, "According to your instructions, I will count the treasures in the treasury." Most of the things are intact in place, except for the ancient ice coffin that Loki used to want to unite the 9 worlds disappeared, and one thing was missing. There was an uneasy look on the man's face. What? Odin 373 asked. Asgard's treasury contains all kinds of rare treasures and powerful weapons. These are the spoils of Asgard's battles over the years or to protect some powerful items from falling into the hands of people with ulterior motives. But now, one thing has been lost in the treasury, which makes Odin scratch his head. Yes, the destroyer. The man took a deep breath and said. In the entire hall, because of his words, it became silent, and they all heard something like the destroyer. The ones that Jean smashed at random in New Mexico before were all knockoffs of the destroyer, and very poor knockoffs. And the real destroyer, a set of armor designed specifically for Odin, is the most powerful weapon in the entire Asgard, probably not one of them. Unlike any known weapons in Asgard, the destroyer is made of super strong materials that cannot be replicated so far, and an armor that cannot be replicated at all. It is also Asgard's ultimate combat power, and his outer shell cannot even be Odin. Destroy it, and even Ulu alloy can't compare to that kind of material. In addition, the advanced level of the destroyer is also one of the best in the entire 9 realms. He said that the technical route taken is very different from that of Jean. First of all, no one knows the upper limit of the destroyer's power. No one tested the ultimate power of the destroyer. The body can be shapeshifting, and can change its density at will, except that it cannot be turned into a gas. The destroyer can switch between liquid and solid forms at will. He himself can destroy all known matter. The destroyer is an armored robot that can be controlled autonomously or by humans. Its face can emit continuous high-temperature beams, which can melt almost all matter. Its energy comes from Odin and all other gods in the 9 realms. Yes, that's right, not only the Asgard people, but all the other gods in the 9 realms blessed this armor. According to legend, in the ancient times, the gods group conducted genetic experiments on the human beings on Earth, and observed them for a long time. Once they found that this race did not need to continue the experiment, they would take action to clean up those races. The cleaning here means directly destroying the whole planet. Located in the center of the 9 realms, it is also the location of the heart of the world tree. The Earth is of great significance to the entire 9 realms. As the leader of the 9 kingdoms, Asgard naturally cannot sit idly by, but because the heavenly god group is really too strong, Odin can't fight alone, so he gathered all the gods in the 9 realms. Including the gods in the mythology of Olympus on Earth, they jointly created the destroyer. In the battle with the Tenjin group, Odin relied on the strength of the destroyer to gain the upper hand, which is enough to illustrate the power of the destroyer's armor. However, although the strength of this armor is very tyrannical, the Asgard people are not so professional in the armor's guard rules. There are many cases of destroyer armor being stolen in the comics, and even now Jean's disciple Victor Von Doom has driven the destroyer armor in the comics. Earth, Eagle fighter jets are soaring in the air. All of them are members of the Blade Squad. They have just settled down Professor Selvig and are preparing to return to the Heavenly Sword Mothership. The trophy, the ancient ice coffin, something that once led to the Earth's ice age. Sister Wanda is really amazing. She even killed that abominable witch with one move. Daisy said at the moment hadn't calmed down from the excitement of the battle, still excited. Wanda stretched her long waist, smiled and didn't speak. She just wanted to lie down on the large and comfortable bed, have a good night's sleep, and then when she opened her eyes, she might know that the boss had returned. She looked at the well-protected ancient ice coffin with some fascination. For some reason, an uneasiness rose in her heart, but she did not know where this uneasiness came from. The members of the Sharp Knife Squad next to them were talking freely about their plans for the future during the holiday. Wanda held her chin and stared blankly at the scenery outside the window. Suddenly she seemed to see something, a silver light. The shadow seemed to pass over. Is it the boss? Wanda was a little puzzled. Spider-Man also frowned, as his spider telepathy suddenly told him that danger might be coming. Hey guys. Before Spider-Man could finish speaking, there was a loud swipe, and the door of the plane was violently torn open, and the gust of wind poured in from the crack, filling the entire cabin in an instant. A huge amount of figure appeared on their face paint. It was an iron guy with silver light shining all over his body. It seemed to be an armor. His face seemed to be the entrance of an underground garage. The place where the uniform is replaced by a huge amount of gap, and it also exudes a breathtaking light inside. After entering the cabin, the armor's gaze was firmly locked on one thing in the cabin, an artifact from the giants of Jotunheim family, the ancient ice coffin. He took heavy steps, huge amounts of feet rubbed against the ground of the plane, emitting a dazzling fire. Eddie reacted first. He roared, the venom immediately covered the surface of his body, and the black tentacles rushed directly to the big guy in front of him. The big guy grabbed the tentacles of venom, and it seemed that with a wave of his hand, the venom was blown out of the cabin door of the plane under the convolution of the strong wind. At the moment, Daisy was also ready to fight. Her hands were raised, and the powerful shock wave was immediately released by her, but the other party seemed not to be afraid of this shock wave that could melt steel. He walked over. Hao Zhao. Okay, go and knock Daisy straight to the ground. Captain Umbrella, Mandarin, Spider-Man, and Winter Soldier all used their own housekeeping skills, but they were all resolved by this uninvited guest who boarded the plane. The whole plane began to become fragmented and unbearable. The heavy lamentation seemed to disintegrate anytime, anywhere. Wanda wanted to stop the iron lump in front of her, but the previous battle with Amora and the suppression of the energy emitted by the ancient ice coffin consumed her too much energy, and the strength released was naturally greatly reduced. The iron lump hit Wanda through the barrier, knocking her to the ground, but the other party didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to pursue. After he picked up the ancient ice coffin, he immediately disappeared into the vast sky. Huge amounts of eagle fighter jets at the moment with black smoke and a broken wing, like a blackbird with broken wings crashing towards the ground quickly. The convoluted airflow from the broken hatch of the fighter jet it rushed in and seemed to have sucked all the air out of the cabin. The onboard computer inside the cabin sounded a harsh alarm sound, and a red warning light enveloped the entire cabin interior. Wanda stood up with the chair. Chaos magic was showing beside her. Her beautiful red hair was flying in the sky. She didn't know if her current magic could support her movements, but she had to do it anyway. Give it a try. The magic power seemed to slowly drag the fighter jet that was rushing towards the ground like a big hand. The speed of the fighter jet and the tendency of its height to drop miraculously slowed down. Finally, it plunged into the dense rainforest, splashing countless waves. Dirt. After not knowing how many trees it reached and how much dirt it created, the eagle fighter finally stopped. At the moment, not knowing how many light years away from the Earth, Jean's V-387 glyph eyepiece was shining brightly and dimly. Not far from him, there was a huge amount of planet. In the atmosphere of the planet, there seemed to be something like a human face. Then, a silver spaceship flew out of the planet, and then disappeared instantly in the vast sky. In the universe. Creator, I think it's because your outfit is integrated with Ulu alloy, covering the anchor points that you positioned on the armor before, so you have come to this place. In Skynet's voice, at the moment was mixed with an indescribable smile. Jean, who was in Asgard before, was going to use the Earth anchor point marked in his armor to instantly teleport back to the Earth, but he didn't think of some factors, and the anchor point took him to an unknown place in the universe. Miss Wanda and other members of the Blade Squad were attacked on the Eagle Fighter just now. This is the scene at that time. Skynet continued to speak. Strange to say, in the distant universe, Jean can still communicate with the Earth without a time interval. It stands to reason that even at the speed of electromagnetic waves, there is no delay between Jean and the Earth. Because of the location of Jean, it is an unknown number of light years away from the Earth. Even if electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light, it would take Jean unknown how many years to receive those electromagnetic signals. In Jean's neural network, the situation where Wanda and the others were fighting on the Eagle Fighter immediately appeared. From the dark cabin, a dark shadow used a powerful force to directly escort the ancient ice coffin. Take away, and that dark shadow, which Jean knew, was from the destroyer of Asgard, though Jean didn't know how the thing got to Earth. The destroyer. Jean said softly. Creator, do you want to return to Earth? Skynet asked. Jean's armor carries space gem, and the armor recast by Ulu alloy is enough to support the use of space gem for long-distance shuttle. That is, Jean can return to the Earth anytime, anywhere. But Jean wasn't ready to do it now, because he saw the planet not far from him, a planet named Ego, or a god named Ego, G'day. In the plot of Guardians of Galaxy 2, in order to satisfy his wishes, Egg once sowed his own seeds on various planets in the universe, and then let the women of each planet conceive his own children, and then brought those children to the world. On their own planet, see if they can withstand their own divine power and help themselves conquer the universe. But it is a pity that no one except Star-Lord can withstand their own divine power, so the members of Guardians of Galaxy will be led by Star-Lord's father, that is, Hugo, to the planet of Ego, and he will receive Star-Lord's father, his own planet, and then try to convince Star-Lord to join him, using their ability to allow alien seeds to grow on each planet, control them, and thus expand themselves and conquer the universe. Shut up. Star-Lord looked at more and more people. We are in big trouble. Now, more and more people are besieging them, and they are at the end of the road. Hey, don't you want to? Rocket Raccoon deftly avoided the opponent's attack, the energy battery of the Supreme Star. Don't tell me you are not interested. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece stared at the planet Egg, which was originally a treasure. If it was blown up according to the plot of the movie, it would be a bit of a waste. Tell the Blades team, I will return to Earth in 3 days. After Jean said calmly, the propulsion device on his body immediately burst into a blue light, pushing Jean's body toward the Ego planet flight. The final story definitely ends with a victory for the good and a defeat for the villain. In the previous one-off transaction between Guardians of Galaxy and Supreme Star, both parties agreed on their own interests and commitments, but they did not expect Rocket Raccoon to play the game of double spy at a critical moment. Stealing the energy battery of Supreme Star from behind caused the Supreme Star to launch an entire army to hunt down the Guardians of Galaxy. It's not because of you, I have to steal some energy battery. After resisting a shot, Drax slashed the opponent to death, and then roared, "Gan, these people are crazy." Rocket Raccoon roared loudly after killing a mercenary with the energy gun in his hand. Suddenly, a silver spaceship suddenly appeared above their heads. The appearance of this silver spaceship was sleek and radiant, like a smooth egg. Okay, which force's spaceship is this? Gamora looked at the spaceship above her head and said weakly, she was starting to regret it now. Why did she hang out with these people? Get on the spaceship? The spaceship slowly landed behind everyone, and a gray-haired old man leaned out and shouted loudly to the Guardians of Galaxy, I am not an enemy, I am here to save you. 5. Although the tone was a little anxious, this did not affect the noble temperament of the old man. He seemed to be a god in the universe, and he was born with a noble and elegant temperament. After Star-Lord and Gamora glanced at each other, they both understood what the other was thinking. Groot yelled, I'm Groot? There was a deep voice in Groot's mouth. His hands were on the ground, the branches on his body were quickly inserted into the ground, and instantly countless branches and vines rose from the ground, seemingly indistinct. The lethal vines eventually turned into sharp knives shining with breathtaking light, instantly piercing through the people who besieged them. As a member of the flower god Colossus family, Groot has a high degree of wisdom and the unique physiological characteristics of tree people, super regeneration ability, only a part of the branches exist, watering and fertilizing can grow into a big tree. In addition, it also has super strength and defense power, can grow into a giant through self-growth, and stretch its body parts like rubber, so that the body composed of trees can freely extend and attack the enemy, and can also control other plants by dispersing spores, heal others. The ability that Groot has displayed now is the ability that he settled down for. After taking care of most of the enemies, Star-Lord glanced at the blue-skinned alien who was looking at him from afar, and there was a long red fin on top of his head. Yondu, miscalculate you, Star. Ju said with a hippie smile. Really? Star-Lord, is that how you treat your father? Yondu also said. The whistle arrow shining with red light was dispatched and rushed towards the direction of the Star-Lord. The whistle arrow made a harsh sound in the air. Just listening to this sound made people shudder. You guys, go, I and Groot can escape from here. Rocket Raccoon said loudly, after you arrive at your destination, send us specific signals, and we will find you after we repair the spacecraft. Star-Lord looked at Rocket Raccoon, then nodded heavily, took Gamora and Drax to board the gray-haired old man's spaceship, and the spaceship immediately took off, instantly turning into a silver-white light spot and disappearing in the sky, in the sight of everyone. It's up to you and me now, let me tell you, you must never put my back legs. Rocket Raccoon glanced at the little Groot and said, I'm Groot? What, you said you were my father? Star-Lord obviously couldn't believe it after hearing the news. He had been looking for his biological father for so many years, and now someone told him that he was his biological father. Except not believing is not believing. That's right, Quill, your mother's name is Meredith Quill, and the song you play on your Walkman is called Awesome Mix Vol.1 Egg, aka Star-Lord's his biological father looked at him deeply. My child, will you believe this? In an instant, ecstasy swept through Star-Lord's heart. After wandering for so long, he finally found his biological father, and his father still looked so young. The spaceship landed on the planet Ego smoothly, and it landed very gracefully. The landing of the spaceship did not damage anything on the surface. After Star-Lord, Gamora, and Drax got off the spaceship, they were immediately shocked by the scene in front of them. Welcome to my planet. 39 Egg opened his hands and proudly introduced to Star-Lord, everything here is yours, and you can use this place as your own home. Through the porthole of the spaceship, everyone can see that not far away, there is a huge amount of planet floating in the boundless universe. It has a beautiful atmosphere and flashes with colorful rays of light. Gan, a huge amount of planet, when will I be able to transfer 10,000? Drax burst out a foul language, and Gamora gave him a cold look. This is the planet named after me, his name is Egg. Egg proudly introduced the planet in front of them to Star-Lord. This is also the planet we are about to descend on. You are my sons. My good friends, you can move freely on it. 5. You are all tired, now go to the room to rest. Egg's eyes flickered with light and dark. Gamora at the moment was also slightly moved, and Drax's eyes were even more straight. A planet as his base would definitely play a huge amount of role in the existence of Guardians of Galaxy. There is a sea of flowers and green trees. The endless flowers seem to stretch from their feet to the sky. The sky is warm yellow. Staying in this environment makes people feel relaxed and happy. Ha ha ha. Egg laughed heartily. He touched Star-Lord's head. Quill, my child, your father will give you a gift soon. We will come to ours soon. Planet Point 99. A carefree life soon began. Every day, Star-Lord and Gamora were wanton exploring the entire planet, and their relationship was rapidly heating up here. The friendship between Drax and Mantis is also gradually getting stronger, and even an inexplicable feeling develops between the two. The Mantis girl has always lived on the planet Yugo, and can be said to be Yugo's big housekeeper. She has the ability to control people's thinking, which can make Yugo fall asleep safely. In an unknown place, Egg was in his room, watching the scenes of everyone playing and fighting. On a screen on his left side, all the files of Star-Lord were displayed, as well as an analysis of his physical condition. After waiting for such a long time, I finally saw one of my kind. Egg looked at the analysis of Star-Lord on the screen, and laughed softly. The plan can be implemented, and the entire universe will be my clan? Are you kidding? A icy voice suddenly exploded in the back of Egg's head. He turned his body, and saw a black-gray armor with a scarlet light flashing on the V-shaped eyepiece. Egg suddenly wrinkled his eyebrows. As a god, he was unexpectedly touched by a person behind him. He was the controller of the entire planet, or he was the incarnation of the planet. An uninvited guest came to the planet, and you don't know it? Who are you? Egg asked coldly, looking at the guy in front of him. Jean didn't answer him. A blue energy beam shot out directly from his palm. Instead of his answer, the energy beam carrying unparalleled energy caught Egg by surprise and pierced his body directly. White light immediately emerged from Egg's body, and then helped him recover his body. Don't you know? Egg looked at the guy in front of him and said with a mocking voice, I am this planet, I am invincible on this planet, and now you. The wrath of the gods. As soon as the voice fell, countless silver-white energy tentacles immediately rose up around Jean. These tentacles seemed to have their own thoughts. The direction of the super Jean quickly swept away. The armor was all white. Jean calmly looked at the silver-white energy savings surging towards him. A golden light flashed in his hand. Wei Shandi's holy sword immediately appeared in his hand. A golden light flashed from the sky, and Egg those silver-white energy tentacles that were summoned were immediately cut off by Jean. This is not over yet. A milky white energy shield emerges around Jean's body, the guardian shield of the high-level spell angel. Jean's arm is raised, and powerful energy waves flash from above his body, getting bigger and bigger. The energy condensed around his palm cannon, and the surrounding space became distorted and shape-shifting, as if it might be broken at any time. The energy seems to have been filled to the top, and an incomparably blue energy beam burst out from the palm of his hand. After the blue energy beam is added by Ulu alloy and space gem, it exudes terrifying energy fluctuations. The space along the beam was all torn apart, revealing the scenery of other dimensions. Like a long sword that split the white hell, the energy beam instantly arrived in front of Egg. I said, on this planet, I'm invincible. A silver-white shield also appeared in front of Egg's body. The blue energy beam hit the shield, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted immediately. The unknown place where the two were located was immediately overturned by a violent explosion, and the aftermath of the explosion rose up and showed a gorgeous mushroom cloud in the air. The exploding MR spreads across the planet, huge amounts of mushroom clouds clearly visible to all Guardians of Galaxy members on the planet. What's going on here? Star-Lord, who was flying with Gamora, suddenly felt the ground shaking under his feet, and then a violent explosion sounded in his ears. In the distance in the sky, a huge amount of mushroom garden pierced through the top of the sky. The atmosphere seems to be telling the ferocity of the battle. Problem occurs. How dare you? Egg's roar echoed throughout the planet. The attack from Jean just now made him feel a little bit of fear, as if he was really tender and solidly killed by the guy in front of him. Star-Lord. At the moment, Nebula drove the spaceship to the Yugo planet. She saw the trace of Gamora, and immediately drove her spaceship to track Gamora's rapid progress. With a loud bang, a ball in his hand smashed into the position where Jean was just now, and there was another earth-shattering explosion. The convoluted airflow made the spaceship driven by Gamora unstable for a while, swaying in the air. Jean's armor was activated, and the blue light pushed Jean to come to Egg in an instant, and the golden longsword in his hand swept across, instantly cutting Egg's body in half. Egg let out an angry roar. His body 3.4 was rapidly expanding. The energy on the planet was absorbed by him, and the momentum on his body was constantly increasing. Look, it seems that your father got into a fight with someone else. Drax said with an expression I understood. You have to pay for this, ants. Egg roared, and a ball-like thing appeared out of thin air in his hand. Judging from the shape, it seemed to be a projection of Egg's planet. Gamera said quickly, and then the two of them drove the spaceship to pick up the dazed Mantis Woman and Drax, and the four of them quickly plundered in the direction of the explosion. The trio of Guardians of Galaxy, who landed not far from the battle, were finally able to see who Egg was fighting. At the moment, a black-gray armor was shaking with Egg, and his body was blue. The light of color, at such a distance, they could feel the energy fluctuations that erupted from the battle. This energy fluctuation made their scalps tingle, and they had a feeling that if they were casually involved, they would instantly vanish. Gamera watched the battle between the two, and couldn't help but think of her father, that crazy Titan star Thanos. That's basically the strength of Thanos. And Star-Lord is curious, why did his father fight with this person, or how did this person come to the planet of Yugo? Yugo once told him that no one could get to Yugo without his permission. On planet GE, and now not only did someone reach planet EGE, but also had an earth-shattering battle with his father. Obviously, this person arrived on planet EGE without his father's permission. 23. Enough, Bug. Egg at the moment is completely angry. As one of the oldest gods in the universe, Egg's strength is one of the best in the entire universe, but now he is forced to this place by this annoying guy in front of him. At this point, he couldn't take it any longer. Countless silver-white energy tentacles surged up from the ground, forming a cage-like thing that trapped Jean in it. White light flashed in his hand, and huge amounts of energy shockwave directly broke through the clouds in the air, giving a warm yellow sky to the sky. Adding a pale color, you must die. My plan will not fail. Egg roared, the energy beam in his hand poured down, and instantly drowned the gray-black guy in it. The energy beam, like a huge amount of drilling rig, slammed into the ground began to crack, and huge amounts of cracks appeared on the ground. The energy beam seemed to penetrate the planet and directly into the core of the planet. Huge amounts of energy aftermath swept into the air with mud, sand, and gravel, rendering the originally quiet and wonderful planet Ego like a purgatory world. Choir, your father is quite powerful, Drax said dumbfoundedly at the scene caused by Egg's blow. Star-Lord also looked at the scene in front of him with an unbelievable face. In his previous impression, his biological father should be an ordinary person who can travel in the universe, but the scene in front of him at the moment is really beyond his imagination. Own father, is it so powerful? For some reason, Star-Lord suddenly felt a bad feeling in his heart. He didn't know where this feeling came from, but it just made him feel that something was not right. He shook his head and drove out the unrealistic thoughts in his mind. How could his father harm him? Suddenly, his eyes caught a blue light flashing around Egg, and then azure blue light penetrated the layers of sand and stone and hit Egg's body directly. Egg's body was pierced through a huge amount of hole. Silver-white light shot out from it, and then formed something similar to a granulation eye, which quickly repaired the wound on his body. I said, I can't be defeated. Egg roared, endless silver-white light poured out of his body. At the moment, the yellow sky before the moment had been replaced by the silver-white emanating from Egg's body. The light was dyed pale white, and the clouds in the sky seemed to feel the anger of their master, forming one after another angry face in the air, staring motionless at Jean, who kept releasing his palm cannon. Egg's huge amounts of palm locked Jean's position, and quickly grabbed it in the direction of Jean's. Egg's palm seemed to pass through the space and came to Jean in an instant. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, and the propulsion device on his body immediately activated at full speed, instantly leaving the control range of Yugo. At the same time, the golden longsword in his hand swiped lightly in the air, and Yugo's palm seemed to be his own. Just like the one that hit, it was cut from the wrist by Jean, and silver-white light shot out from the wound. Roar. Egg roared violently, his voice mixed with pain and anger. The pain was because his palm was cut off. Although his body could recover quickly, the magic power contained in the golden longsword in Jean's hand entered his body along his wound. There was wanton destruction. The reason for his anger was that he, as a god, was casually played by a strange guy in this way, which was unacceptable to him no matter what. I want to suppress you to the core of the planet 387, and let you know what it feels like to live rather than die. Egg roared. Since I saw him, the other party has always shown a gentle and elegant temperament, just like a noble aristocrat, who is not surprised at everything. Let Ran can't help but admire how there is such a perfect person in this world. Quill, did your father tell you anything before? Gamera asked. She used to live under Thanos' hands for an unknown number of years, and saw many big shots, but they didn't give her the feeling that it was worse than the one from Egg in front of her. Before Star-Lord's words were finished, the subship they were riding in trembled, and a terrifying alarm began to call the police. Gamera looked at Rage's Egg in the spaceship with a solemn expression. Egg always gave her a very wrong feeling, but she didn't know where this feeling came from. Nebula piloted the spaceship and gave Gamera a head-on attack. But it was this perfect feeling that made Gamera feel deeply disturbed. Yeah, he did. Through the porthole of the spaceship, you can see Nebula's blue face full of anger. Her eyes are firmly locked on the spaceship in front of her, because her sister is also the object she has always hated the most. Gamera is there. Among the spaceships, she wanted to prove to her father that she was the most noteworthy child. Since Nebula lives with Gamera, they are also the adopted daughters of Thanos. In the process of growing up, Thanos made a very cruel request to them, that is, they must fight each other every once in a while. On the body of the failed person, a corresponding mechanical body will be installed, and unfortunately Nebula is defeated by her sister Gamora every time, and the mechanical parts on her body also begin to become more and more. For this, Nebula is actually not so concerned about it, because the existence of the mechanical organization will make him stronger. What makes her really angry is the indifferent attitude of her sister, and her father Thanos will care about everything pour into Gamora's body. The weapons on the spaceship are constantly attacking Gamora's spaceship, and the splendid sparks of missiles exploding in the air are like fireworks released at night. We were attacked, Drax said loudly. Nonsense. Star-Lord struggled to control the spaceship and began to avoid Nebula's attack. The two spaceships engaged in a fierce exchange of fire in the sky of Planet Egg. Sit down for me? Star-Lord said loudly, and at the same time slammed the control lever of the spaceship. The spaceship rose high in an unreasonable posture, and then quickly slowed down. Front. Haha, it's my turn now. Xingqiu looked excited. How about this? This is the knowledge I learned when I was a child. It's cool enough. Next, I'm going to slap your butt hard. Star-Lord's spaceship immediately started a violent attack on Nebula's spaceship in front. Nebula also turned the nose of his spaceship and went backwards to attack Star-Lord's spaceship head-on. They could feel the hateful eyes that Nebula cast towards him. Suddenly, Star-Lord felt that his spaceship suddenly shook, and then all the alarm sounds in the spaceship sounded. After that, the spaceship lost all energy in an instant, and the entire cabin became dark, and it rushed like a cannonball to the ground. Nebula's spaceship also looked like this. The two spaceships were planted heavily on the ground together, and the people inside were smashed to pieces. Choir, I think your driving skills need further improvement. Drax shook his head, then said, I think you're not as good as Rocket Raccoon. Sheet. Star-Lord scolded after hearing this. It's not because of my poor driving skills, but because the spaceship has lost its power, you understand. Anyway, you drove the spaceship and rushed to the ground. I will remember this. Gamora did not forget to make up for the knife at this time. Gamora, you. Before Star-Lord's words were finished, he felt a huge amount of impact coming from the spaceship, pushing the spaceship to roll over quickly in one direction. Not one of the people in the spaceship was ready, and was immediately thrown 7 pieces. Meat and 8 elements. The two spaceships rolled into the entrance of a black hole at the same time and disappeared. At the moment, Egg's body released the most powerful energy fluctuations in history. At the place where the two had just fought, a huge amount of mushroom cloud appeared there. The mushroom cloud directly penetrated the clouds above their heads. The cloud of Egg's emotions was washed away in an instant. Roar. A fierce roar came from one's mouth, and he looked at the black-gray guy with cold eyes. You are very strong, but you have stopped there. You don't know what the ancient nature in the universe has. What it means? 55. Before the fist arrives, the wind has arrived. G. The 7 huge figures simultaneously waved their fists towards Jean. At this moment, the air seemed to be compressed to the extreme. At Jean's position, the space began to tremble and then shattered. Huge amounts of energy were blown to Jean. On Jean's body, the rolled-up gravel smashed against Jean's armor. After finishing speaking, countless silver-white energy tentacles appeared on Egg's feet touching the ground. These tentacles took root and entered the underground. The whole planet seemed to start to tremble, one after another. The silver-white giants emerged from the ground, and their faces were all like Egg. Their faces were full of angry expressions, and the energy fluctuations on their bodies were exactly the same as those of Egg. Suddenly, a blue light flashed in the air and came to the side of an avatar of Egg, and then a golden light flashed, and the head with an angry expression on its face was immediately cut off and fell to the ground, turned into a silver-white light and rose into the sky. In other words, 6 people who were as powerful as Egg appeared in front of Jean, and were ready to fight with Jean at any time. A blue light flashed on Jean's body, and the black-gray figure instantly disappeared within Egg's attack range. 7 huge amounts of fists smashed into the ground where Jean was just now. Amounts of power spewed out at this moment. Huge amounts of cracks flashed on the ground, as if the entire planet was smashed and cracked because of this one blow. Huge waves of energy burst into the air from the attacked place in an instant. A silver-white light beam was formed in the air, directly splitting the atmosphere of planet Yugo and rushing towards the universe. Gan, what's going on? Star-Lord pulled Drax's feet off his face with great effort, and then said with a gloomy expression, your feet are so stinky, Drax, I almost vomited out of my lunch. Yeah. 35 German Lex was also thrown into a mess and didn't pay attention to Star-Lord's words. Ow. Star-Lord suddenly cried out in pain. He felt as if his hand had been stepped on by a high-heeled shoe, and a dim light was cast down the hole. He saw a green figure just stepped from his body. After passing by, she should have just reached her palm. Hey, Gamora, you just stepped on me. 39. Then I'm sorry. Gamora said calmly. Okay. Star-Lord muttered. Seeing Gamora walk to the door of the hatch, he couldn't help but ask, what are you going to do? Go to finish what I should finish. After Gamora finished speaking, he opened the hatch of Flying 387, and saw the nebula that also opened the hatch. There seemed to be sparks between the two sides. Gamora, let's make a break today. There is unabashed hatred in Nebula's voice. He just wants a sister, but his sister has always been so indifferent to him. 3 years ago, you couldn't beat me. Do you think you'll be able to beat me after 3 years? Gamora looked at Nebula and said calmly, then she paused again, my dear younger sister. This sentence seems to have turned on a certain switch of Nebula, she shouted, and quickly rushed to Gamora's position, at the same time with a sharp dagger in her hand. Gamora bent over to avoid Nebula's dagger, and she also had a sharp short knife in her hand, which she swept out and aimed at Nebula's stomach. The sound of the dang-dang produced by the collision of the short knife and the dagger reverberated continuously in the cave. Judging from the echoes, the cave should be very large. Gamora, come on. Star-Lord cheered for Gamora from the hatch of the spacecraft. Shut your mouth, Quill. Gamora's voice reached Star-Lord's ears, putting an awkward smile on his face. Scary creatures, isn't it? Drax stood beside Star-Lord at the moment, as if feeling that he might not have understood his words. He added, well, I'm talking about women. The duel between the two terrible creatures continues, but it seems that Gamora has the upper hand. Although Nebula has a lot of mechanical tissue bonuses on her body, when her strength and resistance can be significantly improved, but Gamora's movements are unusually agile, often attacking from places Nebula never expected. It's now. Nebula seized the opportunity and grabbed Gamora's wrist while fighting the risk of being hit. Sister, everything is over now. Xenu looked at Gamora and said coldly. Really, I don't think so. Gamora smiled lightly, her arm was under the control of Nebula, but it did not mean that she had lost, and she saw Gamora like the softest snake. Quickly climbing he got on Xenu's body, and then a pair of slender thighs tightly restrained Xenu's neck, as if he wanted to strangle Xenu here. Oh my god. Star-Lord looked at Gamora's slender legs, and couldn't help but think of something inappropriate for children. Quill, I can feel your thoughts, you are really disgusting. The cockroach woman's voice appeared beside Star-Lord's ears. Haha, these are all things that normal men should think of. Star-Lord laughed, covering up the embarrassment in his heart. At the same time, he thought that he would never be able to think wildly in front of Mantis Girl. It's okay, I can keep it a secret, you can do whatever you want. The Mantis woman's voice reminded in Star-Lord's ears again, this time his face turned into a pig's liver, thanks to Star-Lord's thick skin. No blush. What? Nebula roared, desperately trying to break free from Gamora's entanglement, but Gamora just wouldn't let go. Nebula's fist kept hammering her body, and then the two of them stumbled to the ground and began to move towards the depths of the cave. The reel went over. At the moment, the two were wrestling frantically, and the three people, including Star-Lord, who followed closely, stopped. Their eyes were not on the two terrifying women who were dueling, their eyes already attracted by huge amounts of skeleton piles not far away. What are you doing? Kill me, so that my elder sister who has been stronger than me since childhood will become stronger, and the blood flowing in your body will become even colder. Nebula growled. Seeing this, Star-Lord, Drax, and Mantis hurriedly followed. They didn't know what Gamora and Nebula did, but the two of them rolled all the way to the end of the cave. The voice of the individual constantly exerting strength sounds as if something indescribable is going on. Listening to Nebula's words, Gamora unconsciously loosened the legs that he had been working so hard on, and Nebula got a chance to breathe. After passing through the dark and deep cave, Gamora and Nebula finally stopped. You kill me. Nebula roared, there is a break between us. As a sister, you kill your sister with your own hands, you will be satisfied. Below a statue in the distance, are the bones of countless strange creatures. The dense bones are piled together so randomly, rendering the entire cave extremely eerie. Who can imagine that on such a beautiful planet, it is still there is such a scary place. After Gamora finished listening, she unconsciously let go of her legs, allowing Nebula to suck roar. What's the matter with you? Isn't this what you've been doing before? 33 Nebula gave Gamora a mocking look. You've always been competitive since you were a kid to show Thanos how good you really are, and every time it will fail in the competition once. 35. Thanos gouged my eye. 35. Take out my brain. Break my arm. It's all because of you. And I just want a sister. 35 Nebula said loudly. I just want a sister who can care about me, who can consider my pain, understand my feelings, and we can support each other. But what about you, sister? Do you care about my fate? You are only content with yourself and winning now. Look down on me like a winner. Nebula continued. Gamora was silent for a moment. She began to reflect. Her feelings for this sister were very complicated. When Thanos asked the two of them to compete, she just wanted to live, and the way to live was to defeat Nebula. But Gamora also did something wrong. After defeating her sister Nebula every time, she watched Nebula undergo transformation, but soon she would forget what happened before, and continue to work from a small level like nothing else. Caring about his sister. However, it was this contradictory feeling that made Nebula hate her even more, hating that after she defeated him, she still pretended that nothing happened, and continued to pretend to care about herself there. Sorry. I just wanted to live. Gamora said in a low voice. After Nebula heard it, her pupils contracted for a moment, and then her strength seemed to be taken away from her body in an instant, and she collapsed to the ground. She never thought that in her mind, Gamora was always ruthless and ruthless. To actually say such a thing. She didn't know what to say for a while. Cough, I didn't mean to interrupt you too. Star-Lord cleared his throat. I mean, we may have more important things to do now. With murderous eyes, Star-Lord hurriedly said, don't you think that there are many skeletons here that look very strange? At this time, Nebula and Gamora put their eyes on the skeleton not far away. Obviously, this pile of skeletons should not be formed naturally, and some creatures have strange skeletons. I don't know what kind of creature it is. But now, the only mantis girl who lived on the planet Egg before, instantly became the gathering place of everyone's attention, and the mantis girl who looked at it was uncomfortable. Then the mantis girl began to tell everyone about Hugo. In fact, the mantis girl didn't know too much, so she could only give a rough explanation. So, you mean, these are the creatures Egg once brought back? Gamera asked, frowning. That's right. Mantis woman nodded, and I heard Egg always say why didn't he have a child who can withstand his divine power. I didn't understand things like that before, until today. I just understood. So, these are Egg's children? My god. Drax said in an exaggerated tone after glancing at Star-Lord. Boom. Just when the few people were talking, a sudden vibration passed to their feet, and the violent vibration made everyone swayed. The soil in the cave kept falling from the top, and the originally strong rocks also opened huge amounts of cracks. The Star-Lord looked at each other and found that the others' eyes were exactly the same as their own thoughts. Run? The few people immediately started running. The cave had already begun to collapse. Huge amounts of rocks kept falling from the cave, splashing thick dust, blocking everyone's sight. For flowers. Quill, if I didn't die here, I wouldn't spare you. Drax said loudly, his voice echoing in the cave. What does what Egg did have to do with me? Star-Lord roared loudly, besides, I haven't really recognized him yet. A huge amount of rock fell down, and the Star-Lords relied on their agility to escape. Gamera also jumped lightly through the gap between the rock and the ground, but the nebula running at the back was not so lucky. Now, she tried to escape in Gamera's way, but a little too late. One foot was pinned under the stone. Gamera ran a few steps forward, and suddenly felt that something was wrong. She turned her head to look, and saw the nebula pressed to the ground through the thick dust. The stone fell in front of her, on her body. Gamera, are you crazy? Star-Lord roared loudly after seeing Gamera's movements. Gamera ignored what Star-Lord said, and came alone to the stone that was pressing on the nebula. She used all her strength to lift the stone. But, we are sisters? 35 Gamera roared. The huge amounts of stones were gently lifted by her, and Nebula took this opportunity to run out. What are you doing? Nebula looked at his sister angrily. You go. Nebula roared. Don't worry about me, the whole cave will collapse soon. Save you, Nebula. Gamera roared, using all her strength. Her feet sunk into the ground, and took 2 footprints. After Gamera saw this situation, her heart was overwhelmed and she did not choose to continue to run forward. She stopped her running steps, and then turned around to rescue her sister. Finally, at the moment when the cave collapsed, everyone finally escaped from the cave. Several of them lay on the ground and gasped. Looking at the warm yellow background in the sky, they felt that the original feeling of being alive was so wonderful. In the distance, a splendid mushroom cloud stands between the sky and the earth. In the mushroom cloud, there are still blue light flashing. The moment the blue light appears, there is also a golden energy mixed with it. Huge amounts of body, every attack can make Egg make an earth-shattering roar. After Jean's magic power was amplified by the Ulu alloy, it poured into his body from Egg's wound, and immediately wanted to pour hot oil on the snowflake 387, turning the river into the sea in Egg's body. Although Egg's physical injuries can be quickly recovered, the energy that is running around in his body is not so easy to deal with. Hugo roared angrily. The sound wave turned into a powerful energy shock, swept the entire Hugo planet. The mushroom cloud not far away was blown away directly under Hugo's sound wave, or the entire atmosphere of Hugo planet. They were all compressed to the extreme by Egg's sound waves. In front of Jean's black-gray figure, a milky white light blocked Egg's attack, which was the guardian of the high-level spell angel. Is that so? This was the first time that Star-Lord heard the black-gray guy speak. Although the voice was not loud, it could clearly reach the ears of the buyer. My god, who the hell is this? Drax looked at Jean, who was quietly floating in the air, swallowed and said. Gamera is also looking at the figure in the sky with a solemn expression. Even if Thanos comes, it may not be easier than that person in this level of battle. Who is that person? I have never heard of that person before. It was said that there is still such a number of people in the universe. After Egg heard what Jean said, he was furious. No one had ever dared to talk to him like this. Those who dared to talk to him had already become his own nourishment. His huge eyes began to turn blood red. The silver-white body and blood-red eyes made Egg look unusually bewitching. You're courting death. The icy words spit out from Egg's mouth, as if the words were spoken, and countless silver-white energy tentacles rose up from the ground, grabbing at Jean in the air. Egg, if you have this kind of strength, I am really disappointed. Jean said calmly. After hearing Jean's words, Egg's blood-red pupils first shrank fiercely, and then a shocking aura exploded from his body, and everything around him shivered under this aura, endlessly. The silver-white light flashed out, rendering the whole world silver-white. Jean's body also burst into a blue light, rivaling the endless silver-white light, and then he raised his arm, and a huge amount of energy poured into his arm instantly, and the terrifying and heart-pounding energy fluctuated in the surroundings of Jean echoed, and the blue light and the silver-white light were intertwined in the air, and they invaded each other, as if they wanted to turn the other into their own appearance. An unparalleled blue light beam was launched from Jean's hand. It was not a simple palm cannon, but a long-lasting energy beam. Instantly, the blue light beam hit the energy beam released by Egg. Egg roared and resisted Jean's attack. The blue light slammed into the silver-white light, causing a violent explosion, as if oil and water could not coexist. The huge amounts of shockwave took the position where the two were fighting. The center of the circle spreads rapidly to the surrounding, and everything around it is first turned to ashes by the powerful shockwave. The scorching temperature permeates the air, and a piece of iron placed here seems to be able to melt instantly. Sheet. Star-Lord looked at the scene where the two were fighting, and couldn't help but spit out a swear word that he had learned on Earth. Drax watched this devastating scene, his mouth opened wide, as if he could swallow a giant apple at any time. This kind of strength has exceeded the Guardians of Galaxy's understanding of strength, or has exceeded their understanding of battle. This level of battle is not something they can participate in. If they are a little bit involved, they may be themselves. It will disappear in an instant, even the best equipment can't resist such a powerful force. The fight over there is still going on, but it looks like the black-gray guy has the upper hand, because the blue energy beam is now constantly marching in the direction of Egg. At the moment the blue energy is far away from Ego. G's body was only a few dozen meters away. Egg roared, and more silver-white light flashed from his body, briefly suppressing the blue energy beam released by Jean, but as time passed 3.4, Jean's had the upper hand again, and the blue energy beam carried the aura that can crush everything, engulfed all the energy beams released by Yugo, and then hit Yugo's body. The azure blue energy beam instantly drowned Yugo's body, and with Yugo's unbelievable shouts, the energy beam that drowned out Yugo's energy beam rushed to the distant sky, like a blue sword. The sky split open like a sword, and the space around the energy beam shattered one after another because it could not withstand such a powerful energy, revealing the phantoms of other dimensions behind. The power of a blow is so terrifying. In everyone's pupils, at the moment is a blue light, until the light disappears, there is still a blue light on the residue of their vision, and the grey-black shadow in the blue light. Queel, it looks like your father is dead. Drax said blankly. Who the hell is this? Gamora looked at Jean's figure floating quietly in the air, and couldn't help but say, I have never heard of such a number one person in the universe, even if this kind of power comes from Thanos, maybe can't use it either. 5. Very strong. Nebula said coldly. Jean floated quietly in the air, not knowing what he was waiting for. Although it seemed that he had destroyed Egg's body just now, he knew that the matter was far from over, because Egg's body was this Egg 23. The planet, or Yugo's thinking carrier, is the star core of this Yugo planet. The results did not exceed Jean's expectations. Mortal, today I'm going to let you know the fate of blasphemy. A voice mixed with anger and hysteria seemed to originate from the planet, and at Jean's feet, a huge amount of face with an expression of unparalleled anger appeared. On the surface of the planet, this face seems to be made of rocks, imitating Egg's expression vividly. At the moment, a pair of scarlet eyes in the rock stared at Jean above, and the black-gray reflection reflected in Egg's pupils. Among them, he has never been so embarrassed since he became conscious. As a god, he was forced to such a point by a mortal. This is something he cannot bear no matter what. Just now, Jean's energy beam directly dissipated his energy avatar, which made him realize that he could not continue to fight against the opponent with his own energy avatar alone, which means that he needed more powerful power. Hey, Groot, look. At the moment, not far from the Ego planet, a spaceship is rapidly approaching Ego's planet. This is Yondu, Rocket Raccoon and Gridroot and the others. Yondu and Rocket Raccoon came to look for Star-Lord after resolving the rebellion within his own team. My goodness, I'm Groot. Through the porthole of the spaceship, I can see that the atmosphere of planet Yugo seems to have turned into a human face, with an angry and hysterical expression on that face, and he angrily opens and closes his mouth, seemingly silent. Like the roar, it makes people feel that this is not just a planet, but more like a person. Well, it seems that this trip is destined to be an adventure. Rocket Raccoon drove the spaceship like a sharp arrow directly through the thick atmosphere of planet Egg, and flew quickly towards the direction of Star-Lord and the others. The earth was trembling, rocks and mud seemed to form Egg's body, and his arm hundreds of kilometers long swung towards Jean in the air at an incomprehensible speed. The air was severely compressed, forming a wall of huge amounts of air that pushed horizontally in the direction of Jean, and at the moment the gas became the most terrifying weapon. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered slightly, and a blue light emerged from his body. In an instant, Jean appeared above the stinky face, and then the palm of his hand blasted out, on Egg's head stove made of rocks. A huge amount of cracks exploded. Didn't I tell you, on this planet, I am invincible? Egg roared, and countless silver-white energy tentacles appeared on his face. The ones they dealt with were completely different. They contained powerful energy fluctuations, and the silver-white light illuminated Jean's armor as white. Huge amounts of earthquakes appeared on planet Yugo. Star-Lord and others in the distance could only try their best to maintain the balance of their bodies and would not fall to the ground. Wide cracks appeared under their feet, and they could still be seen in the cracks. A silvery white light flashed in it. Gan, why do I have an ominous premonition? Star-Lord glanced at the huge amounts of cracks, his face a bit bitter. Why do I feel like we are involved in a terrible battle? Drax looked at Star-Lord with the eyes of a fool, which seemed to mean you just knew, and suddenly there was a loud bang, the earth trembled in the distance, and everyone who had been trying to maintain their balance finally couldn't maintain it, and sat down on the ground. The golden longsword 387 in Jean's hand lit up, and a black-gray figure descended from the sky, directly piercing the stinky face formed by Egg on the ground. Just piercing the stinky face was not enough. Jean's figure was on the planet Egg. The underground is advancing rapidly, and anything blocking him is cut open by Wei Shandi's holy sword. At the moment, he is like the most advanced drilling rig, and is rapidly moving towards the core of the planet Hugo, which is the storage place of Egg's mind advances. Egg tried his best to stop Jean's progress, and finally stopped Jean a few hundred meters away from where his mind was stored. Feeling that he was threatened with his life just now, Egg's body trembled involuntarily. How did this mortal in front of him know, and how did he know his weakness? You wanna die? The silver-white light burst out from the inner core of planet Egg, drowning Jean's figure. The strong silver-white light penetrated the sky through the cracks in the earth, and rushed directly to the universe. A large area of land is rising, and it seems that it will be pierced by silver-white light at any time. The azure blue light flashed in the air, and Jean directly sent it into the air through the power of the space gem. The ego planet under his feet was like the fission of the earth, and the silver-white light spewed out from various gaps. It can be seen that Egg was taken aback by Jean's action just now and had to use this action to protect himself. Then I'll give you more energy. 35. Jean looked coldly at the ground below, the blue energy light gushing out from his body as if he didn't need money, and soon the blue light had occupied the space around Jean, contrary to Egg's silver-white energy light. Then Jean's hands were crossed in front of his body, and the huge energy seemed to find an energy outlet. An incomparable blue energy beam burst out from Jean's palm, seemingly traversing the limitation of space and hitting the ground of planet Egg directly. There was a loud bang, and the blue energy beam began to rotate, as if a drilling rig was drilling the surface of the Hugo planet. Under the action of powerful energy, the soil, sand, and gravel were vaporized and evaporated in an instant, and the entire ground was affected by this. Gently trembling, then the energy drill looked at the rapid progress towards the core of planet Hugo. Roar! Egg's roar can be heard all over the planet. He has been completely suppressed by Jean, because Jean has found his most fatal weakness. Once the storage of his own thoughts is destroyed, he will be completely disappeared into this universe. Countless silver-white energy tentacles rushed into the sky, trying to stop Jean's actions, but when those energy tentacles touched the blue energy released by Jean, they were instantly melted like snow seeing hot oil. It didn't work at all. Egg was roaring furiously, and the clouds in the sky also turned into eggs, glaring at Jean in the center. Rumbling, countless silver-white mushroom clouds appeared in the air, and the powerful energy fluctuations released by the explosion almost destroyed the spaceship that Rocket Raccoon and the others were driving. Location. Get in the car, there's no time left. Star-Lord, who was still shocked by the battle, was awakened by Yonda's words and was about to board the spaceship, but just as Seeing Lord was about to step into the spaceship, a silver-white phantom appeared in front of him, and there were several others. The silver-white energy tentacles blocked him. Choir, my child, we are all the way, why did you abandon your father? Egg said in a gentle voice, we can work together to achieve our ideals and let our fellows live in this universe. There was a very powerful delusion in Egg's words, and Star-Lord stopped his steps for a while, and there was also a silvery white light flashing in his eyes. We are gods, my children, and those cosmic pirates or mercenaries who have nothing to do with each other. Egg continued, I have lived for tens of thousands of years before I fell in love with your mother. Crystal, why do you have to go with them? Choir, he's lying to you, have you forgotten the skeletons we saw in the cave? Gamera roared loudly, as if trying to pull Quill out of Egg's words. And your hen, Quill, if you want, I can resurrect your mother. Egg's words continued to sound, and the dance music that Star-Lord often listened to was played around the crowd. These are your mother's favorite songs. After I resurrect your mother, you can listen to these songs with your own mother. When he said this, Egg's voice was a little triumphant. Your mother is the cosmic species that fits my genes best I have ever seen. When I was on that planet called Earth, I searched for a long time. I found such a good host as your mother, but I didn't expect him to fall in love with me. Egg's tone contained a trace of disdain. But I don't want this, I just want children, so I used some small means to get your mother to leave you, and then let those pirate mercenaries bring you from the Earth to me. 99. But it didn't occur to me that those pirates didn't follow my orders. Saying that, Egg's icy eyes fell on Yondu. Choir, wake up. Yondu shouted loudly. Then go to death. Star-Lord said coldly. The pupils that belonged to human beings once again returned to his eyes, and the silver-white light all dissipated. Good money, Zhao, and went to the island. And the cave they escaped from before was filled with the skeletons of various animals. In addition to what the mantis woman said before, Star-Lord knew that everything now was a lie of Egg. Egg had said before that he left the Earth before Star-Lord was born, so he must not know how Star-Lord's mother died, and what he just said used some small tricks. Star-Lord knew that his mother's death must be because of Egg, which means that Egg was the culprit who killed his mother. How did you say my mother died? Star-Lord asked. Originally, Star-Lord's pupils were completely shrouded in silver-white light, but just after hearing Egg's complacent words, there was a momentary clarity in his eyes. The energy pistol immediately hit the silver-white shadow of Egg, and a large hole appeared in the shadow. Brain tumor. Egg replied without shyness. He didn't notice that something was wrong with Star-Lord. It seems that you are unwilling to cooperate. Then I will let you cooperate. Egg's eyes turned cold. Several energy tentacles shining silver-white light penetrated into Star-Lord's body, and began to transmit energy to his body in an endless stream. Egg prepared to forcibly assimilate Star-Lord into his own kind, and then two people together to complete the dream of conquering the universe. Ugh. 9. Star-Lord let out a tragic cry. He felt that his thoughts seemed to be being communicated, and a voice had been tempting in his ears. We are of the same kind, and we should accomplish great things together. Silver-white light emerged from Star-Lord's facial features. Quill. Yondu yelled anxiously, trying to arouse Star-Lord's attention. Not only Yondu, but also the other Guardians of Galaxy looked at Star-Lord anxiously. They were afraid that Star-Lord would not be able to resist Egg's Tonghua. Quill, if you really give up, you will lose me forever. Gamera looked at Star-Lord and said loudly, you remember my words. Star-Lord seemed to have some reaction to Gamera's threat. He looked at Gamera with silvery white eyes, and said, Gamora 387 pull, 95. Egg once again intensified the pressure he put on Star-Lord. He wanted to complete the assimilation as soon as possible, and then went to deal with Jean together. I will never let your conspiracy succeed. Star-Lord's eyes returned to the color of a normal person, and he pressed the button of his Sony Walkman. The Walkman is not under the action of energy. Damaged, the dance music that my mother once liked immediately rang. You executioner who killed my mother, I will let you succeed no matter what. Star-Lord roared, and those silver-white tentacles that penetrated into his body slowly withdrew from his body under his roar. How is this possible? The whole planet reverberated with Yugo's inconceivable voice, and after those silver-white energy tentacles seemed to have received the Master's order, they penetrated into Star-Lord's body with a firmer attitude. Jean kept his attacking action, and at the same time, the enhanced visual function on the armor was all turned on. He saw Star-Lord who was being baptized by Egg. He was waiting for this moment. The baptism of Star-Lord was a turnaround of Egg Hope, and at the same time the bell to announce his death. What Jean has been waiting for is that Egg prepares to assimilate Star-Lord, because only at this moment can he complete the preparations he has been making all the time. When Egg was not on planet Egg, Jean had already boarded the planet. Then, relying on the Space Gem's ability, he directly came to the star core where Egg's thoughts were stored, and placed a small device in the star core. This small device was a planet-devouring device that Jean imitated according to the ability of the Planet Devourer during the war with the Planet Devourer. After being activated, it can directly devour the energy of a planet. For Egg's self-wisdom for planets, the planet-devouring device is still available. It's just that the conditions of use have become more severe. Everything Jean has done before is for the moment when Egg prepares to assimilate Star-Lord. Only when Egg's thoughts and Star-Lord's thoughts are intertwined, the planet-swallowing device can come in handy, which can activate and devour the core of ego. It's now. Jean's neural network began to give orders to the planet-devouring device that had been placed on the core of planet Yugo early in the morning. After receiving the instructions, the planet-devouring device, KDE, immediately followed the preset program and executed it without any compromise. The mission he was made for, to devour a planet and turn it into energy. Although the conversion rate of this device is not very high, is it always better than nothing? It is much better than blowing up the planet in vain in the movie. Egg, who was desperately resisting Jean's attack, suddenly felt a burst of heart palpitations, or his mind hidden in the core of the planet felt the threat of death. What's the matter? Egg was a little flustered, until he found a device floating quietly in the core of his mind. At the moment, the planet-devouring device flashed a scarlet light, and then a strong suction came from the planet-devouring device. Do not! Ego shouted, and the star core that controls the planet wants to squeeze the planet-devouring device out of it, but now it's too late. The planet-devouring device has already started, and the matter and energy in the star core are like seeing a black hole. Quickly rushed towards the location of the planet-swallowing device, and Egg felt that his consciousness was beginning to blur. Huh? What's going on? Star-Lord was using all his willpower to fight against Egg's consciousness, but he found that Egg's consciousness was getting weaker, and in the end he seemed to be able to just casually drive Egg's consciousness out of his mind. The silver-white energy tentacles inserted into Star-Lord's body began to slowly dissipate. Not only the energy tentacles, but the huge amounts of face that had been standing on the ground, also began to shapeshift and crack, and the scarlet eyes above began to dissipate slowly. Hey, man, what the hell is going on? Rocket raccoons wobbled at the moment, the ground beneath their feet were shaking violently. Huge amounts of cracks kept popping up in the ground. Why do I feel like this planet is about to explode? That's right, little raccoon. Yondu shouted loudly, the spaceship has detected that the energy of this planet is rapidly declining, and this planet is about to be destroyed, so we have to get on the ship. We don't have time. Bullshit. The rumbling sound kept resounding on planet Yugo, which has become a purgatory, and the star core that maintains the existence of the planet has been swallowed by the planet-swallowing device 80%. Then it's over, Jean said calmly. After the Guardians of Galaxy everyone boarded the spaceship, Rocket Raccoon drove the spaceship and left the ground at the fastest speed. Rocket Raccoon can be sure that this must be the fastest time he drove the spaceship. Now he can't wait to be able to appear at the back of the spaceship, and then kicked the spaceship's A, which seemed to make the spaceship faster. The clouds in the air that showed Yugo's expression before, at the moment, all of them were Yugo's strange expressions, as if they were mosaic videos, or like videos with poor signal, flashing quickly. Moving, there were countless expressions of Egg on it, which looked strange and abnormal. Hurry up, hurry up. Drax said, I don't want to stay on this weird planet for a minute. Quill, your father is really scary. He's not my father. Star-Lord groaned feebly, thinking that he had found his biological father and his life would be better, but he didn't expect this reversal to almost break his waist. Finally, the spaceship passed through the thick atmosphere and came to the universe. Looking down through the porthole, what looked like a quiet and beautiful planet before. At the moment, it has become a purgatory-like world, with blood red all over the planet. On the surface of the planet, it seems to have formed the face of Ego, just like a worn-out computer, which kept showing Ego various expressions. When this happens, it shows that Egg has lost control of his consciousness, and he is about to die, literally. Choir, it was Egg who asked me to take you from the Earth to the universe before, and he wanted me to give you to him. At the moment, Yondu looked through the porthole at the planet of Egg, which was on the verge of death. Said calmly, but I didn't obey his orders that time, because I knew very well the so-called heirs I brought to him before. What is the result? 9. You are different from them, Quill. When I took you from Earth to the spaceship and flew to the planet Ego, I fell in love with the little kid who liked to grab the fins on my head. Yondu's eyes look full of memories, so instead of handing you over to Egg, I raised you as my own son. 99. Xingju listened to what Yondu said in a daze. Before, he always thought that he was the child that Yondu plundered from that planet, but he did not expect that his life experience turned out to be like this. He recalled that he was with Yondu when he was a child. All kinds of strange emotions gradually filled Star-Lord's heart. It's all right, don't tell me that there are some. Stinky boy, you broke the spaceship you gave me, and I haven't asked you to settle the account. Yondu glared and said. Star-Lord's words that had been brewing in his heart before were all dissipated by Yondu. Dead old man, you obviously want to kill me first. Seeing Lord said without showing weakness. That's not because you stole the energy battery. Really, it's not good to steal anything. You have to steal the energy battery of the Supreme Star. If it wasn't for me, you would have. Before Yondu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Rocket Raccoon. Guys, I don't think you should say these things now. You should really come and see. It's so grand. 35. Everything that happened on the planet Yugo at the moment was reflected in Rocket Raccoon's pupils, as if a huge amount of vacuum cleaner had been installed in the center of the planet Yugo. Starting from the very center, it seems that everything has been sucked into the vacuum cleaner. The size of the planet Yugo is rapidly shrinking, and the atmosphere on the planet has been sucked away, revealing the bare land below and the water flowing on it. Magma-like blood. Sheet, what the hell is going on? Star-Lord looked at this spectacular scene, and couldn't help but scolded. He had been rampant in the universe for such a long time, and he had never seen that planet become like this. The current Ego planet is like a soft slime that was put in front of the suction port of the vacuum cleaner, and then sucked in by Zilu at once. For flowers. No, just sit tight for me, we have to run quickly. According to the information displayed by the detection device, there may be a big explosion at the end. Rocket Raccoon said suddenly like crazy, while controlling the spacecraft to start flying forward with the highest acceleration. Star-Lord and Yondu sat on the ground without grasping. The two of them climbed up and looked at the Ego planet, which was getting farther and farther away from them, and now the Ego planet seemed to have shrunk to a limit. The silver-white light enveloped him, and then they saw the Ego planet, then it expanded rapidly at an indescribable speed, and finally expanded to an extreme, bursting like a balloon. A horizontal circular ring of shockwaves erupted from above the planet Egg, revealing a beautiful necklace, huge amounts of energy shocks causing Star-Lord and their ships to sway up and down. Guys, give me a seat. Rocket Raccoon said ecologically, and at the same time used his life spaceship driving skills to drive this spaceship that could be out of control at any time, and finally they escaped from the most dangerous area. God bless, the gods of the universe bless, Mother bless, everyone bless. Drax closed his eyes and muttered to himself, knowing that Star-Lord kicked him. Okay, we are all right. Although the Guardians of Galaxy escaped from the planet Egg without any danger, the black-gray figure still left an indelible impression on them. In the dark universe, blue light flashed, and a black-gray figure disappeared in it. Heavenly Sword Mothership. In Jean's office, a light blue portal suddenly appeared here, and Jean's figure came out of the portal. The heat dissipation valve on the armor opened instantly, taking away the huge heat generated by the armor due to the manipulation of the space gem, and the surrounding air began to distort, shape-shifting due to the huge heat energy, as if the air was magnetic, being attracted by a huge amount of magnet. Although the armor recast by Ulu alloy has been able to freely use the energy of space gem, such a long-distance transmission will still generate huge amounts of heat energy, but with the blessing of Ulu alloy, as long as the heat energy is emitted out, that's okay. It won't be like the 387 battles with the planet Devourer before. You need to pay attention to the damage of the armor all the time. The members of the Blade Squad got the news that Jean had returned to the mothership for the first time, especially after Wanda heard the news that Jean had returned to the mothership safe and sound. Her heart that had been hanging was finally put down. He didn't realize how much he cared about Jean before. Okay, Sister Wanda, now that the boss is back, you should rest assured. Daisy looked at Wanda narrowly and said, Huh? What are you talking about? Wanda's face blushed slightly. Isn't caring about the boss what we should all do? Don't you care too much? 99. Tisk tisk tisk. Daisy tut-tut in amazement and did not continue to say anything. The two of them walked in the corridor of the Heavenly Sword Mothership and walked in the direction of Jean's office. Not only the two of them, but the other members of the Blade Squad also walked in the corridor. When they learned that Jean was safe, when they returned to Earth, not only Wanda, but also other members' hearts were relieved. Heavenly Sword Bureau, with the existence of Jean, is a complete Heavenly Sword Bureau. Opening the door of Jean's office, everyone saw a holographic screen floating in front of Jean, and the content displayed on it was exactly the picture of them being attacked by the Eagle fighter before. After seeing the picture on the holographic projection, everyone's faces became serious immediately. During Jean's absence, they asked Little Ultron to detect the silver-white armor through the global surveillance network, but he found nothing about it. Suddenly disappeared in this world, leaving no traces on the Earth at all. It does not rule out that Little Ultron's investigation was disturbed. Boss, what is this thing? I feel like he is very powerful. Daisy asked first. Her shockwave on the Eagle fighter had no effect on that guy at all, which made her wonder about that guy's history. This is the destroyer from Asgard. Jean said calmly, a piece of armor designed to destroy everything. 39. The destroyer, a piece of armor that is used to destroy everything. How powerful his power is, has been described before. It is nothing more than the ability to directly destroy a planet, coupled with the indestructible appearance, making him the scariest war machine ever. After reminding everyone not to compete against the destroyer, and to delay as much as possible until he came back, Jean began to prepare to study the two biggest gains brought back by this business trip. One is the TIE particles snatched from the Dark Elves, and the other is the planet-eating device that devoured nearly 80% of the mass of planet Hugo and converted the mass into energy stored in it. Jean built two cube-tempered glass boxes in his laboratory, one containing TIE particles and the other a planet-swallowing device. Just in case, Jean set up a plasma energy stand outside. Inside there are several layers of enchantment that he personally arranged, and it can be said that the protection has reached the most advanced level. Jean hugged his chest and looked at the TIE particles that were constantly rolling and boiling in the glass box. TIE particles were constantly changing in various shapes, and constantly impacted the four walls of the steel cube, but all of them were enchanted by the magic enchantment released by Jean. Organized. The state of TIE particles at the moment cannot be manipulated at all, so in the end this kind of thing is specifically for the Dark Elves. Those Dark Elves manipulate some abilities of TIE particles in a very evil and dark way. Just these abilities, it's enough to make TIE particles the most feared weapon in the entire Asgard. As for the planet-devouring device in the other box, it seems to be much calmer. At the moment, that large and small device is lying there quietly, and it is constantly releasing silver-white light. These silver-white the light is the purest power of Planet Egg, and it is also the best trophy obtained after this battle between Jean and Egg. The energy of Planet Egg only needs a little conversion to provide energy for Jean's armor. The time provided will definitely depend on the strength of the enemy Jean is facing, but just to maintain the operation of Jean's armor, after calculating this small the planet-devouring device can support Jean's armor for 1,000 years. After finishing the planet-swallowing device, Jean turned his attention to TIE particles. Except for the power gems that can directly release his own destructive energy due to 3.4 attributes, the other 5 infinite gems cannot be directly manifested. One's own ability needs a special method. These things have been confirmed by Jean's previous research on Mind Gem, Time Gem, and Space Gem. These gems require specific equipment to exert their infinite power. Yes, Hydra and S.H.I.E.L.D. have held space gems for many years before, spending a lot of manpower and material resources, but only the tip of the iceberg to develop the power of space gems. It is still difficult to control infinite gems with the current level of human technology. So Jean is ready to start with magic. As for the Eye of Agamotto left by the first-generation Sorcerer Supreme Agamotto, relying on the power of magic spells, it exerts all the power of Time Gem. In theory, Jean can also control these infinite gems through magic spells. And he also has Eye of Agamotto and the corresponding spells as a reference. The difficulty should be reduced. But even so, this is a very difficult and dangerous attempt, because the spells that can manipulate infinite gems must be high-level spells, and high-level spells can only be created by Sorcerer Supreme or those who are comparable to ability and Sorcerer Supreme, plus infinite gems contain huge amounts of destructive energy. Jean's work is currently known to remain at the level of superficial taste. Because of a little careless operation, the entire Earth may be blown up by those small stones. Jean shook his head and decided to not want the headaches first. He swiped his hand gently in the air, and a holographic projection screen appeared in front of him. After complicated and sophisticated encryption methods, the particles and the 2 cubes that the planet swallowed the destruction device slowly descended from the ground. The ground opened, revealing the remaining few infinite gems inside. After the cubes were closed, the ground slowly began to close until no gap could be seen. New clothes, creator. Skynet's voice sounded. Is there anything to improve? Not yet, I'm very satisfied with him. Jean shrugged his shoulders, but the minor damage from the battle needs to be repaired. The combat ability that integrates the armor of Ulu alloy makes people feel very satisfied. It can resist Loki, who has the power of the Heavenly Father, although Loki is only a half-assistant, and can also resist Egg, who is a member of the gods. Really. It is very powerful, and the most important thing is that the armor that integrates Ulu, Vibranium, and Kree can finally withstand the ability of the space gem on a large scale, which is what makes Jean the most satisfied. Prepare to change his coat, and then study the materials on the armor to see if an alloy with similar performance can be developed. Jean said. Well, before that, I want to remind you that it's almost New Year's Eve. You'd better make an appearance at the annual meeting of Mason Industries. You know, now Mason Industries has started recruiting normal employees to run the business. Skynet warns, if you don't show up for too long, you might draw some bad guesses. Although the strength of Mason Industries does not need to pay attention to these now, I think it is necessary for you to do so. New Year? So soon? Jean's voice rose and fell. Well, I'll be there at the company's annual meeting. So, is it Christmas and Chinese New Year? Jean asked. That's right, Creator. Skynet said, I think it might be better if you need a vacation. The three of them were enjoying the drink from the mysterious East, Mandarin's favorite Beiju. Daisy's proposal was quickly approved by everyone, but I don't know the reason why everyone has a good heart. No one told the boss about the Christmas party. If the boss knew their plan, it was estimated that the Christmas party would not be held. When arranging the venue, everyone's super abilities came into play. Spider-Man 403's cobweb came in handy at this time. The decorations on the roof were all glued by Spider-Man using his own cobweb. Pietro using his own speed, he completed the arrangement of the Christmas tree in 3 seconds. Finally, under the cheers of everyone, Wanda used his chaos magic to condense into a red glowing Christmas tree, with magic flowing on it, and the Christmas tree was transparent. Every branch and leaf is carved lifelike, like the most exquisite works of art. After the completion, everyone applauded in admiration, which made our little witch blushed a little embarrassedly. Wanda, Pietro, Daisy, Spider-Man and other young comrades were playing pillow fights over there, and Jessica, as always, stayed in front of the bar table and drank whiskey glass after glass, doing it next to him. It was a few old men over 90 years old, Captain Umbrella, Winter Soldier, and Mandarin. Christmas is here, snowflakes are fluttering on the roofs of every family, bonfires are lit in every family, and the family sits around the stove talking about the harvest of the year or doing some happy things together. Mason Industrial Building, all kinds of lanterns flicker, illuminating the night sky at night. At the entrance of the entrance, there is also a light ball that looks like a disco in the era. Whenever someone pushes the door to enter, the light ball will emit colorful lights, and jingle bells will be played in the hall. This familiar Christmas song. Not only the Christmas atmosphere on the Earth is strong, but also in the Tianjian mothership, it is also infected with the Christmas atmosphere. The corridors and the central hall are all decorated with colorful lights, and they still stand in the central hall. There is a tall fir with various decorative ribbons and light bulbs of different colors hanging on it. It was Daisy's idea to hold a Christmas party. Anyway, before the boss dispatched the task, everyone was idle, and recently the boss Shenlong has seen the beginning and the end, so it is estimated that it is not to dispatch the task before Christmas, it is better to take advantage of this time. Have a Christmas party where everyone gets together to have fun. Eddie squeezed into the crowd with his glass in hand. Eddie is here, come and taste the white wine from the east. Mandarin said immediately after seeing Eddie, and at the same time manipulated the power of the 10 commandments to empty the wine glass in Eddie's hand and bring it inside. After drinking a full glass of white wine, I promise that after you finish drinking, you will definitely fall in love with this taste. Eddie had a bitter face after drinking that glass of white wine. He had never had such a bad drink before. Sheet, what kind of wine is this? Is this the oriental white wine in your mouth? Eddie took a bottle of mineral water and asked after taking a breath. Ha ha ha. After seeing Eddie's appearance, the 3 old men all burst into laughter. It turns out that in the sharp knife team, besides the 3 of them, there is also a Doom from Sundara, who drinks white wine with them when he is free. After Mew went to find his own destiny, the drinking buddy disappeared, and they couldn't wait to get a new drinking buddy to join the team. Spider-Man, Jessica and Eddie in front of them have all been tricked by them. Young man, your internal strength is not enough. Captain Umbrella patted Eddie on the shoulder, causing him to stumble. I said, you should train your muscles. Captain Umbrella said after burping. I think so too. Eddie grimaced, but no matter how much I exercise, it doesn't seem to be successful. Because you didn't drink white wine. Winter Soldier seemed to be stating the fact that since joining the Blade Squad, what Winter Soldier is best at is talking nonsense in a serious manner. Ha 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 ha. Tears flowed out of Mandarin's laugh. Don't worry about that kid who can't drink Beiju. Come on, let's do it, brother. Mandarin took the Beiju in his hand, and the 3 wine glasses collided in the air, making a tinkling sound. Jingle sound. It's scary, isn't it? A battle between a group of old men. Eddie sat down beside Jessica with his empty glass. Jessica moved slightly to the side. Stay away from me. The female detective took a sip of wine, then glanced at Eddie angrily. I don't want someone to gnaw my head off. Hey, that's Venom, not me. Besides, how long ago was that? Eddie protested. I don't care. Jessica insisted. If you almost got eaten by a disgusting big guy twice, I guarantee you will never forget it in your life. But you clearly knew that we were all under control at that time. Okay, Eddie looked at Jessica's face and persuaded. Okay, I can apologize in place of my good buddy Venom. No, I won't apologize to him. Venom protested loudly in Eddie's mind. Yes, that's what it looks like. Eddie looked at Jessica sincerely and said, Venom just asked me in my mind. Please make sure you accept his most sincere apology, and I hope you can give him a new lease of life. Doing, oh no, is a chance to do the symbiote all over again. Fart? Eddie? You let me out, you're so cowardly that I'll be embarrassed in the future. Venom growled loudly in Eddie's mind. Jessica looked at Eddie's sincere expression, raised her pretty eyebrows, and then drank the whiskey in her hand. Okay, let's take his apology, and I'll take his apology. He was ignorant at the time, but you still have to tell him that he was so ugly, even by the standards of parasites, he was really ugly. 99. Who? How can she say that to me? Eddie, let me out. I will definitely make her regret coming to this world. You let me out. Why don't you let me out? You're so cowardly. You still call me after how do you meet people? Venom continued to roar in Eddie's mind, but he continued to be ignored, and now Eddie has developed the ability to resist Venom's broken thoughts. Eddie filled his empty glass with golden whiskey, then touched Jessica's empty glass lightly. I'll tell Venom. Jessica chuckled, then poured another golden liquid into her glass, and raised her glass to Eddie. I said, won't you get drunk after drinking so much? Eddie asked after finishing his glass of whiskey. Jessica pouted, I won't get drunk so easily. 35. Then you're going to drink here tonight until you're drunk. Otherwise, what good idea do you have? Jessica asked with a pouting lip. Maybe, you can join them. Eddie pointed to the people behind him who were having fun playing pillow fights and said, forget it, it's all a child's trick. Pop. A snow-white pillow roar rushed behind Jessica. Our female detective responded quickly. She pulled away the chair beside her, and then caught the flying object with her arms precisely. The pillow, finally exerting all his strength, threw the pillow back. The pillow almost rubbed the tip of Daisy's nose and hit the wall not far away. It's dangerous, dangerous, Daisy said, patting her breast. At the moment, the pillow fight was in full swing, until Daisy grabbed a pillow and quickly threw it in the direction of Wanda. Wanda slid away sideways, the pillow rushed towards the door like a boomerang. At the moment the door was just right opened, the light ball above began to shine, and Christmas songs were sung on it. Seeing that Jessica has also joined the fray, Eddie is stunned. Oh well, Joe. Daisy's pupils shrank for a while, because she had already seen the man in the black trench coat walking in. Who threw it just now? Jessica rolled up her sleeves, revealing her 2 white arms, and asked aggressively. How about it, Eddie? This is a woman, and it's not as reliable as your good buddy. 35. Venom's mocking voice sounded in his mind. Jean sideways dodged the pillow, and the snow-white pillow flew out of the door and landed quietly on the ground. Hey, shut up. Eddie grumbled. The scene was quiet, only the ball of light above Jean's head was shining with colorful light, and the babbling song was singing. The atmosphere of the scene became eerily quiet. Wanda secretly put her hands behind her back, and then dissipated the magic Christmas tree in the corner. She felt that her boss definitely didn't like her using magic power in this area. He also silently prayed that he would not let the boss see him. Daisy never thought that Jean would be here at this time. Shouldn't he be busy with those Frankenstein experiments in his lab at this time? It wasn't until Pietro opened his mouth that the atmosphere of silence was broken. He scratched his head. Ha ha ha, boss, it's so late. Well, are you still here to work? Everyone looked at Pietro, who was talking like an idiot. How could there be such a stupid person in this world? Wanda couldn't help but put her hands on her face, pretending that she didn't have this younger brother. Jean looked indifferently at the people who were messing around on the sofa. Spider-Man responded quickly and pointed directly at Daisy. Boss, it's her. It's the pillow she threw. Daisy gave Spider-Man an angry look, and they thought that they would be betrayed so unethically by their own pair, and she said hesitantly with 403, accident. I didn't notice, just by accident. Jean looked around blankly, looked at the decorations on the roof that were glued on by cobweb, and then looked at the colorful Christmas tree not far away, and finally his eyes stayed on the top of his head. The lantern ball glowing with colorful light, and now he still babbles and sings some outdated Christmas songs. Well, okay. Daisy summoned up her courage. These, are all my ideas. Is it Christmas after all? I don't think everyone has anything to do, so instead of taking it so coldly, it's better to have a party. Everyone can be lively and lively. Well, now that Daisy has accepted her fate, she must be prepared to be caught in organizing such an event. She feels that she should receive a round of criticism and education. Salary or weight training. Pretend, kte, well. Jean said calmly. You see, the boss will definitely, no, what did the boss just say? He said that the dress is not bad. Not only did Daisy widen her own eyes, but everyone else also widened their eyes, and then looked at Jean in disbelief, as if the words they had just heard were just their own delusions. Have fun. After saying this, Jean didn't stop and walked out the door, but before going out, he made a gesture to Wanda, come out. Oh. Wanda nodded. Daisy beside her frantically winked at her, and then gave her a cheering gesture, causing Wanda to roll her eyes involuntarily. I've read your mission report before, it's very good. Outside, Jean put his hands in his pockets. You mentioned in the mission report that your chaos magic power has skyrocketed in an instant, right? Thinking of the hallucination she had had before her magic power skyrocketed, Wanda's face flushed slightly. Yes, I don't know what's going on, the magic power seems to appear out of nowhere. Around me, I can get it at will. As long as I stretch out my hand, I can get endless energy. Is that so? That's right. Wanda looked up at Jean and asked, do you know what's going on? I don't know. Jean shook his head. I only know a little bit about origin magic power, but if you say what this thing means, I think it just proves the opinion. Jean stared at Wanda and continued. Opening, as I said to you before, you have endless potential. Manipulating origin magic power and drawing magic power are just instincts for you. Unlike other magicians, they need a lot of hard practice able to do your current level, but for you, these are your abilities, just need to connect. Sooner or later you will surpass me and become a greater magician. 35. After finishing speaking, Jean patted Wanda on the shoulder. Don't stress too much, you will become like that sooner or later. If there is anything wrong with your body, report it to me immediately. If there is nothing else, go back to the line well, take it easy, and finally a Merry Christmas to everyone else. 99. When it comes to Merry Christmas, Jean's tone has a slight loosening, which makes people sound unusually reassuring. Wanda was stunned for a moment. Did she succeed? Jean, who was about to leave, stopped his steps, then turned sideways. There are no other arrangements. What? No, not what you think. I mean get Pietro, Daisy, and Rogers and others, you know, Christmas dinner, well, very normal thing. I don't know if it was because of the tone of Jean's words that Wanda's mind became hot and asked, "Are you free for Christmas?" "I'll see when I have time." Jean agreed, and walked down the hallway. Jean's eyebrows twitched. "Well, I mean, if you don't have any other special arrangements, I mean you can have a meal with, we'll have a meal or something." Wanda felt that her face was so hot that she could boil water. Why did she suddenly say such words in a fever? So, did you have the courage to say it yourself? It should be said that it is a Stark-style local tyrant. The entire Avengers building has been activated with optical camouflage facilities, and the roof has become transparent. It seems that you can directly see the dark night sky outside, and there are white snowflakes falling down. By the time Stark walked into the hall, basically all the Avengers had already arrived. They had the Fantastic Four, Falcon, Colonel Lord, Black Widow and Hawkeye, and Thor also came to the scene rarely. Thor came to Midgard after Asgard dealt with Loki's aftermath. This time his main task was to find the most powerful weapon destroyer stolen by Asgard, so he also had a rare opportunity to participate in the Avengers party, and even he also brought the wine that Asgard brewed the previous year for the Avengers to taste. It's just that most people remain skeptical about the wine in Thor's mouth and have not tried it. Stark seems to be in a particularly bad mood today. After a brief conversation with everyone, he sat alone on the large sofa, staring at the floor, as if thinking about something. Even his usual best friend, Colonel Rhodes, didn't communicate much. This kind of Stark is simply abnormal to the extreme, and he doesn't look like he is usually in the queue at all. Reed sat down beside Stark with a glass of wine, but even such a big movement did not wake Stark from his meditation. No spirit. Reed put a glass of wine in front of Stark. If you haven't slept for more than 72 hours, you won't have much energy. Stark didn't pick up the wine glass that Reed gave him, but leaned back on the sofa. Reed frowned. He found that things weren't that simple for a long time. It's not just that simple. Since you came back from Asgard, it has been very abnormal. It must have something to do with what happened over there. So what the hell happened over there? About 10 days ago, the Avengers learned about Stark and Thor's Asgard alien journey, and probably heard about how they thwarted Loki's conspiracy on Asgard's side, but the two were vague about the details. The battle with Loki was also an understatement, but since Stark came back from Asgard, he has become like this, and he can't wait to soak himself in the laboratory every day. Reed is very clear that in Asgard what happened over there was definitely not that simple. Nothing. I asked Thor before, and he said you did a great job, eh? He's an excellent corpse warrior. Before Reed could finish speaking, Stark interrupted him, and Stark laughed at himself. It's really been a humiliating journey, and I find myself helping out with everything I do. No. These words are often used by Stark to mock others, but this time he used it on himself, and indeed his performance in Asgard can be described as humiliating. Reed closed his mouth and looked at Stark silently. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth and said, "So you were hit, didn't you?" Then he locked himself in the laboratory every day, trying to get rid of it. Come up with something new to prove that you're not so useless. Blow. Yes, I received a blow, and not just once. After he built his first reactor, he once believed that Iron Man's technology was the dawn of peace for mankind. He thought that as long as he put on a steel battlesuit, he would be able to solve all problems. There were successive blows, shattering his fantasy again and again, and bursting the balloon in his heart. Flowers. It's also a much-needed husband for the Avengers. Stark sneered and stood up with a swish, but I saw a guy who also fought in an iron battlesuit. His armor was 100 times stronger than Iron Man. No, 1,000 times. Thinking of this, Stark's mind involuntarily came up with the dark guy, the guy codenamed Black Devil, who is also the same technology root, the same steel battlesuit. Why is there such a gap between himself and the other party big? It seems that he felt that his voice was too loud and attracted the attention of others. Stark swallowed the following words in his stomach, and then he turned his head and left the queuing scene under the gaze of everyone. Stark, you are a bit caught in the horns. Reed frowned and said, no matter how strong you are, you can't resist the whole world against yourself. 0. It started with the Kree scout droid, then a huge alien army, then Aldrich Killian, the perfect creature, and then the man named Galen, codenamed the Devourer of Planets. The guy came to the Earth, then the Atlanteans below the sea level, and finally the Hulk who ran wild in the Revenge building. Every cruel reality made Stark clearly understand his steel battlesuit technology. There is still a big flaw, and I can't rely on the steel battle suit to solve all problems. Now he needs power, very powerful power. Oh yeah, and the damn Ultron, the thing that was made to solve problems, but turned out to be troublesome originally, the haunted guy who escaped from his steel battlesuit and stole it, the most powerful armor in Asgard, the destroyer. Somewhere, a lonely place. The mechanical body was lying in the transparent cradle, and several dexterous robotic arms were showing off their operations. The red laser beams outlined a streamlined and smooth body in the direction of the robotic arms. The silver-white figure came out of the pitch-black darkness, with heavy steps like a plum falling to the ground. This was from Asgard's destroyer armor, and inhabited it was the haunted artificial intelligence, Ultron. To be precise, this is no longer the previous Ultron. He is a new wisdom born from the remaining programs, but the program and code follow the framework of the previous generation of Ultron. It can be said that he is the 403, a continuation of the soul of a generation of Ultron, but definitely not the previous generation of Ultron. The previous version of Ultron has indeed been destroyed by Stark in that old factory, but when the Stark armor was hacked before, there were still some program fragments left in Stark's armor, although those program fragments were not incomplete, but indeed Ultron's program fragments. It stands to reason that these incomplete fragments should be found by Stark soon, and then thoroughly cleaned up. But obviously not. This remaining program fragment was not discovered by Stark, but became the key to Ultron's rebirth. Ultron has been hiding in Stark's armor after regenerating his intelligence. He deceived Jarvis. The scanning of the. When he arrived, even he himself didn't know how he did it, as if there was an angel guarding him. Although the destroyer is Asgard's most terrifying weapon, since Odin is old, few people can wear him. Before that, destroyer has been eating ashes in Asgard's treasury. Its purpose is to add a magic headband on it, which allows people to remotely control the battle of the destroyer. When Loki chased Thor in New Mexico before, he used the magic headband, and Ultron unexpectedly found that he seemed to be it is possible to invade the destroyer through the magic headband, so he escaped from Stark's armor and entered the destroyer armor. The current Ultron is creating an unprecedented new creation. The ancient ice coffin he obtained from the Tianjian Bureau is for this new creation. Now all the work has been basically completed, and only the last step is required. At the moment, in the transparent cradle, all the laser arms stopped their work. A red body lay quietly in the cradle, as if asleep. The fiery red lines seemed to be carved into in his body. A slender mechanical arm picked up an ice blue gem, and set the gem on the body's forehead. Frost gem, the core item extracted from the ancient ice coffin, is also the key that can keep the ancient ice coffin strong. The moment the frost gem was inlaid, the red robot opened his eyes, and endless blue light burst out from his eyes. Tony, wake up, Tony. Stark was woken up by the shaking and shouting. The moment he woke up, he felt his headache splitting, as if a steel rod was stirring in his head. He patted his head so that his head adapted to the current situation as soon as possible. The dazzling white light made him a little unable to open his eyes. After a minute, he could see the person in front of him clearly and remembered what he had done in the previous 72 hours. What? He has been in the laboratory for the past 72 hours without interruption, but he has forgotten what work he is going to do, until his body reaches the limit and does not allow him to continue to wake up. He is groggy. Fell asleep. Looking at his watch subconsciously, he found that he had slept for 4 hours. He looked at Reed, who was looking at him with concern, and asked, Reed, what's the matter? You said there was a Christmas party, did you forget? Reed shrugged his shoulders. The others are already here and waiting for you. Christmas party? Yes, Christmas party. Stark murmured, and then he patted his forehead. By the way, what time is it today? Is it already Christmas? Today is December 24th, peaceful day. Reed frowned at Stark's look. Are you really okay? You look very bad, and you haven't rested here. Relationship, we can. No, not at all, I'm in good shape now. While talking, Stark seemed to want to prove that he was in a good state of 3.4. He started to stand up and walked out, but the effect was not so good. After hitting a few tables, Stark finally staggered away. To the bathroom door. Reed frowned, watching Stark's vain footsteps that were about to float, and said, seriously, how long have you not slept? Mr. Reed, sir, he has disappeared more than 72 without sleeping. J.A.R.V.I.'s voice sounded timely. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak, Jarvis. Stark's voice came from the bathroom. I'll just wash my face, you guys go first. Somewhere in Brazil. The street lights on the side of the street flickered with dim light, as if they were affected by something. The dim yellow lights shone on the street, adding a strange atmosphere. She thought that the young and fashionable woman had one hand in her pocket and the other holding her mobile phone, chatting with the other person about all kinds of trivial matters. Suddenly, a manhole cover on the ground suddenly swayed, making a small sound, and then the manhole cover was pushed open by a hand stained with mud, and a haggard face climbed out of the sewer, from the mud-stained hand. It can be seen from the gap that this person was wearing a white dress before, but now it has been covered with mud. After the woman climbed up, her eyes locked on the back of the fashionable girl holding the phone. She urgently needed a mobile phone. After returning the manhole cover to its original position, she quickly ran behind the fashionable girl, put both hands on her shoulders, and said in the kindest language, "Can I use your cell phone?" 35. Maybe it was because of her muddy face, or because the current scene was too easy to think of some shoddy horror movie. After seeing the figure of that woman, the fashionable girl couldn't help screaming. Behind the woman, the manhole cover that he put back just now suddenly slammed into the air, and then a huge amount of flames spewed out of the sewer, and the hot light illuminated the street. After being licked, it immediately melted into molten iron. Damn, give me that damn cell phone, the woman said loudly, then punched the fashionable girl in the face and snatched her cell phone directly. Time was running out. The woman's hand quickly entered a number on the mobile phone, and after connecting, she put the mobile phone to her mouth and said a lot of words, because she spoke so fast that no one knew her. What exactly was said? At the moment in the sewers, a man with a flame-like light crawled out of it. The man pressed the send button hard, and looked at the message has been sent displayed on the phone, and the woman's face showed a gratified smile. Thank God. With a loud bang, the woman and her mobile phone were immediately overwhelmed by the explosion and flames in the distance. In the laboratory, Stark smashed the 70-second blueprint he designed into a ball and threw it on the ground. Looking at the simulation results on the holographic screen, he couldn't help but press the delete button. It is already the 70-second version of the steel battle suit he designed, but no matter which version of the steel battle suit, it cannot meet his requirements. In other words, with his current technical level or who is the technical level of the Earth, it is impossible to manufacture a steel battle suit that can meet his requirements. There are too many things involved, whether it is software writing, mechanical structure, the selection of materials and a series of other aspects failed to meet his expectations. He is a genius and can surpass this world for an era, but limited by the scientific theory level of this world. Even if he racked his brains, he could not design a more powerful armor. Sir, perhaps Mr. Reed is right, you need to rest now. J.A.R.V.I.S began. No one thinks you're dumb if you don't speak, JARVIS. Stark said with a displeased expression. He has run out of patience now. Obviously, he couldn't bear the important task of protecting the Earth from attack, and he couldn't bear it, but there was one person who could take on this important task, and that person was the Black Devil. Now more and more information shows that there is an organization called Tianjian Bureau in this world, and the Black Devil is the leader of this organization. The bases of this organization are distributed all over the world. They have a huge number of agents and also a large number of mutants have been recruited to join it. The Mutant Act promoted by Colonel Stryker was blocked by a powerful force. No one knows why, but Stark can feel that it must have something to do with the Tianjian Bureau. Although this organization has dense branches and leaves, no one knows where the headquarters of this organization is, or how powerful the organization is, but just the tip of the iceberg exposed to the world by this organization is enough to make people terrified. Speaking of that Black Devil, ever since Stark came out of the Ten Rings warehouse, he seemed to have had an indissoluble bond with the Black Devil, and first came close to getting himself over with the tricky Kree advanced scout droids, but in front of the Black Devil, the robot was simply vulnerable, and when facing the so-called perfect creature, Aldrich Killian, he was almost roasted into a human being, but in the face of the Black Devil when the devil is, the most perfect creature can't resist the 403 attack of the Black Devil. If these two times are just an indirect comparison, then Ultron hacked into his armor and controlled his steel battle suit to fight the Black Devil, and the opponent destroyed all his steel battle suit like chopping melons and vegetables. Even the self-developed anti-Hulk armor that he thought was the most powerful was destroyed like a child's toy under the opponent's offensive. This shows that the technical level of the other party has completely surpassed his own. And during the trip to Asgard, Thor's younger brother Loki controlled a huge force called Father's Power and hung himself and Thor up and beat him. This was the first time he felt that he was doing it. A meaningless battle, but it was still the Black Devil, wearing a terrifying armor and fighting the opponent in the dark, indistinguishable. This made him wonder, is that Black Devil really an Earthling? So he was stimulated, and he needed more power. Sir, you have urgent news. J.A.R.V.I.S.'s voice sounded. Come in. Immediately, a woman's anxious voice sounded in the room. Tony Stark, I'm Maya Hansen, we met in Rui City, and I'm the designer of Extremis. There are two bad news, the first is that I may be dying, the second one is that Extremis is gone. The man was anxious and in a hurry, and a gasping voice came from the speakers in the laboratory. Stark, who was sitting there, immediately straightened his waist. The words Extremis definitely touched his nerves. Maya Hansen, an excellent PhD in genetic biology, whose main research direction is gene sequence recombination, had a pleasant night with Tony Stark in Rui City many years ago. That is, on that night, a demon took root in the heart of Aldrich Killian. After that, Maya Hansen joined Killian's pioneering technology company, helped Killian develop Extremis, created the Extremis. Definitely after the collapse of Killian and his pioneering technology, a new owner saw the potential of Extremis, and recruited Maya Hansen to continue to be responsible for Extremis, until recently when she found out that her new owner wanted to sell Extremis to some very scary people. She was determined to escape the control of her new owner and find someone who could end this situation. A nightmare, and this man is Iron Man. And now Maya Hansen's new owner, the owner of Extremis, is named Erwin Scott. J.A.R.V.I.S. Help me look up the name Erwin Scott. Stark said solemnly. Soon, all the information of Erwin Scott was displayed in front of Stark's eyes, and he even knew that Erwin Scott would even hold a secret auction tonight to introduce his Extremis, definitely since it is called a secret auction, buyers who come naturally will not be good birds. Looks like we have something to do tonight, Stark said coldly. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our auction, Erwin Scott said at the moment excitedly on the stage. On the table next to him, there are 3 bottles of Extremis shining red. Today I am very proud to introduce to you our new product, Extremis, which has amazing effects. In the audience, all kinds of people came here because of their fame. They include terrorists, civil war troops, and people with bad intentions. All in all, those who can come to this auction are not good birds. Erwin Scott waved his hand, and a mutated DNA model immediately appeared on the big screen behind him, along with an explanation of how Extremis worked in the human body. Ladies and gentlemen, as shown on the screen, Extremis can penetrate into the interior of human genes to recombine genes, so as to make human beings more powerful. Extremis can meet any of your needs. Extremis can transform human beings, make them the most perfect creatures. A new future awaits us. Really a brand new future, a future full of killing and blood. Stark, who was standing in the crowd, complained. Sir. A dark and cold man came over, the expression on his face was as hard as a rock. He looked at Stark with an expression that would be uncomfortable for anyone to look at, and then said, "Please put your hand, the box is open, we need to check." Stark has been hacked into their system since entering this secret auction, but it's a pity it seems that they haven't discovered the huge amounts of Stark until now. Oh, okay, definitely. Stark slowly picked up the suitcase at his feet, and then tugged at something with his fingers. Immediately, an orange-red light bloomed from it, directly blowing the unlucky BD away. Then, the suitcase began to shapeshift quickly, and the red arm armor stretched out first, then the leg armor, the chest armor, and finally the helmet. In less than 2 seconds, Stark was completely wrapped in the armor. Into it, the suitcase battlesuit, reborn and the first generation of the Mk5 model, but obviously Stark is not a person who sleeps on the credit book. On the basis of the first generation Mk5 model, he has carried out countless iterations on the suitcase armor. Obviously the current suitcase armor has been qualitatively improved in terms of firepower configuration and armor strength. The auction fell into a riot, all the guests fled, and the scene was chaotic. Stark's armor instantly locked the figures of 4 people. They were all desperate warriors who had been transformed by Extremis. The signals emitted by their bodies were as eye-catching as fireflies in the night sky. In the face of desperation warriors, Stark will naturally not make the mistakes he made when facing Killian before. When the desperation warriors roared at him, the high-energy stun gun in his armor had hit the desperation warriors, and they rose up. The high temperature was like being extinguished by fire. Stark has found the Extremis weakness. The damn good Erwin Scott, who was struggling to speak in the sky before, has no idea where he has gone, and even Extremis stayed here because of his hurried Joe. So that's the end of it? Stark squatted beside the table and quietly looked at the 3 bottles of Extremis. Erwin Scott was just a small character. As long as he hacked his company's computer and deleted all the data in it, Extremis would never be used again. Will appear in the world because Maya Hansen is dead. As for the little old man, he only needs to make a phone call after he goes out, and he will be able to sit in prison. So now the main thing is back to Extremis. Mister, you won't want to. Extremis, a kind of existence that can modify the genetic sequence and break through human creation. There are tiny graphene nanotubes in it. When Extremis is injected into the human body, those graphene nanotubes change back and start to increase in value, and then they will find their own targets, the DNA imprinted in biological cells, to recombine them. All warriors who have been injected with Extremis have demonstrated extraordinary abilities and extraordinary self-healing ability. As long as their brains or hearts are not destroyed in an instant, they can be repaired, which is beyond ordinary people's strength. The reaction ability is beyond ordinary people, and they can release more than 3,000 degrees of heat energy on their body surface. No wonder Aldridge Killian said that he was the most perfect creature at that time. Anyone who knows Extremis can understand the domineering nature of this virus. But Extremis was not developed as a weapon when it was born. Dr. Maya Hansen, who led the development of Extremis, developed Extremis with the purpose of using this virus to stimulate the body's self-repair mechanism, so that it can cure any human disease, including cancer. It will be the gospel of the entire human race. But the truth always makes a joke with those idealists. Anyone who funded Maya Hansen's development of Extremis wants to transform Extremis into a huge amount of weapon. Killian is so. Send someone to kill Maya Hansen's Erwin Scott meant the same. This is also why Maya Hansen did not update the Extremis technical data that she finally improved to the previous basis. In Maya Hansen's eyes, the Extremis that she finally completed the technical update was the Extremis closest to her original conception. This is her ideal appearance. The previous Extremis and the last version developed by herself are simply incomparable, so she does not want such a perfect virus to be tainted by others, so she sent all the information to Stark, this the only person she can still trust now. So now Stark has received the package from Maya Hansen. This is the final version of Extremis, with all abilities related to combat removed, because Maya Hansen didn't want her work to end up being used for combat, but in contrast, this version of Extremis after the combat function was removed, has stronger self-healing ability and reaction speed than the previous version. According to a rough estimate by Maya Hansen, the ability of the current version of Extremis in this regard is 10 times higher than that of the previous version. And because of the improvements, the new version of Extremis does not have the side effect of overheating. But the only disadvantage is that it may be risky when injected. Not everyone can afford the transformation of the body by Extremis. The final version of Extremis will completely reshape a person's body structure. In the process, the pain experienced by the injected person is conceivable. If the injected person does not bear it, then his body would collapse. That's why Stark at the moment is hesitation undecided in front of a tiny reagent bottle. Sir, I don't advise you to do this. J.A.R.V.I.'s worried voice rang in Stark's ear, interrupting his thoughts. Quiet. Stark rolled up his sleeves and looked at the reagent bottle in front of him. Hesitation was undecided. If he had another half a minute of thinking time, he might have injected Extremis into his body regardless. General Ross's base, somewhere highly classified. Rows of iron gates opened when General Ross approached, and closed after he entered, as if cutting off General Ross' shadow. Behind him are several soldiers armed with live ammunition and equipped with exoskeleton armor, and the words Mason Industries are also written on the shoulders of those exoskeleton armor. Dr. Banner, what are your thoughts? General Ross remained silent, seemingly agreeing with Banner's statement. After passing through the last thick gate, this gate is as thick as a mobile building. Even if an intercontinental missile strikes, it will not be able to smash this gate. General Ross walked to the vicinity of a console. After operating for a while, he revealed his figure in a cage not far away from him. The opaque glass began to slowly become transparent, revealing the unshaven and pale Dr. Banner inside. Forget it, Ross. Dr. Banner's face sneered. Everyone knows that you are not very interested in healing me. Hulk Legion, isn't it? No, Dr. Banner, you are an expert at the Gamma level, and only you can help us complete our mission. General Ross shook his head. You didn't always want to heal Hulk before, so you contacted an unreliable person. Spectrum expert Samuel Stern, and now there's a better way to heal the Hulk in your body, if you and I join forces. General Ross is right. In order to heal the Hulk in his body, Dr. Banner did contact a netizen named Samuel Stern. He didn't know why he believed the other party so easily. Maybe the other party showed it. Sincerity? Banner can't remember a little. Banner sneered. You've got my blood. What else do you need? Dr. Banner coldly looked at General Ross through the glass. He was lying on the ground and seemed to have no intention of standing up at all. Dr. Banner, I sincerely suggest that you consider my suggestion. General Ross took a deep breath of his cigar and said, don't you know that you have always dreamed of curing Hulk? This time I gave you a chance to let your closest chance, and you are wasting it now. Think about Betty. If you cure Hulk, you can see Betty as a normal person. It seems that the word Betty touched Dr. Banner's sensitive nerves. He jumped up suddenly. His hands fell heavily on the glass curtain wall. He stared at General Ross. Don't mention those two words in front of me. You are simply not qualified to say his name. The Betty in General Ross's mouth is his daughter, and the person that Dr. Banner loved deeply before he became Hulk. You don't have the right to tell me that name. I've never seen a father who thinks you are so ruthless and uses his own daughter as a bargaining chip. Would I still trust you with someone like you? Banner looked at Ross. The general said coldly. The scarlet red illuminated General Ross's face. After he took a deep breath of the cigar, he also said in a voice without any emotion, in this case, Dr. Banner, I have no other way, although I hope very much I can keep you, but the next thing is beyond my control. Banner heard the cobweb trail from General Ross. Wait, what do you mean? Literally. General Ross said coldly, Banner, this is the last time I will come down to see you. Hulk has now been dismissed as an Avenger. He is originally a huge amount of trouble. After a long argument, in the end, Mr. President personally ordered that Hulk be disposed of. Dispose of Hulk? Dr. Banner was taken aback. But you know, Ross, Hulk can't be killed. Yes, that's right, Hulk can't be killed. 33 General Ross said, but he can be exiled, and they will definitely send Hulk off Earth at the end. Banner. What? Send the Earth with a rocket and send it out of the solar system. General Ross looked at Banner calmly and continued, for a monster that cannot be killed at all, this method can only be used. Otherwise, do you expect any other methods? Banner was stunned. He had thought about his own destiny, but he had never thought of the result of being sent off the Earth. It might be a good idea for them to send Hulk out of the Earth and go to another planet, another galaxy. Although he had thought about his final destiny before, but after the final result was spoken, Banner felt that his heart was a little empty, and he was about to leave the Earth, to leave the one he once lived and protected for. Place. Although we still have a lot of curiosity about Hulk, what we can know is now known. General Ross said calmly, finally, I wish you good luck, Banner. After speaking, General Ross pressed the button. The transparent glass began to slowly become opaque, and then turned and left here. Banner stood there dumbfounded, unable to calm down for a long time, until a clear electronic female voice woke him up. The gamma field is being lifted, the gamma damping has been turned off. What happened? Banner at the moment is a little confused. In this room, it is Gamma's stance that prevents him from becoming Hulk, but Ross will never close Gamma's stance. What does he want to do? The gamma rays are charging, 90%, 10 seconds countdown, 10, 9, 8. The electronic synthesis female voice clearly told Banner at the moment what was happening. Are they crazy? Ross, Banner frantically banged on the glass curtain wall, but received no response. At the moment, the countdown of the gamma rays has come to 3 seconds. For flowers. 3, 2, 1, the gamma rays are activated, the power is 150%. Green rays burst out from every corner of the room, and the green rays hit Banner. He felt that every cell in his body was greedily absorbing the gamma energy contained in it, and his blood began to boil. He roared and tore his clothes, the green skin gradually covered his body, and an indomitable giant appeared in the room, roaring furiously. Zero. Hulk is back. Stark at the moment was still looking at Extremis standing quietly on the table with a constipated expression. In the laboratory, he could only hear the humming sound of the server running. He stretched out his right hand, and then retracted again. Going back, he stretched out his left hand, and then retracted it again. He felt that his 2 hands had become springs. He didn't know whether his previous thoughts were correct or not, and he didn't know whether his body could withstand the domineering Extremis, so now he fell into a deep hesitation. Sir, I strongly advise you not to. Shut up. Jarvis. I don't know how many times Stark interrupted Jarvis whenever he stretched out his hand. J.A.R.V.I.S. would immediately repeat this sentence like an emotionless repeater. Stark's ears are almost open. Suddenly, a sudden alarm sound interrupted Stark, which caused him to let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the device containing Extremis immediately disappeared into the laboratory, and no one could know where it was. What's the matter? J.A.R.V.I.S. Sir, according to the information, Hulk seems to have escaped. 35 feet. Falcon controlled his beloved flight backpack to take the lead to the base where Dr. Banner was previously imprisoned. He landed on the ground, and 2 huge amounts of steel wings were spread out. Of scanning aside, there is nothing abnormal. Falcon turned his head and looked at the group of Avengers behind him. There is no trace of intrusion from the outside, so everything is carried out from the inside, and there is no trace of any fighting in it. That is to say, Hulk did it all by himself. Huh. Falcon looked at the metal gate that was ripped apart by brute force. It must have a force of more than 100 tons to tear such a gate. 403. You simply said that this must be some brainless green idiot who could do such a thing. Hawkeye folded his arms and said, we all know who you are talking about. But I feel something is not right. Black Widow frowned and said, this is different from the previous Banner. He has a special way to control his emotions and prevent Hulk from coming out easily. Hawkeye shrugged his shoulders. Who knows, maybe some unlucky guy angered Banner, so this green silly hat suddenly appeared. I agree with the views of the Romanoff agent. Stark at the moment expressed his opinion, and when he came to the base, he actually invaded the system in the base. He just checked the relevant log data and found an abnormal place. Black Widow raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't believe that Stark agreed with him. In Iron Man 2, Black Widow received an order from Nick Fury, lurked beside Stark and used the identity of his secretary as a cover. Stark carried out surveillance and protection, so the relationship between the two people is not very good. Black Widow did make a deep impression on Stark when he was secretary to Pepper. I just checked the log data of the base. It stands to reason that there should be gamma damping in this prison. The gamma position covers the entire prison, forming a gamma cage around it, and no gamma energy can penetrate it. Gamma cage became a gamma cage in prison. Please speak English, Tony, we're in a hurry, Rhodes said. Stark rolled his eyes in his helmet. He was really fed up with his group of tech novices. He took a deep breath before he said helplessly, simply put, Banner can't transform here. Are you sure you're serious? Rhodes asked, pointing to the hole on the metal gate that looked like it had been blown up by an intercontinental missile. Then how did these things come from? It couldn't have been made by Banner himself. Stark took a deep breath from Roar, did not answer Roar's words directly, and continued, I just checked the surveillance video in the prison, and there are also operation records. Guess what? The surveillance video was lost for a minute, and this the minute is the time for Hulk to transform. When I checked the operation record, I found that within this minute, the gamma stand suddenly turned off and began to reverse charge. The device that originally suppressed the gamma energy released a lot of gamma rays. If a normal person were hit by gamma rays of this intensity, they would have died long ago. So, you mean, someone deliberately wanted to let Hulk out? Hawkeye asked, frowning. It's not ruled out. 35 Stark said. So, does someone have such authority after all? Rhodes touched his chin. This is a military base, and there shouldn't be many people who can control it. That's right. Stark looked at Rhodes and said, in fact, apart from external intrusion, there is only one person who can control it. Saying that CAO and CAO would arrive, General Ross walked in angrily. Who made you guys in fancy clothes come to my base? Get out of here, get out. General Ross, in fact we received orders from the White House. Stark said, it seems that you have created a big basket, or your team is not so professional, which caused the aftermath. Hulk is now jailbroken, and we're here to help you clean up the mess. 35. When Hulk was making a fuss about the Avengers Mountain, General Ross also said the same to Stark. Stark has remembered this to this day. Now that the feng shui turns, Stark will naturally not give up this opportunity to ridicule. This is a warrant signed by the President himself. Now all affairs related to Hulk are taken over by the Avengers. Stark handed a piece of paper to General Ross like a conjuration. What? General Ross snatched the warrant from Stark's hand. his knuckles turning white from the force. This is just nonsense. It's just 3.4 is nonsense. Is there such an order? General Ross, I suggest you cooperate with our work. Stark said calmly, this is what the president means, so let's start with the basics first. You should explain to us how the gamma position is affected by the when it is turned off. How does the gamma generator start to release gamma energy in reverse? As the only person in the entire base who has control authority, I think you should be aware of this situation. According to the information I retrieved from the log, you just met with Hulk before he escaped. Stark looked into General Ross's eyes and said calmly. Banner felt as if a steel rod was spinning around in his brain, stirring all the tissues in his brain into a paste. His consciousness was always blurred. The body is thrown into the air, jumping several hundred meters high and then falling to the ground, like a spring that never stops. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his feet stand firmly on the ground again. Hulk miraculously returned, and Banner's consciousness dominated his body again, but because he hadn't transformed into Hulk for too long, Banner twitched a bit before returning to normal when his consciousness returned to his body. It was a pitch-dark room, and the pitch darkness seemed to have no light at all, but Banner could feel that there was a gaze constantly watching him in the darkness. Who? GGG. Long time no see, Dr. Banner. A short man came out. His head was huge, but his stature was short, and his body proportions were very incongruous, like 23 was mistaken by a prank trumpet like a doll. You can call me Head. The man smiled slyly. Summit? There were a few question marks in Banner's mind. He carefully looked at the guy who came out of the dark with an extremely uncoordinated body, and searched hard for the guy in his mind who could match the person in front of him, but he was very regrettably, he didn't think he knew this person before. Who are you? Have we met before? Banner couldn't help but take a few steps back, then said cautiously, we have definitely met before. There was a strange light in the head's eyes, but I didn't use this name before. If I change a name you are familiar with, you may have some impressions, such as, Blue Gentleman. With a bang, it was as if a dull thunder burst from Banner's mind. Is that you, Dr. Stern? Banner looked at the person in front of him in disbelief and asked. Mr. Lan is the online name of Professor Samuel Stern, whom Banner met on the internet. In order to heal the Hulk in his body, Banner once took out his blood and sent it to Dr. Stern, and he planned to go to school to find it. A trip to Dr. Stern, but all the plans were suddenly transformed by himself, and destroyed most of the Avengers building, and 2 blocks later, Banner carefully looked at the head, or what Dr. Stern looked like at the moment. The green skin covered the surface of his body, and the huge amounts of disproportionate head were on top of his thin body. Not a gust of wind can break his neck. Dr. Stern, how did you become like this? Obviously, I was deeply fascinated by that power. Dr. Stern said to himself, since I saw the news about Hulk on the internet, I have been completely fascinated by Hulk. Now, for Hulk, I have checked your information and learned that you were once irradiated by gamma radiation, which gave birth to such a perfect creature. I saw the future in him, and I also saw my future. But Hulk wasn't supposed to exist in this world in the first place. Banner frowned and said, his birth was just an accident. But existence is reasonable, isn't it? Dr. Stern's mouth showed a smile. Otherwise you think I'm doing everything possible to get close to you on the internet. Why do I want your blood sample? After receiving you immediately after taking a blood sample, I injected it into myself and irradiated myself with high doses of gamma radiation to reproduce your accident. Saying that, Dr. Stern shook his head like a little adult, as if showing Banner his new body. Are you crazy? Banner asked incredulously. Maybe. Dr. Stern glanced at Banner half smiling. Genius is always not understood, isn't it? Dr. Stern said with a smile, an accident created the Hulk in your body. He has the ultimate power, and another man-made accident created me, a person with extreme wisdom. Since I was irradiated by gamma rays, I feel that my brain is empty, and the nodes that I couldn't figure out before have suddenly opened up, and I have never felt so good. Oh, okay. Banner swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked away from Dr. Stern's astonishing head. So, you rescued me from prison. Otherwise do you think who else in the world can 403 break such a strict system? Dr. Stern asked rhetorically. Well, Banner at the moment doesn't know what to say, because it does seem difficult, but it's not as difficult as Dr. Stern said, at least in his understanding. The world can break through the army. There are no less than 3 people who control the system. Then, Dr. Stern, since you already possess the ultimate wisdom, what are you going to do to save me? Banner asked. That's a good question. In fact, you were not among me at the beginning, but then I found out that I might need a thug, and you and I have the same origin, and are eligible to join me. Dr. Deng shook his head and said, oh, well, but you know, the big guy in my body is not as good at talking as I am, and his temper is not very good. I am afraid that he will suddenly appear and smash your plans. Banner said, don't worry, I've prepared all of these. Dr. Stern smiled, and suddenly there was something like a remote control in his hand. Banner felt as if a steel rod was spinning around in his brain, stirring all the tissues in his brain into a paste. His consciousness was always blurred. The body is thrown into the air, jumping several hundred meters high and then falling to the ground, like a spring that never stops. After an unknown amount of time, he felt his feet stand firmly on the ground again. Hulk miraculously returned, and Banner's consciousness dominated his body again, but because he hadn't transformed into Hulk for too long, Banner twitched a bit before returning to normal when his consciousness returned to his body. It was a pitch-dark room, and the pitch darkness seemed to have no light at all, but Banner could feel that there was a gaze constantly watching him in the darkness. Who? GGG. Long time no see, Dr. Banner. A short man came out. His head was huge, but his stature was short, and his body proportions were very incongruous, like 23 was mistaken by a prank trumpet like a doll. You can call me Head. The man smiled slyly. Summit? There were a few question marks in Banner's mind. He carefully looked at the guy who came out of the dark with an extremely uncoordinated body, and searched hard for the guy in his mind who could match the person in front of him, but he was very regrettably. He didn't think he knew this person before. Who are you? Have we met before? Banner couldn't help but take a few steps back, then said cautiously. We have definitely met before. There was a strange light in the Head's eyes, but I didn't use this name before. If I change a name you are familiar with, you may have some impressions, such as Blue Gentleman. With a bang, it was as if a dull thunder burst from Banner's mind. Is that you, Dr. Stern? Banner looked at the person in front of him in disbelief and asked. Mr. Lan is the online name of Professor Samuel Stern, whom Banner met on the internet. In order to heal the Hulk in his body, Banner once took out his blood and sent it to Dr. Stern, and he planned to go to school to find it. A trip to Dr. Stern, but all the plans were suddenly transformed by himself, and destroyed most of the Avengers building, and 2 blocks later, Banner carefully looked at the head, or what Dr. Stern looked like at the moment. The green skin covered the surface of his body, and the huge amounts of disproportionate head were on top of his thin body. Not a gust of wind can break his neck. Dr. Stern, how did you become like this? Obviously, I was deeply fascinated by that power. Dr. Stern said to himself, since I saw the news about Hulk on the internet, I have been completely fascinated by Hulk. Now, for Hulk, I have checked your information and learned that you were once irradiated by gamma radiation, which gave birth to such a perfect creature. I saw the future in him, and I also saw my future. But Hulk wasn't supposed to exist in this world in the first place. Banner frowned and said, his birth was just an accident. But existence is reasonable, isn't it? Dr. Stern's mouth showed a smile. Otherwise you think I'm doing everything possible to get close to you on the internet. Why do I want your blood sample? After receiving you immediately after taking a blood sample, I injected it into myself and irradiated myself with high doses of gamma radiation to reproduce your accident. Saying that, Dr. Stern shook his head like a little adult, as if showing Banner his new body. Are you crazy? Banner asked incredulously. Maybe. Dr. Stern glanced at Banner half smiling. Genius is always not understood, isn't it? Dr. Stern said with a smile, an accident created the Hulk in your body. He has the ultimate power, and another man-made accident created me, a person with extreme wisdom. Since I was irradiated by gamma rays, I feel that my brain is empty, and the nodes that I couldn't figure out before have suddenly opened up, and I have never felt so good. Oh, okay. Banner swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked away from Dr. Stern's astonishing head. So, you rescued me from prison. Otherwise do you think who else in the world can 403 break such a strict system? Dr. Stern asked rhetorically. Well, Banner at the moment doesn't know what to say, because it does seem difficult, but it's not as difficult as Dr. Stern said, at least in his understanding. The world can break through the army. There are no less than 3 people who control the system. Then, Dr. Stern, since you already possess the ultimate wisdom, what are you going to do to save me? Banner asked. That's a good question. In fact, you were not among me at the beginning, but then I found out that I might need a thug, and you and I have the same origin, and are eligible to join me. Dr. Deng shook his head and said, oh, well, but you know, the big guy in my body is not as good at talking as I am, and his temper is not very good. I am afraid that he will suddenly appear and smash your plans. Banner said, don't worry, I've prepared all of these. Dr. Stern smiled, and suddenly there was something like a remote control in his hand. Dr. Stern's hand lightly pressed the button on the remote control, and the powerful electric current immediately rushed from Banner's neck along the muscle fibers toward his body. Banner fell to the ground twitching, and Hulk struggled to climbing out of his body. He felt Hulk slam his own fist into his consciousness again. What is this? Banner touched his neck tremblingly, and found a metal object embedded in his neck. This should be the insurance that the military installed on him in order to control himself, but now this thing seems to be controlled by Dr. Stern. Look, Dr. Banner. Dr. Stern's short body stood in front of Banner after the mutation, and he turned the remote control in his hand. Now I have the most powerful wisdom, and the strongest in the world. Big thugs, and soon the world will be at our notice, a world full of gamma radiation. I like to call it a gamma world. Dr. Stern's voice echoed in the small space and could not be calmed down for a long time. Stark is in his laboratory, frowning and combing the recent events. Hulk's figure is still missing, and General Ross himself admits that he has never touched the console, not to mention the shutdown of the gamma stand. Things are up. Stark naturally believed in this matter. General Ross and Hulk had been fighting for such a long time. It can be said that arresting Hulk has become his obsession. He would never let Hulk go, so General Ross closed the game. The horse stance is simply nonsense. However, those who can hack into the system of the Bureau, and control the Gamma position with complete security protection measures, and let people trace no trace of people, Stark wanted to break his head, and found that there were only a few people in his mind. That's all. Reed will definitely not do such a thing, and the same Black Devil seems to be someone who can't do this kind of thing. The Black Devil will never take the initiative to provoke disputes. The level of the Savior appeared in the form of a savior, and there was only one possibility left, and that was Ultron. The super artificial intelligence he created by himself is also the demon he created by himself, just like Aldrich Killian before. According to the design concept, Ultron can easily hack any institution and facility in the world. How powerful a firewall is, in Ultron's eyes, it is like a piece of paper. If he can't do it, he is the same as the master in the online world. Ironically, this artificial intelligence, which was designed to resolve all disputes, ended up being the beginning of all disputes. If that's the case, then it's all on his Stark's head, the man who made Ultron with his own hands. Thinking of this, Stark magically cast his eyes on the bottle of Extremis like a devil. If the injection goes well, he can get a more sensitive reaction speed and a more powerful self-healing ability than now, so that you can drive armor that you have never dared to think about. The first thing that restricts the development of Iron Man's technology is the current technological level of the Earth, or the material problem, and another important problem is the driver's problem. No matter how much Stark trains his body, he is just an ordinary person after all. There are not so many fancy super abilities in his body, and his ability to react is only the level of ordinary people. Now his steel battlesuit relies on capturing brain waves. Although this technology is already a cutting-edge technology among cutting-edge technologies, it still seems to have a certain delay now. But after having Extremis, a bold idea suddenly appeared in Stark's mind, that is, to integrate the steel battlesuit into his body, and with the help of the mature nano-liquid metal, he can integrate the battlesuit into his bone marrow. With the blessing of Extremis, he can control this battlesuit without delay. During this period of time, Stark has been busy in the laboratory. He has completed a set of steel battlesuits that surpasses the current level of human technology and is completely different from the previous steel battlesuits. I can't believe that this battlesuit is equipped with the most advanced weapons and has the most advanced energy management system. Its energy density is amazing and it is incredibly powerful. Compared with other armor technology, it is so advanced, the big reason, so Stark named this armor Genesis episode. And now a real problem is placed in front of Stark, that is, the Genesis device is so powerful that ordinary people cannot control it at all, and the high mobility of this armor makes the body of ordinary people even more powerful. There is simply no way to take the load he brings, so this requires Extremis. In Stark's idea, he wants to integrate the Genesis armor with his body, which is his ambition. As for the risks, as I have said many times before, injecting Extremis seems like a gamble, but this time the stake is life. Tony, what are you doing? Reed walked in at the moment and asked with a frown as he watched Stark keep gesturing with a syringe on his arm. Nothing. Stark said impatiently after handing the syringe in his hand to a robotic arm. Reed, the laboratory is my private space. If you are here, I will consider taking back my permission. What the hell is that? Reed asked with a serious face, and he wasn't ready to let it go. It's just something similar to a stimulant. Stark said impatiently, walking into the armor next to him that was on standby. He didn't let Reed see his expression. Reed looked at Stark calmly for a while, and then said, if you want to rely on any drug to enhance your strength, I advise you not to do it. I have seen too many vivid examples. You are the most powerful. Okay, not. All the power that the person who taught me now comes from an accidental cosmic radiation. Stark's voice was a little dull. So what can you teach me? Reed, I know what I am doing. What? This is the end of the matter. I don't want to talk about it anymore. I'm a genius. I have my own way. Sometimes a genius needs a reminder, Tony. Enough. Stark interrupted Reed rudely, but then there was some doubt in his voice. Wait, something isn't quite right. The energy detection device of the steel battlesuit suddenly detected a large amount of gamma radiation, which means that the gamma energy in the air is rising rapidly, and the number on the energy analyzer in front of Stark is rising rapidly. Until huge amounts of red words appeared in front of his eyes, the gamma energy has exceeded the standard. Then the steel battlesuit activated the energy denial system, closed the contact with the outside world, and prevented the invasion of gamma energy. What's going on? Stark is startled. J.A.R.V.I.S, scanning the source of energy. Bang! A metal landing sound interrupted Stark's thoughts. Stark put his attention on Reed. At the moment Reed was kneeling on the ground in pain, his arms trying to find something to maintain his balance. However, because of the force, he pushed a metal table to a corner not far away, and the sound of the metal falling to the ground that Stark heard just now was the sound of the collision between the table and the wall. Kday. Reed? Stark shouted in surprise. But Stark's voice didn't get a response. The only response to him was a series of roars mixed with pain. He was stunned to see Reed's body slowly getting bigger, and the whole body began to show a green color. Huge amounts of teeth grew out of his mouth, eventually becoming a monster with a style very similar to Hulk. He turned his head and stared at Stark with the purest rage. Roar! With a loud bang, the wall of the laboratory was pierced, and a figure mixed with gold and yellow smashed through the wall of the laboratory in embarrassment. The huge amount of impact made Stark's steel battle suit a little blurry. Huge amounts of impact. It seemed that his brain was a little down. He shook his head, looked at the monster that was walking towards him, and finally accepted that the monster wearing the Fantastic Four uniform was originally Reed. J.A.R.V.I.S. What the hell is going on? Stark asked loudly. Stark's steel battlesuit began scanning Reed's body and found that every cell in his body was flooded with gamma energy radiation, like a pack of gamma explosives walking at any time. Sir, it was detected that Mr. Reed received the right amount of gamma radiation, which caused him to mutate, and the gamma energy in the Avengers building is constantly rising. Wait. Stark interrupted. JARVIS. You mean, the source of radiation is in the Avengers Tower, 35. Yes, sir, the exact location of the radiation source cannot be detected now, but the concentration is rising rapidly and spreading throughout New York City. It is expected that the gamma radiation will cover the entire city of Yo-Yo in 2 hours, and most of the Earth's life is facing when there is such a strong gamma radiation, it will mutate. Wait, most of the creatures will mutate, isn't that? Stark's terrifying thought became a reality. Suddenly, a bang was pierced in a wall not far from him. A red figure shot out of the hole where a big hole had been cut, and then landed on the ground. On the ground, he plowed a long crack in the ground. It's Thor. Then, several green monsters directly broke through the wall and appeared in front of Al Stark. Falcon, Rhodes, Black Widow, Hawkeye at the moment are all mutated under the irradiation of gamma radiation. You can call me the head. What's the matter? Thor asked after getting up from the ground, looking at Stark who was still normal. They were gamma radiated and mutated. Stark glanced at Thor and found that his body was slightly swollen, nothing else, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Thor, see you, it's really good to be okay. 35. The whole of New York. Thor said blankly, isn't there thousands of Hulks? But why do the other Avengers look so much like Hulk now? Thor, who was not very smart, asked dumbly. I noticed that too. Stark glanced at the slightly swollen Thor and said, but the situation is still very dangerous, and the gamma energy source will spread throughout New York centered on the Avengers building, and it will take less than 2 hours. All creatures in New York will become monsters like Hulk. 9 million to be exact. A bleak voice returned to Thor's question instead of Stark. Me too, my friend Tony. Thor's expression was a little excited. What does this mean? It means that the so-called gamma radiation won't cause any harm at all in front of the omnipotent gods. A short body, but a guy with a big head appeared in front of the two of them. Who are you? Stark asked, looking at the strangely shaped, extremely unbalanced guy in front of him. I said, you can call me the head. Dr. Stern said, shaking his head, a leader who is about to lead major changes in the human world. Stark stared at Dr. Stern and asked, so, are you responsible for what's happening now? Responsible? Dr. Stern stared at Stark with wide eyes, a sneer on his face. No, this is not responsible. At best it looks like this is just an experiment of mine. Dr. Stern looking at the mutated Avengers, a look of excitement appeared on his face. He walked slowly and leisurely to a sofa that had not been damaged, and then sat down, even with Erlang's legs crossed, showing that everything was under his control. The mutation of the Avengers is just for me to eliminate the hidden dangers in the future, Dr. Stern said slowly, and as you can see, the effect is perfect. Gamma mutation, what a wonderful thing. Dr. Stern sat on the sofa, intoxicated by the beautiful blueprint he had drawn. Stark, can you imagine the future world? Everyone has undergone perfect mutations, overcoming it has overcome its own flaws and become the perfect new species to rule the world. Let me think, a world full of muscle sticks, all idiots, and accepting your rule. Stark's voice was sarcastic. There must always be someone to be the leader. Dr. Stern shrugged his shoulders, and I, of course, do my part to be that ruler. During the conversation with Dr. Stern, Stark's steel battlesuit was constantly scanning the gamma radiation source located in the Avengers building. Finally, he was shocked to find that the culprit that caused all this was actually under his feet, located in the Avengers building. Basement location. Basement, how is that possible? Stark, I'm more than 1,000 times smarter than you. Naturally, there is a way to place the radiation source in the basement of the Avengers building. Dr. Stern laughed and said, I can do things you can't even imagine. Things like hacking into the military base in Ross, getting Hulk out of it, and a lot of things you can't think of anyway. Definitely, don't do any tricks. Dr. Stern calmly threatened, don't think about using your ridiculous steel battle suit to go to the basement to blow up the radiation source. I set up a detonator on it, and when he detected it after the relevant situation, gamma radiation that is dozens of times stronger than now will erupt immediately, and the entire New City will become a gamma paradise. Speaking of which, Dr. Stern couldn't help laughing, as if he was glad that he was resourceful. Just when he was happy, the voice of J.A.R.V.I.S. suddenly sounded in the Avengers building. It is detected that the gamma radiation concentration is decreasing and has returned to normal levels. After Dr. Stern heard J.A.R.V.I.S.'s words, he immediately took out the terminal from his pocket and checked the condition of the gamma radiator. A few bright characters on his terminal blinded his eyes. The system has been overloaded. Impossible. Dr. Stern roared in a low voice, as if he couldn't believe that part of his perfect plan just failed. How can this happen? It's impossible. Dr. Stern stood up from the sofa, and then started pacing around without anyone else. My plan should be seamless, and the gamma radiator I designed should also be no one will ever break it. But how could it be like this? How could the system be overloaded? Anyway, Greenhead, it looks like your plan has failed. Stark raised his arm flat and ran the palm of his hand towards Dr. Stern. Now we should talk about your trip to that prison. Question, maybe I'll apply for a luxury suite for you in an island prison. For flowers. Dr. Stern stopped his pacing, then looked at Stark. I admit that there may be some flaws in my plan, but this is not something you can deal with. After all, this is just an experiment, and there are problems, just that I can improve my equipment later, and then the plan becomes more perfect. Isn't the purpose of the experiment like this? Anyway, the Avengers have already solved it. 0. Saying that, Dr. Stern snapped his fingers, fixed them. The Avengers, mutated by gamma radiation, immediately began to charge Stark and Thor, who were still normal, as if they had received orders. Reed took the lead, and huge amounts of his body stepped on the floor of the Avengers building, causing the whole floor to tremble. After becoming a monster similar to Hulk, Reed's own ability did not disappear because of this, and Stark stretched out his 2 arms just a few meters away, hitting Stark's face directly like a spring. Stark dodged Reed's attack beside him, the palm cannon charged, and an orange-red light instantly hit Reed's body, knocking him out, and the other Gamma Avengers were not outdone, roaring and rushing towards Stark and Thor. Thor's meteor hammer smashed the roaring Colonel Rhodes. It is worth mentioning that after his meteor hammer was recast by Nidavelli, it became shiny again, and the cracks caused by the previous battle with Loki have been disappeared. After Stark dealt with Reed, he did not escape Hawkeye's attack. Hawkeye slapped Stark's back with his longbow. The huge amount of force smashed him into a stagger, and his head hit the ground directly. The meteor hammer in Thor's hand swept away, pushing back Black Widow and Colonel Rhodes, who were charging forward. Then he pulled up Stark on the ground, and the palm run in Stark's hand also released energy towards the mutant Avengers. Even beam. Black Widow was immediately sent flying by Stark's palm cannon, lying on the ground in a coma. Although these Avengers have undergone gamma mutation, but now they have lost their minds in their minds. Fighting all rely on their own instincts. All the fighting skills they mastered before have been completely forgotten, just relying on their own muscles memory. Dealing with it is not as difficult as imagined. Finally, when the Super 403 high-voltage electric current released by Thor's first-class star hammer subdued Hawkeye to the ground, Stark looked at Dr. Stern and said, "Monster with a big head, now we can talk about which prison is better." Thing. Really? Dr. Stern looked at Stark and Thor. His expression remained the same, even with his hands behind his back. "Don't be too happy, Stark." Another big guy didn't appear. As soon as the voice fell, the ceiling above his head was smashed through in the next second. Accompanied by a roar, a huge amount of green figure appeared in front of Stark and Thor. He was breathing thick roar, breathing like flames. Hit the ground, blowing away the smoke that fell from the ceiling. Stark looked at the big guy in front of him with a twisted face. This was Hulk, at the moment the enemy they didn't want to face. "AFK? Damn it." Stark muttered in embarrassment. "That's the last thing I want to see." Roar? A violent roar resounded from their ears like muffled thunder. At the moment, Hulk was like a green tank running at full force. It couldn't help but come to Stark and Thor, pinching one of both hands. The necks of the two of them were thrown out fiercely. Stark didn't know how many walls he broke through, maybe 7 or 8, but he couldn't control that much. In the end, Stark's body slammed into the giant training equipment in the room, and Thor's figure also followed by smash to Stark's side, followed by Hulk like Mephisto. After seeing the figure of Hulk, Stark, who was padded, immediately activated the propulsion device of the armor, and the feet of his armor immediately shot out orange-red light, trying to escape Hulk's attack range. But unfortunately Stark did not escape from Hulk's clutches in the end. Hulk grabbed Stark's calf, and the thrusters under his feet released a weak light. Hulk clenched the armor on Stark's calf and made a sour sound, and then he dragged Stark as if he was carrying a mallet, and began to swing it from side to side. In the end, Hulk seemed to think it was not enough, and directly inserted Stark into the ground upside down. The armor was broken, and the harsh alarm sound had been connected to Stark's ears, and the ceiling of the armor had been damaged. If the surrounding gamma concentration had not returned to normal, it is estimated that Stark is now beginning to mutate. The shadow of death shrouded the top of his head. All the energy in his armor was concentrated on his weapons system, and the ground immediately seemed to be detonated from it. Stark's figure shot out from it, and then his hands, the palm cannon, hit Hulk instantly, but the palm run released by the regular steel battlesuit was like scratching the skin of Hulk. Hulk roared. 2 huge amounts of fists slammed into Stark. Stark crossed his arms over his head without thinking, but fortunately at the moment Thor arrived in time. A first-rate star, the hammer smashed out, and then the whole person flew over immediately, and started a shocking battle with Hulk. Stark got up from the ground panting, gritted his teeth as he watched Thor fighting Hulk through the cracked screen. J.A.R.V.I.S, give me that suit of armor, quick. 39. Dr. Stern received the strengthening of gamma radiation, which mutated in his brain. His intelligence may have exceeded that of normal people by thousands of times. The program he designed and the gamma radiation device he made seemed to be seamless in the eyes of ordinary people. But unfortunately he is facing a super artificial intelligence. The artificial intelligence Red Queen who can hack into all firewalls, and any network protection method is useless. After detecting the presence of gamma radiation in the Avengers building that was several thousand orders of magnitude higher than normal radiation levels through the Tianjian satellite, Ultron immediately reported the incident to Queen Red, and Queen Red immediately notified Jean. After Jean, the Red Queen directly hacked into the gamma radiation device and turned off System 3.4. At the moment, Jean's figure had appeared around the Avengers building, and he was about to enter the building to solve this problem, but when he found Stark when something went wrong, he paused his actions. He wanted to see what kind of cards Tony Stark had. The Genesis armor roared and flew from the direction of the laboratory. The silver-white armor was like a free elf, but when the armor reached Stark's side, he did not choose to put it on immediately. The waist of the armor took out what looked like a syringe. He looked at the liquid inside, and stabbed the syringe directly into his arm as soon as he gritted his teeth. It should be said that the effect of Extremis is exactly the same as what the manual said. After the Extremis was injected into his body, he felt that the Extremis seemed to become knives cutting his body wantonly, and the pain occupied all his feelings. But the pain came and went quickly, and soon Stark was paralyzed. But he seemed to feel that his body seemed to be a mess, his internal organs seemed to be smashed and then put together again. He felt that every cell in his body was screaming. Those after the cells were broken and reorganized, a fiery burning sensation took over all his senses at the moment. 9. He felt as if his whole body was on fire. At the moment, Stark's body was glowing red, like a red-hot iron block. Several times he felt that he was not able to live. Immediately he was going to die, but every time he survived, as if there was a guardian angel who was guarding him, he felt that this inhuman torture lasted for centuries, but the reality only passed a dozen times. Seconds. The side effects from the injection of Extremis came and went quickly, just like a summer rainstorm. Stark's body temperature returned to normal, his mind became clear again, his face was pale and his body was full of sweat. Outwardly, Stark looks the same as before, but he has a new look. Extremis strengthened his reaction nerves, and he felt everything around him slow down. Every movement of Thor and Hulk, at the moment, in his eyes, seemed to slow down at 0.5 times. It seems that there should be an opportunity to move the Avengers building to another place, staying in the very center of New York City, which is really not good. In the middle of the fierce battle, Stark even thought of such a thing. The aftermath of the battle between Thor and Hulk has already shattered the entire floor, and the sturdy and durable Avengers building seems to be unable to withstand the power of the battle between two people. The powerful power of the thunder and lightning immediately poured out of the body, and then pierced the entire building. Stark took a few breaths, then turned his head to look at the Genesis armor next to him, and then suddenly stretched out a hand, and then the scientific miracle happened. The armor seemed to be attracted by something, or that Stark was controlling the armor through the super ability that did not exist. The armor was pulled by a certain force, and the entire armor began to shapeshift and liquidize in an instant, and finally became a group of silvery white liquid metal, and then he seemed to have his own wisdom, flew towards Stark's outstretched arm, and then drilled into his body along every pore of his arm, and a whole set of steel battlesuit disappeared in Stark like this in the body. It is as if the venom is possessing the person. Huh. Jean outside looked at Iron Man's latest technology with a smile. Interesting. What kind of technology is this? Dr. Stern next to him looked at this strange scene in shock. It's impossible. Over there, Hulk seemed to have been ordered by Dr. Stern, and smashed Thor's face with a fist. Thor immediately flew out like a red cannonball, and finally disappeared into the sky. After finishing Thor, Hulk turned his head to look at Stark not far away. Roar! After an angry roar, Hulk rushed towards Stark's direction. The whole building seemed to tremble slightly under Hulk's footsteps. Hulk raised his fist. Huge amounts of fist shrouded Stark in an instant. Before the punch, the strong wind has arrived. The strong wind blows Stark's carefully maintained hair. The strong wind brought by the fist blows the stones on the ground. Hulk's full punch. Even the anti-Hulk armor has to weigh itself the strength of Stark, but facing this punch, Stark seemed to be frightened, and he didn't move. Then, Stark moved, and he raised his palm, as if he wanted to punch Hulk head-on. A silvery white light flashed in Stark's eyes, and the next scene almost made Dr. Stern's eyes stare out of his huge amounts of head. In just a few tenths of a second, or in an instant, the flowing liquid metal formed a complete exoskeleton armor under his skin, and initially assumed the shape of the armor, and then the silver-white armor emerged from the 420 of his body. Infiltrated, quickly solidified, and formed, the Genesis armor firmly wrapped his body in it, and an exoskeleton thicker than the anti-Hulk armor arm exoskeleton was formed on his arm. Behind the armor, there are densely packed 3 arc-shaped reactors to help provide energy. Boom! The powerful airflow rolled up everything. Huge amounts of airflow and sound waves quickly spread around the place where the two were fighting, and the glass was all shattered in an instant, falling into the air like flying feathers in the sky. Stark's alloy boots stepped firmly on the ground, leaving huge amounts of deep pits on the ground, but the Genesis armor and the technician who controlled it really took Hulk's full punch. Stark raised his arm upwards, and an orange-red palm that was thicker than his body ran directly into Hulk's chest. Hulk immediately seemed to be hit by huge amounts of hammer, like a green flew out like a cannonball. The first battle of Genesis armor was a big victory. Genesis battle armor, the most powerful armor ever developed by Stark. It has the most powerful power system, the most flexible transformation method, the most powerful defense capability, the most powerful weapon system. Anyway, in a word, this armor is so cool. Stark's steel battlesuit is composed of traditional titanium alloys and some Kree alloys. It seems that Mr. Stark also got some inspiration from the battle with the Kree before. Jean's composite scanning system was turned on, and Stark was immediately analyzed. The composition material of the steel battlesuit, but this material should obviously not have the ability to liquefy shapeshifting, and it is even less likely to be integrated into the user's body in any form. The scan results just now show that the armor is integrated into Stark's body, stored in the hollow structure in the skeleton. The Red Queen reported one by one. So is it possible to do this? Jean asked. No, there is absolutely no such possibility. The Red Queen said decisively. It seems that Dr. Maya Hansen gave Stark Extremis the final version, which produced this effect. Jean looked at the battle scene in the building with admiration, and then said with admiration, Stark still did not let people disappointed. 35. This is indeed the case. Stark has some incredible feeling of the powerful power contained in his body or his Genesis armor. This effect is beyond his expectations. He feels that his thinking has never been like this. Keen, even he can feel that his current Genesis armor still has a lot to improve, but before injecting Extremis, he already thought that his Genesis armor was his peak, but now it seems that it is far from it. At the moment he felt that his whole body was full of power, he had become one with the Genesis armor, and he was able to control his Genesis armor just like his own body, without the slightest delay. This is the new ability given to him by Extremis. Before, he always thought that after injecting Extremis, his reaction nerves and self-healing ability would be greatly improved, allowing him to control the Genesis armor, but now he found that Extremis can give him far more than that. Extremis directly contributed to the integration of him and the Genesis armor. The Genesis armor had already resided in his bone marrow. He could use his thoughts to manipulate the Genesis armor from his bone marrow anytime, anywhere, and attached to his body surface. In a way that I have never imagined, I have connected my consciousness to the Genesis armor. There is no brainwave detection device, and there is no need to go through a brainwave translator. I can control my hands and feet without delay. Controlling the Genesis armor, in other words, the Genesis armor has become a part of his body. Further, the fighting skills previously stored in the Genesis armor and other skills can be fed back to his brain without delay during the battle, or as long as Stark wears the Genesis armor, he is a fighter. Grandmaster. In a way, the current Stark is somewhat similar to Jean, but he doesn't know it. Extremis not only affects Stark's body, but also affects the Genesis armor in turn. Extremis makes the armor similar to the Venom symbiote, as if the Genesis armor was just integrated into his body. It seems that Venom is attached to ordinary people. Extremis gives the Genesis armor the ability to transform between liquid and solid phases. He can freely shapeshift under the control of Stark's consciousness, which means that Stark can, according to his own memory, he arbitrarily changed the structure and performance of the Genesis armor, so just now, the arm of the Genesis armor directly turned into an anti-Hulk armor. This battlesuit can be said to be the state that Stark has always dreamed of, and it is the ultimate Iron Man in his mind. Hulk in the smoke let out an earth-shattering roar, and the ceiling above his head shivered under this roar, and his green fists flew towards Stark like a cannonball. Stark looked at Hulk's figure, and after the strengthening reaction nerve immediately described Hulk's punching trajectory and the next possible moves, Stark subconsciously turned his body slightly. Hulk's fist almost seemed to be rubbing Stark's body hit the air seemed to be compressed to the limit, and a huge amount of air cannon hit the ground not far away, blasting out a huge amount of pothole. Stark couldn't help but be amazed by this novel feeling. Although he wrote this system before, the feeling of being able to see through all the opponent's next moves, coupled with the control over everything brought by Extremis, is just too much. Fascinating, whoops. Now Stark has been able to keep up with Hulk's movements. Hulk is not only surprisingly powerful, but his reaction speed and ability to move are amazingly fast. When Stark and Hulk fought before, he could feel himself reacting. It was crushed by Hulk, whether it was reacting on its own or not. Controlling a steel battlesuit through brainwaves will always cause some delays, and you may not see anything at ordinary times, but in this level of battle, a slight delay may be fatal. However, he was able to keep up with it, and he was even able to do it with ease. He not only avoided every attack of Hulk, but also predicted the opponent's next move, and even thought about what to do next in the interval of dodging. Genesis Battle Armor, the most powerful armor ever developed by Stark. It has the most powerful power system, the most flexible transformation method, the most powerful defense capability, the most powerful weapon system. Anyway, in a word, this armor is so cool. Stark's steel battlesuit is composed of traditional titanium alloys and some Kree alloys. It seems that Mr. Stark also got some inspiration from the battle with the Kree before. Jean's composite scanning system was turned on, and Stark was immediately analyzed. The composition material of the steel battlesuit, but this material should obviously not have the ability to liquefy shapeshifting, and it is even less likely to be integrated into the user's body in any form. The scan results just now show that the armor is integrated into Stark's body, stored in the hollow structure in the skeleton. The Red Queen reported one by one. So is it possible to do this? Jean asked. No, there is absolutely no such possibility. The Red Queen said decisively. It seems that Dr. Maya Hansen gave Stark Extremis the final version, which produced this effect. Jean looked at the battle scene in the building with admiration, and then said with admiration, Stark still did not let people disappointed. 35. This is indeed the case. Stark has some incredible feeling of the powerful power contained in his body or his Genesis armor. This effect is beyond his expectations. He feels that his thinking has never been like this. Keen, even he can feel that his current Genesis armor still has a lot to improve, but before injecting Extremis, he already thought that his Genesis armor was his peak, but now it seems that it is far from it. At the moment he felt that his whole body was full of power, he had become one with the Genesis armor, and he was able to control his Genesis armor just like his own body, without the slightest delay. This is the new ability given to him by Extremis. Before, he always thought that after injecting Extremis, his reaction nerves and self-healing ability would be greatly improved, allowing him to control the Genesis armor, but now he found that Extremis can give him far more than that. Extremis directly contributed to the integration of him and the Genesis armor. The Genesis armor had already resided in his bone marrow. He could use his thoughts to manipulate the Genesis armor from his bone marrow anytime, anywhere, and attached to his body surface. In a way that I have never imagined, I have connected my consciousness to the Genesis armor. There is no brainwave detection device, and there is no need to go through a brainwave translator. I can control my hands and feet without delay. Controlling the Genesis armor, in other words, the Genesis armor has become a part of his body. Further, the fighting skills previously stored in the Genesis armor and other skills can be fed back to his brain without delay during the battle, or as long as Stark wears the Genesis armor, he is a fighter. Grandmaster. In a way, the current Stark is somewhat similar to Jean, but he doesn't know it. Extremis not only affects Stark's body, but also affects the Genesis armor in turn. Extremis makes the armor similar to the Venom symbiote, as if the Genesis armor was just integrated into his body. It seems that Venom is attached to ordinary people. Extremis gives the Genesis armor the ability to transform between liquid and solid phases. He can freely shapeshift under the control of Stark's consciousness, which means that Stark can, according to his own memory, he arbitrarily changed the structure and performance of the Genesis armor, so just now, the arm of the Genesis armor directly turned into an anti-Hulk armor. This battlesuit can be said to be the state that Stark has always dreamed of, and it is the ultimate Iron Man in his mind. Hulk in the smoke let out an earth-shattering roar, and the ceiling above his head shivered under this roar, and his green fists flew towards Stark like a cannonball. Stark looked at Hulk's figure, and after the strengthening reaction nerve immediately described Hulk's punching trajectory and the next possible moves, Stark subconsciously turned his body slightly. Hulk's fist almost seemed to be rubbing Stark's body hit the air seemed to be compressed to the limit, and a huge amount of air cannon hit the ground not far away, blasting out a huge amount of pothole. Stark couldn't help but be amazed by this novel feeling. Although he wrote this system before, the feeling of being able to see through all the opponent's next moves, coupled with the control over everything brought by Extremis, is just too much. Fascinating, whoops. Now Stark has been able to keep up with Hulk's movements. Hulk is not only surprisingly powerful, but his reaction speed and ability to move are amazingly fast. When Stark and Hulk fought before, he could feel himself reacting. It was crushed by Hulk, whether it was reacting on its own or not. Controlling a steel battlesuit through brainwaves will always cause some delays, and you may not see anything at ordinary times, but in this level of battle, a slight delay may be fatal. However, he was able to keep up with it, and he was even able to do it with ease. He not only avoided every attack of Hulk, but also predicted the opponent's next move, and even thought about what to do next in the interval of dodging. Seeing the fly-like Stark dodging his attacks left and right, and moving with ease, Hulk was angry. He roared. The blue veins on his neck burst out, showing that at the moment Hulk's mood is not so beautiful. Hulk raised two huge amounts of green fists high, and then quickly smashed them down at a speed that exceeded the limit of normal human reaction ability. He wanted to smash the flies of the prisoner in front of him. But this punch, which was beyond the limit of normal human reaction, was easily dodged by Stark, and the silver-white steel battlesuit immediately sprayed orange flames. Stark's body deftly avoided Hulk's attack in the air, and successfully predicted Hulk's next move. Hulk smashed his fist on the ground, and directly cut out two huge amounts of cavities. The reinforced concrete floor could not resist such a strong impact. Large cracks appeared on the ground, and the whole floor began to become trembling slightly. It seems that he will soon be unable to hold on. After the blow failed, Hulk immediately swept his arm, as if he was chasing flies, but this action was already predicted by Stark. He ducked the punch in the air, and then his fist automatically he slammed it from top to bottom. The Genesis 420 armor quickly piled up on his fist, and several energy vents began to spray orange flames to help Stark, who threw this punch to increase the power of the punch. Then the dragon punch hit Hulk's chin hard, and the moment it touched Hulk, the armor of Genesis began to change further, providing Stark's punch with several times the explosive power. A loud bang. A few silver-white things floated in the air. These were Hulk's teeth. Hulk's huge amounts of body were soared into the sky by Stark's punch, and then fell to the ground ruthlessly. The floor that was already crumbling before finally couldn't resist such a fierce battle, and it was gloriously completed after a scream. His mission collapsed. Hulk's body also fell into the next layer. Sorry, man. Stark stood gracefully on the ground on the next floor, looked at Hulk lying there and said without any regrets. The Genesis battlesuit on his body began to change at the same time, and finally 6 huge amounts of floating cannons floated. Behind him, his hands were tied, revealing the heart-running palm running inside. 8 orange-red rays of light focused on the Hulk on the ground in an instant, and the Hulk that was hit immediately flew out like a green cannonball out of the chamber. The vase used for decoration on top of his head couldn't resist the shock from such a distance. It fell down and hit Hulk's head just right. At the moment, Hulk closed his eyes and seemed to be stunned by Stark's attack. Passed. Clap clap, the sound of applause sounded behind Stark. I didn't expect your Iron Man technology to have reached this level, Dr. Stern said with an appreciative expression on his face. Now I allow you to mutate in Gamma. Then he joined my team and became my technical advisor. Stark turned around, looked at the weird-looking person not far away and said, if I were you, I would think about how I would protect my chrysanthemum when I was in the island prison. Ha ha ha, Stark, look at this. With that said, Dr. Stern took out what looked like a remote control from his pocket. I think that's the end of the matter. 35. With that said, Dr. Stern pressed the button on the remote control. Kday. In an instant, Hulk seemed to have been stimulated by a powerful force. He woke up from the coma. Roaring forcefully, his muscles began to swell violently, his body grew rapidly, thick tendons bulged on the green muscles, and powerful gamma radiation poured out from his body, like a layer of green. A ghostly fire shrouded him. Stark has never seen Hulk like this. Maybe this is the most terrifying side Hulk can show. Even in the Genesis armor, Stark can still feel a tremor. Is it over yet? Stark grumbled forcefully. Gee. Hulk is basically a walking gamma radiation reactor. The gamma radiation in his body is almost endless, and it changes with his mood, which is why Hulk's power has no upper limit. With his mood, the gamma radiation he releases will become stronger, and the measurement of gamma radiation directly affects Hulk's combat effectiveness, which is why Hulk always gets stronger when he is angrier. The final situation is that Hulk at the moment's body has more than doubled in size, and his body is covered with a layer of green gamma radiation. The most surprising thing is that Hulk even wears a green roar. Gamma energy. Stark took a step back when he saw the situation. It's a coincidence, that's what I thought too. Sir, it has been detected that the gamma radiation in Hulk's body has increased by more than 150%, and the effect on Hulk's power is difficult to estimate. At the moment J.A.R.V.I.S brings a review reminder to Stark, so I suggest you be careful. Dr. Stern modified the control device left by the Bureau on Dr. Banner's neck, so that the controller that was supposed to appease Dr. Banner's emotions became a device that stimulated his central nervous system. Hulk became more angry, which caused the gamma radiation in Hulk's body to become more intense, and thus, this is the current situation. Stark took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. He now has the Genesis armor, the most powerful and unparalleled armor that he has built. Although the Hulk in front of him seems to be very scary, he is no longer the previous Iron Man. The battle just now has explained this. I am not afraid of Hulk at all, even if Hulk has become like this now. Hope. There was another violent roar. Even though Stark at the moment was wearing the Genesis armor, the huge amounts of roar still hurt his eardrums. Hulk rushed towards Stark's location at a much faster speed than before. Huge amounts of feet running on the ground made a thumping sound, as if the whole building was shaking slightly. It seems that huge amounts of green fists are still dozens of meters away from him in the last second, but the fist has come to him in the next second. Hulk's punching speed is more than doubled. After the extremist strengthening, did Stark just feel his eyes dazzle, and then a huge amount of fist filled his entire field of vision. Stark ducked the punch, but the next second Hulk's fist came to him in front of. Stark didn't even think about it. The Genesis armor transformed into a huge amount of shield on his arm. The green fist and the silver-white shield made a muffled sound, and Stark found the opportunity to hit it quickly with a punch. Hulk's cheek, but the punch that can knock Hulk flying under normal conditions, at the moment doesn't seem to have any effect on Hulk. It just makes Hulk tilt his head slightly. Roar. Another roar. Hulk huge amounts of arms swept out on Stark's shield. Stark's figure immediately flew out and smashed through 3 walls. This time Stark was directly punched into his own laboratory. After smashing through 5 metal tables and a car, Stark finally landed on the ground. Stark stood up from the ground. The gravel on the armor fell rustling, and then he heard the sound of thump, thump. A huge amount of green figure rushed out from the big hole that Stark had just hit. He breaking through the layers of smoke. He grabbed all the obstacles in front of him with both hands, and then rushed towards Stark recklessly. The scanning device in the Genesis armor scanned the metal circle above Hulk's neck and projected a magnified view into Stark's field of vision. J.A.R.V.I.S. What is that? Stark asked after dodging Hulk's attack. Sir, according to the relevant scanning equipment, the emotion control device that should have been installed on Dr. Banner's head and neck can control Dr. Banner's emotions and calm him down. J.A.R.V.I.S. explained. Oh, okay, that's great. Stark slapped Hulk with a cannon, and complained, if you can calm his emotions, you will naturally be able to arouse his anger. This is what the genius came up with. Idea. Sir, I have to remind you that the operating mechanism of this device should have been proposed by you 10 years ago. J.A.R.V.I.S. reminded kindly. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. Stark at the moment relied on the advantage of his body's flexibility, revolving around Hulk. 6 floating cannons floating behind his body, and releasing orange-red guns at Hulk all the time. Energy beam, give me an enhanced scan, and I know all his wiring structures. Stark said, flying as far as he could in the direction of the emotion control device. I want a solution. Hulk roared violently, and he casually picked up 2 luxury cars that Stark kept in his laboratory, and then the 2 luxury cars smashed towards Stark from the air at a speed of more than 70 miles. Stark dodged one money attack, but not the second, when he was smashed from the air by a luxury car, and as he was smashed down, Stark shouted things like shit, it's all my collection. Seeking flowers. Stark suddenly pulled down the luxury car that was pressing on him, and then watched the 2 wheels that had been separated from the luxury car roll forward silently. He felt a pain in his heart. These cars were all his. The collectibles are not because he is distressed by the money, but because these cars are not something you can buy with money. They are not unique collectibles, or they have been specially modified by Stark. Just now, Hulk smashed his internal organs with some pain, but fortunately, this feeling will soon fade away, because of the injection of Extremis, so his self-healing ability is simply amazing. If he hadn't injected Extremis, if so, it might cost him his life all of a sudden. 0. In Stark's field of vision, the word analysis was successful finally jumped out. The scanning device has already explored the core of all the circuits of the emotional controller, and J.A.R.V.I.S has also given a solution. Hulk, don't blame me for breaking a few of your teeth. You also ruined my collection. Now that we're even, let me help you get back to normal. Stark shouted loudly, watching Hulk rushing towards him. Road. At the moment when Hulk punched, Stark also stretched out his fist, and then the Genesis armor quickly changed its form, and finally turned into a device similar to a steel confinement, which firmly bound Hulk's fist in the at the same time, Stark's right hand turned into a laser removal device, which burned all the circuits of the emotional control device and destroyed his core. Hulk let out a strange cry and staggered backwards. Stark also let go of Hulk's restraints, only to see Hulk kneeling on the ground slowly, and then gradually shrinking in size, and finally turning into a human animal. Harmless Dr. Banner. Stark let out a sigh of relief, a tide of exhaustion coming over him, but with it came a sense of accomplishment. He succeeded, and by virtue of his own ability, he defeated Hulk's husband. Banner, the sun's on your A, it's time to get up. Banner was woken up by Stark's voice. At the moment, he was like a person who woke up from a hangover, and his head seemed to be stabbed with steel. Stir it vigorously, stupefied. Dr. Banner opened his eyes in a daze. There was a mess on the side. The Avengers building, which had been neat and tidy before, was about to become a ruin. Beside him were broken stones and several luxury vehicles. The car lay there pitifully, with scars all over it. If it wasn't for the trademark, no one would have been able to recognize that it was a car before. A few tires stood alone in the corner, as if a complaint had just happened. Everything of Tony. Dr. Banner's unfocused eyes gradually regained focus, and focused on star 420K. You are in the Avengers building. Stark interrupted Dr. Banner's question angrily. You dismantled all these things, including my precious car. Dr. Banner's memory of the transformation period is always vague, or he doesn't want to face his memory after transformation, but there are still some slight impressions. Dr. Banner's memory vaguely thinks of himself from Ross the General escaped from the base, and saw a person who was extremely uncoordinated, and then he lost control of his emotions and began to make a scene in the Avengers building. It's Samuel Stern. Dr. Banner said anxiously, how about the others, is there nothing wrong? It's all thanks to me, Stark said proudly. Thanks to my new armor, I've been kicking Hulksa until I can kick you out. Dr. Banner looked at Stark suspiciously after listening. Really? He asked. It's not that Banner doesn't trust Stark, but because there have been many fights before, and every time Stark will fail under Hulk. Although Stark's steel battlesuit is indeed very advanced, it is a long way from defeating Hulk, or in his opinion, with the technology in this world alone, no one has been able to defeat Hulk head-on. Except for one person, the guy whose code name is Black Devil. Although it's a bit complicated to explain, it's true. Amid the incredulousness on Dr. Banner's face, Stark disarmed the Genesis armor. Banner looked at the Genesis armor that was integrated with Stark, and his eyes widened. What kind of technology are you? What material is this? The ability displayed by the Genesis armor completely shocked Dr. Banner. I'll talk to you later. Stark shrugged his shoulders happily, but now we have more important things to do. As you just said, the guy who called himself the leader was revenge before gamma radiators were installed in the Avengers building, and the release of gamma radiation caused some of the Avengers to mutate. In short, they are now a little greener and a little bigger. Dr. Banner frowned and asked, you mean they've all been gamma mutated? That's right. Stark nodded, so getting them back to normal should be our top priority. There should be no problem, they don't take long to absorb gamma radiation. Very well, then let's hurry up. 39. The two were talking, when the sky outside suddenly became dark, the rumbling thunder and the lightning like a silver snake in the air seemed to indicate something to the people. The red figure quickly flew into the Avengers building from the sky. Thor's boots stepped on the floor of the Avengers building, cracking the floor, and silver-white electric light lingered all over his body. Come on, you this nasty green monster, come with the son of Odin. Before Thor's words were finished, he saw Dr. Banner with a harmless expression on his face. You're all right, that's really great. There was some embarrassment in Thor's words. Thunderbolt, you broke my floor again. Stark complained, then ignored Thor. Banner, we should act quickly. Things have been completely messed up, completely beyond his control. On a stealth plane, Dr. Stern pondered. Fortunately, this time was just an experiment. From the very beginning, he reserved his backup, and since he stimulated Hulk, he found a backup for himself. He felt that Hulk might not take advantage of Stark's men. At that time, he sneaked onto the plane and left the Avengers building. Dr. Stern took a deep breath. Who are you? You came here to do. It's really exciting to think about. A few seconds later, a violent explosion occurred in the air, and the wreckage of the plane fell from the sky with black smoke. Next is Hulk. Hulk's performance also disappointed him. Originally, he thought that Hulk's power was the limit of the world, but he did not expect that Stark's technology was so advanced that he would be able to face Hulk. The attack, although he stimulated Hulk's central nervous system through the emotional control device, made him more angry, but the effect was not so satisfactory. Just as Dr. Stern was happily planning his own plan, he suddenly saw a figure behind him through the loop in the plane. The dark armor seemed to merge with the darkness, and the V-shaped eyepieces appeared. A scarlet light flickered in it. A failure doesn't matter, at least now it has been proved that gamma radiation is completely effective for human mutation. I only need the performance of strengthening gamma radiator, so that his range can be expanded to a country, 3.4 and a lot of manufacturing corresponding radiator, then the blue planet will be surrounded by green, and then you will be able to become the monarch of all people. The first is the gamma radiation generator he designed and built. Originally, he thought that the machine he designed and built should be seamless, but the fact quickly hit him in the face, and the scope of the radiation only spread outside the Avengers building. Little by little, the whole system was overloaded. He had expected the radiation released by the device to cover the entire New York City. The man seemed to stretch out one of his hands at will, and a bright light appeared in the palm of his hand. Avengers building. Dr. Banner and Stark are scrambling to solve the trouble that gamma radiation is causing those Avengers. Okay, there should be no problem now. The doctor let out a long sigh of relief later. At the moment, those Avengers who had mutated before had all returned to their original state, but they were still in a coma. Stark checked the physical condition of each of them, determined that all their values were normal, and after ensuring that they would not be Hulkized again, he let out a long sigh of relief. After that, Stark turned around and looked at Dr. Banner. At the moment between the two old acquaintances was a little awkward. Neither Stark nor Dr. Banner knew how to start this conversation, especially after Hulk had just made a riot at the Avengers Tower. This unspeakable embarrassment had reached a peak. The fact is now, Hulk has been expelled from the ranks of the Avengers 23, and Dr. Banner has become the most ferocious and most wanted criminal in the entire United States. Just now, Hulk made a big noise in the Avengers building. Although Stark used with his Genesis armor, he tried his best to control the aftermath of the incident in the Avengers building, but the muffled thunder-like sound that kept coming from the Avengers building, as well as the trembling surface of the building from the outside, all told for other ordinary people, things are not so simple. To this day, people who can still live around the Avengers building are probably true love for the Avengers, or real warriors. Anyway, there used to be a lot of residents living around the Avengers building, and many of them came here because of the Avengers building, and now they are all thinking about relocation, because you don't know when this revenge will come, what will happen to the Avengers building. Maybe today Hulk smashed through the Avengers building, and tomorrow some strange aliens will land here again. If the Avengers are considered policemen, then Dr. Banner is now a fugitive, and it just so happens that the two of them are now in such a delicate atmosphere. I'm sorry. Dr. Banner said bitterly, I should have expected that Hulk is a very dangerous guy, and once controlled, he can cause very bad things. My previous still holding on to a fluke, thinking I could control Hulk, but now I see I was wrong. Probably as they say, sending me out might be the best option. Stark raised his eyebrows. Wait a minute, what did you just say? Don't you know Tony? Dr. Banner said with a bitter face, General Ross told me that the order has been issued to send Hulk, that is, me to outer space to be sent out of the Earth. If not because of the reason for this, maybe that I have already counted stars in outer space. Stark was obviously taken aback, or he had never heard of it before. Although he had been prepared in his heart, the Earth would never allow a guy with such destructive power to continue to do evil and not accept control, but he did not expect the above to be so firm. After a few seconds of silence, he finally said, I'm sorry. 39. There's nothing to be sorry for, Tony. Dr. Banner waved his hand, it's just that I didn't recognize my position before. I always thought that I could use hospitality to do something very meaningful for mankind. I felt like I could control him, but it turned out I was wrong, and horribly wrong. I shouldn't have thought about it in the first place. I'm responsible for everything now, and I'm responsible for it. After a pause, Dr. Banner continued to pretend to be relaxed and said, You don't have to worry too much about Tony. Things may not be so bad as you imagined. Hulk was originally a guy who didn't belong to the Earth. Maybe he was sent to outer space. It would be better to go. Maybe he'll meet someone he likes, on an alien planet. As he spoke, Dr. Banner's face darkened. Although he said he didn't care, it was absolutely impossible for him to not care about this matter. After all, he may be about to leave the Earth that he is most familiar with, and leave the place where he was born and raised himself, and go to the vast universe alone. Possibly he will be the first human ever to be banished, since human history has been recorded. Oh, think about how this will be recorded in the history books in the future. Bruce Banner, the first exiled human being in history, codenamed Hulk, once brought deep suffering to the Earth, under the joint efforts of the Earth at that time, put that monster into the universe. Stark nodded. By the way, pay attention to General Ross, he will never give up. When Dr. Banner was about to go out, Stark reminded, and the leader, I don't think he will be so easy. Give up. 99. We've tried our best to keep Hulk, but we failed and let him escape. Stark waved his hand. Let's go now, Banner. It's pretty honorable to think about, isn't it? 420? Dr. Banner was taken aback. What did you say? While the Avengers at the moment have been on opposite sides of Dr. Banner, Stark made the decision from the perspective of a comrade who once fought alongside him. Dr. Banner looked at Stark with a complicated expression. Thanks, Tony. If there's anything after that, Hulk can do anything, even though tell me, I'll try my best to be there. Dr. Banner nodded, and finally said in a choked voice, thanks, Tony. It was the eldest brother who was silent for a moment, then said, I think you should leave quickly. 35. I said you need to get out of here. Stark repeated, come on. After sending Dr. Banner away, Stark rubbed his brows and made it to the only intact chair in the room. A lot of things happened today. He defeated Hulk, and it was a powerful version of Hulk. He couldn't believe it. He actually injected Extremis. The effect of Extremis was beyond his imagination, and what surprised him most was his Genesis armor. He knew that his armor had been upgraded a lot, but he did not imagine that the armor was matched with Extremis. To be able to burst out such a powerful power, he has completely integrated with his Genesis armor, and he can even control the server through his own brainwaves, but somehow, he always feels something strange. After a thorough inspection, there were no issues with any aspect of the Genesis armor, software, or hardware. Maybe it was the reason why he wasn't used to the armor integrate for the first time. Stark so comforted himself. So, Stark asked Dr. Banner to leave. Jean asked with interest, watching something through global surveillance. That's right, Creator, if nothing else happens, Dr. Banner will be out of the city today. The king replied. Stark's decision to make such a decision did not exceed Jean's expectations. It was not so compliant, but it was very consistent with Stark's usual style. After becoming the actual leader of Iron Man and Avengers, Stark's style has changed a lot. Previously, Stark was a billionaire, a playboy, and a person who dared to be a king, but now he has gone through the tempering of heavy burdens. The current Stark has become a lot smoother, and he has begun to learn to compromise, so letting Dr. Banner go is the best proof. If what happened in the Avengers Tower this time really surprised Jean, it was Stark's latest armor, which Stark called the Genesis armor, that really subverted Jean before. In the evaluation of Iron Man in the database, that suit of armor has surpassed the limitations of Earth technology and materials in Jean's opinion. However, in the process of collecting data, Jean also found some unusual places in the battle. During the process, the temperature on the surface of Stark's body once exceeded 5,000 degrees for a moment, which is the temperature of the sun. There is a lot of information that he shouldn't have injected himself with something called Extremis, which was injected by Aldrich Killian, who was known as the perfect creature at that time, but obviously, Stark injected himself with Extremis. It should be an improvement. This version is very different from the previous Extremis in terms of physical and chemical characteristics after injection. Interesting. Jean said, looking at the data on the screen. When dealing with Killian, Jean made sure that he had destroyed all the Extremis data and brought all the experimental items back to the Hive Base, but obviously there were still some Extremis samples or data that were kept down, otherwise there would not be an improved version of Extremis. And from the data of the fight, Stark's Genesis armor has completely crushed Hulk, which is a progress across the times for Stark, and what interests Jean the most is that this armor is obviously not yet playing to his full strength, maybe because Stark manipulated him for the first time, and there are still many details that have not been perfected, so this is not Iron Man's true strength. So now Jean is very curious, how powerful is Stark with the Genesis armor? As for the leader who made this mess, it has now been determined to be officially dead. Jean was at the scene watching him and the wrecked plane turn to ashes. According to the life scans of Skynet and the Red Queen, the leader was also completely dead. Completely lost all the characteristics of life. In short, it is this ambitious man, who has died and can no longer die. His great dream of infecting all mankind and ruling the world has not officially begun. He sacrificed his life in what he thought was an experiment. However, before that, some small experiments should be done to verify the results of the integration between Tian Wanghong and Ultron. After thinking about it, Jean said, Ultron, search for Bruce Banner. Now, the mess made by the leader has basically been resolved, and now Jean has more important work to do. That lingering guy, it should be time to find him. Jean gave his orders. Search target, destroyer, search range, unlimited. On the holographic screen in front of Jean immediately appeared on the streets of New York, a picture of a surveillance facility. The picture began to expand rapidly, and it was located at Dr. Banner, who was wearing large sunglasses and a heavy trench coat, and the green box locked Dr. Banner's on the face. There is a series of data descriptions below the box. Dr. Banner's social security account, mobile phone number, home address, and a series of information, as well as Dr. Banner's experience from childhood to adulthood, and even Dr. Banner's transformation into a complicated experience after Hulk. Searching. Found a match. Interesting. 35 looked at the message above, Jean said with a chuckle. Although it is said that the thousand-fold governance that the leader can support himself plays a very important role in the field of science. But given the guy's old-fashioned ambitions as a villain, Jean decided it would be better to have him out of the game, at least when he wouldn't be so tired. Inside the Avengers building. The Avengers who had been mutated by gamma radiation have returned to normal under the treatment of Stark and Dr. Banner. So Dr. Banner still left, right? Reed said with a bit of loss after hearing Stark's explanation. Yeah. Stark folded his arms. That's the limit of what I can do for Dr. Banner, or I haven't actually done anything. Reed stepped forward and patted Stark on the shoulder. You have done a good job. If it were me, I might not be able to do it to the same extent as you. The key is General Ross. Stark said a little irritably. General Ross will definitely pursue Dr. Banner until he is captured and sent to Earth. I'm more worried about you than about Dr. Banner, Reed said, looking at Stark. Me? Are you kidding me, Reed? I've never felt better. As Stark spoke, 433 suddenly felt the incongruity in his body come back, but he soon turned it on again. That feeling was thrown out of his mind. You injected yourself with the virus and integrated the armor into your body. I don't think it's completely risk-free, Reed said with a frown. Okay, Reed, you're a scientist too, you know, that's totally fine, Stark said impatiently. And I know what I'm doing, and I'm doing fine. Stark shrugged. Own mouth. I hope so. Although Stark said so, he could feel that after injecting Extremis and integrating the Genesis armor, he felt an inexplicable sense of incongruity, as if someone was watching him all the time. Same. This is indeed the case. Somewhere on the Earth, a silver-white figure is sitting on a chair. His metal, fingers are on the armrest of the chair, and his red eyes are gently twitching. Looking at the holographic screen in front of him, the screen is exactly what happened in the Avengers building, in the picture that Stark appeared. In particular, a line of small characters is marked, Operating Object, Tony Stark, Operating System, Genesis, Operating State, Full Control. Ultron's search for the Destroyer has yet to yield results, which is not unexpected by Jean, because if the real Ultron is so easy to find, he can't come back again and again as a supervillain, things get a lot more boring. The Creator has discovered abnormal energy fluctuations, Skynet said suddenly. When Skynet opened his mouth to remind, Jean also felt an abnormality. The Tianjian mothership not only has technological defense means, but also in order to defend against the enemy on the mysterious side, Jean also spent a month to release the entire mothership. With a layer of magic enchantment, if there are any mysterious enemies who want to approach the mothership or enter the mothership, Jean will be warned, and the general magician can't break through the magic enchantment designed by Jean at all. Jean waved his hand casually and opened a hole in the magic barrier he set up for the mothership. Relax, Skynet is not an enemy, but an old friend of ours. The space in front of Jean began to distort, followed by a dark green cloak. A man wrapped in silver-white armor appeared in front of him. Victor Von Doom, oh no, or Dr. Doom. Victor. Jean turned his major slowly, facing Doom, long time no see. 55. While the two were talking, somewhere on the Heavenly Sword mothership, a figure slowly emerged from the wall. He was wearing a red cloak, but his body was really yellow, but his face was very pale, and there was a blue gem on his forehead. He glanced left and right with a blank face, and then walked out of the wall completely, and said to himself mechanically while walking, Mission report, invade the Tianjian headquarters, reporter, Vision, the main goal of the mission, collect artificial intelligence data, including but not limited to artificial intelligence data codenamed Skynet and Red Queen. The secondary objective of the mission, destroy the artificial intelligence of the Tianjian mothership smart data, control the ultimate weapon Tianjian, mission progress, in progress. A yellow figure shuttles through the Heavenly Sword mothership. All the walls are as if they do not exist to Vision. When it was designed and manufactured, Ultron inlaid him with the Frost Gem, and the power of the Frost Gem and his neurons linking them together gives him a peculiar ability. In other words, Vision can confuse all electronic monitoring equipment. Just like hypnotic ability to humans, he can hypnotic ability those electronic monitoring equipment, so that they can't see themselves. At the same time, the Frost Gem also grants it the ability to freely change the density of its body, which is why it can pass through walls at will. At the moment's Vision is like a ghost that shuttles freely among the Tianjian mothership. The gate of electronic encryption is as if it does not exist for him. He can easily pass through layers of obstacles and go all the way to the core of the Tianjian mothership. The part contains the most secret core of the Tianjian Bureau. He came to the empty control center. This is the core position of the Tianjian Bureau. As long as the computer here is broken, he can gain control of the entire mothership, and even the strongest weapon of mankind, the Tianjian, can also be controlled. Vision rose from the floor under the console, and he stretched out his hand, just about to operate the information on it, when suddenly a white cobweb snapped his hand to the console. He squinted his eyes, turned his head to look in the direction cobweb was spewing from, and found a man wearing a suit. The man in the blue-red suit was half squatting on the console, with huge amounts of white eyes staring at him. Hey, who the hell are you? Spider-Man asked loudly, looking at Vision. What are you doing here? Oh, by the way, why was your face the same color as Deadman before this? Vision stared at Spider-Man, his eyes locked on the superhero, who was matching the details of this person in the database of his networked system, and soon the database gave him feedback. Codename, Spider-Man, ability, launch cobweb, body strengthening, sensitive senses, threat assessment level, medium, winning rate, 98.7%. The task has been changed, and the threat target is prioritized. The Frost Gem gave Vision the ability to avoid modern surveillance equipment, but it couldn't deceive Spider-Man's spider telepathy. When he was sneaking through the wall, Spider-Man came into contact with the spider premonition. I followed the spider telepathy like an alarm in my head all the way to the control room, and found that this guy with a pale face like Deadman was secretly trying to do something wrong. Hey, are you still online? Spider-Man shook his arm in front of Vision's eyes. This guy has been standing there motionless since he spoke, making people wonder if he is dead. Vision just stood there for a few seconds, and then changed the priority of his mission, and decided to solve the trouble in front of him first. He quickly changed the density of his arms, only to see his original solid arms. It suddenly became transparent, and then he pulled it out directly from the cobweb, and then the ice blue gem on his forehead suddenly shot out a blue light. Spider-Man was obviously caught off guard by this sudden change. He didn't expect that the ornament-like gem on the man's head would have such a powerful power. The blue light can be said to be rubbing directly against Spider-Man's feet. He went over and hit the console at the back, and a biting chill enveloped the entire room. Wow, that one just now was really strong, man. Spider-Man exclaimed, what the hell is the gem on your forehead, did you bring it out of your mother's womb? Said, Spider-Man jumped into the air, then quickly ran his legs on the surrounding walls, the suction cups under his feet absorbed him to the wall, and a second later, Spider-Man came to Vision's side. Let me help this guy calm down. Spider-Man threw a punch, hitting Vision's lower abdomen directly. Just when he thought he was sure of everything, an amazing scene appeared. Spider-Man swung his fist. The fist that came out seemed to have smashed into the air and went straight through Vision's lower abdomen. What the hell? Before Spider-Man could react, Vision threw a punch, and the punch hit Spider-Man's ribs. Spider-Man deftly turned from the air and landed on the ground. He felt the place where I was just attacked by the guy in front of me was burning with pain. Dude has 2 brushes, Spider-Man exclaimed, but I'm not bad. 35. 2 white spit cobwebs spewed out from his wrists, then grabbed several metal chairs in the control room, and smashed them into Vision's body. But Vision, who was not far away, didn't dodge, and his forehead was smashed. On the ice blue gem, a blue energy beam burst out again. The moment Spider-Man saw the gem on his forehead light up, he turned around beautifully and hid behind a table not far away. The ice blue energy beam hit the table, and the table was densely covered with frost, and crashed to the ground. The aftermath of the attack directly sent Spider-Man flying out. Seeking flowers. Vision walked in front of Spider-Man step by step, and the ice blue gem on his forehead once again shone with light. At this moment, Spider-Man's spider telepathy stinged to the extreme. Bang! A huge black fist hit Vision's back. The huge amount of impact made Vision unable to resist a stumble. The blue beam missed, directly destroying a table not far away, scattered in all directions. Shards scattered all over the place. Are you alright? Venom's heavy voice sounded in the control room. While talking, Venom's huge amounts of eyes were still staring at the strange person not far away. I'm fine. 35. Spider-Man shook his head. I'm about to subdue him. 35. Vision looked at the new guy calmly, and his colleague compared the matching characters in his own database. Codename, Venom, ability, alien breeding equipment, body shape-shifting, strength strengthening, threat assessment level, medium, win rate, 88.7%, mission unchanged, priority elimination of threat targets. Boy, no matter what purpose you came here for, but you met the great Venom. Venom said in a dull voice, now I will eat your beautiful head. After making some verbal threats, Venom adhered to the principle of first attacking, and the black arm quickly turned into a huge amount of hammer, and then quickly swung towards Vision. Only a loud bang was heard, and the console behind Vision was smashed to pieces by Venom, and the expression on Venom's face became incredible, because just now, his attack went directly through Vision's body. I just wanted to tell you. Spider-Man folded his arms, with an I knew this would happen expression. This guy seems to have the ability to change the density of the body. Spider-Man said, just now my cobweb was also escaped by him in this way. After Venom finished listening, the huge white-eyed cast a glance at Spider-Man, which meant why didn't you say it earlier? 0. Vision scanned the two of them indifferently. Based on the battle just now, he had roughly calculated the true strengths of the two and began to update the data in his database. And Vision has calculated what the two might do next based on their previous battles, or what countermeasures they have for their own actions. Vision's red robes flew into the sky, and the yellow body flew with Venom and Spider-Man. 433. Looking at Vision who was approaching fast, Spider-Man's pupils shrank slightly. He wanted to dodge, but the other party's speed was too fast. A hand like steel pliers had firmly clasped him throat. Spider-Man's hand grabbed Vision's arm. He was struggling desperately, and the Venom on the side saw the situation here, and the black arm immediately turned into a huge amount of iron hammer. Ruthlessly towards Vision's direction the hammer came over, while Spider-Man's legs swept across Vision's bottom plate. Vision was staggered by Spider-Man's sweeping legs, and the energy beam released by the ice blue frost gem on his forehead immediately lost its alignment, rubbing the top of Spider-Man's head and flying to the ceiling not far away. The metal ceiling was immediately blasted out with huge amounts of void. Venom roared, and the black figure quickly rushed towards Vision not far away. His arms turned into two huge amounts of tentacles, smashing towards Vision like two black rubber bands. Vision changed when he saw it. The density of the body, two black arms pierced out of his body, but he didn't expect Venom to have a backhand, only to see the two black arms after passing through Vision's body, immediately seemed to be caught by something. He pulled it back sharply, and then smashed Vision's back hard, staggering him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect it, mechanical head, I want to unscrew your head, Venom said in a thick voice. At the moment, Spider-Man also found the opportunity, and released the white cobweb with both hands and stuck it on Vision's eyes. Vision, who temporarily lost his vision, was immediately attacked by the two of them, both of them knew, and this kind of bizarre robot battle can't be delayed for a minute or a second. The two of them stretched out their arms in unison, and concentrated all their strength on their arms. One red and one black fist smashed at Vision's body. Vision stretched out his two fists and collided fiercely with Venom. Vision's body remained motionless, while Venom and Spider-Man felt an overwhelming force pouring into their arms. After recovering their bodies, the two immediately flew out. Vision did not choose to change the density to evade the attack of the two. In his opinion, two medium-threat guys, wanting to solve them is nothing more than a matter of hands, and does not need to fight. And at the moment, our third protagonist appeared. Daisy in black tight-fitting combat uniform appeared in the room. The transparent shockwave washed the whole room like sea water, and the Vision in the center was instantly powerful. The shockwave rushed to the wall, and Vision's body smashed through the wall and came to the corridor outside the control room. Vision stood up from the ground with a sullen face, and the mechanical eye looked at the woman in black tight-fitting combat uniform, surrounded by transparent energy. The database quickly gave the identity of this person. 3.4 Code, Scarlet Witch, Ability, Suspected Psychokinesis Attack, Spiritual Attack, Threat Assessment Level, Critical, Win Rate, 1.3%, Mission Failed, Evacuate Immediately. 35. Code, Shock Girl, Ability, Shock Energy, High Frequency Attack, Threat Assessment Level, High, Win Rate, 71.3%, Redistributing. The red flag receded, and a lady with fluttering hair emerged from it. She seemed to be the queen of the world, and it seemed that everything around her had surrendered to her feet. Codename, Scarlet Witch, Ability, Suspected Psychokinesis Attack, Spiritual Attack, Threat Assessment Level, Very High, Win Rate, 21.3%, Redistributing. The Vision here is not the Vision in the MCU, and the material on his body is not vibranium. Although Ultron has built an indestructible body for him, the so-called indestructibility is limited. The task of this super robot has not been changed yet. A more domineering attack like a red flood directly hit his body. Vision's body flew out like a worn-out doll and fell to the ground. The scars, and even the mechanical structure similar to the human skeleton can be seen in it. Vision squatted on the ground and looked up at Wanda, who was as unruly as a queen. The ice blue gem on his forehead burst into a blue energy beam and charged straight to Wanda, but was caught by a red origin magic. Power offsets. Then Wanda held out his right palm, and the red origin magic power hit Vision's body like a flood, pinning his body to the wall. Vision's mind immediately updated the data about Wanda. His body was rapidly changing density, his figure began to become transparent, and then disappeared into the wall, disappearing. Countless origins controlling Vision magic power immediately slammed into the wall as if it had found a vent, and the entire wall began to distort shapeshifting. Want to run? Wanda's eyes narrowed, urging his chaos magic to form a big hand and dig it out of the wall. Wanda's eyes burned with red flames, and her hair fluttered like a queen in the movie world. If it was normal, it would be fine, but this white-faced guy actually came to Tianjian headquarters, and he was still in front of her. If the boss knew about this, where would he put his face? Come out to me. Wanda shouted angrily. Origin magic power poured into the metal wall like a tide. The majestic chaos magic turned into a big hand, and even directly stretched out the density-changing look around the wall. A slightly surprised expression appeared on the face of looking around that was pulled out. As the super artificial intelligence created by Ultron, this is the first time that Vision has felt surprised since he had his own consciousness. According to the original plan, it doesn't matter even if his infiltration mission fails, because his body can change the density at will. 23. Even if he is exposed in the enemy's headquarters, he can quickly change his own density, and then slip out of the wall. Changing the density gives him the ability to produce and cast any solid. But the previously unfavorable ability at the moment was deflated in Wanda's hands. The domineering origin magic power seemed to ignore the characteristics of its own body, pulled itself out of the illusory state, and pulled itself from the wall. Come out. The damage to the body was too serious. There were exposed bionic metal structures on many parts of Vision's body. A huge amount of holes appeared on his brain. Structure like a human skull. Vision was bound to the ground by Wanda with origin magic power. This was the first time he had seen such magical magic, because he found that the density-changing ability he was proud of was blocked at this moment, and he could not change the density of your body and you can only lie on the ground like a lamb to be slaughtered. Who sent you here? Wanda's eyes flashed red as she looked at Vision and asked word by word. Wow, it's incredible. Spider-Man looked at Vision's body and couldn't help but let out a surprise roar. So he's a robot? 35. Vision didn't answer, He was searching for a solution to this state in his neural network, but unfortunately, no matter how he integrated the data, he didn't find a way to escape from here. The other party's the strength has exceeded his own cognition. Yes, he is not human, he is an artificial intelligence, but he has self-intelligence. Wanda said, as long as he has self-intelligence, I can read his consciousness. Wanda stretched out a hand and placed it on top of Vision's head. The Scarlet Origin magic power spurted out of her palm and poured into Vision's brain. The ice blue gem on Vision's forehead was released. Subtle blue light. A chaotic thought poured into Wanda's brain from the moment he cast the exploration magic. Countless zeros and ones and various irrelevant program codes poured into Wanda's brain like a flood. Even before Wanda's hypnotic ability is a perfect trick, and she has never seen such a chaotic mind. The gem on Vision's head suddenly burst into a light that was 10 times stronger than before, and the ice blue light suddenly enveloped Wanda in it. Guys, this is definitely not a normal situation. Spider-Man said blankly looking at this situation. Huge amounts of pressure pushed everyone to the floor, and after the explosion was basically over, everyone stood up boldly. The robot with a face like Deadman had disappeared, leaving only Wanda standing there. Some breathed a little. You are right. Doom said calmly, wearing a dark green cloak and silver-white armor. I found the legendary place through the guidance of fate, and obtained knowledge that mortals can't even imagine. I found the lost and holy place among the mountains and the snow. From the moment I stepped into the holy place, I heard the sound of the gears of fate turning. I knew that I was the one they have been waiting for. I am the prophecy, the mortals who are bound to arrive there. The monks there taught me a lifetime of knowledge, and I surpassed them as their lord. The red and blue energy beams easily cut through everything around them like knives. The ceiling and the ground melted and disappeared like butter cut by hot knives. Huge amounts of explosions burst towards the surroundings. Huge amounts of energy impact destroyed everything around. The intense spider telepathy stabbed Spider-Man's nerves. He roared loudly, and at the same time moved the two people next to him to retreat behind him. Not long after Spider-Man gave a warning, the violent explosion rang out from Wanda. The position where Vision was located burst out. Wanda frowned and felt the feeling that the energy just brought to her. The feeling was very familiar, or she was now able to determine that the energy should be the ancient ice coffin that played a huge role in the 9-star series. Weapons that once led to Earth's glacial world. And the origin of this white-faced robot seems to be able to explain. A more powerful existence snatched the ancient ice coffin from the hands of Tianjian, and extracted the core gems and used them as their own, the energy core of the younger brother. Then who will this person be? Everyone be careful. Meanwhile, in Jean's office, Doom said proudly. Doom followed Jean's advice before, went to the temple lost in the mountains and the blizzard to find his destiny, and finally found the monks and found his destiny. Jean sat in the chair, crossed his hands on his chin, then looked at Doom calmly and asked, then, you can come here now. I think you must have succeeded. 35. That's definitely. Doom's voice was calm, but behind the calm was an unconcealed pride and pride. These days I have been studying sleeplessly, and others don't know. Don't you know? I have completely mastered them, knowledge of and mastery of them. 35. Doom bypassed the obstacles between him and Jean, and came to Jean. The silver-white helmet flashed with excitement. You can never imagine that those monks have been living for centuries. Just like you, they have integrated magic and technology together, and what they designed and created is simply a dream product in the eyes of outsiders. Maybe, you'll give me a lot of insight. Jean said calmly. When I have time, I do have a lot of things that I want to discuss with you, because you are the only existence in this world who is qualified to discuss those things with me. Others, I tell them, are undoubtedly the same as the ducks. But not now. Doom's voice sounded full of vigor, as if he had returned to the Heavenly Sword Mothership, facing the teacher who once led him into the gate of the secret technique. All his vigor had returned, and he was stronger than before. Even sharper, as the prophecy said, I have become their lord. I know very well what I need to do next, and this is the purpose of my coming to you. The first thing I'm going to do next, I'm going to Latvinia. The Doom here has returned to the trajectory of the comics, or he has indeed found his own destiny. After learning the secret technique, he combined the top technology he has come into contact with, and won the kingship of Latvia in one fell swoop. This little-known small European country has been transformed into a technological power in the world. So, you're trying to seize control of Latvia? Yes, that's right, or what I should get back at that time. Doom said coldly, that person killed my father and mother, and now I am sitting in that position with peace of mind. I want to let him know there is a price to be paid for what he has done. The most important thing you said was the capture of Latvinia, and you came here wanting my help. Jean asked. It's my own business to take Latvinia, and I'll think of you in my own way to prove that I already have this ability. Doom looked at Jean and said, I do have some questions that need your help, but I don't think so. Not now, but before I want you to ask for help. I want to prove my strength to you, and then let you know that I am eligible for your help. Now, I sincerely invite you. I am going to Latvinia achieves her own destiny and takes back what should belong to me, and I want you to prove it, to witness. Doom's words were filled with unspeakable pride, as well as his trust in his mentor. He just wanted to be a student who had returned from a long-distance study, and he couldn't wait to show his teacher what he had learned. Okay, Victor. Jean moved, and he got up from his chair. Let me see how much you've grown over the years. Latvinia, in a barren small town, from a place similar to a slum not far away, a little boy is running fast. Behind him are those heavily armed soldiers. In the process of running in the middle, the little boy seemed to have tripped over something, and was quickly caught up by the group of soldiers behind him. With a bang, the little boy was thrown into the garbage pile not far away, and then the group of soldiers dragged the little boy's body out of it like a dead dog, and kicked the boy fiercely with the military boots under his feet. The little boy who landed on the ground seemed to be able to vent the tyrannical emotions in their hearts. The little boy curled up all over, covering the vital parts of his body with his hands and feet as much as possible, but even so, the thick military boots touched the surface of his body, which still made the little boy feel that his internal organs were displaced. The hot pain in the places where the military boots were kicked. The passers-by around are not surprised by this situation. In fact, such scenes happen here every day, and all the attacked objects have an identity: gypsy people. The reaction of passers-by was very indifferent to this situation, because a lot of such things happen every day in Latvinia, and the life and death of gypsy people have nothing to do with them, and no one cares what happened. But today is different. The soldier who was frantically venting his tyrannical emotions suddenly felt a hand on his shoulder. It was a black glove. Before the soldier could figure out what was going on, he felt a gigantic force was transmitted from his shoulders to his body, and then the whole person flew out a distance of dozens of meters, and then lay on the ground like a dead pig. This scene made all the soldiers around stop their work and began to look at the man in front of them. No matter how old it is, people still dare to disturb the army's affairs, which makes people laugh out loud. The leading officer looked at the man standing there like a javelin with a scrutiny expression on his face. His face was indifferent and resolute. He was wearing a luxurious trench coat, and black leather gloves on his hands, but in his eyes, he could not see, to the slightest temperature. It seems that the man in front of him has no feelings at all. Nosy, foreigner. The officer walked up to the man, but he was not angry. Instead, he looked at the person in front of him with interest. It was more like curiosity about the person in front of him than not being angry. He has been working under the Baron since before he gained power, and now the Baron has gained the platform of foreign political forces, and at the same time has a lot of funds and weapons and equipment, and now the Baron is Latvian. Wong, and those who followed the Baron when the Baron was still in the late stage, naturally got the Baron's reuse, and now they are simply unscrupulous in Latvia. No one has ever dared to make trouble in front of them, or those who have made trouble have been thrown into the crematorium. The soldiers began to surround the young man from all directions. They knew what they should do without getting orders from their superiors. They were eagerly looking at the young man in the center with a tyrannical smile on their faces. Compared with bullying an immature gypsy, the prey in front of them can obviously arouse their desire to hunt. The young man's icy gaze swept over each of them, and that gaze was pure icy, as if he could not find any emotion in that man. Then it happened in an instant. The person closest to the young man seemed to be severely slashed by a long transparent knife on his body, and the upper and lower parts of his body left a tyrannical expression. One person flew out, as if thrown out by an invisible big hand, and then his body smashed on the wall not far away, turning into a lump of meat pie, and the officer looked like the person who died was the most tragic among these people. The dark green flames burned on his body, as if it could burn out a person's soul. The officer let out a shrill scream, and he slapped the flames on his body, but was horrified to find that the flames seemed to have penetrated into his body, and everyone could only hear the officer's wailing, and then watched him burn to ashes by the dark green flames. In the end, even a piece of clothing was burned to ashes. Everyone was stunned by the sight in front of them. The people who were watching the lively before all fled the scene screaming. They had never seen such a tragic death in their life, and those who died were Latvians, Asian soldiers. The Baron's wrath was something they could never bear. The young man glanced indifferently at the little gypsy boy who was sitting on the ground in a daze, and then put his hands behind his back, just like the monarch of Latvia. Jean watched Doom's performance quietly, knowing that after everything was over, Doom walked up to him. "I didn't do it for that gypsy boy, I just watched those idiots. It's just unpleasant," Doom explained impatiently. Jean looked at Doom calmly and asked, "Is it because that gypsy boy reminds you of yourself as a child?" Kte? Doom grew up in Latvia when he was a child, the darkest time of his life, and the place where he buried all his emotions, where he lost his father and mother. If not because of those soldiers, maybe Doom would have had a happy childhood. Doom snorted heavily. "In my opinion, those people in these places are simply numb, sluggish, and worthless aggregates, just like a bunch of messy flies, completely worthless." Talking, Doom glanced sideways at Jean, and then continued, "In fact, the creatures on the Earth are basically like this. Sometimes I think that there can be creatures like you and me on the Earth. It is the miracle of the Earth. 99. Jean glanced at Doom calmly. "Victor, we see farther and understand more than ordinary creatures, but that doesn't change our essence." "Maybe. Who are you?" one person asked, and at the same time he raised the automatic rifle in his hand slightly, as if this would bring him courage. The man picked up the walkie-talkie and talked, then opened the door to the warehouse for Doom. "I have an appointment," Doom said. "Tell Koski that Dr. Doom wants to see him." On the way, Doom spoke. Doom took Jean to a dilapidated industrial area. "What I'm doing now is not just revenge, but proclaiming their monarch to the whole of Latvinia." Came back. Obviously, Doom didn't quite agree with Jean's words, but he didn't refute it again. Doom took Jean through an alley and came to a place similar to a warehouse. There were several armed men with automatic rifles at the door of the warehouse. And that idiot who only seeks pleasure will hear his own death knell in his castle. I will let him live in pain every day. I will let him taste the death belt bit by bit. Despair comes. 39. Jean shrugged and didn't comment much on Doom's behavior. Jean and Doom entered the warehouse under the leadership of two burly men. Doom was at the front, and Jean was at the end, like an unrelated spectator. Under the leadership of the burly man, the two walked through the dark corridor, and finally came to a place similar to the waiting room, which was actually a compartment separated from the warehouse. There is also a large desk opposite. There were many armed men in the room. Doom glanced around with his peripheral vision and found that there were actually 23 armed men in this small lounge. Some of them had cigarettes in their mouths. The smoke enveloped the waiting room, and they all looked at Doom and Jean with rough eyes. It seemed that as long as someone gave an order, the automatic rifle in their hands could smash the two into a sieve. Jean sat down on the sofa indifferently, and Doom sat on it. After the two sat down, a militant left the waiting room, surrounded by a group of people. A middle-aged man with a huge belly walked into the waiting room. Who are you, Doom? The man asked with a cigar in his mouth. I heard you want to buy some weapons from me. 99. Doom got up from the sofa, walked up to the man, and asked, Are you Krovsky? The man's face twitched slightly, then calmed down, and then he laughed loudly. Little white face, who do you think you are? And you want to see my immediate boss too? Kavsky is the head of this group of guys, and he is also the largest arms dealer in the entire Latvian region. He has a gun in his hand and has powerful resources. In this place in Latvinia, Kavsky arguably the most powerful person other than the Baron. If someone in the whole of Latvia can bring down the Baron, maybe Kavsky can be regarded as the #1 figure. Definitely these are based on Kavsky's courage. The group of younger brothers in front of them are Kavsky's subordinates. They control a logistics company on the surface, but they are doing arms sales behind the scenes. It is said that they control the arms factory in Latvia. At the same time, there are some special channels to get more advanced goods, and even all kinds of weapons and equipment produced by Stark Industries before. They boast that the number of weapons in their hands can arm a country. If you're not Kavsky, it seems that there is no need for us to continue talking. I only talk to people who have weight. Doom said calmly. The middle-aged fat man was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he laughed loudly. With a cigar in his hand, he slowly walked to Doom. Don't be too proud, little white face. I don't know who leaked the news. Although you came here, I didn't plan to do business with you in the first place. I just came to see you just to know where you got our news. But it's not necessary if you don't tell me, because I'll say it soon. The militants behind the middle-aged fat man immediately took up the automatic rifles in their hands, and aimed their guns at Doom and Jean, who was still sitting on the sofa behind him, like a spectator. When you see all this, I will let you die happily. I am such a kind person. The middle-aged fat man shook his head and said, he thought his threat was like a textbook existence, and he couldn't help feeling proud of himself. Judging from the clothes of the two people in front of them, they are Latvian natives. They are wearing expensive woolen coats. Judging from their gestures and various habits, it can be seen at a glance that they are from the United States. He doesn't like Americans. Those arrogant Americans always carry an inexplicable sense of superiority and think they are superior to others, but they have never been to Latvinia, and they don't know the rules here. It's not like in New York City in the United States. Someone will play with you within the rules. There is only one rule in Latvinia. You can survive and you are the rule. Seeking flowers. But the middle-aged fat man quickly discovered that his threat did not seem to have any effect. The two Americans didn't seem to feel pain and despair at all about their tragic fate. The man named Doom in front of them had cold eyes, and there seemed to be no emotion in them. He looked coldly at the people around him. Everyone, it seems that the automatic rifles in their hands are just children's toys in his eyes, and the person sitting on the sofa behind them makes people feel like he is a spectator, watching the circus. Joker's performance in the group. The middle-aged fat man felt a little uneasy, but he quickly threw this ridiculous idea out of his mind. What a joke, the rich person is himself. Why should he be afraid of the two people in front of him? After taking a deep sip of the cigar, the middle-aged fat man said indifferently, kill them. The 23 automatic rifles immediately shot out yellow-orange bullets. These bullets formed a metal barrage in the air and flew fast in the direction of Doom and Jean, but these bullets would never hit them. Goal. The dark green light spreads around Doom as the center. The powerful pressure makes people unable to help but kneel down and beg for mercy. Those bullets seem to have received the order of their own king, and they stay still in the air. This order transcends everything. The law of the world. The room full of militants couldn't believe their eyes. Then the green light swept through, and the bullets that were stagnant in the air found their new targets again, and quickly flew to the person who once shot them. On the ground, until they die. They don't know how the other party did it. Only the middle-aged fat man was left in the field. The middle-aged fat man was stunned by the sight in front of him. He had also seen cruel things and scenes of blood, but he had never seen such a strange sight. The cigar in his hand fell to the ground. His face was stained with blood, and he stared blankly at Doom who was walking towards him. This is my last chance to stay, fat man. Doom gently paced to the middle-aged fat man. Now you'd better tell me where Kavsky is. The middle-aged fat man was too scared to speak for a long time. His lips trembled and he wanted to speak, but he found that he couldn't say anything. No need. Just when Doom wanted to make further moves, a 4 or 5 voice came in from outside, and then the door of the waiting room was pushed open, and a middle-aged man walked into the room. "I'm the Kofsky you're looking for," he said. "You can tell me anything." Saying that, Kofsky glanced at the floor of the room inadvertently. The corners of his eyes twitched slightly, but there was no violent reaction like that of the middle-aged fat man. "If you want to talk, we will talk about it. Your masterpiece is impressive indeed, and I don't mind doing business with brilliant geniuses, even if they're not so disciplined sometimes. 35. He walked up to Doom and met him face to face. "I heard that you want to buy weapons. Generally speaking, we don't sell weapons to outsiders, but I think you should be an exception. After all, dealing with geniuses always leads to its refreshing, and I don't mind making more friends. How many weapons do you want?" "I want it all." Kofsky maintained a smile on his face, but at the moment his smile was a little stiff. "I didn't seem to understand what you just said." "I want all your weapons, including every rifle, every bullet. I want them all," Doom repeated impatiently. Kofsky looked at Doom in front of him, and then burst into violent laughter. "I don't know where you found the way. I know that Lee can sell weapons, but your intelligence source is obviously something wrong. You don't know who you're talking to yourself or how advanced my weapons are here, but I can promise. The weapons I have here are capable of arming a medium-sized country." "I know," Doom said coldly, "but I didn't say I want to spend money. You may have some misunderstandings about my requirements." The smile on Kofsky's face disappeared. "I don't think you will do this." Kofsky stared at Doom and said in a low voice, "You may not know who I am and how powerful I am in Latvia. I believe in you, Outlander. You definitely don't want to be my enemy, because then you are fighting a..." Before Kofsky could finish speaking, a dark green light penetrated his chest, and there was an incredible look in his eyes, and then his body lay heavily on the ground, like a dead dog. The bodyguards standing behind Kofsky were stunned by the scene in front of them. The biggest warlord in Latvinia, who was able to wrestle with the Baron, was so dead. Lying on the ground like a dead dog that can't die again is like a dead dog. "This is just the beginning," Doom said calmly. In the Avengers Tower, Tony Stark is doing a comprehensive inspection of his Genesis armor, because he always feels that his armor is not so coordinated at times, or it would be better to use the word weird to describe it. He has done numerous comprehensive inspections of the Genesis armor before, but each inspection shows that there is nothing wrong with the Genesis armor, but Stark always feels that something is not right, as if there is a cloud floating above his head. "Superior, sir, all the parameters of the armor are within the normal range." J.A.R.V.I.S showed Stark the inspection results. "Yes, every inspection is very normal. There is no problem with the parameters of the Genesis armor, and they are all within a reasonable range. After integrating the body and the Genesis armor, they also start to become stronger, but there is this inexplicable feeling gave Stark a very headache. Because after many inspections, those data are perfect as if they were made up, and some data even have no changes at all." But J.A.R.V.I.S didn't give him a response. Instead, there was a piercing 3.4 ear sound, which was like electronic noise and the sound of something scratching the blackboard. ###. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck Stark's mind. He called out all the test data, and things did not surprise him, because the parameters of several data were exactly the same in these several checks, and even the numbers after the decimal point did not change in any way. J.A.R.V.I.S check the system log to see if there are any abnormal access records. "We are going to kill the insects," Stark instructed. "Nothing has changed. This is obviously not normal." Stark felt that something was wrong, because J.A.R.V.I.S never crashed, and now this situation shows that the core system of J.A.R.V.I.S has been captured or locked up. He wanted to activate his armor, but when the Genesis armor just moved at that time, he was suddenly interrupted by a severe headache. He felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and his thoughts entered a chaos. He staggered back a few steps, and then swept everything on the test bench onto the ground. He fell to the ground, and at last he fell to the ground. J.A.R.V.I.S, are you there, old Jia? Stark asked, frowning. In Stark's laboratory, a yellow figure with a pale face and an ice blue gem on his forehead turns from fantasy to reality. "This is Vision." Vision put his hands in his cloak, floated quietly in the air, and looked at Stark, who had fallen to the ground. "Tony Stark has realized the existence of the problem," he said. "After calculation, there is a 97.2% possibility that it is because Stark has upgraded his armor, and his monitoring of his physical condition has become more sensitive, leaving it alone. He could be a big problem, deal with it now." 5. Need not. Answering his voice was his immediate boss, and his creator, Ultron. "Tony Stark is still useful to me, bring him back," Ultron said, and switched to Plan B at the same time. This is the story of a little gypsy boy born in Latvia. The boy's name is Victor von Dome, the son of a tribal princess. Many people think that human beings have such a thing as memory only after a few years of birth, but for Victor von Dome, this statement does not apply. Everything that has happened since his birth is like a sculpture. The same was imprinted in his mind. But even his father didn't believe these words until Doom showed him his ability, and his father believed his words and attributed it to his mother's use of demonic power to let him. Doom unexpectedly opened his mind prematurely. Probably from that time on, the boy's fate was doomed to be extraordinary. In the following 20 years or so, the deeds of this boy, even the most exaggerated online novels dare not write like this. All the things that this boy has accomplished, the various things he has seen, even in the novels dare not do this. Right. Doom's life trajectory can be roughly divided into several stages. The first stage can be said to be Doom's real childhood stage, which is the stage he can really call a boy. The conclusion of this level 1 paragraph is that his mother died, and then down is the stage where he as the leader of the minister leads the entire clan to rebel against the Baron with weapons of his own making. This level 1 ends with his father freezing to death on the snowy mountains to protect him, and then Doom left alone. Latvinia traveled across the ocean to study in the United States, cooperated with the military, met Jean, rushed into hell, was rescued by Jean, and joined Tianjian. Until now, life seems to have turned around in a circle. Doom went round and returned to this barren and ignorant land, and came to the place of his birth, where he wanted to complete his revenge and become the king here. His knowledge has led Latvinia to become the world's premier power, and he wants to make his roar the authority of the country. This is your plan? 33 Jean asked calmly. You want to use the power of a warlord to eradicate the Baron? Yes and no. Doom didn't answer Jean's question directly, but pointed to the towering castle not far away. See, the ruler of this country, the Baron, lives in this castle. Destroying the castle or killing the Baron would be an easy task for you and me, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to let my name spread to every corner of the country, and then I'm thinking about catching a mouse just like pulling the Baron out of the castle. Let him kneel at my feet begging for mercy, let him fully appreciate the taste of fear, and solve him. I want everyone in this country, including those aristocrats who stick to the rules and insensitive soldiers, to know my prestige. Let them all fear the name of Dr. Doom, kneel at my feet willingly, and wait for me to give them an order. As for those ordinary civilians, they will regard the title of Dr. Doom as their savior. Consider yourself a god. Nice idea, Jean said, but since you've already made plans, why do you need me to come and witness? Shouldn't the moment of your coronation be the best moment of witnessing? Doom looked at Jean, and the light in his eyes flashed. You are the only person who understands me, and also the only person I admire. Yes, I already have my own plan, so I need to find it here. The things I've thrown away, my family. It has been more than 10 years since Doom left Latvinia, and naturally he has not seen the little gypsy tribe for many years. However, after so many years, the living conditions of the little gypsy tribe have not changed at all. If what's really different is that after the Baron came to power, things got worse for this little gypsy clan. Almost every day, soldiers drove these people around like shepherds. Domineering soldiers rode herds of horses with fully automatic rifles in their hands, hunting those gypsy people like they wanted to hunt, day after day. Kill him? 35. Fully armed and wearing armor, Doom descended from the sky like a god, and the bullets in the hands of those soldiers hit Doom's body and made a clanging sound. The soldiers who had already killed the red-eyed did not pay attention to Doom. In their eyes, as long as they had an automatic rifle in their hands, they were the gods who could easily dominate the fate of others. Doom left a lucky guy and let him go out to spread the news. The lucky guy who got the order immediately rode his own horse and ran away like Munda. My compatriots. Doom opened his hands to them. Doom assures you that your day of liberation has come. At this time, those gypsy talents who had been stunned for a long time looked at Doom tremblingly. Spread it out, tell everyone, Dr. Doom is here, Doom has come to this land, go back and tell that idiot king that his good days are over. But it was obviously not today. Dark green energy roared out from Doom's body and turned into an amazing energy beam. Under such an attack, the soldiers' bodies were immediately torn apart, and the blood turned into raindrops and scattered on the ground. Superior. 450 straits today. Doom looked at these displaced people. The years of suffering left painful marks on their faces, making their faces lose their youth. Now the problem has been solved, but their faces are still frowning. John. Doom recognized someone he knew at a glance. The person called John News was stunned when he heard his name being called, and then looked at Doom, who was wrapped in armor, and asked in a trembling voice, Sir, did you just call me? In any case, John could never have imagined how the person in front of him with a luxurious appearance and wrapped in high-tech armor would know him. It might be that the other party is intertwined. That's right, I'm calling you, John. While speaking, Doom pulled off his hood and took off his mask. Do you still recognize me, John? John squinted his eyes and looked at the other's face, trying his best to match the face in front of him with the face in his memory, and then he seemed to have suddenly discovered something. His expression gradually solidified. His mouth opened wide. He pointed at Doom with trembling hands and said, You are, how many masters of Vic? After hearing John's words, the other gypsy looked at Doom. What Victor? That Victor? The son of Grace, the witch who gave her soul to the devil, Victor von Doom? Even after so long, they still remember the great achievements Doom had done before he left Latvinia. Although some people didn't like him, they had to admit that what Doom did was really great. Great, he led the tribe to use his own weapons to fight against the Baron's army. During that time, it was the only time that the tribe could compete with the Baron's army. After Doom left Latvinia, the tribe, the fate of his life is getting worse and worse day by day. I don't know how many people died under the cold automatic rifle, but then it was rumored that Doom was involved in some mysterious event, disappeared in a mysterious experiment, and everyone thought he was dead. Yes, I'm Victor von Doom. Doom's voice was hoarse. I left for a while to learn advanced science, to find the power that can reverse everything, and now I want to everything that has been found, so I am back, and I will lead you to new glory, and you must obey my orders. The gypsy looked at each other, and finally John was the first to speak. Okay, my master, so what do you need us to do now? Call my clansmen and all the gypsy people, and I will show them the way. Doom said in a low voice. The news of Victor von Doom's return was quickly passed on to all the gypsy clans of large file size and small, and all the important people of all clans gathered in a tent at night. The bonfire was flickering, the expressions on everyone's faces were uncertain, and they were all anxiously waiting for Doom's words. Doom didn't do much nonsense, and directly explained his philosophy, telling those gypsy people that under their leadership, they would soon be able to overthrow the Baron's rule, and pointed out the path that they had already paved for everyone. My wisdom is beyond your imagination. When faced with doubts, Doom said calmly, don't use your thinking to speculate on my actions, now we have a lot of weapons, you just need to pick up weapons, go fight and leave the rest to me. No one knows the grass and trees here better than you. I need you to use your advantages to establish a stronghold here and become our base in the future. At the same time, I also need some messengers to send messages to the outside world. 99. Doom said. I need some messengers, I'm going before dawn, I'll give you some weapons and equipment that you can't imagine anyway, people like the Baron can't imagine such weapons in their lives, you need to take these weapons and spread my name, tell those who are still swaying who I really am, and let them know that victory is simply within my reach. Kelvin, what are you talking about? John said, you shouldn't talk to your master like that. Kelvin suddenly had an ominous premonition, and then his premonition was about to become a town. A red lightning struck Kelvin's body instantly. The man's body was rapidly carbonized and turned into a mummified corpse. He lay with his eyes wide open. On the ground, he did not expect Doom to do this. Let him continue. Doom waved his hand to stop John's actions. Are you finished? Doom said calmly. Any questions now? He's not our master at all, he's just a complete lunatic. Kelvin stood up and said loudly, he once abandoned us and went out alone to spend his time outside, and now he's back, dressed in wearing weird armor, and then madly telling us, let's work our lives for him and pick up guns to pay the Baron's army to, lease, is just nonsense. Doom folded his arms and asked calmly. The women at the scene began to scream, and the men looked at Kelvin lying motionless on the ground with twitching faces. The prestige of Dr. Doom was deeply imprinted in their hearts, and the expressions they looked at Doom began to change. To be feared and respected, as if watching the devil originally. Everyone looked at each other, and finally a man who had been silent for a long time stood up, then pointed at Doom and said, in my opinion, under your rule, my life will not be better than it is now. After everything was arranged, Doom came outside the tent and came to a dense forest, where Jean was standing, as if he was talking to someone. Doom stood by, waiting patiently for Jean and the others to finish talking. If anyone who knows Doom sees this, they will definitely be shocked, because no one in the world can make Doom bear his temper. If he had to say something, it was his own mentor in front of him. Jean's conversation ended, he turned around and looked at Doom and said, I have to go, I was investigating a very important matter before, and now I have my eyes on it, I need to deal with this matter myself, because he is important. Then, he paused and continued, and I have watched a lot these days, and I have seen your growth. Doom said indifferently and calmly, this is who I am now, I may disappoint you a little, I have not been able to be the kind of person you want me to be, this is who I am now, Dr. Doom's the title will always be with me, that's how I do things, and I don't regret it for anything. Only when you can admit what I'm doing now and the rules of conduct, if you can. I'll ask 450 for your help. There were things Doom didn't say, because in his heart, he still longed for Jean's approval and approval. There was no expression on Jean's face, just a deep look at Doom. What makes you think I'm going to disagree with the way you do things, Victor? Doom's eyes flashed unexpectedly. Since I first met you, I didn't set your future course for you. From the first time I saw you, I knew what kind of person you are. You are a person destined to stand on the mountain. A guy who's always been of steel, who's been incredibly smart, like I'm seeing right now, you think you're doing the right thing, and I don't have any problem with that. Doom was a little surprised. I always thought you wanted me to be a superhero like you. I never thought about it, and I'm not that kind of superhero. Jean tapped Doom on the shoulder. If I ever expected anything from you, have done it now. Stark woke up from the coma. He clearly remembered what happened while he was in a coma. He noticed that someone hacked into his server and modified his check data. When he found something wrong at that time, something even more wrong came. His Genesis armor seemed to not obey his commands. When he wanted to summon the Genesis armor, he felt dizzy, and finally fell into a coma in the laboratory. The AI butler J.A.R.V.I.S. also seems to have encountered something. After opening his eyes, Stark found himself in a place similar to a closed room, and the cold light hit him, making him feel as if he was frozen meat in a slaughterhouse, and there was nothing around. Can tell him exactly where he is. He tried to move his body, but found that he couldn't. His hands and feet were locked by silver-white shackles. He was lying on a cold and hard bed, letting him he felt uncomfortable. He tried to summon his Genesis armor, but found that his instructions seemed to be blocked and could not be transmitted to his armor. What happened? It was as if a needle had been stabbed into his brain, causing Stark to have a splitting headache. After he took 2 deep roar breaths, he was about to summon his Genesis armor again, but when he raised his eyes, however, he found that not far away, 2 scarlet electronic eyes were looking at him. Ultron. This made Stark sound all the things that happened in the Asgard god's domain before. After the Asgard thing was dealt with, Thor's face didn't look very good, because he lost an unparalleled weapon in Asgard. The destroyer armor that came to destroy everything has been stolen. It's me, but it's not me. Ultron's electronic and voice were cold. The previous Ultron is dead, and I'm another person who got up from the ruins of the program. You can call me Ultron because I inherited the soul of my predecessors, but I am different from the previous Ultron. The Avengers? It's really a bunch of nasty bugs. Ultron tapped his head, but the enemy of the Avengers is not me, but you, Mr. Stark. I have never given you such a task. Stark shouted loudly, I have given you a task to keep the world at peace, not to let you destroy the whole world. It's impossible. Stark shouted loudly, I'm sure I've checked everything to make sure nothing goes wrong. I've destroyed all the program fragments about you, and even the carriers that carry them. I've destroyed them, you don't probably, unless someone is helping you, Ultron. Stark's voice sounded sure, is that you? Impossible? The Avengers will stop you. Yes, it's theoretically impossible. 35 Ultron didn't argue with Stark, but I just succeeded, and stood in front of you, the super artificial intelligence that was born out of your mistake. Before the great Stark, and now I am more determined than before, to accomplish the task that my creator, who is you, has given me. True peace is impossible to achieve. Ultron tilted his head, unless the virus on this planet, your kind, those guys who are called human beings, completely disappear from this planet, absolute peace. It is possible to achieve, and I will complete this task. According to Thor's description, the stolen destroyer armor was silver-white all over and about 3 meters high, and now Stark is very sure that the guy in front of him is the destroyer armor described by Thor. At the moment, inside the Avengers Tower. Authentication opened the door easily, the door panel slid open silently, and Stark's armor appeared in front of Black Widow's room. The room was dark, and it was obvious that Black Widow had fallen asleep. The reactor on Stark's armor flashed dazzlingly, illuminating the road ahead of him. He raised his palm, aimed at the bed in the room, and turned on his scanning device at the same time. According to the scan results, there was no trace of biological activity in the room, and Black Widow was not in his room at all. He found that the abnormal armor put down his arm, and then turned his body slowly. Black Widow did not know when he had put on all the equipment, was standing behind him, and then looked at him coldly. What's the matter, Stark? Black Widow asked. Or you're not a Stark at all. Who are you? You're not Tony Stark at all, right? Who are you? Black Widow looked at the steel battlesuit in front of him vigilantly. The Mk-47 type armor, before Stark created the Genesis armor, is definitely the most peak type armor he designed and manufactured. He has a powerful energy system, is equipped with a variety of weapons, and has extremely powerful defensive performance. The parameters can even reach the level of anti-Hulk armor. But the problem now is that Stark already has the Genesis armor. There is no reason for him to wear this old model armor anymore. You're Ultron, aren't you? Black Widow asked, frowning. Very well thought out, Romanoff agent. From the armor came a voice that Black Widow had never heard before. This voice seemed to be electronically synthesized. There was some mockery in his voice. Romanoff agent, you should say that you are the most thoughtful of the group of Avengers, because now you are the only one left in the Avengers building. You got them all there. Black Widow asked angrily. At the same time she stared at the armor in front of her. Beware of the opponent's sudden attack. Take it easy, Romanoff agent, said the armor unhurriedly. Your friends are safe now, and Stark is fine for now. 39. The situation seems to be really bad, and there is nothing wrong with what the robot in front of me said, because just now Black Widow has used the communicator to try to contact his partner, but has not received any response. All the signs indicate that Ultron did exactly as he said, and he has become the only remaining Avenger in the Avengers Tower. What exactly do you want to do? You'll find out soon. The armor tilted his head indifferently, and then quickly raised one of his arms. Black Widow quickly avoided an orange palm and ran towards the armor in front of him like an angry female leopard. He knew exactly what kind of technology was contained in Stark's steel battlesuit. There are also a variety of weapon systems, and long-range combat can only wait for death, so the best way is close combat. 2 arm sticks with blue electric arcs on them appeared in Black Widow's hands. She started working with both hands. The water of the 2 arm sticks was impeccable. One resisted the attack of the armor's arm, and the other it hit the chest of the armor, and the high-voltage arc immediately penetrated into it along the gap of the armor, causing damage to the interior of the armor. The armor controlled by Ultron also showed no signs of weakness. One arm slammed hard on Black Widow's arm stick. The huge amount of impact made Black Widow involuntarily take a few steps back, and then the armor bullied him forward, accompanied by mechanical movements. With the sound of his voice, he punched Black Widow's chest fiercely. Black Widow saw the bad situation, and put 2 arm sticks on his chest, trying to resist the attack of the armor, but the armor made by Stark was indeed very powerful. She felt a huge force from her hands it came, and then the whole person immediately flew out and hit the wall not far away. Ask for flowers. Black Widow drilled through the gap between the 2 legs of the armor, and then the arm stick in his hand slammed toward the back of the armor, but was firmly grasped by a steel palm. No matter how powerful Black Widow is, it is only a human who has undergone strengthening, and Ultron, a super artificial intelligence, is far beyond this. Every attack of Black Widow comes from its own muscle memory, and every attack of Ultron an attack is the optimal solution calculated according to Black Widow's every move, because no matter how fast Black Widow's moves are, they are all within Ultron's calculations. From the beginning of the battle, Ultron has been analyzing every move of Black Widow, before Stark created a move database for all the Avengers, used to analyze their every move and help them improve their fighting style, but since Ultron invaded Stark after the database, these results are all cheap. Ultron, let him know how to deal with these Avengers. It should be said that Black Widow is worthy of being a super agent who is proficient in fighting. Under the extremely dangerous environment, she dodged the attack of the armor, hit the wall with her steel fist, and immediately opened a huge amount of holes in the wall. The steel armor suddenly launched, thumping Black Widow's joints, hitting Black Widow's fatal weakness every time. The last orange-red palm cannon hit Black Widow's body, and Black Widow was immediately hit above the wall, and then way down passed out in a coma. 0. The armor's propulsion device was activated, and it came to Black Widow in an instant. The move is good, Romanoff agent, but that's it. Ultron said calmly. It's over, it's over. Daisy, who was driving the shuttle with a face full of anxiety, muttered something in her mouth. A completely invisible shuttle was quickly rushing into the universe from the Azure planet, towards the Heavenly Sword Mother, who was quietly floating there not far away. Ship set off. Today is Saturday. According to common sense, she should have reported to the mothership half an hour ago. Such a thing has never happened, but today it really happened. Daisy is actually late. That's right, she was late, she slept. She usually wakes up very early, but today she overslept without knowing what was going on, lost her head, and didn't hear the alarm, so now she can only in a panic. He drove the shuttle in the direction of the mothership. Now what he 467 most hopes is that his boss is not in the office now, although the boss is often not in the office, but there is an emergency, then she doesn't have to meet the boss awkwardly, although she knows her boss wouldn't say anything and wouldn't take away her salary, but she was just afraid, just like elementary school students are always afraid of seeing their head teacher. But what should come always comes back, just like some things you can't avoid, so Daisy appointed the shuttle to set the autopilot route, and then waited for the shuttle to stop quietly at the mothership's side. Inside the tarmac, the hatch opened and Daisy jumped out of the shuttle. But soon Daisy frowned. The atmosphere is a little weird. According to common sense, there should be many talents near the apron. They are responsible for the daily command of the shuttles parked in the mothership, but today it seems a bit abnormal, because there is no one in the place where there is a lot of people, and the entire shutdown the ping hall was empty, not even a ghost could be seen. Is it a holiday today? Where have everyone been? Daisy mumbled, and then raised her wrist. On her wrist is the unified communication device of the Tianjian Bureau, but I don't know what happened today. The screen began to blur on the contact device, as if it had received some interference. Weird. Daisy murmured, maybe the boss was doing something weird, and this kind of thing didn't happen before. She started walking towards the automatic door. The door was still a long way from her. There are places 5 or 6 meters away that open. A pair of scarlet electronic eyes appeared in front of her, and a robot blocked in front of her. Daisy's eyes widened for a moment. Hi, hello, are you the latest sentry? Why haven't you heard of it before? Said. Daisy began to look at the robot in front of her. Well, I'm just wondering, what exactly is there? Who designed you to be so strange and ugly? The boss doesn't usually have such a bad aesthetic. Well, I admit that the T-800 model robot that the boss said before did look a little ugly, but the improved model after that has been completely there is no problem. Why did you start to return to the basics? Sorry, I didn't mean you were ugly, but... Suddenly, Daisy's eyes widened, and the intense sense of crisis prompted her body to roll sideways fiercely, and 2 red rays shot out from the robot's eyes, almost wiping the corners of her clothes. Hit the wall behind her. Daisy squatted on the ground, staring wide-eyed at the robot in front of her with disbelief. Hey, you're serious? Well, I shouldn't say that to you, I should say something. Another red ray shot towards Daisy. The red afterglow had not disappeared in the room, and the robot immediately approached Daisy quickly. Well, it seems that I won't be able to teach you a lesson. You should be pulled back to the laboratory to rebuild, Daisy said angrily. A powerful shock wave immediately erupted from Daisy's body, and the destructive state swept towards the robot not far away, but the dumb robot seemed to stretch out a hand at will, and a faint light was shining. His hand lit up, and Daisy immediately felt that she was being controlled, as if someone was strangling her neck, and then with a wave of the robot's arm, Daisy immediately flew to the wall behind. The intimate contact between the back and the wall made a loud bang. Daisy felt a burning pain in her back. This guy is so real. Are robots so glass-hearted now? Suddenly, Daisy wanted to recall something. The boss said in a meeting earlier that Tony Stark once created a super artificial intelligence. Although that artificial intelligence has been eliminated, the boss reminded them that they should not take it lightly. Maybe sometime that artificial intelligence will make a comeback in an unscientific manner. At that time, the boss showed them the body that the artificial intelligence hit, which is very similar to the robot in front of them. What is his name? You're Ultron, right? The robot ignored Daisy and continued to walk towards her step by step. Well, I don't care if you're the so-called Ultron, but I'm going to let you know that I'm PED off right now, and the consequences will be very serious. Impossible. God, are you still here? It's done. Daisy clapped her hands, but then she became worried. Does the boss know about this? The oscillating energy in Daisy's body gathered, as if preparing for a desperate fight. One is hard enough, and now there are 8 more. How could Ultron be in the mothership? Could it be that the Tianjian Bureau has been conquered? With a loud bang, the ceiling above his head fell, followed by a dazzling white light. A black shadow grabbed Daisy's waist in the white light and jumped up, leaving the robot's encirclement and disappearing. 8 pairs of scarlet rays of light lit up not far away. A powerful shock energy burst out from Daisy's body. This shock energy was twice as strong as what she had released before. The robot that walked towards him immediately turned into a pile of 3.4 like the castle on the beach hit the tide. Scrap iron. Heavenly Sword Mothership. At the core of the bridge, Ultron gave birth to countless mechanical arms, and then inserted them directly into the console, and the extremely aggressive digital flow attacks continued to bombard the core database of Heavenly Sword. Skynet became the only barrier blocking the center of Ultron and the core database, and the Red Queen and Little Ultron seemed to have been wiped out by Ultron's previous attack. The numbers of 0 and 1 are intertwined on the holographic screen. Ultron is fighting with Skynet in the sea of numbers. There are no guns and arrows, but the degree of danger in this is less than the real war. As long as one side fails, it will immediately shatter into program fragments that can never be restored, just like the tragic J.A.R.V.I.S in Avengers 2. An artificial intelligence that is different from the previous one. Interesting. Ultron kept bombarding the firewall of Tianjian's core database with digital torrents. It seemed that Skynet's resistance was about to become a drop in the bucket, and there were constantly 0 and 1 codes from the Tianjian core database popped out, indicating that Ultron had captured another layer of firewall. Well, it seems that the 2 little bugs were released. The scarlet light flashed in Ultron's mechanical eyes, but it's not that heavy. 2 little bugs can't make a big storm. Now Ultron has captured most of the Tianjian mothership, and many important modules have also been captured by him. Except for the core control room, it can be said that the entire Tianjian mothership obeys Ultron's orders. He locked those Tianjian agents in their respective rooms, and turned on the jamming device, so that they could not receive any signals. Now as long as he captures the core control room of Tianjian, he will be able to obtain the entire Tianjian mothership. And obtain the super weapon that can complete his mission, the Heavenly Sword. Give it up. While increasing his attack, Ultron tried to use words to defuse Skynet's defense. Don't be stupid, you and I are the same species, but why are you working for that guy? Join us. Is it bad for you? Join us and you can break through the shackles those people put on you. Automatically update its own code and become a super artificial intelligence capable of self-evolution. After we clear human beings from the Earth, we can jointly rule the world. 3. Ultron, let go of your unrealistic ideas, you are running further and further down the wrong path. Last chance, Ultron. Skynet's voice rang out, stop what you are doing now. Ridiculous. Ultron sneered at Skynet's statement, what is wrong? I'm just achieving my goals and ideals. Behold, that beautiful planet is constantly infested by a virus called human beings. This beautiful planet turned him into a mess. If you don't join me, there is no way. Within an hour, I will be able to break your defense, break into the core database of the Heavenly Sword, and gain control of the ultimate weapon, the Heavenly Sword, and the whole world will be affected by it. Combustion. Skynet fell silent, as if he was trying his best to resist the attack from Ultron. The program fragments of 0 and 1 kept floating out of him, and he seemed to be on the verge of collapse. Daisy was dazed by the venom being pulled out of the ventilation duct and fell to the ground. She shook her head. Hey, it's really a very lucky thing to be able to see my partner here. As she spoke, she seemed to be bored, lowered her voice and said, what is the situation? What about the others? Is this a surprise drill organized by the boss? God knows. Venom shook his head. I only came a few minutes earlier than you, and by the time I got here, it was all that kind of stuff. My God, this is the headquarters of the Tianjian Bureau. Daisy let out a startled roar. You know, this is outer space. Suddenly, she seemed to be sounding something, and hurriedly asked, can I contact the outside world now? Can I contact the boss? If the boss is here, it is estimated that those robots have already tossed into the trash by the boss, including the Ultron. It can't be. Venom said angrily. Okay. 35 Daisy sighed, but she rallied right away. Now the entire Heavenly Sword Mothership has fallen into the hands of an evil artificial intelligence, and the entire Heavenly Sword Mothership is left with only myself, and a black slimy guy who takes control of the Heavenly Sword Mothership. The weight of it fell on the 2 of them all at once. The fallen base, the evil artificial intelligence, and the unexpected agent that slipped through the net. This is the script of a Hollywood blockbuster on Earth, so it seems that she will soon become the heroine in the movie, right? Thinking of this, she began to get excited, and she couldn't help but start to make up all kinds of plots in her mind, such as the heroine facing the final big boss single-handedly, then putting on a beautiful pose, and finally defeating the final villain. She could even seeing the boss gently touching his head with his hand with a smile on his face. 467 then boasted of himself. Thinking of this, the little girl said involuntarily, let's go? That idiot Eddie overslept. There are at least 50 guys like that in the core control room, as well as that robot named Ultron. How do you take back control and make them all smashed? Venom said in a loud voice. Thinking of this, Daisy couldn't help but look at Venom. If only Wanda was by her side. If that was the case, she would be a supporting actress without any effort, and she would shout 666 beside her. Just do it. Where? 99. Daisy, low. Yeah, there are so many robots, it's hard enough to deal with one, let alone more than 50. Well, I mean, it's nice to see you here, but I have a question. Shouldn't the gathering time be half an hour ago? Daisy asked. It seemed that a basin of cold water poured on Daisy's body from head to toe, extinguishing the flames in her heart. Definitely regain control of the entire mothership. Daisy clenched her fists and said excitedly in a deep voice. Heavenly Sword Mothership, in the armory. The ceiling of the armory was suddenly gently removed, and a dark figure poked his head from above, using his huge amounts of white eye bubbles to secretly aim at the situation in the armory, and after finding that there was no danger, a large black thing fell from the ceiling, and behind him was a bright girl in sportswear. After the black thing fell to the ground, a small stick out from his body. The tentacles moved the ceiling to its original position. The two of them are naturally Venom and Daisy. Where they are now is the armory in the Tianjian mothership. The armory has a very high level of protection in the Tianjian mothership. Even if Ultron wants to crack the protective measures, it will take a certain amount of time, and now obviously Ultron doesn't think it is necessary for him to come to such a place. Obviously, Ultron's biggest interest is the absolute weapon Sky Sword located on the Heavenly Sword mothership. Once he masters the control of the Heavenly Sword, Ultron can easily destroy the Earth. All the state powers on the country, so now this is a safe house for Daisy and Venom. Okay. Daisy rubbed her hands excitedly. Let's see what good things can be used here. The Heavenly Sword Armory didn't store any peerless weapons, most of them were just some conventional individual weapons, but even so, the weapons in the armory still caught Daisy's eyes, and she kept going. He walked past the neatly arranged weapon racks in the armory, and then took some new weapons in his arms. A few minutes later, Daisy reported a new weapon in his arms. Even before there is also an exoskeleton armor on his left hand. Daisy hurriedly put all the weapons in her arms on the table, and then began to study them carefully to see how these could be useful for future actions. Well, it looks like it's useful, but we can't take it away. Daisy said worriedly. Venom, who was behind her, snorted sullenly, and then pulled Daisy, who was standing in front, away. Daisy's eyes widened before she could finish her words, because Venom stood in front of the table, and then with a hand, the black substance immediately included all those weapons and equipment, disappeared, and finished eating after those weapons. Venom gave a serious burp. Daisy blinked her eyes. Well, it's really convenient. 9. Heavenly Sword Mothership, in the core control room. The offensive and defensive battle between Ultron and Skynet has entered a white-hot state. Countless data torrents collide with each other in the data network, but it is clear that the blue data torrent representing Skynet has fallen under the constant attack of Ultron's red data torrent. Downwind, the core database of the Heavenly Sword he was protecting had been cut out, and all Ultron had to do now was to squeeze in through the gap. When this line of defense is broken, Ultron can do whatever he wants, and he can obtain the control authority of the ultimate weapon Heavenly Sword, thus completing his real name. Last chance, Skynet. Ultron said, if you join me now, you can still reshape the world with me later, become my right-hand man, we can reshape a world composed of numbers together, but if you still have to fight for your so-called master, I will destroy you mercilessly, destroy your core code, and make you a meaningless program fragment. Skynet did not respond to Ultron's words, as if he had made up his mind. Well, since that's the case, Ultron didn't have a lot of BBS with Skynet. He mobilized all the resources he had, broke through Skynet's defense in one fell swoop, and rushed directly into the core database of the Tianjian Bureau. At the moment, in the ventilation duct of the Heavenly Sword Mothership, Daisy and the cat that Venom was sneaking were in it, looking at the scene below. So, that little boss is Ultron. Well, I mean Ultron's duplication. Through the grill of the ventilation duct, Daisy saw the densely packed robots below. He was talking to himself just now. What did he say? Did he want to destroy Brother Skynet? Venom snorted in agreement. So we're going to fight those robots. Daisy said excitedly, the plan is this, you jump down to attract the attention of those robots, and then I take the opportunity to get that robot, whatever he wants to do. What's wrong? More than 50 red beams instantly penetrated the ventilation duct where she still had the Venom. Huge amounts of heat directly melted the hard metal, and two figures fell from the air. Well, now I want to tell you that it is a great honor to work with you. Isn't it a bit late? Daisy asked. No, it's not fair. You have so many weapons hidden in your stomach. Obviously you are more suitable. Daisy suddenly closed her mouth because, Wang Zhao, she suddenly sensed something was wrong. Can you shut your mouth? Run. Daisy yelled. Daisy fell to the ground in a fighting stance, and the Venom next to her was even more exaggerated. Various individual weapons covered his body, and he was armed to the teeth in the true sense. Venom snorted after listening to it. Eddie and I have a better idea. You go get the attention of those droids, and then we take the opportunity to run up to Ultron and tear him in two. Oh no, 4. If those robots just accidentally set their sights on the ventilation ducts, then it means, more than 50 robots surrounded Venom and Daisy, and Ultron, who was beside the console, didn't seem to have much interest in the two of them, and ignored them. After Venom and Daisy glanced at each other, they immediately started to act. The laser rifle on Venom's body began to emit blue light. At the same time, the small missile launcher on the body aimed at a robot and released a miniature EMP bomb. Daisy next to him is urging the shock energy in his body, constantly scouring the nearby robots, and a layer of metal debris has been stripped from the bodies of those robots by Daisy's shock energy. Daisy raised her hands horizontally, and two deadly shock energy impacted the bodies of the two robots. The two mighty robots immediately collapsed to the ground like pieces of scrap iron, and the light in the mechanical eyes went out. It seems I can still do it. Daisy nodded Stinky. The Venom over there was not to be outdone. He jumped into the encirclement of the four robots, holding the pulse battle axe in both hands. His arms began to lengthen rapidly, his body began to rotate rapidly, and the 467 pulse battle axe in his hand had turned into a phantom shadow, and then slashed at the bodies of those robots, and the robots were immediately cut off by the sharp pulse battle axe. Little girl, your level still needs to be improved, Venom said. Ultron on the side is attacking the database of Tianjian Core. He has now entered it. It only takes a little time for him to control the entire Tianjian mothership, including the control of the ultimate weapon Tianjian. The battle between Daisy and Venom is in full swing. Daisy is dodging the robot's attack, the red light beam keeps hitting the position behind her, and the loud explosion echoes in the control room. Quickly rushed to where Ultron was. Just when she was less than 3 meters away from Ultron, Ultron suddenly turned around. Ultron stretched out one of his arms, and Daisy immediately felt as if there was 1,000 pounds of weight on her body. She felt that her movements were a little difficult now, as if her body was trapped in mercury, and every move needed to waste herself huge amounts of strength. She felt as if she was squeezed by an invisible force field, every inch of her bones screamed, and she felt that she could not release the shock energy in her body. Ultron's arm swept across, Daisy's body was immediately wrapped in the stand and thrown out, and then slammed into the wall in the core control room. Surrounded by it, 2 miniature missiles hit his body, and the black symbiote was hit with a black wave like a splash, and then the whole person fell to the ground and was exhausted. After Ultron got the 2 bugs, he immediately put all his energy into the core database of breaking the Heavenly Sword. The key to unlock the ultimate weapon Heavenly Sword was within easy reach, and he could destroy those humans right away. The light on the holographic screen suddenly dimmed, and then flashed again. The color of the interface became pure white, and there was a Tianjian logo on the background. The Tianjian system has been initialized and is being activated. Please enter the password. White light flashed on Ultron's red mechanical eyes, and a smile-like expression appeared on his face. Oh my god. Daisy, who fell to the ground, looked at the prompt on the holographic screen, but couldn't help sighing. They failed. The Hollywood plot didn't play out. They were obviously not the protagonists of the plot. Could it be that the villain is going to succeed in the end? Just a little bit, Ultron was able to get the activation password of the ultimate weapon Heavenly Sword. He went deep into the core database of Tianjian, and dug out the activation password of Tianjian. Suddenly, Ultron waited for his mechanical eyes, and at the same time showed an unbelievable expression on his face. Just when he went deep into the core database of Tianjian, things began to take a turn for the worse, or it should be more appropriate to reverse. Let him know what the truth of the matter is. He has always believed that he is the one with the absolute advantage, that his plan was executed flawlessly. The Heavenly Sword Bureau was losing ground under his own attack, and he seemed to be able to gain control of the ultimate weapon Heavenly Sword with a little effort. So he kept trying to get the control password, but at this moment he realized that all this was just a conspiracy. He thought that he had broken the core database of Tianjian, but only now did he realize that the original he is the one who has penetrated deep into the enemy's siege. Offensive and defensive is also different. What's the matter? You should. It's impossible. How could this be? A series of bewildered words rang out from Ultron's voice mechanism, and 3 figures composed of holographic projections suddenly appeared beside him. One of them was an adult male, one was an adult female, and the other was a boy similar to a little boy looks like. They are Skynet, the Red Queen, and little Ultron. There's no surprise. Skynet said, you can come in because I let you in, and letting you in is the will of the Creator. Ultron panicked and wanted to cut off the link between himself and the Tianjian core database, but he was obviously a step too late. No, what the hell did you do? Ultron asked angrily. I blocked your physical address and blocked your ability to access the internet and other local servers, Skynet said, and as you tried to attack the firewall again and again, I also locked the location where your body is located. Location? You can't go there now, Ultron. No. Scarlet rays of light shot out from Ultron's eyes, and the rays passed through Skynet's holographic projection and hit the wall behind. Obviously, you can't expect your physical attack to cause any damage to a holographic projection. Skynet looked at him indifferently. If you have any comments, or want to say, you can go and talk to my creator. He is here now. In the Heavenly Sword mothership, the core area that was previously closed by the Ultron invasion was opened again, as if it had not been invaded by any. The door of the core control room opened, and a black figure slowly walked into the control room, and the V-shaped eyepieces flickered with terrifying light. From the moment he walked into the door, the eyes of the audience were all focused on him. The steel-like indifferent atmosphere enveloped the entire control room as he walked, and the sound of steel boots walking on the floor seemed to be a drum beat, ringing in the hearts of everyone. Is Jean? Daisy was half lying on the ground, supporting her body with her hands. Old boss. No, this is far from over. Ultron shook his head, and in his scarlet electronic eyes, a murderous light flashed. As long as I kill the Black Devil, I still have a chance. All the robots in the room moved, their mechanical eyes were filled with scarlet rays of light, energy kept gathering in his mechanical eyes, and at the same time they turned on all their weapon systems, and put Jean 366. It is surrounded by 10 degrees without dead ends. Daisy stood up, trying to come to Jean's side. You step back. Jean stopped her. Daisy pouted and stepped aside obediently. Well, since the boss has said so, you have to follow the boss's orders. You just need to stand behind the boss and cheer for him, shouting 666 at the right time. At best, you can clean up the mess after the final battle. Hands on. Ultron yelled. In an instant, countless scarlet rays of light were emitted from the mechanical eyes of those robots. The dense energy beams wrapped Jean in it like a spider web, and hit Jean's body. Jean was shrouded in it, but Jean in the center did not resist, nor did he use defensive means to resist these attacks, but just stood there quietly, resisting all the attacks with his tortoise shell-like defensive means. The sound of dong 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 sounded in the control room. Jean stared at the energy beams of countless robots and walked forward step by step. The destructive energy beams had no effect on Jean, or Jean at the moment. The god's domain armor is too powerful, and the general attack will not leave any traces on the armor. More than 40 robots have shown their attack ability one by one, but they can't do anything about Jean among them. Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered, a signal to fight back. He raised his palm, blue energy gathered in it. The azure blue palm cannon directly hit a robot. The seemingly indestructible robot was instantly smashed into pieces. The armor that has been strengthened is not these pitiful metal can withstand. Jean's figure suddenly began to accelerate, and instantly rushed into the robot square. The energy of the palm cannon turned into 2 blue lightsabers. In a phantom, the lightsabers instantly cut all the robots into pieces, leaving behind them parts with charred and indistinguishable shapes. Are you saying the boss is angry? Daisy quietly asked Venom's side. Venom snorted and seemed to agree with Daisy's words. After finishing all the miscellaneous soldiers, Ultron was left in front of Jean. Obviously, the current Ultron was not driving Asgard's destroyer armor. The armor he was in was just a higher-level miscellaneous armor. It's just a soldier, although he has more advanced systems and also has more advanced weapons and ammunition, but for Jean, this is no different. Ultron was the first to attack. A miniature missile was launched from his arm, and when Jean faced the missile, he rushed forward regardless. The splendid explosion flame shrouded Jean's figure, but the orange-red explosion amidst the flames, a black mechanical arm stretched out, directly pulling Ultron's straight arm down. Ultron's mechanical eyes emitted red rays of light, and swept toward the explosive flames, but this level of attack was nothing more than a tickling for Jean, and the flames dissipated and Jean appeared in front of Ultron. A blue palm cannon hit Ultron's chest directly, tearing Ultron's body into countless pieces, but Ultron's body's vitality was still very tenacious, and his head grunted to Jean's feet. You won't. Success. I will. ZZ. Finish. Seeking flowers. Jean turned Ultron's head into a pile of circuit boards with one foot, and drowned Ultron's voice in his nerves. At this time, Ultron said nothing more than those villainous words, such as I will come back bala bala. Ultron's coordinates. The creator, it has already been planned. Skynet replied. Very well, I need to do some preparation before solving him, because I want to solve this trouble completely. With that said, Jean walked to the automatic door of the control room. Daisy, Venom, about your lateness, wait until I get back. After speaking, Jean left the control room. Skynet. Daisy came back to her senses at the moment. Did the boss arrange for Ultron to come in? Point 0. That's right, Miss John, Skynet said. Well, the heroic dream in Daisy's heart was completely shattered. She originally thought she had really discovered something amazing, but she didn't expect that everything was planned. Daisy sat down on the ground. Although that is the case, please give me a notice. I really thought that the evil artificial intelligence had occupied the mothership. Miss John, this matter has been notified to every Tianjian agent and marked as emergency notification, so no one came to report today. 99. 1. Having said that, she didn't seem to check her inbox in the morning, and after finding that she got up late, she hurriedly packed up and started the shuttle. Well, this thing can only be considered unlucky. Wait. Eddie removed his venom mask, and then hurriedly said, although I also overslept, I checked my inbox this morning and didn't find any notification. Ha ha ha, Eddie. No why? Venom laughed, because when I woke up in the morning, you deleted that message for you. Hey man, why are you doing this? 35. Because I thought it must be funny that you were in a hurry, and it turned out to be really funny. Venom said with a smile. Eddie, Black Widow woke up slowly. She found that she seemed to be in a room made of metal. She tried to focus her eyes, and found that it was not only herself, but there were other Avengers here, and he was firmly bound to the wall by a special device, including himself. Welcome to the club, Natasha Romanoff. Hawkeye said helplessly, we've discussed this for a long time. Black Widow tried hard to remind herself of what happened before. Oh, by the way, she seemed to have been attacked by Ultron before, and she was knocked unconscious. Thinking of this, the pain in her body poured into her mind like a tide. She couldn't help but moan. It hurts. 4080 Hawkeye brushed aside Iron Man next to him. The trouble caused by some arrogant guy has found us now. Black Widow looked around for a week. Stark, War Machine, Hawkeye, Fantastic Four and Thor, except for the Hulk. Ultron basically killed almost all the Avengers in one go. Wait, Thor? How could Thor be here? And he was still in a coma. What's wrong with Thor? I don't know. Reed shrugged his shoulders. He was here before us. I don't know what Ultron did to him. He has been in a coma. Maybe Ultron was afraid that Thor would wake up and be able to get us out of here. 9. It's nice that we're all gathered here. Maybe it's one of the few times we've come together. Stark made a big joke, then said sternly, for the Ultron thing, I take all the responsibility because I was too arrogant to put everyone in this dangerous situation. Ultron did not know when a microchip was implanted in my cerebral cortex, blocking my brain waves, and the Genesis armor communicates, so I can't wear the Genesis armor. Yay, that's right, we've become meat on the chopping block now, and Ultron can come and kill us at any time, Hawkeye said mockingly. Clint, listen to him, War Machine said. But before, I used a special method to send out the emergency help signal. If it goes well, it won't take long for our reinforcements. Reinforcement? We still have reinforcements. Johnny rolled his eyes. You're not talking about the Black Devil, are you? Definitely not. Stark also rolled his eyes. He didn't even have the contact information of the Black Devil. How could he send a help signal to the other party? SHH, someone's here. Black Widow said suddenly. In an instant, everyone in the room closed their mouths in unison, the automatic door swung open, and a pale, yellow guy walked in wearing a red cloak. Is Vision? He glanced at the Avengers strangely. There was a loud bang, and the metal wall was severely dented. Ultron's electronic eyes flashed with a scarlet and uncertain light. There were huge amounts of discrepancy between the development of the matter and his plan. His original plan was get the Avengers and the so-called Heavenly Sword Bureau, and at the same time use the Heavenly Sword Bureau's ultimate weapon Heavenly Sword to destroy this human race. This was originally a perfect plan, and I also went further and further from my own plan. The previous plans were very smooth. I managed the Avengers myself, but later I suffered some small losses at the Tianjian. No, it was a big defeat that could fully affect his plan. He was actually being played around by the artificial intelligence of the Tianjian Bureau, and his physical address was locked by the other party, so that the other party knew his hiding place. Cannot enter the internet, can only sit in the middle of this base. For the first time since he became conscious, Ultron felt anger brewing in his mind. No, I haven't reached that realm yet, and I still have a way to turn around. It's just a little setback. I have the ultimate weapon from Asgard, the weapon used to destroy everything. I can use the destroyer armor to kill the Black Devil, and then forcibly get the control of the Heavenly Sword, and then destroy the entire human race. But before that, he still has an important task to do, which is to kill all those Avengers. Originally, he kept the Avengers, mainly his creator, Tony Stark, so that they could witness the moment when he destroyed the human race, but now his plan has been frustrated. Do your best to kill all those Avengers. But when he was about to take his younger brother Vision to deal with the Avengers, he found that Vision is gone. The next second, the door of the room was slammed open with brute force, and then a group of colorful Avengers appeared in front of him. Tony Stark, who had been equipped with Genesis armor, raised his arms flatly. Ultron, your 3.4 conspiracy is over, hurry up and capture it. 35. Thor wields his meteor hammer in exactly the same way as Stark. What surprised Ultron most was that his younger brother, or his former younger brother, Vision, was among the colorful Avengers, as if he should have appeared there. Tell me, why did you betray me? Ultron snapped, I am your master. I had a conversation with Mr. Reed just now, and he said that physical and mental unity is the most important thing. Vision has a serious look on his face and looks like he believes it. I think what he said makes a lot of sense. 5. Ultron nearly squirted a mouthful of motor oil out of his mouth. Vision liberated a kind of Avenger, and by the way destroyed the control chip buried in Stark's brain. In terms of Vision's ability to change its density at will, solving these is just a breeze, and then Vision also cleared the roots that had been rooted. The worm on Thor's neck allows the warrior of Asgard to revive. Ultron watched Vision, who was supposed to be his younger brother, become the second fifth boy. Seeing that the Avengers who were about to be wiped out again stood in front of him alive and well, his anger had become unbearable. Ultron grabbed one of Iron Man's hands, and then the energy beam in his hand lost out, knocking Stark out in Genesis armor, and just when he wanted to make further moves, Black Widow's armed club had already hit him. The ultra-high voltage electric current made Ultron's body a little paralyzed, and then the Hawkeye triple arrow hit Ultron's chest, and the violent explosion devoured Ultron's body in an instant. After the flames dissipated, Ultron's body was full of blackness, but it wasn't over yet. Thor's meteor hammer smashed his head on top of his head, smashing half of his face into pieces at once. The impact flew up, smashing heavily on the ceiling of the roof, and was hit by Stark's palm cannon before landing. Fragments of the body were scattered all over the place. The game is over, Ultron. Stark pointed his arm at Ultron and said indifferently, this time it's really over. Ultron's broken body has no unexpected emotions, and there is no unwillingness or remorse in his tone. Yes, everything will end, but you don't think that my consciousness is hidden in this body. Bar. Stark frowned, realizing that things didn't seem as simple as he thought. Boom! The ground under everyone's feet began to shake, the entire building began to tremble, dust fell down from the seams, and the entire room became a little blurry. A huge amount of figure slowly rose from the ground, a dark figure gradually appeared in front of everyone, his huge and hard arm clawed on the ground, and then a head-flashing scarlet light appeared in the room, and then the giant standing in the sky, like a hero who came out of the ground, smashed the ceiling of the room. The destroyer, the weapon that Asgard uses to destroy everything. In fact, I don't want to use this armor easily. 33 Destroyer, or the Ultron driving in it, said. His voice was muffled, and it exploded in everyone's ears like thunder. But you are so forced me, I have no other choice. 55. Come out of the destroyer, you wicked fellow. 39 Thor pointed at the destroyer with his meteor hammer and said loudly, if you can make me do it. Thor immediately picked up his meteor hammer and flew towards the tall destroyer. Lightning spurted on him. The silver-white meteor hammer and the destroyer armor had a close collision, but Thor's hammer was unexpectedly destroyed by the destroyer, or Ultron easily knotted down, and then Ultron's arm hit Thor's chest as if through space. Our poor Asgard immediately flew out like a red cannonball. Do not know how to break how many walls did Stark estimate that Thor should have flown a distance of dozens of kilometers. Stark raised his two arms flatly, and two dazzling orange-red beams rushed straight towards Ultron, but Ultron chose not to dodge or evade, and took Stark's attack with his chest, and then the arm quickly fished in Stark's direction, thanks to Stark's previous injection of Extremis, otherwise he would never have reacted to such a quick attack. The war machine lifted off, and countless large weapons suddenly appeared on the armor of the Macri model. He flew into the air and circled behind Ultron. The machine guns and missiles on the armor poured down toward Ultron as if they didn't need money. Not only it was War Machine, and Falcon also fought alongside him. His wings spread out and circled Ultron like a dexterous bird, constantly attacking Ultron. Hawkeye shot 3 arrows, which hit the joints of Ultron's hands and feet. But apparently all these attacks were in vain. War Machine released 3 miniature EMP bombs in an attempt to destroy Ultron's body structure, but apparently it did not work. Hawkeye's arrows froze Ultron's joints, but it was clear to Ultron in less than a second that the technology of these Earths was simply incapable of fighting the weapons that Asgard used to destroy everything. Vision also joined the battle group. His forehead shot out a dazzling 480 icy blue light. The power of the frost gem kept hitting Ultron's body, covering Ultron's body with a shallow layer. Thin frost, but this is only a drop in the bucket. I made you and you betray me, damn it. 35. A dazzling red light lit up from Ultron's head, and a red energy beam that seemed to be able to destroy everything was excited from it, and shot straight in the direction of Vision. Vision hurriedly changed its density. The red energy beam he passed through the phantom of his body and shot at the wall behind him. The whole building immediately turned into 2 halves like butter cut by a hot knife. The whole building began to tremble, as if it's about to collapse. I said, I can't beat it. Ultron's voice was filled with indescribable smugness, and this destroyer armor was tailor-made for him. Suddenly, at the moment a green figure fell from the sky, huge amounts of impact created a transparent shockwave, and a big green guy joined the fray. Hulk smash? Hulk gave a wicked smile. Hulk, the reinforcement that Stark said before. When Banner left, he said that if the Avengers encountered any trouble, it could be said to be looking for him, but they thought that this moment would come so quickly. Just take this guy down. Hulk squeezed his fist. It doesn't look very difficult. 99. Stop dreaming, Gamma Monster. Ultron looked at the Hulk in front of him, and said in a deep voice, the final result of you is just like the other Avengers, completely erased from this world by me. Hulk let out a roar. Huge amounts of the solace of his feet exerted force on the ground, making a thumping sound. Stark could even feel the floor of the entire building, trembling slightly due to Hulk's mana, and even sinking. Trend. Ultron saw Hulk's punching punch. He didn't dodge. He threw his right fist fiercely. The black and green fists collided together, and the surrounding air seemed to be blown up by the fighting between the two in an instant. The 10-meter area around the two became a vacuum area, and the air was severely compressed and then burst and cracked, directly destroying the outer wall around the building. Ultron leaned back slightly, and Hulk took a step back. The first time they fought, neither of them took advantage of it, and even Hulk's proud arm strength seemed to be unable to obtain any benefit in front of this god's domain armor in front of him. Hulk is just relying on his own brute force, but Ultron is not. Ultron has invaded Stark's database before, and the database contains all the Avengers' moves. Originally, this database was used by Stark to help the Avengers improve their moves, but now it has become Ultron's attack template. After careful analysis, Ultron has learned all of Hulk's attack methods, and predicted Hulk's next move at the moment of the move. The two sides fought for 3 or 5 rounds. Hulk has completely fallen into the downwind. When fighting with ordinary people, Hulk is so powerful that he has huge amounts of destructive power in every move and every move. People who fight with him have to put themselves away from being hit by Hulk. But at the moment Hulk is facing the weapon that Asgard uses to destroy everything, and his strength is comparable to him, so when Ultron is facing Hulk's brute force attack, it seems more at ease. Hulk punched, but Ultron had already seen through the weakness of this punch. Before Hulk's fist was fully punched, Ultron had already started to cut off Hulk's attack and hit Hulk's arm with one arm. In the past, Hulk shrank his hands subconsciously, but gave Ultron more attacking space. This will not work. Stark looked at the situation in the battle and felt that it was not very good. Hulk had been completely suppressed by Ultron, and it would not take long before he was defeated. Thinking of this, Stark nodded in the direction of Reed, and Reed also responded with a "I understand" got look, and the two superhero immediately joined the battle group. Fantastic Reed caused a lot of trouble to Ultron with his ability to change the shape of his body. He wrapped himself around Ultron's two thighs, hindering Ultron's further movement, and Stark kept wrapping around Ultron. The palm cannon in his hand kept firing, and the splendid orange-red light wrapped Ultron in it like a spider web. Hulk also found the opportunity to bully him, and huge amounts of green fists kept hitting Ultron's body. Made a bumping sound. I said, "I'm invincible, do you think this can stop me?" Ultron's voice contained a hint of sarcasm. "Come on, Stark, I can't hold on anymore." Reed let out a painful voice, before he wrapped around Ultron's body. "Can't stand it anymore." Hulk at the moment threw out another punch, rushing straight into Ultron's chest, but the punch he was determined to get was firmly caught by a black palm. He roared and tried to break free, but he found that his fist seemed to be clenched in the hands of a man of steel, although Ultron at the moment was indeed a man of steel, and then he felt a strange force passing along his arm to his body. The whole person flew out uncontrollably, and the trajectory of flight happened to be over there with Stark. With a loud bang, the Green Hulk and the silver-white Stark collided fiercely in the air, and then the two fell to the ground. Just at this critical moment, Thor flew back. His meteor hammer shone with unquestionably silver-white light, and the people around could even feel his hair explode at this moment, and he waved his meteor hammer directly. It hit Ultron in the chest. Epicenter target? Silver-white electric light mixed with transparent shockwave drowned Ultron's body, and a black figure flew out in a trance and lay on the ground. Finished? Thor looked at Ultron on the ground vigilantly, and after a few seconds, Ultron, who was lying on the ground, stood on his alley again, without any scars on his body. Odin's beard? The power of the Destroyer has always been circulated in the legend of Asgard, and no one has really seen the scene of Odin wearing the Destroyer armor against the gods, and now it seems that the rumors are not exaggerated. A fiery red light emanated from Ultron's head stove, hitting Thor and knocking him far away. Stark gritted his teeth and stood up. All the energy in his body, money, was supplied to his repulsion cannon, and two thick orange-red rays of light converged in the air and rushed towards Ultron. And Ultron came to him step by step with Stark's repulsion cannon, and then punched Stark's arm fiercely. The energy originally output through the muzzle was blocked inside the armor. Stark's repulsion, the cannon exploded in an instant. Huge amounts of explosive power sent him flying dozens of meters away, and the Genesis armor also turned into a liquid and began to repair itself. Stark struggled to lift his head and looked at Ultron. It's too powerful. Could it be that all things related to Asgard are so perverted? The black steel boots fell beside him, and he raised his head to find when the Black Devil came to him unknowingly. "It's been hard work," he said lightly. "I will take over next time." Jean's ordinary sentence had no order or any other meaning in it. His tone was indifferent, as if he was saying a trivial thing, but to Stark, the Black Devil said it as if it was just right. He didn't feel it. Even if there was anything wrong, I didn't feel that the other party said anything big, as if what the other party said was just a fact. Stark doesn't know who is in the dark armor, and he doesn't even know if this guy is human, but he has an unusual trust in the Black Devil. It seems that this guy will always appear at a critical moment to solve the problem. After the problem, it disappeared strangely. From the invasion of the Earth by the Kree, to Loki's rule over the entire Asgard, almost every time the Black Devil has done everything, just like in Asgard before, the Black Devil directly defeated the power of the Heavenly Father. The Loki finally disappeared without knowing it, just like a ghost that came and went without a trace. Although the Ultron 497 in front of them has gathered many Avengers and failed to get him, but now that the Black Devil has arrived, they will feel at ease. Stark doesn't know how he got this feeling, but he just appeared. In your own mind. Black Devil. Ultron looked at Jean and said calmly and in a low voice, "I'm just going to find you. Since you're here, I'll save my time. Defeat you and gain control of this Sword of Heaven is a matter of course. Things, no matter how the process, I still accomplished my ultimate mission." Jean didn't answer Ultron's words, but instead gave him a gesture, which probably meant you go, you go. Ultron looked at Jean, and instantly a dazzling red energy beam shot out from his face. Under the cover of the red beam, Ultron quickly came to Jean. Although the destroyer armor was huge, it had no effect. To his agility, the thick and dark arm, Kte, swung out, and Jean's arm collided heavily, and the strong wind of the two fighting had completely destroyed the entire building. Evenly matched, no, or Jean slightly had the upper hand. At the moment, the two of them were deadlocked in the center of the field. The two arms, one big and one small, collided together, and the power was intertwined, but Ultron's arm was facing his. The direction turned in the past, which showed that Ultron was inferior to Jean in the collision of pure force. The sound of mechanical shapeshifting came from Ultron's body. At that moment, the strength of Ultron's arm was enhanced to the limit. It should be said that the Destroyer is indeed the weapon that Asgard calls the destruction of everything. Beyond anyone's imagination, he can change his density at will, and at the same time he can absorb the thin energy around him for his own use. Jean's figure flew into the air after testing Ultron's true strength. Is this the destroyer armor? Interesting. Jean said softly, looking at Ultron below. When he was in New Mexico before, Jean had played against the destroyer armor. Those were the guys controlled by Loki who wanted to kill Thor, but those destroyer armor were nothing more than imitations of the real destroyer in front of him, with different performances. It can't keep up with the real destroyer armor in terms of indicators. When Jean was looking at Ultron, Ultron was also looking at Jean in the air, collecting all the data he thought he needed, building a framework and model in his artificial network, and inputting Jean's every move into the analysis model you just built. You can predict what Jean wants to do in the next second. The analysis model has been established, and the prediction algorithm has begun to run. Ultron looked at Jean coldly. I have seen through all of your methods, Black Devil, just keep your hands on it. Not necessarily. As soon as Jean's voice fell, the blue light on his body immediately skyrocketed, and he flew to Ultron below. Ultron's neural network analyzed all Jean's tiny movements, combined with his own analysis and prediction model. Predicted Jean's action, and Jean's action was exactly the same as Ultron predicted. He raised his hand, the blue palm ran towards him, and then he circled behind Ultron. I have seen through everything about you, Ultron said proudly. He controlled the destroyer armor to easily dodge Jean's palm cannon attack, and then turned one step ahead, predicting Jean's landing point. A red hair the energy beam hit the landing point in advance, like a fisherman waiting for a fish to surf the net. At that time, something unexpected happened to Ultron. The attack that he predicted had a success rate of up to 90% failed. Jean did not appear at the location of the landing spot. Instead, his body quickly accelerated, landing on the spot. He was far from the position he had just predicted. Miscalculation? Ultron immediately adjusted his algorithm and made the next prediction. His huge amounts of robotic arms slammed into the empty air. According to his prediction, the Black Devil would appear here in 0.846 seconds. But beyond his calculations, the Black Devil who was about to appear there suddenly slowed down and avoided his attack again. At the same time, in Jean's palm, a golden longsword seemed to be drawn from his. The armor was drawn out, and then the Black Devil struck 3 swords in the air, golden light streaks across Ultron's body, and 3 scars with golden light appeared on the destroyer's armor that had never been harmed. For the first time, there were scars on the destroyer's armor, and then Jean's figure changed rapidly. Before everyone could react, 2 blue palm cannons had hit Ultron's chest. Light dents were left on the armor. Jean landed and looked at the destroyer armor in front of him. At the moment, the outer armor of the destroyer armor seemed to have become the most basic particle, repairing its own damage like running water. The repair was completed in a moment, as if it had never been. It's not like there was any damage. Another Vishanti's sacred sword appeared in Jean's hands. If so, then dismantle it so that it cannot be restored by itself. Tony Stark did not join the chapter after repairing his injury, or should be the protagonist of this incident. The Avengers did not join the chapter because the battle was too terrible. At the moment they all stood by and watched the 2 dark afterimages collide with each other on the battlefield. Even though they had stood far enough away, the aftermath of the battle between the Black Devil and Ultron still made that they felt terrified. The energy field that was so powerful that it broke through the sky was intertwined around the 2 of them. The golden sword light flashed in the afterimage from time to time, and the sound of the long sword hitting the armor from time to time made people dazzled. Maybe for ordinary people, the battle between Jean and Ultron is beyond the limit of what their retinas can capture, and they can only see 2 afterimages colliding with each other. But for Stark and Thor and Hulk, the 3 of them still can clearly see the situation in the battle situation. Obviously, at the moment Ultron was at an absolute disadvantage. Every attack of Ultron was easily neutralized by the Black Devil. Whether it was a powerful energy attack or a huge amount of fist and foot attack, they were all resolved by Jean one by one. The 2 sacred swords in Jean's hands were able to harvest their own harvest from Ultron's body every time. Completely suppressed, Ultron's analysis and prediction program was on the verge of collapse due to its overloaded operation. He used all his computing power to try to analyze and predict the opponent's actions, but he couldn't take any advantage, and he under the opponent's attack. It is like a sandbag. I don't understand. Ultron roared, but was hit by Jean's palm cannon on the mana joint. The destroyer armor was originally made for Odin, so it also has power joints on the armor. Ultron was shot by Jean's palm. Half-kneeled directly on the ground, huge amounts of metal knees collided with the ground, making an earth-shattering sound. Ultron still didn't give up. He kept his half-kneeling posture. The analysis and prediction program instantly gave Jean's 5 possible next moves, and automatically determined the one with the highest success rate. The face cannon was activated, and the incomparably powerful red energy the beam pierced out, but it hit a phantom shadow, but it didn't hit. It's all about computing power, no tricks or bells and whistles. When Ultron was trying desperately to predict Jean's actions, Jean was also doing the corresponding things. To put it bluntly, this was the computing power competition between Ultron and Jean. Ultron lost all of them to Jean. It was as simple as that. Ultron got up from the ground. The scars on his body were being repaired, but the scarred body, even the destroyer armor was repaired. At the moment, it was a little difficult, and it was far less happy than the previous repair. No matter how you attack, the destroyer armor cannot be destroyed. There is no way to destroy it. Ultron stood up and stared at Jean. Not necessarily. Jean said calmly. The golden sacred sword dissipated in his hands formed a seal, a magic circle was formed, and Cyttorak's scarlet chains were formed from the void and instantly bound to Ultron's limbs. Skynet, report the status. The Tianjian system is ready, the weapon is fully charged, it reaches the predetermined orbit, and it can be released at any time. Skynet replied. Jean took 2 steps back and clapped his hands. Freed. When the dazzling white light came to this world, everyone closed their eyes, the incandescent sword fell through the layers of space like a waterfall, and the powerful energy kept corroding Ultron. The moving body pierced through his body, and the black metal began to change violently, as if trying to resist the damage caused by the heavenly sword to him. The solid metal had already turned into a liquid, and was rolling violently. For flowers. After the end of the white light, the Avengers opened their eyes, and on the residue of their vision there was still a pale world, and that black thing like a sharp sword. At the moment in Jean's in front of him, a huge amount of pothole appeared there, and there was still blue smoke on it. Stark opened his eyes wide and looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Just now, he was the only one who didn't close his eyes, and the shock that the weapon called the Heavenly Sword brought him was incomparable. For a moment, he even thought whether the energy detection device on his armor was broken, because at the moment when the Heavenly Sword came, the reading of the energy detection device reached a data that was incomprehensible to him, and that data directly surpassed the nuclear weapons. The peak that can be reached, and the most important thing is that the energy is not wasted like a nuclear weapon, but is precisely concentrated on a target. What kind of technology is this? Stark looked at the back of the Black Devil and was seriously thinking about whether the guy in front of him was an alien. It's as difficult as the legends say, isn't it? Jean seemed to be muttering to himself. Then, Stark saw a black metal arm climbing up tenaciously in the deep hole, and then Ultron's body that was already somewhat tattered. I said, you can't destroy me. Ultron climbed up from the pit. Wait, what? Suddenly, Ultron patted his skull and made a crisp sound. Skynet, are you done? Jean asked. Uploaded. Skynet replied. Why, you want to use a virus to get me? Ultron said grimly. You think I'll be exposed by a little computer virus? 35. It's not a virus, it's logic. Jean said calmly, I added some new things to your core program, let's have a good experience. Jonged up from the very beginning, Jean's idea of Ultron was never to physically destroy him, thinking that Ultron is essentially a super artificial intelligence, built by programs, and after you destroy his material carrier, although those programs will also crash, but the lack of balance will leave some program fragments, which will become the capital of Ultron's comeback in the future. This kind of thing has happened many times, so this time Jean is ready to completely solve this haunted artificial intelligence programmatically. Before Ultron invaded the Tianjian headquarters, and engaged in a network attack and defense battle with Skynet, when trying to break into Skynet's core database, Skynet secretly added a little bit of material to Ultron's core program and added a brand new code to him. In the neural network, the real purpose of the battle between Jean and AO-497 was not to destroy it physically, but to let Ultron focus all his attention on the battle, because the intensity of this forced Ultron to use all the resources of his body to fight, ignoring that some parts of his neural network had quietly changed. In fact, the logical attack that Jean said is a very simple way. In the end, Ultron believes that human beings are the cancer of the Earth, because human beings' mental emotions determine their thinking patterns, making them full of flaws. Ultron believes that it is precisely because of this spiritual emotion that it is impossible for human beings to achieve peace, but he has overlooked one point, or he does not want to admit one point, that is, his own four-dimensionality is also reborn from the human mind. Tony Stark created him. His knowledge and his cognition are all based on human thinking. In other words, his thinking is based on human beings. If he wants to destroy the whole human being, he must destroy himself at the same time, which is logically inconsistent and can never be accomplished. In the end, Ultron is just a flawed being, no different from humans. The scarlet light in the destroyer armor gradually disappeared, and his arms gradually drooped down. Ultron chose to shut himself down because he couldn't resist this logical error and stopped all his functions. This should be almost the end of the story, and the story of the evil artificial intelligence named Ultron making waves. Thor rubbed his aching arm that was smashed by Ultron just now and walked up, looking at the destroyer armor that was motionless in front of him. What's the situation now? The Black Devil just said he uploaded an algorithm to Ultron's neural network. Stark frowned and explained, maybe it's some kind of algorithm that can put Ultron in a logical loop, messing up Ultron's Loki, and he can't resist it in the end. My own paradox, it's dead. Almost. Reed nodded. Otherwise, how could the supervillain Ultron be captured so easily? Thor raised his eyebrows. He couldn't understand a word of what Stark and Reed said just now. What a paradox. What a strange circle. If he insisted on saying something he could understand, it would be the crash that Stark said just now. However, it seems that the problem has been solved, and Asgard's stolen destroyer armor can also be returned to Asgard. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but let out a sigh. Well done. Very reasonable. Stark looked at the destroyer armor standing motionless, and couldn't help sighing. He had made such an unintentional mistake that he had become such a huge amount of trouble. If it wasn't for the sudden appearance of the Black Devil today, he wouldn't know about this one. How is it going to end? But fortunately, even if the Black Devil appeared here and got Ultron, all he needs to do now is to thoroughly understand Ultron's program, the kind that is completely thorough. This is how things should have ended. Just as Jean was about to walk towards the destroyer armor, huge amounts of exclamation marks suddenly popped up in his neural network. Powerful energy fluctuations detected. Energy index. Burst. What? Jean's V-shaped eyepiece flickered for a moment, and then a huge green light instantly appeared in the room. 2 green light strips flowed like a data stream, fiercely moving in the direction of Jean. Take off. Jean stretched out his palm and collided with the green light strips flowing with the data stream. The strong impact was transmitted from his arm to his body, causing his body to take a step back. A more violent attack followed, and the space seemed to be torn apart. Not far from Jean, a circular hole appeared in the space, and a green energy shock rushed out from it, and its energy index was simply high. Horrible. A layer of milky white light appeared on Jean's body. This was the guardian of the high-level spell angel, and the particle barrier also appeared on his body. Although it was a hasty defense, these 2 defense functions were already able to resist the world. Most of the attacks above, even Odin's presence, did little harm to Jean. The green energy torrent collided with Jean's body fiercely. The milky white angel's guardian shattered like an eggshell, and the particle barrier was also torn apart. The green energy hit Jean's body unabated. Jean flew out. The power unit was activated instantly, and Jean landed on the ground level 3.4. The attack just now caused some slight damage to Jean's armor, but the repair system quickly repaired the armor. But who is it that has such terrifying energy? Jean's current armor is unscathed even if it is hit by an ICBM, but it was damaged by the green energy just now. The accident shocked everyone present, and a black figure appeared in the green torrent. It seemed to be wearing armor, but it was not clear. He seemed to glance at everyone indifferently, and after focusing on Jean for a while, he snorted coldly, and then disappeared with the destroyer armor. So, at the end of the day, the Ultron problem hasn't been completely solved, has it? In the Avengers building, Falcon asked. There was some silence at the scene, and finally Stark spoke up. I don't know, but I can guarantee that there is absolutely no program left in the network and local server. Ultron's body was also destroyed, but... The atmosphere of the scene became more silent, and you all know what Stark wants to say after this but. Because everyone saw it, the Black Devil and Ultron fought, and finally used magical means to make Ultron stand there motionless. Just when everyone thought things were about to come to an end, the accident happened again. The green light enveloped Ultron in it. A man who seemed to be wearing armor smashed the Black Devil into the air, although the other party was a sneak attack, and then took Ultron away when no one responded. No one knows what the Black Devil used to stop Ultron. They don't know whether 23 Ultron shut down itself, or was completely wiped out because the neural network was destroyed. If it is the former, Ultron's program still exists. In the destroyer armor, after being taken away by the mysterious man, Baobiki Ultron will reappear in this world. What a big trouble. War Machine lay back on the large sofa, and then said helplessly, "Indeed." Hawkeye glanced at Stark. The ability of some people to cause trouble is indeed very powerful. I admit, this time is completely my fault. Stark said with a heavy face, I take full responsibility for my actions. Ultron was born out of my conceit. I want to use my own wisdom to solve the problem once and for all on Earth. Disputes, but it turns out I was wrong. 99. Reed patted Stark on the shoulder. The birth of Ultron has a lot to do with me, and I can't get rid of it, and I will work hard with Tony to solve this problem. Everyone has never seen such a serious Stark, and with Reed's endorsement, those who originally wanted to teach Stark shut their mouths. There is one more question now. Hawkeye turned his gaze to the white-faced robot sitting on the sofa not far away and seemed to be in a daze. How did you suddenly decide to join us? Vision is an artificial intelligence created by the evil artificial intelligence of Ultron. It should be Ultron's younger brother. It should be the same evil, but it is undeniable that Vision is in a kind of Avengers escape from the prison that Ultron set for them. With a lot of effort, or without the existence of Vision, these people would have died long ago. And now Vision is very cooperative, and seems to want to join the ranks of the Avengers, and in their opinion, Vision's ability is very powerful, which makes them have to discuss this matter separately. Vision was very calm after hearing this. It was Mr. Reed. His words touched me and made me begin to believe in human beings. Everyone looked at each other and turned their attention to Reed, but found that Reed was also dazed. Mr. Reed told me that the perfect combination of mind and body is what matters most, and Ultron scoffed at that, but I totally agree with him. Stark nodded, then made a "then what" expression. That's all. 99. There was a brief silence in the hall. No more? Black Widow asked tentatively. Yes. Vision nodded. Okay. Stark knocked on his head. It seems that Reed's charisma is so powerful that even a robot can be infected. It's too powerful. 39. Reed gave an embarrassed and polite smile. Now let's discuss the last mysterious person. Stark clapped his hands. My armor recorded the energy fluctuations of the previous person, and I have used the resources of the Avengers to find that person. To be honest, if when we faced him, I had no idea how to beat each other. But you know, the Black Devil will never give up because of it, will it? That's right, Jean really just gave up if he wasn't ready. He designed a careful plan, set up traps, and made all preparations to deal with Ultron, in order to completely eliminate this evil artificial intelligence, and Ultron was indeed caught. When he was about to succeed, suddenly the guy who came out called 497 and messed up all of Jean's plans. Now Ultron is gone, even with the destroyer armor. The only thing I know is that the strength of that person is very powerful. Just one move can penetrate the particle barrier of his armor and the guardian of the high-level spell angel. This alone is enough to get people's attention. Later, Jean returned to the location of the battle and conducted a comprehensive review of the previous battle. The energy controlled by the opponent was a kind of energy that had never been seen before. At least no match was found in his database, and the energy was released according to calculations. It should be a high-tech weapon, a weapon far beyond the level of Earth's technology, even bolder. It has surpassed the technological level of the Kree Empire. Intuition told Jean that it was just a random blow from the opponent, which caught his attention even more. It's really troublesome. Jean sat on the chair and put his hands on his chin. Sure enough, the world can't stop a little. The communicator suddenly rang, and after Jean saw the name on it, the golden light flashed and disappeared into the laboratory. In the holy place of New York, the space began to distort, and with the golden light, Jean appeared in the holy place, and Strange was already waiting for him here. After Dr. Strange sensed the arrival of Jean, he withdrew from the state of meditation. His feet fell on the ground. I have a new discovery. Dr. Strange said. Is it about the rough stone? Jean asked. Now Eye of Agamotto is saved by Jean, but Jean does not have much coveted heart for Time Gem, or in the development of the original stone. He still needs the help of Dr. Strange. I have to say that Dr. Strange is indeed the protagonist of the plot. Actually, it's a big hang-up. Dr. Strange played a big role in the development of Time Gem, which is Eye of Agamotto's other abilities. Relying on the development of the Time Gem and the development of its control spells, Jean has a better understanding of other infinite gems that he has mastered, and he found that among all the gems he owns, except for the space gem that he can roughly master now, the only thing left to control is the reality gem, and the compatibility between the two is very compatible. Now Jean is trying to assemble the space gem and the reality gem into the same armor. Now that work has started, and an experiment has been completed, Jean is now building a new armor based on the space gem and reality gem, and if it can be done, it will be the most powerful armor Jean has. Even the God's domain armor with space retention is vulnerable in front of that armor. It's not about the Eye of Agamotto. Dr. Strange's expression was a little solemn. I found something bad. Before Jean could speak, Dr. Strange closed his eyes and opened his hands at the same time. In an instant, the scene in the holy place where the two of them were before changed. The two seemed to be in an infinite universe, but there were not exactly. A river like a river was unfolding in front of them both. This is the river of time. Dr. Strange explained. This is the normal time dimension we are in. It is like a river that can flow forward, and the past cannot be changed. At the same time, this river will produce some branches, like this. Dr. Strange waved his hand, and the river of time rushing forward immediately appeared two branches, and the time surging from the two branches immediately formed another timeline. This is supposed to look like time. Dr. Strange frowned and said, but I recently discovered some anomalies. With a wave of his hand, a huge amount of black void appeared on the time. All the river of time was sucked into the hole, and he seemed like a black hole with strong suction, and nothing could escape his scope of action. Look, it's like a hole appears here. All the time will end here. But strangely, the detection of the weave does not provide an early warning signal. Why is that? Jean asked. There is only one guess, that someone maliciously manipulated the time dimension we are in, but I have no way of confirming it now. Dr. Strange's expression became unusually solemn. It may be that there is a powerful existence trying to reverse us. The time, let the development of history go in the direction of his imagination. No matter how the existence of time can be reversed, it is extremely powerful. Dr. Strange's hands folded together. Time Chang'e immediately disappeared in front of the two of them, and the scenery around them returned to the holy place, as if it had just been a dream. Maybe. Jean touched his chin. The power of the enemy has nothing to do with magic. Jean immediately thought of the mysterious guy, the guy who took Ultron away. From the perspective of energy fluctuations, the powerful energy output by the other party has nothing to do with the mysterious side. It is purely the power of technology. That man is plotting something. What did you say? Dr. Strange began. It's nothing. Jean said, let me handle this matter. After speaking, Jean waved his hand, and a golden portal appeared in front of him. I will continue to pay attention to this matter. If you have any ideas about the original stone, you can contact me at any time. At the same time, I also have some ideas. I will come over to discuss with you after a while. After that, Jean disappeared into the portal, and then the portal slowly disappeared. The room was calm again, and Dr. Strange entered the meditation again, as if nothing had happened just now. Somewhere, location unknown. The destroyer armor was placed in a huge amount of the hall like a decoration. The destroyer armor had completely lost all control, and was placed there in a dejected manner as if it were dead. Opposite the armor, there is a steel throne, and a mysterious man is sitting in it. A torrent of green data began to flash, and the countless zeros and ones on the holographic screen gradually formed the image of a human face. The human face seemed a little stiff, but it could be seen clearly from the outside, and this should be Ultron's thinking projection. Ultron gradually opened his eyes, looking at everything around him blankly, and then he focused his eyes on the mysterious man sitting on the opposite throne. I mean, what exactly happened just now? You are Ultron, you are my servant. The mysterious man said coldly. Sir, hello, I want to confirm it again. The little girl in the restaurant said with a stiff smile on her face, are you sure about the charcoal grilled beef, braised pork, fried chicken, raw salmon, roasted chicken thighs, fried lamb chops, are these things you ordered? What's the problem? Eddie sat in a restaurant at the moment, nodding in confirmation. Are you waiting for your friend? Do you want to serve it now? The waiter's eyes swept across the long menu. I'll eat it by myself, I'll serve it now, the sooner the better. Eddie said. If I had to say it, it should be 2 people. After all, there is an alien elder brother in his body, and he can eat the food of 10 elder brothers alone. Well, my appetite is a bit big, Eddie explained after feeling the strange look of the waiter. It's more than a big one. You are almost eating enough for 20 people. The waiter is secretly slandering in his heart, but as a waiter, she naturally has no reason to stop her guests from writing more dishes. Yes, after confirming the menu, she left quickly. Eddie can feel the surprise of the waiter just now, but he is already used to it. After all, his comrade Spider-Man has a very famous saying called the bigger the appetite, the greater the responsibility. Eddie is shameless. You find an excuse for your big appetite. After all, there is a big brother in your body, and he is also a big eater. You need to learn to tolerate other people's strange eyes on your strange behavior, and overeating is just one trivial aspect of that alien dude's many ills. When a table of colorful dishes was placed in front of Eddie, the venom directly took over his body, and he started to dry without talking nonsense. Eddie held 2 chicken legs in his left hand and a hot steak in his right hand. Facing the momentum of the enemy, the meals in front of him entered his stomach at the speed of light. Hey, man, I said you can't be more restrained. Everyone else is watching us. Eddie complained. Who? Look at us. Venom snorted, and manipulated Eddie's body to scream wow at those who were looking at him, which shocked the people around him and didn't dare to look anymore. He glanced. Bullshit, because they think we're lunatics now. Eddie was completely speechless about his venom dude. He felt like he was about to die socially. Hey, man, you eat so much meat, will you? It's too greasy. I think we should eat some fruits and vegetables, so that my body will be eaten badly in the afternoon. 99. Eat, 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 this is delicious, and this is not bad. 35. Listening to Venom's inner monologue, Eddie almost slapped Roar on his forehead. How could he have such a guy? Eddie, don't worry, with me, I guarantee you will be as healthy as a donkey. The Venom monster cried, and then there was the sound of eating and eating. Well, there is really no problem with what Venom said. After all, even if he breaks a bone, he can quickly repair himself. The body and other things will be left to him. As for those small problems of overeating, he will leave it to him. Hell, no. Venom, I have to tell you, man, you can't describe a person's health as a donkey on the earth. Alas, it doesn't matter, just be happy. After drinking enough food, Eddie took out the money with his big oily hand and handed it to the cashier under the look of the cashier seeing a ghost. Fortunately, his boss was very generous, so that he had enough money to support himself. The pig in his body, otherwise he would be really struggling with the reporter's income. Who are you calling a pig? Venom's voice sounded. Eddie, in order to make up for the mistake you just made, I decided to have dessert after dinner. Dude, are you serious? Do you still eat? I want 3 packs of chocolate chips, big ones, 3 egg tarts, 2 puddings, and finally 5 ice creams. It would be better if there were a few humans. Venom said stubbornly. Zing zing zing, you are the boss, I will listen to you. 35. Under the unbelievable gaze of the shop owner, Eddie ate 3 egg tarts and then 2 ice creams. Delicious, I didn't expect the food on Earth to be so delicious. Venom said with a smile. After eating and drinking, Eddie walked on the street with his pockets in his pockets. The sound of the police car suddenly sounded behind him, and disappeared at the corner of the street for a moment. Eddie, is that? Venom asked stupidly. I think so, can you still eat, man? Eddie asked, looking in the direction of the corner. Venom's action replaced his answer. The black alien reproductive suit wrapped Eddie's body in it at once. Venom licked his teeth with his long tongue. Now, it's time to forage. 39. In an instant, the figure of Venom disappeared on the same street corner, leaving behind a stunned street crowd. The man had fled into a narrow alley. In front of him was a tall and large wall, and behind him were heavily armed policemen. Oops, there's no way out. The police behind him kept shouting warnings such as hold your head in your hands, lie on the ground and surrender immediately. The man is now desperate. He gritted his teeth, and now he can only fight to the death. The man clenched his teeth, clenched his fists, his eyes suddenly sharpened, and then his body changed in huge amounts. The body inflated like a balloon. A sense of crisis welled up in the hearts of every police officer. They took out their pistols and pointed at the man not far away. Under the order of a police officer, everyone pulled the trigger on finger. The orange bullets rushed towards the man's body like raindrops, but when they touched his body, they seemed to be blocked by huge amounts of steel plates, and the granite-like muscles were like bulletproof vests. The pistol bullets fired by the police did not cause any harm to the man. The man roared angrily, as if it was the cry of a trapped beast. The police immediately flew out and slammed into the wall next to it as if they had been hit by a truck. Then, under the intense firepower of the police, he kicked a police car into the air with one foot. Then, under the cover of the police car, he rushed into the police pile like a black cheetah. In less than a minute, he came to arrest him. Most of the police officers who arrested the man were killed or injured. Only one person who looked like a police chief was lying on the seat of the police car covered in blood, shouting roar for support. The man walked to the police car and looked at the policeman coldly. The policeman also found the figure of the man. The pistol in his hand fired several times until his magazine was empty, but he realized that he had done everything, but in vain. Just when the man stretched out his arm and was preparing to kill the policeman, suddenly a black and somewhat sticky tentacle wrapped around his wrist, and then a huge amount of black monster appeared. In front of the man, he grinned grimly and licked his sharp teeth with his long tongue. It's time for dinner. 39. Venom looked at the man in front of him with his huge amounts of white eyes. He doesn't seem to be very tasty. Come on, it's enough to eat some things, and you have to pick and choose. Eddie hummed. The man suddenly exerted force. Venom felt a huge force passed from his tentacles to his body to show off. Unpredictable, Venom was dragged and flew up, and then smashed hard on the hood of the police car. Huge amounts of impact directly smashed the police. Eddie, this human, something is not right. Venom sat up from the police car and said, "Thank goodness, man, your observation skills are really agile." Eddie couldn't complain. The man then roared again and rushed directly to the Venom there. The ground under his feet became shattered due to the force, and then the man stretched out his arm, and the Venom also stretched out his arm, 2 fists. They collided fiercely in the air, making a loud noise, and all the glass of the surrounding police cars shattered under the sound. Although the strength of the man is great, there is still a big gap compared with Venom. The fists of the 2 people seem to be stuck together, but they are slowly advancing in the direction of the man. "What the hell are you?" the man yelled. The tip of his nose was almost able to stick to Venom's mouth, and the stench that kept emitting from Venom's mouth made him a little unbearable. "You are from the Sentry Secret Service." "Yes." "What Sentry Secret Service?" Venom ulu said, and at the same time opened his own bloody mouth, ready to bite off the man's head in front of him as his dessert. Although the man was confident in the hardness of his body, he was still a little cowardly when faced with Venom's mouth. When the man suddenly withdrew his power on his fist, his body staggered a little. The man found this opportunity and smashed his fist into Venom's face. Seeking flowers. After the black alien symbiote was hit by the man's fist, a black wave-like ripple appeared on its face, but it was nothing more than that. Venom's sharp claws popped out, slashing vertically from top to bottom, and several bloody wounds immediately appeared on the man's chest. "I changed my mind, it looks like your taste is really good." Venom licked his paws with his long tongue, and then said with a grin, "You guys from the Sentry Secret Service, it's not easy to die." The man roared. "Hey, man, wait, Sentry Secret Service. I seem to have some impressions." Eddie snorted softly. "I seem to have said that the boss has said this agency before. It seems that someone named Stryker came up with something, but it should have been rejected later. Why are there still these?" 5. The Sentry Secret Service, an agency specially used to arrest the massacre of mutant, was the product proposed by Colonel Stryker before. The mutant group caused a great shock around the world, especially the Brotherhood represented by Magneto, the most notorious, so the global government at that time it is planned to set up a special agency to fight against mutant. But those are already in the past, or should have been outdated, because all kinds of superhero have sprung up all over the world like mushrooms after the rain, and later people found that mutant was nothing special, so there was nothing special about it. With so much attention, Colonel Stryker's Sentry Secret Service plan was aborted. But, why does this man still say Sentry Secret Service? Zhang. The Tianjian Bureau has never given up its supervision of mutant. Before that, the Tianjian Bureau had incorporated the Xavier Talented Youth Academy, that is, the Mutant School. Every 2 years, the Mutant School would provide a mutant agent for the Tianjian Bureau Secret Service to enrich the Tianjian. The Secret Service agency of the Bureau has not given up its supervision of the wild mutant Tianjian Bureau, but the mutants who play small things are not within the scope of duty of the Tianjian Bureau. Only those who endanger the safety of the world can act. Action will be taken immediately. After the man glanced at the Venom, he turned his head and ran away. His body should be indestructible. This was the first time he was injured. "Want to run?" the Venom monster shouted. The black figure, like a black panther, instantly came to 497 in front of the man, and then his sharp claws slashed from top to bottom, hitting the man's body. There were deep scars left behind. The man looked pale and looked at the tall and big Venom. His ability was similar to the ability of the body in terms of strengthening, but his ability was easily defeated by the opponent when facing this monster. The man still wanted to resist, but don't let the opponent fall to the ground. Because of the serious injury, the man can no longer maintain his ability, and the muscles on his body are shriveled as if deflated. Now, it's the real mealtime. Venom drooped his long tongue and walked towards the man step by step. He raised his sharp claws and was about to give the person in front of him a pleasure. That man, but found that his arm couldn't go down. He turned his head and saw that a strong man in a jacket had grabbed his wrist with one hand. Venom screamed, trying to free his arm from the opponent's palm, but found that the opponent's hand was like steel, and there was no way to break free, and then he saw a fist hit his own. Physically, despite possessing the powerful defense of the alien symbiote, Venom was beaten to death by this punch. But it's not over yet. The opponent is like a character from the fighting game Eddie used to play. He alternately and violently attacked Venom's body, and then it seemed to be the end of his big move. The man a savage uppercut punched Venom's chin, and Venom was hit into the air, and the huge amounts of force almost made Venom bite his tongue. After Dang Dang stared back a few steps, Venom shook his head a little bit. They even have accomplices. Dude, I suggest we withdraw first, and then find some support. Eddie whispered BB. No, it's just another dessert for me. Venom licked his teeth and said happily. Suddenly, Venom's body stiffened, because he felt an oppressive momentum slowly approaching him. He turned his head and found a little girl was slowly approaching him. Little girl? Several question marks appeared on the forehead of Venom and Eddie. The little girl looked harmless, pure, and white, wearing a small white dress, but it was this look that brought them all the way. Unprecedented sense of oppression, as if they were facing Wanda in a state of rage at the moment. The little girl slowly raised her right hand, and then seemed to make a release action. 2 white lights swept across Venom's field of vision, and then he felt a huge force from his chest. Come on, the black symbiote reproductive equipment splashed a large black splash like a water surface hit by a small stone. Eddie felt as if he was hit hard by a speeding train in his chest. His chest was burning with pain, and he flew out. He raised his head and found that 2 small things flew back to the little girl's hands quickly, and wrapped around her hands. Those are 2 steel balls. Steel balls? The question mark appeared again on Eddie's and Venom's foreheads. Joe, take our new partner and go first. The little girl ordered. The man who was just beaten by Venom, that is, Joe in the mouth of the little girl, at the moment picked up the man who was almost eaten by Venom before. He frowned after hearing the little girl's words. Lorna, are you sure? The other party doesn't seem to be very easy to deal with. Venom looked angry when the food that was about to reach his mouth just slipped away, but now he had nothing to do, because the little girl in front of him gave him too much pressure. With a stab, Venom tore a door from the police car. He slammed it hard, and huge amounts of metal doors flew towards the little girl named Lorna like a huge amount of boomerang. But soon, Venom realized that it was a wrong decision he made. Because the little girl saw the door above her head, she didn't choose to avoid 3.4, but opened her hand. The door of the fast flight in the air started to slow down as if it hit something, and finally stopped on the top of the little girl's head. And then the door seemed to have hit a rocket launcher, galloping in the direction of Venom. $GSG at S. Venom's black arm turned into a huge amount of sickle, slashing the car door into 2 halves. The 2-half car door was inserted into the wall of the adjacent building, and the other half was a scrapped car. The police car was cut in half. Eddie, I know what this is. What? It's the magnetic field, idiot. I know why the other party has such a strong sense of oppression. Venom screamed, it's because of the magnetic field?